Chapter 1 Prologue. On the Blue Sea Star, in Huagua, City, an ancient structure quietly rests on the outskirts of the city. It appears to be a centuries-old church, surrounded by towering trees that flourish with vibrant blossoms. On this scorching afternoon, only a few small sparrows chirp merrily from the branches. Everything around is imbued with a sense of natural beauty. Yet within this church, there are neither priests nor pastors, nor even nuns, but rather a group of orphans alongside a few dedicated teachers of the orphanage. The orphans here have known only hardship, most afflicted by severe illnesses, abandoned by parents unable to bear the exorbitant costs of treatment. After enduring numerous tribulations, they found refuge here, taken in by the enigmatic matron of the orphanage. This matron remains a mystery. Even the teachers within the orphanage are unaware of her origins. They only know that this church is her private property, and regardless of the necessities for sustenance or the medical expenses of the children, the matron always finds a way to procure what is needed. At this moment, the afternoon sun streams through the ancient stained glass windows, casting a gentle glow within the room. The matron delicately closes the book in her hands, sips her tea, and leisurely rises. She drapes a shawl over her shoulders, leans on her cane, opens the door, and steps outside, traversing the long, tranquil corridor. At this hour, the children are still resting, and only the sound of her footsteps echoes softly. Before long, she arrives at room 120 and gently knocks, asking, "Xiao Qi, may I come in?" A voice from within responds, "Please enter." Upon opening the door, the matron finds a handsome youth reclining against the headboard, perusing an old book. The young man glances up at her arrival, smiles faintly, and in the bright afternoon sunlight, complemented by a refreshing breeze, he exudes a gentle warmth. His starry eyes sparkle with light, and his distinct brows are sharp and clear. At this moment, his smile resembles the sun melting the last remnants of winter's ice in spring, or the cool breeze rippling through a pond in summer. The youth remarks, "Matron, you've come." The matron sets her cane aside and takes a seat on the chair beside the bed, smiling as she queries, "Xiao Qi, what book are you reading today?" The youth replies, "An old book from a century ago, telling the story of a young man's growth. I asked Teacher Li to help me find it in the library." The matron internally sighs, but continues, "You should read less and rest more." The youth reassures her, "I understand, matron." She inquires, "How have you been feeling these past few days? Are there any lingering discomforts?" He shakes his head, saying, "I'm fine, matron. Can't you see I'm as lively as ever?" The matron observes the beads of sweat on his brow and the slight tremor of his hands, realizing that this child is enduring immense pain, bravely concealing his suffering to spare others worry. The youth, named Tang Yuan, is affectionately called Xiao Qi due to the 7 moles on his back, resembling the Big Dipper. Found by the matron abandoned at the riverbank when he was less than 3 months old, he was taken in by her, only to discover that he was afflicted with a terminal illness, expected to live no longer than 16 years. Like many of the other children, the unfortunate Xiao Qi has grown up in the orphanage, nurtured by the matron's companionship. The matron first encountered him by the Tang River, and thus he was named Tang Yuan, symbolizing his rebirth. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable intelligence and kindness, yet the torment of his illness rendered him quiet and empathetic. After becoming paralyzed at the age of 9, he relied on a wheelchair. To avoid burdening others, he often pushed himself to the courtyard to daydream or read, or lay in bed engrossed in books. Tang Yuan harbors no particular hobbies aside from reading. He has nearly perused every book in the orphanage library, some several times over. The collection, amassed by the matron, is eclectic and diverse, and Tang Yuan approaches each book with the eagerness of a parched traveler encountering a refreshing spring, unable to resist the allure of literature. Noticing the matron's reddened eyes, he smiles reassuringly, "Matron, I'm truly fine, please do not worry too much." The matron forces a smile, "Very well, I know you're considerate. Rest well, and don't read too much." Tang Yuan Zetpun Chefolin, okay. The matron, leaning on her cane, exits and proceeds directly to the infirmary, where a young doctor in a white coat is diligently working. Upon noticing the matron's arrival, the doctor lays down his pen, stands, and respectfully greets her. "Matron, you've come. She inquires, Xiao Han, how is Xiao Qi's condition? Xiao Han, once an orphan himself, had been taken in by the matron, who nurtured his ambition to study medicine. After graduating, he volunteered to return to the orphanage to assist the children. Although the matron worried about his future, Xiao Han remained resolute, unwilling to leave, and thus she consented to his stay. He exhales deeply. I fear he may not survive until autumn. The matron seems to have already resigned herself to this outcome, shaking her head in helplessness as she departs. Time swiftly passes, and it is now October. On this particular night, hurried footsteps disrupt the stillness of the night, as many gather anxiously before room 120, awaiting news from within. Soon after, Xiao Han and several other doctors emerge, and upon seeing the anxious expressions of the crowd, Xiao Han shakes his head, sighing, "It's no use, matron. You should go in. Xiao Qi wishes to speak with you." As his words linger in the air, Xiao Han turns away, trembling, and a soft weeping spreads among those present. The matron gently pushes the door open and steps inside, finding Tang Yuan lying on the bed, his complexion pale, yet tinged with a hint of color. Recognizing this as a sign of impending departure, she places her cane aside, takes her seat, and affectionately smiles. "Xiao Qi, why aren't you reading today?" Tang Yuan, understanding her intent to comfort him, replies, "Matron, I'm too tired today and want to sleep early, so I won't be reading." Upon hearing this, the matron feels her heart breaking but suppresses her emotions to shield Xiao Qi from worry. She stands, saying, "I see. Then you should rest. Early matron will take her leave." Yet, she finds herself unable to step away. Tang Yuan sighs, "Matron, without you, there would have been no 16 years for Xiao Qi. Had it not been for you, I would have perished 16 years ago. I am so grateful for the years spent with everyone, for the countless books I have read. Please tell everyone that I love them, and if there is a next life, I wish to be with them again." Upon hearing this, the matron's tears flow freely like a spring. She smiles through her sorrow, saying, "Silly child, if there is a next life, you will certainly be happy. Why would you return to the orphanage?" As she speaks, she turns, only to find Xiao Qi smiling, his face radiating happiness and relief, peacefully closing his eyes as he departs from this world forever. The matron trembles as she approaches the bedside, gently caressing Xiao Qi's hair, her tears uncontainable. "Sleep well, dear child. Rest peacefully." Now, though Tang Yuan has left the mortal realm, he has arrived in another place, a realm not unlike the underworld. Before the gates of the ghostly realm, Tang Yuan gazes upon the dark and mysterious entrance, reflecting on his current state. His corporeal form is no more. He exists solely as a spirit. The suffering from his terminal illness has vanished. Due to years of reading, his soul is remarkably solid, devoid of the frailty that plagues most spirits, as if he has been granted a new lease on life. Tang Yuan observes the two ghostly attendants beside him, each adorned with tall hats, one black and one white, representing the famous black and white impermanence. Yet these beings are merely two of countless manifestations. Are we truly in the underworld? Tang Yuan inquires. The black impermanence replies, "Indeed, young brother, this is the Ghost Gate." As the two attendants escorted Tang Yuan through the Ghost Gate, they were somewhat surprised by the brightness and solidity of his soul. They noted the presence of righteous energy within him, impervious to malevolence. However, they lamented his frail, mortal shell, a pity indeed. Traversing the Yellow Springs path and the Nostalgia platform, they soon arrived at the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Along the way, Tang Yuan found the experience refreshing. Typically, the attendants of the underworld do not converse with souls, yet Tang Yuan's virtuous spirit and exceptional qualities prompted them to speak with him, sharing insights about the underworld's customs and scenery. Upon reaching the Bridge of Forgetfulness, they encountered an elderly woman stirring a pot. Tang Yuan realized that this must be the legendary Meng Per. The attendants, not daring to be disrespectful, bowed courteously to Meng Per. She slowly set down her ladle, and though the pot simmered without flame, the broth bubbled vigorously. Turning to face the three, she smiled. "A soul of remarkable quality has arrived. In this life's reincarnation, great opportunities await." Tang Yuan, taken aback by Meng Pa's visage, exclaimed, "Matron!" Upon witnessing his demeanor, Meng Pa smiled and said, "Child, this old body manifests in myriad forms, bearing the weight of the earth. The person you speak of is me, yet also not me." Tang Yuan, unable to grasp the full meaning of Meng Pa's words, nonetheless inferred that the Meng Pa before him, while related to the head matron, was not the same individual. In the midst of their conversation, Meng Pa had already prepared a bowl of thick soup and handed it to Tang Yuan, urging, "Drink, and after forgetting your emotions, you shall be reborn." Tang Yuan felt a flicker of hope within him, although he was reluctant to forget everything from his life in the orphanage. The warmth, the affection still clung to a glimmer of expectation for his next life. At that moment, just as Tang Yuan was about to consume the Meng Pa soup, he felt the earth and sky violently tremble, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Off balance, he stumbled, causing the soup to spill on the ground. Meng Pa exclaimed in alarm, "Who dares to invade the netherworld?" As her words echoed, the very fabric of heaven and earth began to shatter, and countless figures descended from the horizon. A thunderous voice resonated, declaring, under the command of the celestial demon, "Annihilate the netherworld." Upon hearing this, the two guardians, He and Bai Wuchang, gasped in unison, "Celestial demon?" Though Tang Yuan was unaware of the true nature of the celestial demon, he understood that peril loomed. Should his soul be shattered, he would truly be lost, unable to reincarnate. Turning around, he noticed that Meng Pa had vanished, and looking up to the sky, he realized she had taken to the air, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the celestial demon. Chaos erupted throughout the netherworld in an instant behind Tang Yuan. Numerous figures ascended into the air, and within moments, the two armies clashed, igniting the flames of war. Glancing beside him, he discovered that He and Bai Wuchang were also gone. As he surveyed his surroundings, he witnessed many souls akin to himself screaming and fleeing. A few, in their desperate escape, were struck by beams of light, disintegrating into fragments that scattered across the cosmos. Tang Yuan was seized by terror. He concealed himself, striving to regain his composure. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Beyond the Naiha Bridge lay the wheel of reincarnation. If he could reach it, he could escape his calamity and be reborn. Resolute, Tang Yuan took off, running towards the wheel of reincarnation without a second thought. As he approached the Naiha Bridge, the wheel of reincarnation came into view, kindling greater hope within him. Just as he was about to dash inside, an immense wave of energy enveloped the world, accompanied by a sorrowful cry, "The Book of Life and Death." Though Tang Yuan was at a distance, the impact was still considerable, leaving him disoriented for a time before he could gather his senses. Regaining his bearings, he noticed a page of dark paper floating before him, one side crimson, the other ink black, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Curiosity piqued, Tang Yuan reached out to grasp it, but at that moment, the paper erupted with a resounding bang, transforming into starry luminescence. Before he could comprehend what had occurred, the myriad points of light surged towards him, seamlessly merging into his brow. Tang Yuan was taken aback, hastily checking himself for injuries, relieved to find none. Though puzzled, he prioritized his escape and turned to charge towards the wheel of reincarnation. But then, calamity struck anew. A bolt of celestial fire descended, exploding the wheel of reincarnation. The residual force hurled Tang Yuan into the air before he could land. He sensed a powerful pull emanating from the wheel, drawing him closer. With a cry, he felt the world spin around him, reality swirling, until darkness engulfed him and he lost consciousness. Chapter 2: The Sacrifice. On the Douluo Continent, within the Great Canyon, towering cliffs jutted into the sky, where fierce winds and sands danced. A few creatures known as death vultures circled above, surrounded by the bones of numerous spirit beasts. A wave of light swept through, and the vultures let out mournful cries before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. This desolate place, rarely frequented by humans, today welcomed some unexpected guests. Among them were two factions, one comprised of 3 individuals, while the other consisted of a solitary figure, both exuding an extraordinary aura. On the Douluo Continent, there exists a profession known as Soul Master, with each possessing a unique martial soul ranging from birds and beasts to various weapons, a veritable menagerie of the bizarre. Soul Masters are categorized into several ranks: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Douluo, and Title Douluo, each rank subdivided into 10 levels. Upon reaching level 90, one becomes a Title Douluo to advance to the next level. One must hunt spirit beasts to obtain soul rings, or risk stagnating in their cultivation. At that moment, the two factions exuded a terrifyingly powerful energy. Any soul master present would surely recognize the extraordinary prowess of these four individuals. The trio was led by a man clad in golden armor, wielding a scepter, from whom an imperial aura subtly radiated. The solitary figure across from him, bearded and dressed in coarse linen, glared with evident fury at his opponent. The man in golden armor was named Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall on the Douluo Continent. The two figures accompanying him were esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall, both powerful Title Douluo. The bearded man was named Tang Hao, a disciple of the Haotian sect, one of the 3 sects on the Douluo Continent. His aura was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Qian Sunji's, and it was evident that his energy was unstable, likely due to having recently broken through to level 90 without yet acquiring his 9th soul ring.
Qian Yuan exclaimed loudly, "Tang Hao, cease your futile struggle. If you surrender the blue-silver emperor, I shall grant you your freedom." Hearing these words, Tang Hao could not suppress his fury and retorted, "Qian Xuanji, refrain from uttering idle chatter. Ain is my wife. If you wish to harm her, you must first tread over my corpse." Qian Xuanji's expression darkened as he replied, "You are choosing to disregard my goodwill. In that case, I shall no longer consider the reputation of the Haotian sect." Upon finishing his statement, Qian Xuanji let out a fierce roar, his soul power surging as a colossal golden, ethereal figure manifested behind him. This was a 6-winged angel, the manifestation of Qian Xuanji's martial soul. Above his martial soul, 9 radiant rings of light illuminated, representing Qian Xuanji's 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 an impeccable configuration of soul rings. Simultaneously, the individuals behind Qian Xuanji summoned their own martial souls, each distinct yet similarly exhibiting 9 soul rings, which also ascended in a perfect arrangement of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Upon witnessing this, Tang Hao, unwilling to be outdone, summoned forth his martial soul, which manifested as a long-handled, pitch-black hammer, shimmering with azure lightning, a manifestation of the Haotian sect's inherited martial soul, the Haotian hammer. His soul rings illuminated, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 8 in total. An optimal configuration. However, despite Tang Hao's attainment of the formidable 90th level, he had yet to acquire his 9th soul ring, rendering him potentially outmatched against these adversaries. With a resounding roar, he brandished the Haotian hammer, its lightning flickering with fierce intensity, charging forth to assault Qian Xuanji and the others. A tremendous crash resonated as the heavens trembled, and countless clouds of dust ascended into the air. The battle had commenced. Not far from the valley, nestled within a serene grove, a gentle stream babbled amidst the fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, creating an atmosphere of tranquil beauty. In this secluded woodland, a thatched cottage stood by the riverside. Suddenly, the wail of an infant pierced the stillness, startling the birds from the treetops. Inside the cottage, a lovely woman leaned against the head of the bed, cradling a newborn swathed in a blanket. The infant, just recently birthed, lay quietly, his eyes wide open, curious blue orbs surveying his surroundings. Where's this? Have I been reincarnated? Why do I still recall the events of my past life? How did I arrive here? I did not consume the Mingpa soup. After the ruler of reincarnation was destroyed, I found myself drawn into an inexplicable space. Fragments of memories surged within the infant's mind. This infant is none other than Tang Yuan, the reincarnation of Tang Hao. Tang Yuan gazed at the woman before him. Observing her exquisite features, a delicate nose and flawless skin, brows arched like crescent moons, and cascading blue hair that flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders. Beads of sweat clung to her temples, a few strands dampened by perspiration. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet possessed a healthy flush, revealing a sense of normalcy. Her eyes, shimmering like precious gems, radiated a gaze filled with affection. In his heart, Tang Yuan softly called out for his mother, realizing he had one now. The love of parents from his past life was the deepest yearning within him. Now reborn, he finally had the chance to experience the most beautiful bond of kinship. Though he remained an infant, his body yet to develop and unable to articulate words, the silent plea from his heart seemed to resonate with the woman before him. The gentle lady regarded Tang Yuan with warmth, and inexplicably, her eyes began to glisten with tears, two streams of clear sorrow silently cascading down her cheeks. At that moment, a childish voice piped up, saying, "Mama, this is my little brother." The lady turned her head, smiling as she replied, "Xiao San, come here." Tang Yuan exerted considerable effort to turn his head and beheld a small boy with dark hair climbing to the edge of the bed. The dark-haired boy, his face alight with joy, reached out his hand to grasp Tang Yuan's tiny hand, his voice sweet and tender as he exclaimed, "Brother, brother." Tang Yuan gazed at the adorable visage of the little boy, unable to suppress a fit of giggles. The beautiful woman gently caressed the boy's head, affectionately saying, "Xiao San, you will be a big brother from now on, so you must take good care of your younger brother." The little boy nodded vigorously in agreement. Tang Yuan gazed upon his mother and elder brother before him, feeling a profound warmth within his heart. It seemed that heaven had indeed favored him, granting him the familial affection he longed for in his past life. He vowed to cherish it dearly. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Tang Yuan's mind, and he was struck with alarm, unable to suppress a cry. Yet, to his astonishment, his voice echoed as the wail of an infant. As his consciousness began to fade, he felt himself slipping into slumber, struggling against the encroaching darkness, only to find his mind enveloped in chaos, ultimately recalling nothing at all. Now, Tang Yuan found himself akin to any other newly born infant, perfectly ordinary in every regard. At this moment, the lovely woman and the little boy remained oblivious to the commotion caused by Tang Yuan. An elderly woman approached, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Ayin, how do you feel?" This enchanting woman was none other than Ayin, the transformed form of a 100,000-year-old beast, the Blue Silver Emperor, and the mother of Tang San and Tang Yuan. Ayin replied with a smile, "Grandmother, I am well, nothing serious." The old woman beamed, "That is good to hear. You truly have a remarkable constitution. Having just given birth, you show no signs of weakness at all." Ayin chuckled softly, unaware that the old woman did not know she was a powerful soul master, and that for her, giving birth was as simple as having a meal. Though it did deplete some vitality, the balance of soul power made it hardly worth mentioning. The elderly woman gazed at Ayin and the two children on the bed, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Where is Ahao? Why isn't he here during your labor?" Ayin explained he had to step out for a matter. Upon hearing this, the old woman frowned. "This is absurd. What could be more important than your wife giving birth? Tell me where he is, and I shall fetch him." Ayin smiled gently. "No need for that, grandmother. I will go find him." The old woman was taken aback. You've just given birth. You should be resting. What if you catch a chill and fall ill?" Ayin reassured her. "It's all right, grandmother. I must see Ahao. We have urgent matters to discuss. I would appreciate your help in looking after the children for a while." With that, Ayin took out a bag of gold soul coins and handed it to the old woman. The elderly woman was astonished, having never seen so many gold soul coins before. This is too much," she stammered. Ayin pressed the bag firmly into her hands, smiling. "It is appropriate, grandmother. Ahao and I have been living here for nearly a year now, and we have troubled you greatly. Please do not refuse." With a sigh, the old woman accepted the bag. Although she was not a soul master, she understood that Tang Hao and Ayin were not ordinary people. Since they had made up their minds, further objections would be futile. She could only do her best to care for the two children. Seeing the old woman accept the gold soul coins, Ayin felt relieved. She knelt on the ground and said, "Grandmother, if Ahao and I do not return, I implore you to raise these two children and ensure they remain unaware of our circumstances." The old woman was taken aback by her words, then sighed deeply, helping Ayin to her feet. "I promise you." Ayin nodded, turning to look at Tang San and Tang Yuan, tears streaming down her face. Her heart ached, but she could not leave her beloved to confront the spirit hall alone. Resolutely, she covered her face and departed. At that moment, Tang San was merely 1 year old. Although he had traversed time and space, the temporal shifts had prevented him from awakening his past memories. Thus, he remained blissfully unaware, behaving as any normal one-year-old child would. He was puzzled by his mother's actions but quickly dismissed such thoughts, engrossed in playing with Tang Yuan, soon forgetting it all entirely. Meanwhile, Tang Hao engaged in a fierce battle with Qian Xuanji and others for an extended period. Both sides had sustained injuries, with Tang Hao bearing the brunt of it. Truly, Tang Hao was a prodigy rarely seen in the Haotian sect in a century, holding the strength of a level 98 soul master. He fought valiantly against the 3 titled Douluos, one of whom was the legendary 6-winged angel of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. Had Tang Hao possessed more than 8 soul rings, the outcome might have been uncertain. Just as Tang Hao was on the brink of collapse, a figure appeared before him. Tang Hao was taken aback, his heart exclaiming, "Ian!" Ian, witnessing Tang Hao drenched in blood, felt an immense pain within her heart and cried out, "Brother Hao?" Tang Hao, filled with both astonishment and sorrow, suppressed the grief within his heart and exclaimed sternly, "What brings you here? Leave at once." Ayin shook her head and replied, "No, I shall not depart." Tang Hao urged, "Hurry. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Xiao San?" Ayin replied with a smile, "Brother Hao, Xiao San has a younger brother now." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Are you saying?" Ayin nodded and replied, "Yes. It is a boy. We are waiting for your return to name him." At that moment, Qinshu and Jide and the others spotted Ayin and burst into laughter, saying, "Blue Silver Emperor, we have finally found you." Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao exclaimed anxiously, "Ayin, we must leave at once." Ayin smiled gently at Tang Hao, then stepped forward and spoke in a solemn tone, "Qian Sunji, if you spare my husband and child, I am willing to accompany you. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao exclaimed in alarm, "Ayin, do not." Before he could finish his sentence, Ayin interrupted him with a wave of her hand and inquired, "What now?" Upon hearing her words, Qian Xuanji felt a cold sneer emerge within him. If he were to spare your husband and child, would he not be plagued by vengeance in the future? However, he resolved to first secure the Blue Silver Emperor, and once he had achieved his goal, he could then eliminate Tang Hao at his leisure. With this thought in mind, Qian Xuanji proclaimed loudly, "Very well. I agree. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall let them be." Ayin smiled and replied, "Excellent. No, this is unacceptable." Tang Hao fumed. "Qian Xuanji, you cannot think to escape this." Ayin grasped Tang Hao's hand and whispered, "Brother Hao, trust me. I am yours. Even in death, I belong to you alone." Tang Hao was somewhat perplexed by her words and involuntarily blurted out, "Ayin." Ayin smiled at him and stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Qian Xuanji, come forth. I hope you honor your promise." Qian Xuanji, filled with unbridled joy, thought that as long as he could capture the Blue Silver Emperor, 100,000-year spirit beast, and gain 100,000-year spirit ring, nothing else would matter. Although Qian Xuanji had already secured his 9th spirit ring, both his disciple Bibi Dong and his daughter Qian Renxue could utilize the Blue Silver Emperor to acquire their own 9th spirit rings, rendering the Spirit Hall invincible. With this thought in mind, Qian Xuanji approached the Blue Silver Emperor, intending to restrain her and take her away. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Qian Xuanji drew near, Ayin suddenly summoned her martial spirit and unleashed a formidable soul skill, striking the unsuspecting Qian Xuanji. Despite Ayin's spirit power being inferior to his, Qian Xuanji had just engaged in battle with Tang Hao and sustained injuries. In his elation, he was caught off guard and suffered a new wound from Ayin's attack. Enraged, Qian Xuanji prepared to charge forward with his subordinates to seize Ayin. But unexpectedly, a blinding blue light erupted. Ayin's body radiated an endless azure glow. Her martial spirit flourished as her soul rings shattered, coalescing into a red soul ring that ascended high, soaring toward Tang Hao. A sacrifice. Indeed, Ayin had offered herself to Tang Hao. In her final moments, she smiled faintly at him and said, "Brother Hao, take good care of our child." Tang Hao, overwhelmed with grief and fury, absorbed Ayin's 100,000-year soul ring, transforming into a harbinger of death. He raised the Haotian hammer and charged toward Qian Xuanji and his companions. Chapter 3. Bibi Dong. After Ayin's sacrifice, Tang Hao became a relentless force of destruction, enveloped in the domain of a death god, equipped with the most powerful assault-type martial spirit, employing a combat style that consumed his own life force. Qian Xuanji and his group were utterly incapable of withstanding him. Amidst the fierce battle, one titled Douluo from Qian Xuanji's side perished while another was gravely injured. Xuanji himself, severely wounded, ultimately expended his last vestiges of soul power to flee. As he departed, he shouted, Tang Hao, I shall remember today's debt. If I suffer, you shall not have it easy either. Prepare for the pain of separation. Ha ha ha. Xuanji laughed heartily 3 times as he retreated into the distance. Tang Hao initially intended to continue his relentless pursuit. However, upon hearing Xuanji's words, his murderous intent dissipated instantaneously, as if doused with icy water, awakening him from his frenzy. He exclaimed in alarm, This is bad. Ignoring his injuries, Tang Hao hastened back. Engaging in battle with the 3 titled Douluos, the confrontation resulted in 1 death and 2 injuries among his foes. Yet Tang Hao himself was not in a much better state. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, he found a glimmer of vitality in the 100,000-year soul ring of the blue-silver emperor, granting him a brief respite. Now, upon learning that Xuanji intended to harm his child, Tang Hao could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly returned to the thatched cottage and discovered a figure lying on the floor. It was the old woman. Tang Hao bent down to inspect the scene. Discovering that the elderly woman lay lifeless, her organs shattered beyond repair. A surge of shock coursed through him. How ruthless the spirit hall was. To spare not even the elderly. This woman had been of great assistance to him and Ain, her heart pure and kind. Her death, a direct consequence of his presence, ignited within Tang Hao a blend of fury and sorrow. With little time to grieve, he scoured the room. Yet the absence of the 2 children sent a wave of dread crashing over him, his heart sinking into despair. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from a distance. Tang Hao swiftly exited the dwelling, sensing that formidable presence fleeing into the distance. Alongside it, he detected 2 familiar auras, intertwined with his own bloodline. Without hesitation, he gave chase. Before long, he spotted a figure cloaked in black, clutching a boy and a swaddled infant as they fled. This individual exuded a powerful aura, evidently at the soul saint level. Tang Hao accelerated his pursuit, closing the distance rapidly. As he was on the verge of catching up, Tang Hao shouted, Little thief, release the child. I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe quickened his pace. However, Tang Hao had attained the rank of title Douluo. Despite his current injuries, he was not to be underestimated by a mere soul sage. Aware of the looming danger, the black-robed soul sage made a swift decision. Hurling Tang San in an easterly direction and releasing a surge of soul power with a flick of his hand. At this moment, Tang San was merely 1 year old, far too fragile to withstand an attack from a soul saint. Tang Hao, in a state of alarm, hastened to his rescue. Just as words seemed insufficient, he arrived in the nick of time, cradling Tang San in his arms and using his own back to absorb the strike from the cloaked soul saint. Tang Hao's body shuddered, triggering old injuries within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tang Hao turned around, finding the vast expanse devoid of any trace of the dark-robed soul saint. The spirit hall. He vowed not to rest until he avenged this grievance. Having lost his wife and child, he bore the weight of profound sorrow and brought Tang San to a place known as Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, unable to withstand the dual torment of body and spirit, he collapsed onto the ground. When Tang Hao awoke, he found himself lying on a bed in a dimly lit room, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp. His instincts heightened. He prepared to rise and investigate, only to discover Tang San sleeping peacefully beside him, which brought him a moment of relief. Just then, an elderly man entered the room and remarked with a smile, "You are awake." Tang Hao, observing that the elder possessed no soul power and bore a countenance that was both simple and kind, inquired, "Elder, what is this place?" The elder replied with a smile, "This is Sacred Soul Village, named thus because a soul sage once emerged from this village. I am Jack, the village chief." Tang Hao nodded and said, "Village Chief Jack, it was you who saved me." Village Chief Jack shook his head and replied, "I merely found you unconscious at the village entrance, cradling a child in your arms. Thus, I arranged for your return home and summoned a doctor. Yet even he was powerless to assist. Ultimately, it was you who awakened on your own." Tang Hao pondered to himself, "Surely, it is the aid of a yin-century-old soul ring that has sustained me. Although my wounds remain unhealed, my life is not in jeopardy, with a period of recuperation. I shall recover within a week or 2. In reflecting upon this, memories of my wife and young son flooded my mind, filling my heart with profound sorrow and an unwavering desire for vengeance." He cast a glance at his elder son, Tang San, and let out a silent sigh. At that moment, Village Chief Jack spoke. Young man, I am unaware of the reasons behind your fainting, but you bear a child. I hope you can provide him with a safe and nurturing environment for his upbringing. Observing your current state of uncertainty, might I suggest that you consider residing in Sacred Soul Village? Through diligence, you too can attain a life free from want. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. Gazing at Tang San, he finally made a resolute decision. With the assistance of the village chief, Tang Hao and Tang San settled in the Sacred Soul Village. Not far from the village, in the depths of the forest, Tang Hao buried the seeds left by Ain and softly murmured, Ain, do not worry. I shall avenge the wrongs inflicted by the Spirit Hall. I will also ensure the safe return of our little son. Little San, you need not fret. I will take good care of him and hope he lives a peaceful life. Once I have accomplished all of this, I will come to join you. In the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's chamber, a shadowy room housed a man clad in a golden robe, seated upon the central altar. His body was drenched in blood, his complexion pallid, and he emanated a formidable aura while enduring excruciating pain, trembling as his features contorted. This man was none other than Qian Xuanji, gravely injured by Tang Hao. Despite his severe wounds, Qian Xuanji stifled his agony, using his internal soul power to heal. The more pain he endured, the fiercer his rage became, and he muttered in hatred, Tang Hao, once I recover, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. After an indeterminate period, the door to the shadowy room was abruptly pushed open, and a figure of alluring nobility entered. Qian Xuanji, engrossed in his healing, had been utterly oblivious to the newcomer. The enchanting figure approached, ascending the altar and standing before Qian Xuanji. Sensing her presence, he opened his eyes, momentarily stunned, and inquired, Bibi Dong, what brings you here? The figure was none other than Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, a prodigious talent with dual martial souls. Upon closer inspection, she appeared petite, draped in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a delicate golden tiara. Her skin was fair, her beauty nearly flawless, and her eyes sparkled like gems in a starry ocean, radiating a brilliance that surpassed all earthly things, rendering her utterly unique. At that moment, Bibi Dong was merely the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Though not a sovereign, she exuded an intangible aura of noble sanctity, evoking feelings of reverence in those who beheld her. Looking at Qian Xuanji, her eyes reflected a complex medley of disdain, fear, anger, hatred, and disgust, with an even more potent emotion, murderous intent. What is your intention, Bibi Dong? I command you to leave at once. Qian Xuanji's gaze met Bibi Dong's, and an inexplicable panic surged within him, prompting him to shout in anger. With a cold laugh, Bibi Dong replied, Qian Xuanji, do you still believe yourself to be the exalted Pope? To fail against a mere Tang Hao, how pitiful you are. Qian Xuanji spoke gravely, what did you call me? I shall grant you one last opportunity to leave. Otherwise, you know my methods. Bibi Dong found his words amusing and laughed heartily. An opportunity? Thank you, Your Holiness, for your gracious offer. I am well aware of your methods, but alas. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qian Xuanji, who feigned calmness and asked, alas, what? With a slight smile, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly twisted into one of malevolence. Alas, I shall not grant you any opportunity. Qian Xuanji was taken aback, rising to his feet. Before he could utter another word, Bibi Dong summoned her martial soul, a gigantic, menacing death spider emperor. 8 soul rings glowed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 radiating an ominous light. Qian Xuanji felt as though he were bound, unable to move, and even his internal soul power resisted his commands. In his desperate struggles, a 6-winged angelic apparition burst forth from within him, forcibly drawn by Bibi Dong's soul power. Give up, Qian Xuanji. What chance do you have against me now? I will reclaim the humiliation you inflicted upon me and the injuries the Spirit Hall has caused me. Bibi Dong cackled wickedly, akin to a malevolent deity. The moment the 6-winged angel appeared, the Death Spider Emperor, sensing a delectable morsel, opened its gaping maw, devouring the angelic soul as if it were a whale consuming its prey. The Death Spider Emperor glimmered with both golden and dark light, exuding an aura that was both sinister and sacred. Qian Xuanji felt his soul power rapidly siphoned towards Bibi Dong. Helpless, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain, enduring unimaginable torment. Before long, the Death Spider Emperor had consumed the 6-winged angel entirely, leaving Qian Xuanji devoid of color, lying lifeless upon the ground. Bibi Dong, without a glance back, retracted her martial soul and prepared to depart. Just then, the sound of an infant's wail pierced the air, startling her. Curious, she followed the sound and discovered a hidden door adjacent to the shadowy chamber. Upon opening it, she stumbled upon Qian Xuanji's treasure trove. Upon entering, she beheld a cradle containing a porcelain doll-like infant. The child, who had been crying, paused to stare at Bibi Dong, his azure eyes sparkling with curiosity, and soon broke into a joyful giggle. Despite being drenched in blood and exuding a murderous aura, Bibi Dong found herself inexplicably calmed by the child's innocent gaze. The overwhelming urge to kill and the scent of blood dissipated almost instantly. As she gazed at the infant's adorable smile, a smile crept onto Bibi Dong's lips, and her eyes reflected warmth and tenderness. Since the tragic event in her past, she had not smiled like this, and the unexpected joy brought her a sense of wonder. She pondered the identity of this child, how he came to be in Qian Xuanji's hidden chamber, and why he had so profoundly affected her. Her thoughts drifted to her own daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months, and she shook her head, dispelling her distractions. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she gently cradled the infant and began to rock him, playfully engaging with him. From the moment Bibi Dong laid eyes on the child, her heart, once like stagnant water, felt rejuvenated with vitality and hope. In an almost mystical manner, she sensed a connection with this child, believing him to be a gift from the heavens. She resolved to nurture him, to make amends for the regrets she harbored regarding her own daughter. More importantly, from the first moment she saw him, she was unable to tear her gaze away. The infant, blissfully unaware, giggled and flailed his arms in delight, embodying the innocence of childhood. He was Tang Yuan, the child snatched by the black-robed soul saint of the spirit hall. At this moment, all memories of his past life lay dormant, and he was simply an ordinary baby. In the 4th chapter titled Pursuit, Bibi Dong, holding Tang Yuan, surveyed the hidden chamber, which contained a few rare treasures. After collecting everything into her soul guide, including the cradle where Tang Yuan had rested, she pushed open the hidden door and departed. As she exited the chamber, she encountered 5 individuals approaching her, led by an elderly man, none other than Qian Xuanji's father, the esteemed Qian Douluo, the grand priest of the spirit hall. Qian Douluo discovered Bibi Dong emerging from her secret chamber, and a sense of foreboding gripped him. He promptly approached her and demanded, "Halt! What brings you here?" Aware that evasion was futile, Bibi Dong turned languidly to face him and replied, "Why are you here instead of the Elder Hall, Great Offering?" Qian Douluo, noticing that Bibi Dong cradled an infant, felt a surge of confusion. He was aware that his son had returned grievously injured from a hunt involving the Blue-Silver Emperor, with the 2 accompanying title Douluo now deceased. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Qian Xuanji had sent someone to abduct Tang Hao's youngest son. Just as he was about to inquire further, a young man rushed out from the shadows, exclaiming, "Master, trouble is brewing." His Majesty, alarmed, Qian Douluo sensed impending disaster. In a flash, he arrived at the altar of the secret chamber, where he beheld his son's tragic demise. Realizing Bibi Dong was responsible, he set aside his grief and bellowed, "Seize Bibi Dong." Although his 4 subordinates were perplexed, they dared not disobey, summoning their martial spirits and charging at Bibi Dong. Among them were 3 seasoned title Douluo, while the young man, Wu Jie, was Qian Daoliu's direct disciple, possessing soul power at the rank of 87. With Qian Douluo, a rank 99 limit Douluo, filled with rage, Bibi Dong understood that a fierce battle was inevitable and immediately turned to flee. In mere moments, Qian Douluo joined the fray, as Bibi Dong, holding Tang Yuan, sprinted ahead, occasionally unleashing soul techniques in a desperate bid to fend off her pursuers. The 5 behind her relentlessly pursued, employing their soul techniques to attack. Fortunately, Bibi Dong's dual martial spirits endowed her with formidable power, allowing her to escape the spirit city in no time. Originally reclusive in the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, now consumed by the anguish of losing his son, could no longer remain withdrawn, pursuing her through the Stardo forest. As the distance between them closed, Bibi Dong realized she was on the brink of capture. Resolutely, she prepared to expend her soul power at the cost of her life to escape. Just then, 3 overwhelming auras surged from the heart of the Stardo forest, prompting Bibi Dong to instinctively race towards them. Qian Douluo, sensing the formidable presence as well, was undeterred despite the peril. As a rank 99 limit Douluo, he faced few adversaries in this realm. With his son's murderer fleeing, he was determined to capture Bibi Dong, intent on exacting revenge. In the heart of the Star Doe forest, a picturesque lake lay nestled within its core, adorned with azure skies and clear waters. A striking woman clad in athletic attire washed silk by the riverside, exuding an air of valiance as her long ponytail cascaded behind her, resembling a female general. Suddenly, she sensed powerful auras approaching and stood, scanning the horizon. At that moment, the lake behind her erupted as a colossal spirit beast with the body of a bull-headed python emerged, while the ground trembled as a towering giant ape rushed towards her. These were the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. The sky blue bull python inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" The beautiful woman shook her head, replying, "I know not. It seems a powerful human approaches." The Titan great ape gasped, "Humans? We have no quarrel with them. What brings them here?" The woman responded, "I cannot say. We must conceal ourselves. One of those auras is remarkably potent, seemingly rivaling that of the beast god." "What?" Both the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape exclaimed simultaneously. The woman urgently whispered, "There is no time. They are coming." As her words fell, several figures appeared before them. Bibi Dong fleeing with Tang Yuan, closely pursued by Douluo and his companions. The sky blue bull python let out a bellow, prompting Bibi Dong and her pursuers to halt. Douluo's voice rang out, "Bibi Dong, do you intend to escape? Surrender willingly and return to the spirit hall. I shall deliver justice." Bibi Dong scoffed, "The spirit hall? Huh, a wretched place. Why should I return?" Douluo, "You must be aware of your son's actions and the deeds of the spirit hall. Why feign concern now?" Before Douluo could respond, the woman addressed as sister interjected, "Humans. This is the Star Doe forest. We have no quarrel with you. What brings you here today?" Douluo turned towards the voice, momentarily taken aback, before chuckling. 100,000-year spirit beast transformed? How intriguing. The Titan great ape, sensing Douluo's hostile gaze, roared, "Human, what are your intentions?" Douluo coldly retorted, "I intend nothing. I am the great offering of the spirit hall, here to capture an enemy of the spirit hall. I advise you not to interfere." The trio exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Bibi Dong. Realizing the woman before her was a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form, Bibi Dong felt a pang of greed, wishing to slay her for a soul ring. However, glancing at Tang Yuan, her thoughts clarified. She recognized that she was drawing trouble upon herself. Feeling guilty, she bowed to the three, stating, "I fled here not by choice, but to protect this innocent child from unwarranted disaster. If you can save him, Bibi Dong will be eternally grateful." Seeing the infant in Bibi Dong's arms, the woman softened her demeanor. "If that is the case, it is indeed a matter beyond our concern. You may leave." Bibi Dong, disheartened by their unwillingness to assist, sighed in resignation. After expressing her gratitude, she continued her flight southward. Douluo, observing this, instructed two of his title Douluo to pursue Bibi Dong while he remained behind, fully aware that her soul power was below 90. Even as a dual martial spirit wielder, she could not withstand the assault from two seasoned title Douluo. He had more pressing matters to attend to. The woman, sensing Douluo's intention to send two title Douluo after Bibi Dong while she and her companions remained, felt an uneasy stir within her. "Human, why do you not depart?" she inquired. Douluo chuckled sinisterly. 200,000-year spirit beasts, and one transformed into human form? How could I possibly leave? The sky blue bull python retorted angrily. "Human, you audacious thief. Do you wish to hunt us? Do you not fear death?" Douluo laughed heartily, a jest. "What are you?" As his words echoed, Douluo summoned his martial spirit, resembling that of Xuanji, a six-winged angel. 9 soul rings illuminated around him. Black, 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 red, red, red. "This is impossible." The woman, the sky blue bull python, and the Titan great ape exclaimed in unison. Douluo sneered, "Nothing is impossible. Come along quietly." A brilliant flash of golden light erupted as the six-winged angel spirit raised its hands high, condensing the golden radiance into a magnificent golden sword that swiftly struck towards the 3 soul beasts. The elder sister and the Tianqing bull python, along with the Titan giant ape, were taken aback and immediately unleashed their soul abilities to defend themselves. However, the overwhelming power of the 99th level ultimate Douluo, Douluo, proved too formidable, sending the 3 flying backward, each spitting out blood. Douluo felt a surge of elation, eager to press his advantage, and his soul rings began to glow, preparing for another assault. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the lake, accompanied by an immensely powerful aura that pushed back Qian Daolu and his companions. Except for Qian Daolu, the titled Douluo and his sole master disciple were sent hurtling away, colliding with several trees before coming to a stop. My lord, the elder sister and her companions thought joyfully. Qian Daolu was startled, realizing that such a powerful entity resided here. He exclaimed, "A million years." Just then, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the lake, declaring, "Humans, if you wish to live, leave the Douluo forest at once. If you dare to take another step, I will disregard my pact with the divine and annihilate your kind." Though unwilling, Qian Daolu understood the futility of resistance against such a being. He gazed into the distance and thought, it is best to retreat. Provoking this entity could lead to dire consequences, akin to the situation with Bibi Dong, which would surely spell disaster. Resolving this, Qian Daolu performed a respectful bow towards the lake and stated, "Esteemed soul beast, I, a mere mortal, came in pursuit of a traitor and did not intend to disturb your peace. I shall take my leave." 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed without a response. Discontented, Qian Daolu sighed as he led his injured subordinates and disciples back along the path to the spirit hall. After their departure, the powerful voice rang out again, "Ame, Daming. Erming, should such a situation arise again, report to the Black Dragon Hall for punishment." "Yes," the elder sister and her companions replied in unison, not daring to delay. The woman known as Ame was a transformed 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, her true name being Ame. Her expression was respectful yet pale, her eyes reflecting relief at having survived a near calamity. "Elder sister," inquired the Titan giant ape, "what did the Lord mean by a pact with the divine? I have not heard of it before." Ame shot him a glare, saying, "Is it your place to question the affairs of the Lord?" The Titan giant ape, taken aback, sheepishly replied, Yes, I will not pry further." Following this incident, the Douluo forest returned to its previous tranquility. In the spirit city of Douluo Continent, Qian Daolu was circulating his soul power. Seated before him were 2 figures, the injured Fengyan Douluo and his direct disciple, Wujie. As Qian Daolu withdrew his soul energy, the healing was complete, and the faces of Fengyan Douluo and Wujie regained some color. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, great offering." The 2 rose simultaneously, bowing in gratitude. Qian Daolu waved his hand, lost in thought. At that moment, Wujie asked, "Teacher, what was that soul power?" Qian Daolu replied solemnly, "That was a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of age. No, it is far from 1,000,000 years, but at that moment, I was astonished and mistakenly thought it was 1,000,000-year soul beast. However, upon reflection, it is certainly not 1,000,000 years, but is incredibly powerful, perhaps stronger than I. While it may not reach 1,000,000 years, it surely surpasses 500,000 years. I deduce it to be between 700,000 and 900,000 years." Wujie exclaimed in astonishment, "A 700,000-year soul beast? How could such a creature exist in the Douluo forest?" Qian Daolu shook his head. "I do not know. Since my childhood training, 10,000-year soul beasts have become exceedingly rare, let alone those of several tens of thousands. I have never even heard of them." Wujie remarked, "If such a powerful soul beast is guarding, then those 3 10,000-year soul beasts are practically within our grasp. What a pity." Qian Daolu scoffed, "Indeed not. That 700,000-year soul beast, as I sensed, must be at a critical stage of cultivation. Had my presence not disturbed it, it would not have appeared. As long as I remain absent, once you reach level 90, you can take 2 titled Douluo with you, and you will undoubtedly acquire the 10,000-year soul rings. The Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape may be tricky, but the transformed rabbit should be easily subdued." Wujie was overjoyed, grinning darkly, "If so, let us proceed as planned." At that moment, Fengyan Douluo suddenly spat out blood, alarming both Qian Daolu and Wujie as they rushed to investigate. "What happened?" Qian Daolu inquired. Fengyan Douluo, pale and distressed, replied, "I have lost contact with my brothers, Fengling and Fengxue. They are likely in grave danger." "What?" Qian Daolu exclaimed. Fengling and Fengxue were the 2 titled Douluo he had dispatched to hunt down Bibi Dong. A surge of hatred rose within Qian Daolu as he clenched his teeth. What a Bibi Dong! She has truly become inscrutable. Wujie asked, "Teacher, what shall we do now?" Qian Daolu replied gravely, "Wujie, issue a continent-wide bounty for the capture of Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. We must ensure these 2 have nowhere to flee." "Yes," Wujie responded. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Daolu added, "I want Bibi Dong alive. But for Tang Hao, his life or death is of no concern. Wu Jia paused for a few seconds before affirming, "Understood, teacher." Thus, the Douluo Continent was on the brink of a blood-soaked storm. Chapter 5, Slaying Title Douluo. Meanwhile, after Bibi Dong and Tang Yuan escaped the Stardo forest, she realized that only 2 pursuers remained behind. Although equally strong, Bibi Dong discerned from their auras that they were 2 of the 3 Douluo, Feng Yun and Feng Shue. It was clear that Xian Daolu had remained in the Stardo forest. And a cold smile crept across Bibi Dong's face as she surmised that Xian Daolu was likely hunting the 3 10,000-year soul beasts. As for these 2 title Douluo, Bibi Dong felt no fear. Inwardly, she chuckled. Since they have come, I shall collect some interest first, to prevent Xian Daolu from pursuing her again. Bibi Dong continued to flee ahead, retracting her external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, and intentionally slowing her pace. Had she maintained her previous speed, she would have easily distanced herself from the 2 title Douluo, who, while not weak, could not match her dual martial spirits, Feng Shue and Feng Ling. Believing Bibi Dong was fatigued and slowing down, felt elated, pouring all their energy into the chase, determined to capture her and bring her back to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong arrived at the banks of a river, placing the bewildered Tang Yuan beneath a small tree. "Child, I will return shortly. Wait here obediently for me." After setting up several layers of soul power around Tang Yuan to ward off any approaching soul beasts or ill-intentioned individuals, she proceeded to the riverbank, awaiting the arrival of Feng Shue and Feng Ling. Before long, the 2 figures appeared before Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing them, she smiled and said, "Ah, it is the esteemed Feng Shue and Feng Ling Douluo. Where is Feng Yun Douluo?" Feng Shue coldly retorted, "Holy maiden, why have you not fled? Surely you lack the strength to do so now. It would be best to surrender peacefully and return with us to the spirit hall, awaiting the great offering's judgment." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong burst into laughter. Surrender? With just one at level 90 and another at level 91? The 3 illustrious Douluo, Feng Yun, Shuling, and Feng Ling, are intricately bound as triplets, possessing formidable martial soul fusion techniques. Should all 3 unite, I fear I may find it challenging to cope. However, if it is merely the 2 of you, I advise you to contemplate your actions carefully. Do not risk your own lives. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the wind spirit Douluo could not contain his fury. "Bibi Dong, do you not fear your own hubris? You, a traitor of the spirit hall, merely a soul Douluo. Do you think you still hold the lofty status of a saintess?" Bibi Dong replied with a cold smirk, "Saintess? I have no desire for such titles. If that is the case, let the 2 of you serve as the first stepping stones in my revenge against the spirit hall." With that proclamation, Bibi Dong summoned her martial soul. A colossal phantom of the Death Spider Emperor manifested behind her. 8 spider legs, sharp as swords, exuded a chilling aura of bloodlust. 8 soul rings illuminated. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The domain of the god of slaughter. A palpable killing intent enveloped Bibi Dong, who unleashed the god of slaughter domain before the battle even commenced. Unwilling to yield, the wind and snow Douluo also summoned their martial souls, and 2 identical azure giant bird phantoms appeared behind them. The powerful wind attribute reverberated as 9 soul rings, arranged in optimal configuration, soared into the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura of a title Douluo. This was the martial soul of the swift wind spirit sparrow. As triplets, Feng Yun, Shuling, and Feng Ling shared identical martial souls, each awakening with innate soul power of level 6. They were agile attack-type soul masters, harmoniously connected in battle, capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique. Thus, despite their individual levels barely surpassing 90, united, they could contend with a title Douluo of level 95. 5th soul skill, Swift Wind Harvest. 5th soul skill, Swift Wind Harvest. The 2 title Douluo wasted no time, unleashing their formidable 10,000-year soul skill. The wings of the swift wind spirit sparrow gathered razor-sharp wind blades, striking towards Bibi Dong from either side, cutting off her escape route. 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, executing her 3rd and 4th soul skills in quick succession. Her 4th soul ring glowed, and countless purple-black spikes erupted from her body, while her purple shell thickened without hindering her speed. The accompanying poisonous thorns were deadly. Simultaneously, her 3rd soul ring activated, and the Death Spider Emperor's massive jaws opened wide, releasing a deep purple web infused with toxic gas that spread towards her opponents, expanding rapidly as it spiraled towards the wind and snow Douluo. As the wind and snow Douluo closed in, the wind blade struck Bibi Dong's thorn spider armor, creating sparks. A massive web descended from above. In the wind and snow Douluo scoffed, a mere parlor trick. In that instant, both the wind and snow Douluo swiftly turned. The swift wind spirit sparrow tilted its body, and the wind blades severed the web, scattering its remnants like starlight. Soul-devouring spider emperor. Bibi Dong bellowed, summoning her second martial soul. A dark green spider web pattern emerged on her forehead, and a gigantic green spider emperor phantom appeared, replacing the death spider emperor. A shimmering emerald light enveloped her, sprouting 3 pairs of dark green spider legs from her back, while her arms transformed into similar green spears, her lower body completely shrouded in a layer of emerald light. Dual martial souls? The wind and snow Douluo were taken aback, astonished. The existence of Bibi Dong's dual martial souls was known only to Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji within the spirit hall. Thus, witnessing this revelation left them utterly shocked, akin to being struck by a colossal wave. 6th soul skill, eternal creation. Before they could react, Bibi Dong unleashed her powerful 6th soul skill from her 10,000-year soul ring. In an instant, as the wind and snow Douluo stood close, 2 emerald sides rose simultaneously, crossing to form a colossal green cross-shaped wave that threatened to strike them down. The wind and snow Douluo exclaimed in unison, "Not good." Without time to react, they could only hastily defend themselves, shouting, "Martial soul true form." As their words fell, the 7th soul rings of the swift wind spirit sparrow glowed, and it surged into the bodies of the wind and snow Douluo. A blue light enveloped them, significantly enhancing their defenses, yet they were ultimately struck by eternal creation. The wind and snow Douluo staggered back a few steps, and the wind Douluo solemnly remarked, "What a saintess! I never imagined you possessed dual martial souls, concealing your power so deeply. No wonder you were so audacious. Yet do you truly believe that with your dual martial souls, you can defeat us?" Bibi Dong retorted coldly, "Whether you can or cannot, you shall soon find out for yourselves." Noticing her calm demeanor, the wind Douluo felt a twinge of panic and demanded, "What do you mean?" Before Bibi Dong could respond, the wind spirit Douluo suddenly changed his expression, gravely stating, "Elder brother, something is amiss. There seems to be an unshakable injury within me." "What?" the wind Douluo exclaimed, examining himself closely, discovering a soul power within him that incessantly devoured his life force. Bibi Dong spoke indifferently, "This is the effect of my 6th soul skill, once struck. Even with the martial soul true form and enhanced defenses, unless you are a deity, you will never heal. Bibi Dong, cease your treacherous words." The wind Douluo, feeling the torment within, shouted angrily. Turning to the wind spirit Douluo, he urged, "Third brother, do not heed her. Try to use your soul power to dispel it." Following the wind Douluo's advice, the wind spirit Douluo attempted to heal the injury with his soul power, noticing that the green aura diminished slightly upon contact. "Elder brother, it's truly effective," he exclaimed joyfully. However, before he could finish his sentence, the wind spirit Douluo's countenance shifted again. Realizing that while his soul power could dispel the injury, the green aura seemed endless. For every bit he dispelled, 3 more would arise, clinging to him like a parasite. At this moment, the wind Douluo was equally alarmed, ignoring the wind spirit Douluo's plight, gathering all his soul power to drive away the terrifying green energy. As moments passed, both the wind and snow Douluo turned pale, their conditions nearing exhaustion. The wind spirit Douluo, overwhelmed, cried out, "I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Elder brother, save me please." Yet the wind Douluo paid no heed to his brother's pleas. He was barely able to protect himself, let alone save another. Desperation consumed the wind spirit Douluo, and disregarding his injuries, he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Saintess, saintess, I was blind to my folly. I beg for your mercy. I will serve you faithfully, never daring to defy your commands." Bibi Dong gazed at the two impassively, her voice devoid of emotion. "It is futile. The will of the Rakshasa cannot be defied by mere mortals." 3rd soul skill, Spider Demon Summon. As her command echoed, layers of dark green radiance spread from beneath her feet, accompanied by sounds of earth breaking. From the ground emerged countless emerald poison spiders, each about half a meter in diameter, summoned by Bibi Dong, crawling toward the wind and snow Douluo in a dense swarm. "Ah, Bibi Dong, you shall not have a peaceful death. Even in death, I will not spare you. Bibi Dong, you merciless woman, the spirit hall will avenge us." Bibi Dong's expression remained indifferent, devoid of joy or sorrow. As she gazed upon the myriad of dark green poison spiders engulfing both the snowstorm Douluo and the wind spirit Douluo, feeling the soul power and vitality being drawn from their bodies. After a while, the dark green poison spiders receded like a tide, revealing two desiccated corpses, the snowstorm Douluo and the wind spirit Douluo. Bibi Dong looked at them, waved her hand, and their bodies disintegrated into dust, swept away by the wind, vanishing from existence. Following this, Bibi Dong's complexion turned somewhat pale. She dared not linger, hastily retreating into the woods. Approaching the tree beneath which Tang Yuan lay peacefully, Bibi Dong smiled gently, intending to step forward. Just then, she caught sight of a shadow behind the tree, and her heart sank in alarm. In a swift motion, she dashed forward, channeling her soul power to embrace Tang Yuan. "Who goes there?" Bibi Dong demanded. The surroundings fell silent, offering no response. As she circled around the tree, she discovered a blood-soaked young man in a green robe collapsed beside it, evidently gravely injured. Bibi Dong frowned, her voice cold. "What a bother." Chapter 6, Xiao Han. On the Douluo Continent, in the depths of the southern region, lies a mountain range stretching for 1,000 miles known as the Netherworld Ridge. This place, adorned with lush forests, cascading waterfalls, and towering cliffs, harbors countless powerful spirit beasts. Despite its enchanting scenery, the local populace regards it as the domain of death. Anyone who dares to approach shall be devoured by mortality, their souls extinguished. At the foot of the Netherworld Ridge, beside a lake called Jade Mirror Lake, stands a manor known as the Spirit Manor. Though its name may induce trepidation, it shares the same beautiful vistas as the Netherworld Ridge, melodious birdsong, fragrant blossoms, and the gentle murmur of clear springs, often enveloped in ethereal mists, accompanied by intoxicating melodies from bamboo flutes. Xiao Han had stirred quite the commotion upon his return. Bibi Dong sat in the main seat of the Spirit Manor's front hall, listening to the melodious flute, letting out a long sigh. "Shall I inform the Grand Elder?" inquired a youth beside her, clad in golden armor, whose androgynous appearance bore a delicate beauty, the voice soft and lilting, reminiscent of a woman's. This individual was Ju Douluo Yuegwan, a rank 91 title Douluo, whose martial soul was the wondrous sky-soaring chrysanthemum. The Grand Elder he mentioned was none other than Xiao Han, whom Bibi Dong had referenced earlier. After Bibi Dong had slain the snowstorm Douluo and the wind spirit Douluo, she encountered Xiao Han, who lay gravely injured beneath the tree, on the brink of death. Initially reluctant to intervene, she was moved by the child in her arms, feeling compelled to perform a good deed so that the child might grow up free from calamity. By a twist of fate, Bibi Dong saved Xiao Han. As time passed, Bibi Dong noticed that after her first encounter with Tang Yuan, her disposition and character had softened significantly, no longer shrouded in darkness. After rescuing Xiao Han, Bibi Dong intended to leave, but Xiao Han insisted on repaying her kindness, expressing a desire to accompany her. In a few exchanges, he revealed his background. It turned out that Xiao Han was from the Xiao family of the Tiando Empire, a once prominent noble lineage. While their strength was negligible in the eyes of the Spirit Hall, they were formidable among ordinary spirit masters. However, over 30 years prior, the Xiao family had a visitor, an old friend of the family head, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a second elder of the Spirit Hall. For a family like the Xiaos, having ties to the Golden Crocodile Douluo was a rare honor, earning them the utmost respect. Unfortunately, in a moment of indiscretion, the family head revealed the existence of an 80,000-year-old spirit bone passed down through generations. That very night, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, intent on seizing this treasure and ensuring that no one learned of his actions, annihilated the entire Xiao family. Xiao Han, who was attending school at the time, narrowly escaped. Upon hearing of the tragedy, he rushed home only to find his family utterly decimated, his heart plunging into despair. After searching extensively, he discovered a distant uncle who, due to his martial soul, had miraculously survived long enough to relay the events before passing away. Xiao Han vowed to avenge his family, dedicating himself to cultivation, aspiring to confront the Golden Crocodile Douluo one day. Blessed with exceptional talent, he possessed innate level 8 soul power and inherited the powerful Tianxin Biyu Xiao martial soul, ultimately attaining the rank of title Douluo over 30 years later. Aware of the Golden Crocodile Douluo's formidable strength, he trained for another decade, reaching the pinnacle of rank 95 title Douluo. At this point, he felt ready to confront his nemesis, using his martial soul to control several title Douluos from the Spirit Hall, hypnotizing them into luring the Golden Crocodile Douluo out of Spirit City. However, unbeknownst to him, After absorbing the spirit bone, the golden crocodile Douluo had elevated his power to the pinnacle level of 98 title Douluo. After an intense battle, Xiao Han was ultimately defeated, fleeing with injuries and collapsing behind the tree where Bibi Dong found him. In truth, Xiao Han was no fool. He trusted Bibi Dong and revealed his entire background because, just before losing consciousness, he witnessed 2 title Douluos from the spirit hall pursuing her. Initially, he believed they were sent by the golden crocodile Douluo to hunt him down. However, upon hearing their mention of Bibi Dong's name, it became clear that this woman was the holy maiden of the spirit hall, possessing twin martial souls and exceptional talent. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why the spirit hall sought her demise. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He recognized Bibi Dong's potential and, despite her current lack of strength, believed she would soon surpass him. Moreover, having saved his life, he felt inclined to ally with her, convinced that she was someone capable of aiding him in his quest for vengeance. At that time, Bibi Dong had already envisioned establishing a support system for Tang Yuan. Aware that Xiao Han would not seek revenge on the golden crocodile Douluo until he reached rank 98 title Douluo, and recognizing his considerable strength, she invited him to help build the spirit manor, offering him the position of Grand Elder, second only to herself. Sighing, Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. Let him stir up trouble. He has contributed significantly to this mission. For now, I shall allow him his antics. Alas, at his age, he lacks the demeanor of a true strongman. Zhu Douluo chuckled. The Grand Elder is carefree by nature, enjoying the world as it is. It is only natural. The maidens of our manor hold him in high regard, constantly seeking ways to draw near him. The Grand Elder, in turn, finds himself at a loss, as those maidens have become notably more diligent in their cultivation to win his favor. At this moment, on the opposite side of Bibi Dong, there stood another individual, his complexion pale and his eye sockets deeply sunken. Although his appearance seemed withered, his eyes shone with brilliance. Clad in black armor, he was none other than Ghost Douluo, Gui Mei, a rank 91 title Douluo with the martial spirit of ghostly charm. Both Gui Mei and Yu Guan had stealthily escaped from the spirit hall upon hearing the urgent pursuit order for Bibi Dong. Terrified by the news, they, once her devoted subordinates, promptly deserted the spirit hall and followed the path of Bibi Dong's flight. After 6 months, they finally located her sanctuary. By the time they found Bibi Dong, she had already commissioned the construction of this secluded paradise. Their unwavering loyalty moved her deeply. In her quest to ensure Tang Yuan's healthy development, Bibi Dong resolved to fortify this haven, thereby guaranteeing his safety, and thus permitted Gui Mei and Yu Guan to remain as protectors of this estate, known as the Spirit Mountain Manor. In addition to Bibi Dong, the manor had its esteemed elder, Xiao Han, and 2 great protectors, Gui Mei and Yu Guan, along with a cadre of Soul Douluo and Soul Saints. Various powers within the vicinity of the Nether Ridge had been brought under Bibi Dong's command. Aside from these formidable forces, only a handful of Soul Master Guards and miscellaneous servants remained. At this juncture, a flash of azure light swept through, accompanied by a gentle breeze, heralding the arrival of Xiao Han in the main hall. Upon seeing him, the others noted his expression of palpable relief. Bibi Dong teased, "Why the weary visage? The illustrious elder of the Spirit Mountain Manor, how many maidens have you serenaded today?" Xiao Han wore a bitter smile and replied, "I must inform you, my lord. The young ladies here are ever so idle that I dread returning to the manor. Please, assign me a task post-haste." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of your cleverness. Many would covet the opportunity you have." The girl's incessant attention towards Xiao Han was not entirely unfounded, despite being over 60. His formidable strength and high soul power lent him the appearance of a refined man in his 30s, a fact that captivated many a blossoming heart. However, a pressing matter awaited resolution. Though she initially intended for Yu Guan to undertake the task, Xiao Han's eagerness necessitated his undertaking of yet another journey. Bibi Dong continued, "There have been hindrances in the advancement of our operations in the Star Luo Empire. I require you to lead a contingent there. Choose your personnel wisely and depart the day after tomorrow. Remember, do not reveal yourself initially. Let your subordinates handle the arrangements. Only intervene if you encounter a title Douluo level obstruction." Xiao Han affirmed, "Understood." With that, he exited the hall to prepare for the mission. After his departure, Bibi Dong reflected on the affairs of the Spirit Mountain Manor, which were crucial for future intelligence and resources vital to Tang Yuan's growth. Unbeknownst to her, Bibi Dong had undergone profound changes. Since accepting the legacy of the Rakshasa, or rather, since Qian Xuanji's actions, her heart had been consumed by hatred distancing even her own daughter. Yet, encountering Tang Yuan reignited feelings within her, bringing forth hope. Despite the relentless pull of the bloody, merciless legacy, each time she felt herself slipping, visions of Tang Yuan's small figure and warm smile would surface, guiding her back. Though the reasons behind these changes eluded her, the Rakshasa legacy persisted. Nevertheless, for Bibi Dong, the presence of Tang Yuan symbolized hope and warmth, rendering all else insignificant. 2 years had elapsed since the perilous pursuit by Qian Douluo, during which Bibi Dong had faced the trials of the Rakshasa and acquired her 9th spirit ring, a divine gift exceeding 10,000 years. Chapter 7. 4 years later one morning, Bibi Dong summoned Xiao Han and his entourage, gathering them in the main hall. After imparting crucial instructions, she bid them farewell as they departed the manor, returning to her duties. A trace of fatigue etched across her features. The manor was still in its infancy, requiring her direct involvement in many matters. Before long, a youthful voice rang out, "Mama." "Mama." Bibi Dong snapped back to attention and beheld a small figure running toward her, unsteady yet eager, trailed closely by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. "Careful, little ancestor. Do slow down," Yu Guan urged, fearing he might stumble. The small figure, a remarkably charming boy with starry eyes and a delicate blue-haired visage, approached. This was none other than Tang Yuan, the child Bibi Dong had rescued from Qian Xuanji's secret chamber 2 years prior. At that time, upon awakening, Xiao Han had mistaken the infant in Bibi Dong's embrace for her own child, only later learning the truth of his origins. Bibi Dong had affectionately named him Little Seven, a moniker reminiscent of his previous life's name, a whimsical choice prompted by the coincidence that it was the 7th day since their meeting. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong felt the icy barriers within her heart melt away. A gentle smile illuminated her face as she stepped forward, enveloping him in her embrace, exclaiming, "Little Seven, what brings you to find your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled softly and planted a kiss on Bibi Dong's cheek, exclaiming, "Mom, Little Seven is chasing butterflies in the garden." At this moment, due to the slumber of his memories, Tang Yuan's thoughts mirrored those of a child his age. Bibi Dong reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Tang Yuan's forehead and playfully scolded, "You little rascal, playing until you're drenched in sweat. Aren't you tired?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied with a smile, "Not tired at all. I still wish to chase after the little butterflies. Bye-bye, Dong." Observing the disheveled appearances of Gue Mei and Yu Guan who had returned with Tang Yuan, couldn't help but chuckle. "You may not be weary, but you've certainly exhausted Uncle Yu Guan and Uncle Gue." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan laughed. "Not at all, not at all. It brings me great joy to play with Xiao Qi." He turned to old Gue and added, "Isn't that right?" Gue Mei nodded, a somewhat stiff smile gracing his face, and replied, "Indeed." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Mom, look. Uncle Yue Guan and Uncle Gue Mei aren't tired at all. Why don't you come and play with me?" Bibi Dong smiled apologetically and replied, "I'm sorry, Xiao Qi. Mommy has been quite busy lately. How about we play together after some time?" Recently, she had spent little time with Tang Yuan due to her cultivation reaching a critical stage, and the trials of the Rakshasa goddess inheritance were nearing their conclusion. She could not spare the time and had to rely on Yue Guan and Gue Mei to look after Tang Yuan. As for Xiao Han, he was even more diligent, often telling Tang Yuan stories late into the night to help him sleep. Although Tang Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment at Bibi Dong's apology, he was quite sensible for his age and did not wish to burden her, so he nodded and smiled. "All right. It's a promise. Let us hook pinkies." Bibi Dong smiled with relief. "It's a promise. Let us hook pinkies." Time swiftly passed, and 4 years went by in the blink of an eye. During these years, the spirit hall developed steadily, with little change day by day. Xiao Han was still often surrounded by the ladies, but fortunately, many of them were preoccupied with tasks outside the manor, allowing him some respite. He frequently sought opportunities to explore the movements of the spirit hall. Compared to the previous tumultuous times, the situation had calmed considerably. Yue Guan and Gue Mei still took every chance to spar with Xiao Han, and he had now reached the esteemed rank of a titled Douluo at level 90. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had advanced further, attaining the pinnacle of level 95, not far from level 96. Outside of the spirit manor, the martial world was relatively tranquil, but rumors circulated about the sighting of the Haotian Douluo in a small town called Nodding City, located in the southwestern Fasno province of the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had turned 6 years old, and the following day, Bibi Dong would take him to a nearby village for his martial soul awakening. In the main hall of the spirit manor, Bibi Dong sat at the head and inquired, Yue Guan, have you gathered the information? When will the Spirit Hall's Soul Master arrive in Haishi Village? Yue Guan, seated at her left, responded, I have learned that tomorrow morning, a Soul Master named Glorine from the Southern Fire City will arrive in Haishi Village. Bibi Dong nodded. It's fortunate that although Haishi Village is remote, the Spirit Hall is quite meticulous in their arrangements, still sending Soul Masters to awaken the children as martial souls. Otherwise, we would have had to take Xiao Qi to Southern Fire City. Goemei interjected, Master, why not let Xiao Han take Xiao Qi? After all, he is from the Spirit Hall. Though just a Soul Master, I fear there may be unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Yue Guan added, Indeed, Master, perhaps we should seize some awakening stones from the Spirit Hall and perform the awakening ourselves. That would be far more secure. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. No need for trouble. The Spirit Hall poses little threat to me now. I am merely concerned for Xiao Qi's safety. There must be no room for error. Despite her words, Bibi Dong felt uncertain. She was well aware of the Spirit Hall's formidable foundation. In terms of title Douluo alone, they significantly outmatched her side. Moreover, the awakening stones were firmly in the Spirit Hall's grasp, with only the 7 major sects having access. Had she known to procure some back then, she would not have forgotten them now. Bibi Dong continued, her expression one of resignation. Yue Guan shrugged and said, Who would have thought? Neither I nor old Gue anticipated this. If only we had brought a cartful. Goemei pondered for a moment, fully aware of Bibi Dong's terrifying strength, which had become unfathomable after years of cultivation and the Rakshasa god's inheritance. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Xiao Han, on the other hand, raised his hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, I can do it. I can take Xiao Qi. His primary motivation was to escape the distractions of the manor, even if just for a day. Bibi Dong shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, No need. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, asking, Why not? It's a short journey. We can return in a day without worry. Bibi Dong shook her head. I'm mainly concerned that you might lead Xiao Qi astray. Observing Xiao Han's carefree demeanor, Bibi Dong worried that Tang Yuan might turn out the same way. Yet, she mused, at least he would not struggle to find a wife. This sentiment resonated with every mother. At this, the others in the room stifled their laughter, finding the scene quite comical. Xiao Han glanced around with a piercing gaze, and everyone promptly straightened up, silently acknowledging. The Grand Elder has grown stronger. He is not to be trifled with. Just then, Tang Yuan burst into the hall, calling out, Mom, Mom, Mom. Upon entering, he noticed many people present and felt a bit embarrassed for having rushed in unannounced, unaware that they were in discussion. Fortunately, everyone present were his uncles and aunts, who had always doted on him. Feeling somewhat bashful, Tang Yuan greeted them, and they all smiled and nodded in return. He then ran up to Bibi Dong. As Tang Yuan leaped into her embrace, Bibi Dong smiled gently and said, You little rascal, didn't you see that Mommy and your uncles and aunts were in the middle of a discussion? You can't just barge in like that. Tang Yuan chuckled, Mother, I can hardly contain my excitement. Will you take me to awaken my martial soul tomorrow? Bibi Dong nodded with a smile. Indeed, therefore you must retire early tonight, and we shall set off at dawn. Tang Yuan nodded and said, Mother, I have awakened my martial soul. Am I not as formidable as all the esteemed uncles and aunts? At that moment, a ghost hand Douluo in the arena chuckled and replied, Young master, your innate talent is extraordinary. The martial soul you have awakened will undoubtedly surpass even ours. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, Is that truly the case? Uncle Ghost Hand, you mustn't deceive me. Uncle Ghost Hand chuckled helplessly and replied, Young master, I assure you, I would never resort to deceit. Tang Yuan's heart brimmed with joy as he turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, Mother, do you agree? Observing his eager anticipation, Bibi Dong found him endearing and replied with a smile, Indeed, our little 7 will surely awaken a formidable martial soul. Tang Yuan inquired, Mother, will my awakened martial soul resemble yours, a formidable spider? Hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, as Tang Yuan was not her biological child. Thus it was illogical for him to awaken a martial soul akin to hers. While she pondered how to respond, Tang Yuan continued, Mother, I read in a book that a child's martial soul has a high probability of inheriting that of their parents. Is this true? Bibi Dong sighed inwardly and replied, Little 7, it is also possible for it to be a mutated martial soul. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Indeed. Yet I still desire a magnificent spider, much like my mother. The matter of Bibi Dong's dual martial souls was known only to Yu Guan, Goemei, and Xiao Han. The others from the spirit hall, including Tang Yuan, remained unaware of this fact. Therefore, what Tang Yuan typically encountered was merely one of Bibi Dong's martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor. After Tang Yuan finished speaking, he inquired, "Mother, tomorrow when I awaken my martial soul, will I be able to receive a name? A name that includes both a surname and a given name." Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan, reminiscing about when he was 3 years old and had approached her with the question of why everyone else had names and surnames, while he was merely referred to as Little Seven. She gently stroked Tang Yuan's head, indulging him with an explanation that she wished to bestow upon him a name connected to his martial soul, thus requiring him to wait until his 6th year when his martial soul would awaken. Tang Yuan was filled with unwavering belief, and for several years, he eagerly anticipated the awakening of his martial soul. Now that the day had finally arrived, how could he contain his excitement? In truth, Bibi Dong secretly cherished the name Little Seven. If all went as expected, and Tang Yuan awakened the Haotian hammer, then the name Little Seven would be the only one that truly belonged to her. In the near future, when he eventually found his biological parents, what would he mean to her? As Bibi Dong gazed tenderly at Tang Yuan in her arms, she gently caressed his head and smiled softly, saying, "All right. Tomorrow, when Little Seven awakens his martial soul, Mother will give him a name." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan was filled with immense joy and, thoroughly content, returned to his chamber to rest. Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan's retreating figure, a profound sense of reluctance washing over her, and she let out a soft sigh from the depths of her heart. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. The following day, Tang Yuan rose at dawn, instinctively dressed himself, and, after enjoying breakfast, arrived early in the main hall to await the others. Before long, Bibi Dong, accompanied by Yue Guan and Gue Mei, entered the hall. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt into Bibi Dong's embrace. Observing his exuberant demeanor, Bibi Dong found it amusing and inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, No, Mother, let us depart quickly." Bibi Dong gently helped him arrange his clothes and softly remarked, "Xiao Qi, now that you have awakened your martial soul, you are an adult. You must not be so impulsive any longer." Tang Yuan chuckled softly, "Mother, I am aware." Bibi Dong extended her slender fingers, reminiscent of tender green shoots, and gently tapped Tang Yuan's forehead, exclaiming helplessly, "Oh you." Holding Tang Yuan's small hand, Bibi Dong exited the grand hall, and together they boarded a moderately sized carriage. The carriage was not ostentatious, yet it exuded an air of elegance. With a crack of the whip, the coachman urged the spirited horses, which neighed loudly as they set off westward, the wheels rolling smoothly as they soon departed from the confines of the Death Spirit Manor. Inside the carriage, Tang Yuan's curiosity surged. He leaned eagerly against the window, gazing at the surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. Everything appeared novel, prompting joyful exclamations as he urged Bibi Dong to join him in observing the sights. Witnessing Tang Yuan's exuberance, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt. Due to her rigorous training over the years, her time spent with Tang Yuan had dwindled, and she had never taken him beyond the confines of the Death Spirit Manor. A 6-year-old child, akin to a canary confined within a cage, despite Bibi Dong's meticulous care and her desire to offer him the world. It seemed as though Tang Yuan was her entire universe. Even Qian Ruxue paled in significance compared to Tang Yuan in Bibi Dong's heart. Yet, in this moment, Bibi Dong could not shake the feeling that she had been somewhat unfair to Tang Yuan. After an hour had passed, the carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Haishi village. "Wait here," Bibi Dong instructed the coachman as she and Tang Yuan disembarked. The coachman replied affirmatively, "Yes." Approaching the village entrance, they spotted a familiar figure clad in blue standing at a distance, who seemed to recognize them and waved enthusiastically while calling out, "Mother, it's Uncle Xiao." Tang Yuan exclaimed with surprise and delight, not expecting to encounter Xiao Han here. Bibi Dong paused, realizing that Xiao Han had arrived early to wait for them, which explained his lack of protest when she had previously denied him permission to come. It appeared that Xiao Han had indeed been intimidated by the throngs of charming individuals at the manor. Tang Yuan released Bibi Dong's hand and joyfully ran towards Xiao Han, calling out, "Uncle Xiao." Upon seeing Tang Yuan approach, Xiao Han effortlessly lifted him above his head, laughing, "Our little title Douluo has arrived." It seemed that Tang Yuan genuinely held affection for Xiao Han. Thus, it appeared that Bibi Dong was quite concerned about Tang Yuan and Xiao Han leading each other astray. Nevertheless, it was best to have him around, as it would provide an additional layer of assurance. The three of them entered the village together, Bibi Dong remarked. Continuing like this is not a viable solution. It would be wiser to find someone sooner rather than later to avoid unnecessary disturbances. However, Xiao Han replied, at present, my sole focus is on enhancing my strength, developing the spirit hall of the dead, and swiftly eliminating that scoundrel, Golden Crocodile. I have no desire for anything else. Hearing this, Bibi Dong refrained from further persuasion. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, Tang Yuan was no longer as exuberant as before. He had quieted down, holding Bibi Dong's hand tightly. Observing his surroundings with a mix of curiosity and trepidation upon seeing many unfamiliar faces. Noticing his demeanor, Bibi Dong affectionately patted his head and offered him a gentle smile. Haishi village was modest in size, an inconspicuous part of the dozens of villages under the jurisdiction of Nanhua City. Nevertheless, it still attracted soul masters from the spirit hall, who came to awaken the martial souls of the village children, although not a single child with soul power had emerged in the past decade. The trio arrived at the entrance of the spirit hall in the village. Rather than a traditional hall, it resembled a larger classroom, where several children were already waiting. Upon noticing newcomers, they craned their necks to get a better look. Look, there's a blue-haired boy. He is quite handsome. Indeed, he resembles a girl. Humph. What a coward. He needs an adult by his side. Who is he? He doesn't seem to be from the village. A group of children chattered excitedly, their eyes fixed on Tang Yuan as they exchanged their observations. Upon encountering a child of similar age, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy and wished to approach and forge a friendship. However, the gazes of the onlookers seemed fixed upon him, as though they were whispering amongst themselves, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He sought refuge behind Bibi Dong, peering cautiously into the interior of the spirit hall. At that moment, an elderly man approached and inquired, "Good day, may I ask who you are?" Bibi Dong turned to face him and replied, "I am Dong Li, here on the recommendation of a friend, bringing the child to awaken his martial soul." She employed a pseudonym, deliberately concealing their true identities. Although she harbored no fear of the spirit hall, attracting unwanted attention could lead to considerable trouble and pose a potential threat to Tang Yuan's safety. The elder, who was the village chief, observed the opulence of Bibi Dong and her companions and was perplexed as to why they would come to this remote mountain village to awaken a martial soul. Yet, he dismissed his curiosity, for the individual who had introduced them had generously offered him 10 gold soul coins, which delighted him for several days. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the village chief exclaimed, "Ah, so you are Lady Dong Li. I am aware of this matter. Is it this child who is to awaken his martial soul?" He gestured towards Tang Yuan. Bibi Dong nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed. What a delightful child. Please, come inside," the village chief beckoned. Tang Yuan glanced at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Go ahead. Your mother is waiting for you outside the door." Tang Yuan nodded and entered the spirit hall alongside the village chief. After sitting for a while within the hall, the children no longer glanced at him, and feeling somewhat embarrassed to initiate a conversation, he merely occupied a chair and surveyed his surroundings. Before long, the spirit master arrived at the hall. The moment he entered, Tang Yuan's attention was immediately captivated, and he scrutinized the newcomer closely. The spirit master appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a mustache that added to his imposing demeanor. Clad in a white uniform complemented by a black cloak, he bore a soul emblem the size of a fist emblazoned at the center of his chest, signifying his affiliation with the spirit hall. A faint air of pride glimmered in his eyes as he surveyed the room, seemingly unfazed by the familiar scene. Every year around this time, he would visit Blackstone Village to awaken the soul of its children. However, his gaze momentarily lingered on Tang Yuan. The village chief greeted the spirit master, who responded with a nonchalant nod before unrolling his satchel to reveal 2 items, 6 dark spherical stones and a dazzling blue crystal orb. Once preparations were complete, the spirit master positioned himself at the front and calmly announced, "I am Groen, a level 24 battle soul master and your guide today. I shall oversee your soul awakening ceremony. Please form a line and approach one by one for the ritual. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens." Upon hearing Groen's words, the children instinctively arranged themselves into a long line, with Tang Yuan taking his place at the end. Groen arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagon on the ground, signaling for the first child to step within. The child, visibly anxious, approached hesitantly. Groen reassured him, "There is nothing to fear. Close your eyes and focus." With that, Groen extended his right hand, and a golden radiance enveloped him. From the palm of his hand, a knight's sword materialized, appearing rather ordinary, much like a common longsword from a blacksmith's forge, its silver blade adorned with a few intricate patterns. Subsequently, two luminous rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around him, one white and the other yellow, both brilliantly radiant. The child standing within the hexagon of black stones gazed in awe at Groln's spirit and the wondrous transformation before him, his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. Tang Yuan observed the scene before him with a sense of detachment. After all, it was commonplace for the inhabitants of the Spirit Mountain Manor to reveal their martial spirits during training. He had witnessed many such manifestations, each far surpassing the knight's sword martial spirit that was currently on display. Groln continued, "This is my martial spirit, the knight's sword. In the future, should you have the opportunity to become a spirit master, you will possess abilities akin to mine." Upon hearing this, the children's faces lit up with anticipation, as though they had already become spirit masters themselves. Groln swiftly extended his hands, infusing 6 faint golden rays into the 6 black stones on the ground. In an instant, the golden light erupted, and the stones emitted a soft golden glow, enveloping the child standing in the hexagonal formation. The child, who had previously appeared astonished, gradually regained composure. Standing there in a daze, golden specks of light began to drift from the black stones, resembling a sky full of fireflies, slowly merging into the child's body. Suddenly, the child's form began to tremble lightly, as if a powerful force sought to break free. "Extend your right hand," Groln instructed. The child instinctively opened his palm. And at that moment, all the golden specks burst forth, causing the child to tremble as a delicate blue grass materialized in his hand, swaying gently. The child gazed at Groln, uncertain and bewildered. Groln recognized the plant. It was called blue silvergrass, commonly found along the roads. He sighed and said, "This is blue silvergrass, a plant-type martial spirit. Aside from its tenacious vitality, it possesses no other remarkable abilities. It is the standard form of a useless martial spirit." "Master, can I still become a spirit master?" the child asked timidly, his voice tinged with disappointment. Groln shook his head, replying, "It is highly unlikely. Nevertheless, let us measure your soul power." Hearing that his hopes of becoming a spirit master were all but extinguished, the child felt a pang of sorrow, nearly brought to tears. Groln, accustomed to such scenes, offered no comfort. It seemed that each individual was destined to a certain fate, much like Groln himself, who, having reached middle age, possessed only a soul power of level 24, likely never to attain the rank of soul venerable. Placing a blue crystal ball before the child, Groln added, "Concentrate and retract your martial spirit into your body. Summon it with intention next time, and then place your right hand upon the ball." After much effort, the child finally managed to draw the blue silver grass back into himself and followed Groln's instructions, placing his right hand upon the crystal ball. Moments later, the ball remained unchanged, prompting Groln to sigh. As expected, without soul power, you cannot become a spirit master. The child lowered his head in disappointment, pouting as he reluctantly stepped aside. Subsequently, 5 more children approached for their martial spirit awakenings. Their martial spirits varied. Some manifested farming tools, others a black stone, and some, like the previous child, also revealed blue silvergrass. Among the 5, only one child exhibited soul power, a young boy who awakened a wooden stick martial spirit, possessing innate level 1 soul power. Though his soul power was low, suggesting limited potential, it was a source of consolation that he had qualified to become a spirit master. As anticipated, Groln invited the boy with the wooden stick to join the spirit hall, to which the boy responded with overwhelming joy and immediate acceptance. The other 4 children, however, clearly lacked soul power, thereby forfeiting their chances of becoming spirit masters. By the time the first 6 children had completed their martial spirit awakenings, Groln appeared somewhat pale, likely due to the excessive use of his soul power. When it was Tang Yuan's turn, Groln, despite his fatigue, instructed him to stand in the center of the hexagonal arrangement of stones. As Groln infused his soul power once more, a soft golden glow emerged anew. Tang Yuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. "I wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken. How warm it feels." Tang Yuan felt a surge of golden light enveloping his body, as if he were immersed in the embrace of the warm sun, an indescribable sensation of comfort and elation. A wave of warmth permeated every corner of his being, and he distinctly sensed a formidable power awakening within his mind. Suddenly, a heaviness and slight swelling emerged in his head, startling Tang Yuan. Before he could react, a multitude of images flooded his consciousness, each scene flashing before him in an instant, embedding themselves deeply in his mind, rendering every detail vividly clear. I remember now, Tang Yuan exclaimed internally. A potent mental force filled his mind, gradually alleviating the peculiar sensations in his head. At that moment, he recalled everything: the orphanage of his past life, the kind matron, the gates of the underworld, Meng Pe, the yin and yang messengers, the demonic invasion, and the mysterious pages of scripture. Everything became lucid. Even the contents of every book he had ever read in his previous life were etched in his memory with striking clarity. At that juncture, the warm energy coursed through every part of Tang Yuan's body, seemingly shattering something within him, as all the warmth surged towards the palm of his right hand. Groan, who had appeared somewhat fatigued, suddenly brightened, for he distinctly observed a powerful and intense aura emerging from the golden light. The golden specks were even more numerous than all the children combined, filling him with excitement as he sensed a formidable martial soul was about to manifest. For a soul master of Groan's caliber, it was unlikely he would ever attain the rank of Soul Douluo through conventional means. However, if he could awaken a child with a strong martial soul and persuade them to join the Martial Soul Hall, a promotion and raise would be within reach. Instinctively, Tang Yuan raised his right hand, and two beams of light, one black and one white, danced and intertwined, each containing elements of the other, tightly entwined. A peculiar scroll materialized in the palm of his hand. Groan, taken aback, inquired, "What kind of martial soul is this? It seems unrecorded." Tang Yuan gazed intently at the peculiar scroll, an inexplicable phrase surfacing in his mind, the Book of Life and Death. Sensing a slight tremor in the palm of his left hand, he instinctively clenched it, silencing the subtle disturbance. He remained unaware of the cause, yet his instincts urged him that this entity should not be revealed at present. This Book of Life and Death, a manifestation of a martial soul, resembled a tome adorned in golden hues. Its cover and back were resplendent in gold, embellished with dark azure cloud patterns on the front and a vibrant depiction of white waves on the back, symbolizing the convergence of heaven and earth. However, the inner pages were distinct, with the sunlit side in white and the shadowed side in black. At that moment, a phrase echoed in Tang Yuan's mind. The Book of Life and Death delineates yin and yang. The yang determines life, while the yin adjudicates death, encapsulating the cycle of existence and predestined fate. Curiously, Tang Yuan felt an unaccountable sense of frailty emanating from this martial soul, far from the formidable power he had anticipated. He recalled the moment before the wheel of reincarnation, when a page from the Book of Life and Death fused into his being. Could this weakness stem from an incomplete soul? Tang Yuan subtly shook his head, casting aside the clutter of thoughts in his mind. Now that his memories had awakened, having lived 2 lives, he was no longer the naive 6-year-old he once was. However, the sudden influx of information was overwhelming. He needed time to digest it thoroughly and to adjust to his new state. Otherwise, the stark contrast between his current self and his past would inevitably cause concern among his family. Noticing that Tang Yuan had regained his composure, Glorine gestured for him to place his right hand upon the crystal ball. The moment his palm made contact with the azure orb, his body trembled violently. To his astonishment, he felt an immense gravitational pull emanating from the crystal, as if a force within him had found an outlet and surged forth uncontrollably. Tang Yuan attempted to break free, but found himself ensnared by the powerful attraction. He thus calmed himself, attuning to the changes within his body. "My heavens, this is innate full soul power," Glorine exclaimed. Outside the hall, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han, having heard her cry, rushed inside, only to witness the radiant blue crystal ball illuminating the entire spirit hall with an intense brilliance. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Is this innate full soul power?" Bibi Dong, equally surprised, replied, "No, this is not innate full soul power." Xiao Han, perplexed, asked why not. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the crystal ball. She recognized that this could not be innate full soul power because she herself possessed it. When her own soul power had awakened, its glow had never been as dazzling as Tang Yuan's. However, she recalled that Qian Rinshue's awakening had been even more formidable, leading her to speculate that while Tang Yuan's soul power might not reach level 20, it certainly surpassed level 10. The cultivation of a soul master encompasses numerous facets. Yet 2 elements decisively determine their ultimate potential: opportunity and innate talent. While opportunity remains unaddressed here, one must acknowledge that a favorable talent also constitutes a form of opportunity. Talent is bifurcated into 2 categories: the form of the martial soul and innate soul power. a powerful martial soul, such as those of the Haoyan clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, or the Seven Treasured Glazed Tile School, is embodied in their formidable martial forms, the Haoyan Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, ensuring that their future achievements will be nothing short of remarkable. The second aspect pertains to innate soul power. The extent of one's innate soul power dictates their postnatal cultivation speed. If the crystal ball detects even a faint glimmer, congratulations, you possess soul power, albeit meager. It signifies the potential to become a soul master. However, your cultivation speed will mirror that faint glimmer, exceedingly slow. The highest innate soul power is level 10. Termed innate full soul power, representing the swiftest cultivation pace conceivable. Level 9 follows, and while the disparity between levels 10 and 9 can be mitigated through diligent effort, opportunities, and external factors, the uncertainty of success remains. Moreover, the greater the gap in innate soul power levels, the wider the chasm, diminishing the likelihood of bridging that divide. Evidently, Tang Yuan's innate soul power was extraordinary. As Bibi Dong surmised, Tang Yuan possessed innate level 15 soul power, rather than level 10. This was later confirmed when Bibi Dong returned to the Spirit Hall and retested Tang Yuan's soul power. Under normal circumstances, he would have been expected to have innate level 20 soul power, akin to Qianren Shua. Considering that the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death was not inferior to the divine, gifted six-winged angel martial soul. However, the Book of Life and Death was merely the remnants of its true form, which accounted for the reduction of 5 levels in his innate soul power. As Tang Yuan felt the pull of the crystal ball dissipate, he gradually withdrew his right hand, the brilliance fading away. He sighed in relief. Just then, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed through the hall, prompting everyone to glance at the crystal ball. To their astonishment, it was covered in a web of cracks. And with a resounding explosion, the blue crystal ball shattered, scattering fragments across the floor. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and apologetically said, "Yes, I am truly sorry, master. I have damaged your crystal ball. How much shall I compensate you?" Groan, still entranced by the brilliance of Tang Yuan's innate soul power, only regained his senses after being called twice. He replied, Oh, no need for compensation, dear child. What is your name?" "Tang Yuan Dao, master." "My name is Xiao Qi." Groan I, "Xiao Qi, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Though Tang Yuan was unaware of the true nature of the Spirit Hall, he refrained from inquiring further and instead turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall was benevolent or malevolent, it held little significance for him. What truly mattered was his mother's perspective. Bibi Dong regarded him with a gentle smile, only to shake her head shortly thereafter. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, turned around, and addressed Glorine with sincerity. "I apologize, master, but I have no desire to join the Spirit Hall. I appreciate your kind offer." Glorine, taken aback, cast a glance at Bibi Dong, yet undeterred, probed further. "May I ask why?" "Within the Spirit Hall, individuals of your extraordinary talent can access the finest resources. With such formidable support, you could swiftly ascend to greatness." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I do not know the reason, but my mother is unwilling for me to join, so I shall not." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong, who stood behind, was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with profound emotion, and her eyes involuntarily became moist. Glorine expressed some disappointment, sighing softly, "Very well, if you ever change your mind, you may come to find me in Nanhua City. I am a soul master from the Nanhua City Spirit Hall, and my name is Glorine." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Very well, Master Glorine." After the awakening of his martial spirit, Tang Yuan did not exhibit the joy that Bibi Dong had anticipated. Instead, he appeared somewhat subdued. Even as Xiao Han recounted amusing tales by his side, Tang Yuan found himself lacking in interest. Bibi Dong, feeling a sense of concern, inquired, "Little Seven, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Yuan regained his composure and smiled gently. "Mother, I am fine, just a bit fatigued." Bibi Dong felt relieved, offering a faint smile as she affectionately ruffled his hair. She then instructed the driver to hasten their pace, eager to return to the Spirit Mountain Manor swiftly. It was not that Tang Yuan was physically exhausted. Rather, he was occupied with sorting through the memories that emerged in his mind. He pondered the striking figure of the blue-haired, blue-eyed woman he had seen at the moment of his birth. She was clearly not his current mother. Yet where had she vanished to? Why had she abandoned him? Regrettably, at the time of his birth, his past life's memories lay dormant, leaving his intellect akin to that of an ordinary newborn. Consequently, The events that transpired afterward eluded his recollection, save for the memories of his upbringing in the Spirit Mountain Manor. After much contemplation, Tang Yuan ultimately found no answers. He decided to cast aside the tumult of his thoughts and cease his internal conflicts. He mused, regardless of circumstances, in this life, I have found a splendid refuge. Even though I am not her biological child, she has treated me with a kindness that surpasses that of a birth mother. What reason do I have to be troubled? She is, without a doubt, the most significant person in my life. As for my biological parents, if fate permits, we may reunite in the future, however. Regardless of the outcomes, my mother will always remain my mother. With this resolution in mind, he glanced at Bibi Dong and silently vowed that he would not allow the person who had cared for him so tenderly for 6 years to suffer even the slightest harm. Bibi Dong, sensing his gaze, turned to him and, noticing the glimmer of moisture in his eyes, inquired with mild surprise, Xiao Qi, what troubles you? Tang Yuan's heart trembled as he suddenly leaped into Bibi Dong's embrace, softly uttering, Mother, thank you. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Tang Yuan's unexpected gratitude stirred her emotions. The little one who used to cling to her, playing with butterflies, had now grown up. With a tender smile, Bibi Dong affectionately patted Tang Yuan's head, saying, Silly child, why speak of thanks to your mother? Hearing these words filled Tang Yuan with an overwhelming warmth, causing him to linger in Bibi Dong's embrace, reluctant to rise. Despite having awakened his martial soul, he still sought comfort from his mother. Bibi Dong teased him, and seeing Tang Yuan in such a state brought her immense joy, no matter how much Xiao Qi grew or how far he ventured. He would always remain her little Xiao Qi. In truth, Tang Yuan was not merely seeking affection. He was on the verge of tears, which he desperately suppressed. His reluctance to move stemmed from the fear of Bibi Dong noticing his reddened eyes and the dampness threatening to spill over, a thought that felt utterly embarrassing. Chapter 10. The truth of the past. Seated in the carriage, Tang Yuan inquired, Mother, can one only possess a single martial soul? Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were momentarily taken aback by this question, subsequently asking, Xiao Qi, why do you ask? Tang Yuan extended his left hand, gradually spreading his fingers, and remarked, I sense that I possess another martial soul. As he spoke, a black hammer materialized in the palm of his left hand. Both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were taken aback by the appearance of this hammer, exclaiming in unison, the Haotian hammer. Bibi Dong felt a mixture of astonishment and an unsettling sense of inevitability, inwardly acknowledging, as I suspected, it is indeed true. Xiao Qi is truly the child of Tang Hao. Observing Bibi Dong's contemplative expression, Xiao Han could surmise her thoughts and let out a silent sigh. Though it was an anticipated revelation, seeing it come to fruition, he still hoped that Bibi Dong would not be disheartened. Tang Yuan first appeared astonished upon seeing the two, followed by a profound silence, as if sensing something peculiar. He then inquired, Mother, Uncle Xiao, do you recognize this hammer? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, acknowledging that the inevitable had arrived. Gazing at the child who had been her companion for 6 years, the one who had affectionately called her mother for so long, her heart was filled with reluctance. Nevertheless, little Seven deserved to know the truth. It was his right. Mother, what is the matter? Tang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Although he was already aware that Bibi Dong was not his biological mother, he could perceive the turmoil within her. The thought of hearing the truth directly from her lips was daunting for him, and he was even more concerned about her ability to accept it. Tang Yuan chuckled and remarked, This is merely a little hammer. I suppose many people possess one. It is only natural that Mother knows Uncle Xiao. Mother, I am feeling quite hungry. Could you prepare some braised pork for me when we return home? Not comprehending Tang Yuan's inner thoughts, Bibi Dong's mind was in turmoil. Upon hearing Tang Yuan express his desire for her homemade braised pork, she instinctively replied, certainly. Xiao Han found it somewhat peculiar. Tang Yuan seemed to be diverting the topic, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Could it be that he had already discovered he was not Bibi Dong's biological child? Such a notion seemed implausible, for Tang Yuan was merely 6 years old. How could he possibly grasp such matters? As he pondered this, he heard Tang Yuan cheerfully inquire, Uncle Xiao, regarding what you mentioned about your time at the Soul Master Academy, is it true that a little child awakened a pig martial spirit? Xiao Han quickly regained his composure and responded, Indeed, that child was not overweight. It was merely when the martial spirit manifested. As Xiao Han continued, he became increasingly animated, recounting several amusing anecdotes that left Tang Yuan in fits of laughter, unable to straighten his back. Suddenly, Xiao Qi interjected. Tang Yuan chuckled incessantly, noticing Bibi Dong calling him. While playfully bantering with Xiao Han, he inquired, "Mother, what is it?" Bibi Dong smiled gently, stroking Tang Yuan's head, and said, "Let me tell you the tale of the Haotian hammer," and were momentarily taken aback by her words, their previously carefree smiles gradually solidifying into expressions of concern, as if the very air around them had come to a standstill in that fleeting instant. With a gaze filled with indulgence, regarded and slowly continued, on the Douluo Continent, there exist 7 prominent sects, which are further categorized into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sections. The lower 4 sects comprise the White Tiger sect, the Wind Sword sect, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, while the upper 3 consist of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, and the Haotian sect. Upon mentioning the Haotian sect, could not help but reflect on the moment he had unveiled his hammer martial soul, recalling how both and had instinctively uttered the words Haotian hammer. Continued, this tale unfolds within the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect boasts 4 powerful affiliated families: strength, break, agility, and control, with the direct disciples of the sect possessing strength that surpasses even these 4 esteemed families. The previous generation's sect master had 2 sons, the elder, who currently serves as the sect master, and the younger, renowned as the youngest title Douluo in history. At this juncture, could not help but harbor disdain for, thinking to herself, "If only I had not withheld the information, you would not have had the opportunity to shine." She continued, "Both and are prodigies, having established significant reputations in the martial world at such a tender age, a feat largely attributed to their martial souls. It is undeniable that the martial souls inherited by the direct disciples of the Haotian sect, namely those of and, are revered as the most formidable attacking martial souls in existence. The 2 brothers have flawlessly inherited the legacy of the Haotian sect's martial soul, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers." With a sigh, concluded her narrative. Tang Yuan's heart quivered, and he instinctively inquired, "Mother, is there martial spirit?" Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is the Haotian hammer in your left hand." Tang Yuan's heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, his mother spoke up. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and continued, "Unfortunately, Tang Hao's life was not as smooth as everyone imagined. The Spirit Hall has announced the discovery of a 100,000-year soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor." Upon hearing the name, an inexplicable pain surged within Tang Yuan's heart. Bibi Dong went on, "This Blue Silver Emperor is a 100,000-year soul beast that is transformed. Once a soul beast takes human form, it is akin to a rebirth. Although their cultivation speed surpasses that of ordinary humans, all the power accumulated over those 100,000 years is lost, necessitating a fresh start. At that time, the Blue Silver Emperor had not yet regained her former strength and was still relatively weak. After learning of this revelation, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiao, set out with several subordinates to capture the Blue Silver Emperor. They spotted her in a village, only to discover that she had married Tang Hao and had born a child. When Xiao found the Blue Silver Emperor, she was already 10 months pregnant with their second child. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued between Tang Hao and Xiao in the canyon. Remarkably, Tang Hao, who had just reached level 90 and had yet to obtain his 9th spirit ring, managed to severely injure Xiao, who had been a title Douluo for many years, far surpassing Tang Hao in power. Even Xiao's subordinates were at the title Douluo level, yet despite the disparity in strength, Tang Hao inflicted substantial damage on Xiao and his men. However, he too sustained grave injuries. For reasons unknown, after giving birth to their second child, the Blue Silver Emperor chose to perform a sacrifice for Tang Hao. Tang Yuan's gaze grew vacant as he muttered the term sacrifice. Bibi Dong explained, "A sacrifice is when a 100,000-year soul beast willingly burns its life force to become a spirit ring for the chosen. Once a sacrifice is made, the soul beast perishes, with 100% certainty of dropping a 100,000-year soul bone." The Blue Silver Emperor chose to sacrifice herself for Tang Hao, granting him his 9th spirit ring. This event plunged Tang Hao into despair, igniting his fury and enabling him to defeat Xiao and his subordinates. As a result, one of Xiao's men was killed and another gravely injured, their life force drained, leaving only Xiao to flee back to the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's mind drifted back to those fateful events, and she continued, "Upon Xiao's return to the Spirit Hall, he sent someone to take advantage of Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor's absence to abduct Tang Hao's second child, hiding him away in a secret chamber. Meanwhile, The holy maiden of the spirit hall, seeking vengeance, killed Qin Xuanji and discovered the child in the secret chamber. She then took him away from the spirit hall, ultimately arriving at the Netherworld Ridge, where she established the Necromancer Manor. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan could no longer remain oblivious to the truth of the matter. Yet, hearing it from Bibi Dong's lips left his thoughts in a tumultuous state. Xiao Han, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but sigh. Bibi Dong paused, summoning immense courage before saying, "Xiao Qi, you." Tang Yuan came to his senses and asked Bibi Dong, "Mother, in the story you mentioned, Tang Hao's second son is me, correct?" Both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were taken aback by his words. Gazing into Tang Yuan's exceptionally clear eyes, Bibi Dong let out a sigh. Remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding in affirmation, Tang Yuan remained silent for a considerable time, while Bibi Dong felt an intense unease within her heart. Would Xiao Qi, upon discovering her true lineage, resolve to seek out her biological parents? And what would become of her own identity in this equation? Suddenly, Tang Yuan broke into a mischievous grin, reminiscent of his playful demeanor in days gone by, and exclaimed, "Mother, you are weaving tales to deceive me again." Bibi Dong was taken aback. His words caught her off guard. In a moment of urgency, she hastily clarified, "No, Xiao Qi, mother is not lying." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure shifted before her, and Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming softness and warmth in her embrace. Tang Yuan suddenly threw himself into Bibi Dong's embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks. Struggling to steady his trembling voice, he softly uttered, "Mother, I love you. You will forever be my mother in Xiao Qi's heart." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her emotions. She enveloped Tang Yuan in a tight embrace and wept, "Good child, my precious child, I love you too. You are the one I cherish the most, Xiao Qi. Please do not leave me. You are all I have." Tang Yuan lifted his head, extended his small hand, and wiped away the tears from Bibi Dong's cheeks. Smiling as he said, "Mother, Xiao Qi will never leave you." Bibi Dong nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. As she gently wiped the tears from Tang Yuan's little face, Tang Yuan suddenly broke into a smile and jested, "Mom, don't cry. You look like a big, colorful cat when you do." Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong immediately ceased her tears and smiled faintly. She pinched Tang Yuan's chubby cheek and playfully scolded, "You little rascal, growing up to tease your mother now, are you?" Tang Yuan chuckled softly and remarked, "Mother, isn't there someone watching? Be cautious of your authority as the lord of the manor. If it crumbles in Uncle Zhao's heart, he may cease to heed your commands." Bibi Dong, unable to suppress a bitter smile at his words, replied, "Let it collapse then, if he refuses to follow my orders. I shall have the maids of the manor keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he does not leave." Xiao Han silently lamented, "O heavens! Why must I always be the one to suffer?" The heavens replied, "Because you failed to cast your vote of recommendation." Chapter 11. Night Hunt. At the Abyssal Ridge on the Douluo Continent, in the Fastno province, lies the Holy Soul Village. Outside this village, there exists a forest, rarely traversed by human feet, yet on this day, a lone figure ventured into its depths. This was a tall man, draped in a tattered brown cloak, beneath which lay a weathered visage, marked by a thick beard at his temples and unkempt hair cascading over his shoulders, with a few stray strands falling here and there. A fierce scar marred his face. As he wandered through the woods, the sound of water reached his ears, guiding him to a waterfall. Amidst a flourishing patch of flowers, he found a clearing where a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently in the breeze. Approaching this plant, the man gazed at it with deep affection, lowering himself to tenderly stroke its leaves. "Ain, I have come to see you," he murmured softly. A gentle breeze caressed the blue-silver grass, causing it to sway as if greeting him. With moist eyes, the man continued, "Ain, do you not blame me? I am but a useless man. I failed to protect you and our child." The blue-silver grass emitted a soft blue glow, its leaves reaching out slightly to brush against the man's cheek. Observing this, he became somewhat agitated, exclaiming, "Is it true? Ain, you do not blame me, but I blame myself. Rest assured, once I find our child, I shall come to you." Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he gazed skyward, speaking to himself, "Let us speak of joyous matters. Ain. Xiao San has gone to the Nodding City Martial Soul Academy. I visited him recently. The boy seems to have changed significantly and has made friends. And Ain, there is a little rabbit by Xiao San's side, much like you. Do you think, when he grows up, he too will be like us? Ain. I shall not allow our tragedy to repeat itself with Xiao San." As he continued his monologue, he opened his right hand, summoning forth a black hammer as his martial soul. Had Tang Yuan been present, he would have been astonished, for this hammer resembled his own. The man let out a self-deprecating laugh, saying, "What a so-called number 1 assault-type martial soul. Yet I cannot even protect the one I cherish." At that moment, the black hammer trembled slightly, as if disagreeing with his words. He chuckled again. "Your disagreement is indeed justified. There are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. It is my own inadequacy, Ayin. Fear not, I shall ensure no one harms Xiao San again. From now on, let me collect some interest from the spirit hall." It was not until nightfall that the man departed, making his way out of the forest. This man was none other than the Haotian Douluo, Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, in the far south of the Douluo Continent, within the abyssal ridge, the moonlight graced the earth, illuminating the dense woods, casting a faint azure glow upon the myriad of trees. Beside a small river, a campfire flickered to life, around which sat several figures, 3 adults and 1 child, engaged in conversation. These were Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. Upon returning from the Blackstone village to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong procured a larger soul power testing crystal ball to confirm that Tang Yuan possessed an innate soul power of level 15. She also imparted extensive knowledge regarding innate soul power and martial souls, astonishing Tang Yuan with the revelation of her own martial souls: the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. After a night's rest, the following day, after dinner, Bibi Dong accompanied Tang Yuan to the Abyssal Ridge to obtain his first soul ring, joined by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Initially, it was merely Yu Guan and Gue Mei who intended to take Tang Yuan on a soul ring hunting expedition, but Bibi Dong insisted on accompanying him, declaring that as a mother, she could not miss her son's first soul ring. Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy and anticipation, eager to acquire his very first soul skill. As for his name, on the journey back to the spirit hall, Tang Yuan had insisted that Bibi Dong bestow one upon him. Although he remembered his previous life's name, he preferred the name given by Bibi Dong, for in this life, she was the one who granted him a new beginning. Upon understanding the function of Tang Yuan's martial soul, Bibi Dong declared, "Little 7. The Haotian hammer is the inherited martial soul of the Tang family from the Haotian sect. We shall use Tang as your surname. As for your life and death book martial soul, since life is the origin of existence, we shall name you Yuan. Thus, your name shall be Tang Yuan." Ironically, the name bestowed by Bibi Dong was identical to that of his previous life. Even the characters were the same. Tang Yuan was somewhat taken aback, yet he concealed his surprise. He pondered whether his mother would feel disheartened if he bore the surname Tang. Thus, he inquired, "Why do we not share the same surname as mother?" Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and replied with a smile, "Mother herself is unaware of her family name. She entered the spirit hall at a very young age." Tang Yuan, however, remarked, yet Bibi Dong discerned his innermost thoughts and smiled gently. "Little 7, one must not forget their roots. After all, you carry the bloodline of the Haotian clan within you. Regardless of what name you bear, you shall always be my little 7. Unless there comes a day when you no longer wish to be my child." Tang Yuan was both moved and sentimental as he gently spoke. "Mother, how could Xiao Qi ever abandon you? Never." The Ghostly Ridge, as its name suggests, is home to a plethora of spectral soul beasts, predominantly active during the night. Thus, under the cover of darkness, the 4 ventured into the Ghostly Ridge, seeking a water source where they could establish camp before proceeding with their exploration. At that moment, by the flickering campfire, Bibi Dong was enlightening Tang Yuan about various aspects of soul masters and the realm they inhabit. While she held a deep affection for Tang Yuan and possessed ample strength to safeguard him, she was also a devoted mother who refrained from indulging him entirely. Her aspiration was for Tang Yuan to grow into a formidable soul master, equipped with the prowess to protect himself and those he cherished, even in her absence. Tang Yuan, in his previous life, was an avid learner. In this new incarnation, he has been reborn as an ordinary individual, cultivating an even greater thirst for knowledge. The existence of soul masters in this world is remarkably novel to him. At this moment, he rests his chin on his hand, fully engrossed in Bibi Dong's narration. The warm glow of the campfire casts a rosy hue upon his face, rendering him exceptionally charming. Bibi Dong continues to enlighten Tang Yuan about various precautions to take while hunting for soul rings in the forest, such as how to preserve food while camping in the wild, how to construct a campsite to ward off soul beast attacks, and methods to protect against and manage toxins from poisonous soul beasts. Observing his attentive demeanor, Bibi Dong feels a sense of satisfaction. Upon concluding her discourse, she inquires, "Xiao Qi, do you understand?" Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before posing numerous inquiries regarding various considerations. Upon hearing his questions, Bibi Dong elaborated meticulously, ensuring he comprehended the nuances fully and retained them in his heart. Concerned that he might not remember, she proceeded to ask several common yet intricate questions, to which Tang Yuan responded with remarkable fluency, leaving no room for error. Observing Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself that her son was indeed intelligent, grasping the essence with but a single explanation. Once this session concluded, Bibi Dong imparted further knowledge about soul beasts, such as the absorption limits of soul rings, optimal configurations for soul rings, and how to discern the lifespan of soul beasts. As she spoke of these matters, a nostalgic gleam surfaced in her eyes, for much of this wisdom stemmed from one individual, Master Yu Xiaojang. It was only when the moon reached its zenith that Bibi Dong concluded her extensive lesson for Tang Yuan. After all, the knowledge within the realm of soul masters is boundless, not to be mastered in a brief period. Even with Tang Yuan's remarkable intellect and photographic memory, it was impossible for him to grasp everything in a single night. It required continuous reflection, accumulation, and diligent practice. At this moment, as darkness enveloped the night and the winds howled, it was the perfect time for a hunt. Tang Yuan and his 3 companions departed from the camp, venturing deep into the dense forest, gradually approaching the territory where the soul beasts roamed under the moonlight. Bibi Dong inquired, "Little 7, what attribute do you desire for your first soul ring?" Drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan replied, "Mother, my life and death ledger leans towards supportive and control attributes. I would prefer a soul ring with soul power attributes for my first." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts as well." At that moment, Yu Guan suddenly cautioned, "Be careful." The 4 heightened their vigilance, forming a defensive stance as shadows danced among the trees and a chilling aura permeated the air. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed. A dark figure streaked through the night sky, charging directly at Tang Yuan. Bibi Dong emitted a cold snort, summoning the Death Spider King, her 9 soul rings illuminating with a menacing aura that spread like a sea of blood. The group soon discerned the creature before them, a bloodthirsty demon wolf. Its body a deep crimson, towering in stature, its red fur billowing in the wind. Now observing Bibi Dong and her companions with deep green eyes, Yu Guan narrowed his brows, stating, "A 3,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon wolf is unsuitable for little 7. I'll put an end to it." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. With a sharp command, Yu Guan unleashed his extraordinary celestial mushroom chrysanthemum martial soul, his 9 soul rings glowing brightly. In an instant, the 5th soul ring radiated with brilliance. The 5th soul skill, Hurricane Ascendant, Gathering of Cold Blossoms, was activated. As the words left his lips, the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum released a flurry of petals, swiftly forming a tornado that surged toward the bloodthirsty demon wolf. An aura of danger enveloped the surroundings, igniting an overwhelming fear within the wolf. With a fierce howl, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of acrid bloodlust that surged forth to meet the petal tornado. Yet, how could the strength of a mere 3,000-year-old beast compare to that of a tidal Douluo? The blood wave was swiftly devoured by the petal cyclone, which continued unabated until it reached the wolf, expanding ominously in the creature's fearful gaze, ultimately engulfing it entirely. In a matter of moments, the petal tornado dissipated, revealing the mangled corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, from which a purple soul ring slowly ascended. Bibi Dong stated coolly, "Let us depart. This soul ring is too high in age and unsuitable for little 7. As the group turned to leave, Tang Yuan's life and death ledger martial soul suddenly erupted forth, casting a black light that enveloped the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Bibi Dong and the others were taken aback, puzzled by Tang Yuan's martial soul's unexpected manifestation. However, they were soon struck with astonishment, for within the perception of Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and ghostly charm, the resentment that had once pervaded the air around the bloodthirsty demon wolf diminished significantly beneath the shroud of that black light. Tang Yuan, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Mother, what is happening?" Bibi Dong, regaining her composure, asked, "Little 7, is it true that your martial soul can absorb resentment?" Tang Yuan expressed his confusion, questioning, "Is this sensation known as resentment? I only perceive that the Book of Life and Death has absorbed some unsettling and fearsome energy, and it seems that my soul power level has slightly increased." Yu Guan exchanged glances with Gui Mei and remarked, "If that is indeed the case, then Xiao Qi's martial soul will likely not be influenced by the resentment when absorbing the spirit ring." This means he can transcend the age limit for absorbing spirit rings. Chapter 12. The first spirit ring. Regarding the age limit for absorbing spirit rings, Tang Yuan had heard Bibi Dong explain that when a spirit ring is absorbed, not only is powerful energy drawn into the martial soul, but one is also affected by the intense resentment emanating from the spirit beast's death. Thus, if one exceeds the allowable age limit for absorbing a spirit ring, two unfortunate outcomes may ensue. One could either succumb to an overwhelming energy surge, leading to an explosive demise, or the resentment could infiltrate the body, impairing consciousness, resulting in a mild state of idiocy or, in severe cases, being consumed by the resentment, leading to mental collapse and death. In terms of energy absorption from spirit rings, Tang Yuan was notably stronger than most. During his childhood, Bibi Dong continuously nurtured his meridians with soul power, and at the beginning of each month, she would prepare rare, gentle medicinal baths to refine his body. Consequently, Tang Yuan's physique was far more robust than that of his peers, achieving the physical strength equivalent to that of a level 10 beast martial soul battle master even before awakening his martial soul. What was most enviable was that Tang Yuan's physical prowess required minimal training. Bibi Dong had laid a solid foundation for him from a young age, ensuring that as his soul power level increased, so too would his physical strength. Naturally, given that the Book of Life and Death could absorb the resentment from spirit beasts upon their demise and convert it into soul power to nourish Tang Yuan, and considering his body's capacity to exceed the energy absorption from spirit rings, he could potentially disregard the age limit of spirit rings. However, due to the current level of Tang Yuan's soul power, the Book of Life and Death could not purify all the resentment, only a portion of it. The strength of his body to accommodate the energy from the spirit ring was similarly limited. Overall, Tang Yuan could not entirely overlook the age limit for absorption at this moment, although his capacity exceeded that of an ordinary person significantly. Nonetheless, as his soul power level continued to rise, the absorption and purification of resentment, along with the strength to contain energy, would see substantial enhancement. According to Bibi Dong and her companions' calculations, Tang Yuan's first spirit ring could exceed an age limit of 423 years, essentially reaching around 600 years. It was as if the heavens had aligned perfectly. Just as one felt parched, rain would fall, and when weary, a pillow would be presented. While everyone was still inspecting the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, a sharp cry pierced the air as a shadow descended from the sky, landing atop a nearby treetop. The group looked up to see a massive bat, its hind claws standing upright like human feet, its forewings unfurled, casting a shadow with a span of 6 meters. Its eyes glowed red, fixated on the bloodthirsty demon wolf's remains, resembling a harbinger of doom. Yuguan sneered. A mere 600-year-old blood-sucking spirit bat dares to be arrogant. It is just perfect as Xiao Qi's first spirit ring. With that, Yuguan leapt forward, charging at the blood-sucking spirit bat. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the bat to realize the gravity of its situation. It let out a piercing shriek and spread its wings, attempting to flee. Yet, Yuguan would not grant it such an opportunity. He unleashed a formidable soul skill, swiftly bringing the bat crashing to the ground. Bibi Dong pointed at the blood-sucking spirit bat and instructed Tang Yuan, Xiao Qi, observe this blood-sucking spirit bat. Its wingspan is approximately 6 meters, and its age is roughly 600 years. For every additional 100 years, the wingspan increases by 1 meter. However, this type of spirit beast has a low innate talent, typically maxing out at 10,000 years and not exceeding 20,000 years. This particular blood-sucking spirit bat is right at the 600-year mark. Deliver the final blow, and you can absorb the spirit ring. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the immense bat, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. After all, throughout his past and present lives, he had never taken a life. As he accepted the dagger handed to him by Bibi Dong, a hint of hesitation flickered across his expression. Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and spoke earnestly, "My son, in this world, each individual must take responsibility for their own life. If you do not slay it, you shall not grow in strength, and in the future, you may fall victim to other soul beasts or be vanquished by more formidable soul masters. They will show you not an ounce of compassion." Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, a flicker of clarity crossing his mind. Finally, he nodded slightly and, gripping the dagger, approached the blood-sucking spirit bat. Just as he was about to strike, Bibi Dong suddenly called out to Tang Yuan, halting his advance. Tang Yuan turned around and inquired, "Mother, what is the matter?" Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and replied, "Little Seven, you must prioritize your safety when absorbing the spirit rings. If anything seems amiss, I will intervene immediately. Do you understand? Being interrupted while absorbing a spirit ring could result in severe injuries at best, or the complete loss of one's spirit power at worst. Bibi Dong firmly believed that even if Tang Yuan's aspirations of becoming a spirit master were dashed, she could never allow him to be in peril. Tang Yuan, after listening, chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, mother. With that, he took a deep breath, his gaze reflecting unwavering resolve. Gripping the dagger firmly, he elegantly thrust it forth, piercing the neck of the blood-sucking spirit bat with a swift motion. The bat let out a sorrowful wail before instantly succumbing to its fate, as a brilliant yellow soul ring slowly ascended from its lifeless body. Tang Yuan, drawing upon his acquired knowledge, unleashed his martial spirit, gradually channeling his soul power towards the luminous soul ring above him. The moment his soul power made contact with the ring, a formidable surge of resentment erupted, flooding into Tang Yuan's mind. Emotions of sorrow, unwillingness, rage, and hatred inundated his consciousness, rendering his visage pale. Bibi Dong softly commanded, focus your mind on the Dantian and consolidate your soul power. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuan immediately exerted control over the book of life and death. A profound black light radiated forth, enveloping Tang Yuan's mind. The malevolent aura of the blood-sucking spirit bats seemed to encounter a formidable adversary, suddenly giving rise to a palpable sense of fear. Subsequently, the black light pressed deeper into Tang Yuan's consciousness, gradually devouring the vengeful energy of the bats. After consuming 30% of it, the remaining 70% of the malice was dispelled by Tang Yuan's soul force. At this moment, the energy from the soul ring surged into Tang Yuan's limbs and bones, its magnitude causing his meridians to slowly expand, while numerous fissures began to manifest within them, increasing in number with each passing moment. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He focused his mind, guiding his soul power through various acupoints and meridians. As the soul power nourished him, his meridians gradually calmed, beginning to absorb the energy from the soul ring. At that moment, the book of life and death emitted a shimmering white light, enveloping Tang Yuan and gradually merging into his being, intertwining with the previous black glow. A tremendous vitality surged forth from the white light, flowing throughout Tang Yuan's body. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to being immersed in cool spring water on a scorching summer day, or wrapped in the warmth of the sun during a biting winter. In short, the sensation was indescribably pleasant. With the infusion of the white light, his meridians were instantaneously restored to their original state, and even more resilient and expansive than before. At this juncture, the white light fused with the energy of the soul ring, transforming the previously tumultuous and unruly energy into a state of profound tranquility and gentleness. In no time, it was entirely absorbed by Tang Yuan. Under the anxious yet astonished gazes of Bibi Dong and the others, Tang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, releasing a powerful aura that sent a gust of wind swirling around him. Bibi Dong hastily approached and inquired, Little Seven, how do you feel? Tang Yuan chuckled, Mother, I have succeeded. I have acquired my first soul ring, a remarkable 600 years. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Heavens! A 600-year first soul ring, unprecedented. Truly unprecedented. Seeing that Tang Yuan had successfully absorbed the ring, Yu Guan's previously anxious heart finally found ease, and he felt considerably lighter. He then jested, Old ghost. You ought to consider our little Seven's extraordinary talent. He is not someone of ordinary caliber. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted among the crowd. Bibi Dong took Tang Yuan's hand and inquired, Little Seven, allow Mother to see your soul ring. Tang Yuan nodded and summoned the book of life and death, from which a brilliant golden soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, radiating a dazzling light. Upon witnessing the deep hue of the century-old yellow soul ring, Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction with a nod and inquired, Little Seven, what is your first soul skill? Tang Yuan Dao, my first soul skill is named Soul Snatch. Regrettably, it is not a soul skill pertaining to soul power attributes. Its efficacy lies in diminishing a single enemy's attack, defense, speed, and endurance by 20% across all attributes, while simultaneously bestowing upon myself half of the attributes reduced from the enemy. This enhancement lasts for 10 minutes, and during its effect, this soul skill cannot be utilized again. Every 10 levels, its potency increases by 10%, with a maximum limit of 50%. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, Not bad. A 600-year soul ring is significantly more powerful than the usual 100-year soul ring. and it excellently inherits the absorption capabilities of the blood-sucking spirit bat. Tang Yuan smiled and said, "By the way, mother, this soul skill of mine can disregard the enemy's level." "What did you say?" "Bibi Dong, Yuan," and Gue Mei exclaimed in unison. Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, for instance, regardless of whether my opponents are soul kings, soul emperors, or even titled Douluos. When I employ soul snatch against them, I can diminish their physical capabilities by 20% and subsequently absorb 50% of that enhancement for my own benefit." Bibi Dong and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the sheer audacity of such a power. Yuan then spoke, "Little Seven, would you kindly demonstrate your first soul skill on Uncle Yuan?" Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, is that not rather unwise?" Yuan shook his head and replied, "It matters not, let us test its power." Tang Yuan nodded in affirmation. Upon his words, the first soul ring of the death register suddenly illuminated, a surge of black radiance erupting forth, mysterious as the light of the netherworld, enveloping Yuan in an instant. Yuan felt an immediate weakness coursing through his body, followed by a brilliant white light emanating from him, which retreated and surrounded Tang Yuan within its luminous embrace. Sensing the changes within himself, Yuan swiftly maneuvered, directing his soul power towards a nearby tree, distinctly aware that both his speed and soul power had noticeably diminished. Observing this, Tang Yuan mirrored Yuan's actions, channeling his soul power towards another tree. Bibi Dong and Gue Mei stood by, watching intently. Based on their perception of Tang Yuan's aura, they discerned that his speed, attack, defense, and other physical capabilities had ascended to the level of a 30-something soul sovereign. While Yuan's physical functions had indeed declined by 20%, Bibi Dong nodded in approval, greatly satisfied with Tang Yuan's first soul skill, and addressed him, "All right, Little Seven, retract your martial soul. According to your martial soul's nature, you may pursue a path of control or support in the future." Tang Yuan nodded, taking a moment to truly appreciate the formidable power of the soul-reaping force before retracting the book of life and death with his mind. Bibi Dong inquired further, "Little Seven, what is your current level of soul power?" Tang Yuan sensed the soul power within him and remarked, "Mother, my current soul power is at level 18. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong and her companions were taken aback by the revelation. Could this truly be the result of a 600-year soul ring? In an instant, his soul power had surged by 3 levels. After discussing various methods to consolidate one's soul power, the group finally commenced their return to the camp. While formidable soul rings could indeed provide immense energy and significantly elevate one's soul power level, a relentless pursuit of rapid enhancement is not without its drawbacks. Thus, Bibi Dong elaborated on the disadvantages of hasty advancements and cautioned Tang Yuan to ensure that his cultivation of soul power was both solid and substantial, as this would lay a strong foundation for his abilities. Tang Yuan held his plans firmly in his heart. He intended to diligently consolidate his current soul power level over the coming month. Chapter 13, The Yin-Yang Qi Refinement Technique. After acquiring his first soul ring, Tang Yuan was filled with unparalleled joy. Upon returning to the camp, his excitement lingered for an extended period, proving difficult to quell. With the soul ring secured, the group dismantled the camp and journeyed back to the Spirit Mountain Manor. Upon arriving at the manor, dawn was nearly upon them, with wisps of violet mist adorning the horizon. Once back in his quarters, Tang Yuan's exhilaration remained unabated, rendering him unable to sleep. Thus, he decided to follow the meditation techniques imparted by Bibi Dong. During his meditation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled an ancient text he had perused in the orphanage during his past life, which detailed the qi refinement methods of ancient alchemists. As Tang Yuan reflected meticulously, the contents of that book appeared vividly imprinted in his mind, each word and phrase emerging with clarity. The primordial celestial radiance intertwines with the governing meridian. The cosmic purple aura divides the yin and yang. The brilliance of the sun and moon intertwines life and death. The dualities harmonize to penetrate the profound mysteries. He silently recited. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yuan recited a passage from the yin-yang qi refining technique, comprising over 100 words, several times, initiating the flow of soul power along the prescribed pathways. Suddenly, Tang Yuan perceived a strand of purple aura, as fine as a strand of hair, extending from the horizon towards him. Upon reaching his presence, it instantaneously melded into his being. A warm sensation surged through his limbs and bones, prompting Tang Yuan to instinctively exhale. Yet, recalling the teachings inscribed within the yin-yang qi refining technique, He realized that opening his mouth at this juncture would inevitably dissipate the aura, rendering it futile. Thus, he pressed his lips tightly together and, adhering to the prescribed methods, gradually integrated the soul power with the purple aura. Sensing the jubilant emotions of his soul power, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Moments later, the soul power harmonized with the purple aura, and after circulating through 36 small cycles, he successfully established a connection with the governing meridian. At this juncture, the purple aura within his soul power had been entirely consumed, returning to normalcy, while nearly half of his soul power had also been expended in the process. This was largely due to the nurturing warmth provided by Bibi Dong during his childhood, which had fortified his meridians. Coupled with various medicinal baths that had already rendered his meridians resilient and expansive, he found it effortless to open the governing meridian while practicing the yin-yang qi refining technique. With the dawn still early and the purple aura yet to dissipate, Tang Yuan noted that he still possessed a surplus of soul power. Thus, he resolutely proceeded to replicate the earlier method, and before long, the governing meridian was also successfully opened. Tang Yuan concluded his cultivation, exhaling deeply. He had successfully mastered the first layer of the yin-yang qi refinement technique. Although his soul energy was nearly depleted, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, and his body possessed an indescribable lightness. Suddenly, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Tang Yuan glanced down at himself, noticing a layer of grimy substance covering his body, reminiscent of greasy residue. Curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned closer to sniff, but to his dismay, the stench nearly overwhelmed him. The scent was truly beyond description. Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at himself. The once pristine young gentleman, as clear and flawless as jade, had vanished without a trace. Determined, Tang Yuan resolved to reclaim that lost self. Stealthily, he descended from the bed and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he surveyed his surroundings. At that hour, the dawn had yet to break, and only a few servants were busily preparing the ingredients for breakfast. Tang Yuan cautiously peeked out, concealing his body within the doorway, and whispered, "Uncle, uncle, could you come here for a moment?" The servant, startled by the unexpected call, paused momentarily, only to see Tang Yuan's head protruding. Taken aback, he inwardly cursed but quickly suppressed any disrespectful thoughts upon recognizing Tang Yuan. He hurried over and arrived before him, inquiring, "Young master, what is your command?" Tang Yuan whispered, "Uncle, I have worked up a sweat from my training and wish to take a bath. Could you kindly arrange for a bucket of hot water?" The servant was taken aback, wondering who would bathe before dawn. Although filled with doubt, he did not dare to delay and promptly left Tang Yuan's courtyard. Before long, the servant returned, accompanied by another, carrying a bucket of steaming bath water. Tang Yuan quickly retreated into the room and called out from a distance, instructing them to place it in the side hall. The two servants set down the bath water and inquired, "Young master, we have brought the bathing water. Is there anything else you require?" Tang Yuan Dao, "No need. You may carry on with your tasks. Thank you, esteemed gentlemen." The two servants respectfully took their leave and exited the room, engaging in a hushed conversation as they walked away. "The young master is truly courteous. He even expresses gratitude to us, the humble servants. Indeed, the young master has been under my watch since childhood. He possesses such charm and a pleasant disposition. However, his peculiar habits are rather unusual. It is the first time I have heard of him bathing before dawn." Quite so. As they conversed, the two had already wandered far off. Tang Yuan paid no heed to their remarks and promptly shed his garments, plunging into the water with a resounding splash to wash himself meticulously, as though he were afflicted with some form of obsessive cleanliness. After his bath, Tang Yuan's delicate, rosy visage was restored, his eyes sparkling with vitality, as if they were imbued with a radiant glimmer. By this time, dawn had fully broken. After donning his attire, Tang Yuan readied himself to join Bibi Dong for breakfast. In truth, Bibi Dong's quarters were merely adjacent to Tang Yuan's courtyard. A simple passage through an archway would lead him there. However, the dining area was situated in the rear hall. Thus, upon exiting, Tang Yuan traversed the courtyard, meandered down a narrow bamboo pathway to the left, and strolled through a corridor before arriving at the rear garden. Upon entering the garden, he crossed a lotus pond and immediately spotted the rear hall. Upon reaching the hall, he found Bibi Dong already seated at the dining table, with breakfast laid out in its entirety. Tang Yuan greeted her with a warm smile and took his place at the table, indulging heartily in the meal. For reasons unknown, after his morning practice, he felt an insatiable hunger, as if he could devour an entire ox. Observing his voracious appetite, Bibi Dong affectionately admonished him, urging him to eat more slowly. Tang Yuan sighed, his mouth full of food, rendering his speech unclear. Observing his state, Bibi Dong could only chuckle helplessly as she reached out to wipe the remnants from the corners of his mouth. Having devoured the food on the table with great enthusiasm, Tang Yuan casually wiped his mouth and remarked, "Mother, I shall return to my cultivation now." With that, he bounced away energetically. Bibi Dong shook her head with a smile, thinking to herself, what a child. For the following month, Tang Yuan immersed himself in the theoretical knowledge of the Soul Master realm alongside Bibi Dong, Xiao Han, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei during the day. While at night, he engaged in meditation to refine his soul power. At the break of dawn, he commenced his practice of the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique. After a month, he had mastered the second layer of the technique, yet he found himself unable to progress to the third layer. In resignation, he focused on solidifying his soul power, which after a few days became exceptionally dense, stabilizing at level 18 with its purity teetering on the brink of a breakthrough to level 19. Fortunately, upon achieving mastery of the second layer of the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, Tang Yuan was able to begin practicing an ancient technique recorded by the Qi refiners known as the impermanence pursuit step, a technique so ethereal and elusive that it confounded enemies, allowing him to move with such swiftness that he could pursue phantoms. In the ensuing days, Tang Yuan no longer confined himself indoors. Instead, he roamed the mountains daily, executing the steps of the impermanence pursuit and channeling his soul power. His exuberance startled many soul beasts lingering at the periphery of the underworld ridge, causing them to flee in fright upon sighting him. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Han could no longer contain himself and remarked to Bibi Dong, "The child is cooped up. We should allow him to explore the outside world." Bibi Dong, initially reluctant, felt a pang of sympathy upon realizing that children of Tang Yuan's age were out making friends and playing. After several days of contemplation, she finally resolved to grant him the freedom he craved. A few days later, Tang Yuan completed 10 laps and returned to his chamber to bathe. Upon finishing his bath, he was preparing to partake in dinner when suddenly, a maid rushed in, announcing, "Young master, the master of the manor, the grand elder, and the esteemed guardians are awaiting you in the front hall. They request your presence there first." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that there were classes in the evening as well? Contemplating this, he replied, "All right, I shall head over at once." After Tang Yuan finished speaking, he departed from the room and made his way to the hall. Upon arriving in the hall, he indeed spotted the 4 individuals, Bibi Dong, Xiao Han, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. "What is the matter? Aren't we having dinner?" Tang Yuan inquired as he entered the hall, greeting Xiao Han and the others before turning to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong pulled him closer, extending her dainty finger, resembling a jade onion, and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, "You mischievous boy, all you think about is food." Tang Yuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Indeed, ever since he began practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, his soul power had been depleting at an alarming rate, leading to an increased demand for sustenance. Unfortunately, this drawback could only be remedied upon mastering the technique. Although his appetite had grown, it was precisely due to the excessive consumption of soul power that Tang Yuan was able to solidify his soul strength, rendering it exceptionally pure. Naturally, Bibi Dong was aware of this, and thus instructed the kitchen to augment Tang Yuan's meals with an additional 10 pounds of soul beast meat daily. Reflecting on the ancient records of Qi refiner techniques, he had previously revealed to Bibi Dong that he dreamt of a particular method encompassing soul power cultivation techniques, footwork, swordplay, and more, which he wished to share with her for her own cultivation. Bibi Dong was taken aback, and only after witnessing Tang Yuan's demonstration did she become convinced. However, she remarked that having already attained the 99th level, further training in these methods would be an inefficient use of time with minimal effect. Relenting to Tang Yuan's fervent insistence, Bibi Dong accepted the set of techniques but vowed not to pass them on to others. She stated that when Tang Yuan eventually had children, she would personally teach her grandchildren this set of skills. Tang Yuan wore a look of helplessness, for he was merely 6 years old, still a child. Setting aside such matters, today Bibi Dong summoned Tang Yuan with the intention of sending him to the Soul Master Academy for his studies. Thus she sought to inquire about his thoughts. Bibi Dong stated, "Little 7, your mother intends to enroll you in the Soul Master Academy. After conferring with several uncles and elders, the decision has been made to send you to the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. What are your thoughts on this?" Tang Yuan was taken aback and said, "Huh? Mother, You don't want me anymore? Bibi Dong smiled helplessly, gently stroking Tang Yuan's head. Silly child. How could a mother ever abandon you? It's simply that at your age, you ought to make friends with your peers. If you remain here at the villa every day, you may find it exceedingly dull. Once the term concludes, I shall come to bring you home. Tang Yuan chuckled and said, Mom, I was just joking with you. When shall I go? Tomorrow, perhaps. Bibi Dong laughed and chided, You haven't even left yet. And you're already so eager. What's the matter? Do you not wish to spend time with your mother? Tang Yuan chuckled. Mother, how could that be? Little Seven would never part with you. Bibi Dong gently tapped Tang Yuan's head and replied with a smile, At least you possess a trace of conscience. After you finish your dinner, tidy up a bit. Tomorrow morning, or perhaps the morning after, I shall accompany you to school along with several uncles. Tang Yuan rejoiced, Splendid. I can finally attend school. Chapter 14. The Imperial Academy of the Heavenly Empire. After Tang Yuan joyfully departed from the front hall, only Bibi Dong and a few others remained. Xiao Han gazed at Tang Yuan's retreating figure and remarked, Look, little Seven is quite eager about attending school. Bibi Dong sighed and replied, He may be happy, but he doesn't seem to care about me as his mother. Xiao Han offered a wry smile. Children grow up and must eventually spread their wings. Do you intend to bind him to your side for a lifetime? Rest assured. Little Seven is a child of deep affection and loyalty. He is both dutiful and reliant on you. No matter how far he soars, he will ultimately return to your side. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's spirits lifted considerably, and she contemplated that once Tang Yuan began his studies, she could finally commence her plans against the Spirit Hall. She then asked, Yu Guan, any progress on the investigation into Tang Hao that you assigned to Ghost Hand? Yu Guan stepped forward. Ghost Hand has uncovered some information. It seems that someone spotted Tang Hao in the city of Notting, located in the Fastno province. Furthermore, Bibi Dong inquired, Furthermore what? Yu Guan glanced at Bibi Dong, gritted his teeth, and continued, There is also Yu Xiaojing. Upon hearing the name, Bibi Dong's body trembled imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived for Tang Yuan to begin his studies. Early that morning, he packed his belongings and the items necessary for his training into the necklace soul guide that Bibi Dong had gifted him after his martial soul awakening. He had even named this soul guide Starlight. Having completed his preparations, Tang Yuan set off lightheartedly to the front hall, where Bibi Dong and the others awaited him. Upon his arrival, Bibi Dong took Tang Yuan's hand, and they boarded a carriage outside the manor, while Yu Guan and Gue Mei mounted their fine steeds. The four of them then departed from the undead manor. Days passed as Tang Yuan and his companions traversed the Balak Kingdom and several provinces under the rule of the Tiando Empire, eventually arriving in Tiando City. Once there, Tang Yuan looked around in wonder, for it was his first encounter with the vibrant customs of a town since entering this world, vastly different from the undead manor. The streets were bustling with crowds, adorned with ornate buildings, gleaming with brilliance. The atmosphere was filled with the essence of life. A lavish display of opulence and nobility beyond compare. Tang Yuan made a resolute decision. After the report concluded, he intended to explore the city thoroughly. Soon, the carriage arrived at the prestigious Tiando Royal Empire Academy, which evoked a sense of awe in Tang Yuan upon witnessing its grand entrance. Not to mention the architectural marvels within. To gain admission to the Tiando Royal Empire Academy, one must either be affluent or of noble birth to qualify for entry. As for Tang Yuan's identity and enrollment procedures, Bibi Dong had arranged for the Ghost Hand Soul Douluo to handle everything. His identity was not that of the young master of the Death Spirit Manor, but rather that of the young proprietor of Tianbao Tower. This was not a false identity. Bibi Dong established the Death Spirit Manor not solely based on the foundation at Yuming Ridge, but also to connect with the outside world and enhance communication. Thus, she created an enterprise known as Tianbao Tower. This establishment spanned across the Tiando and Xing Luo empires, with branches even in the Spirit City. Each branch, though modest in scale, offered rare treasures, and there were whispers that the flagship store of Tianbao Tower, located in the heart of Tiando City, showcased a 10,000-year-old soul bone, priced at 10 million gold soul coins. Numerous powerful factions sought to purchase this soul bone, yet the store manager insisted it would only be sold to a fated person, leaving the identity of that individual shrouded in mystery. Many influential figures, unable to acquire the soul bone, departed in frustration, exclaiming, "What a peculiar situation," listing a price yet refusing to sell. Setting aside these matters, Tang Yuan completed the enrollment procedures and was subsequently assigned to a single-person villa dormitory. Upon seeing where he would be residing, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of worry and reluctance. contemplating the long duration during which Tang Yuan would live independently at school. Sensing his mother's unspoken concerns, Tang Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Mother, do not worry. I will take good care of myself." Bibi Dong sighed before advising, "School is different from home. Maintain a low profile. Above all, ensure your safety. If you miss me, write a letter home, and I will come to visit you. Do not hesitate to spend on what you desire. Do not deprive yourself. When socializing with friends, be generous, especially when in the company of young ladies. If my financial support falls short, visit the Tianbao Tower in Tiando City with your Starry Moon necklace. They will recognize it, and you can retrieve funds as needed." Like many mothers bidding farewell, Bibi Dong rambled on, anxious that she might overlook some crucial detail, her thoughts racing ahead to the next piece of advice even before completing her current sentence. In the 16th year of his previous life, Tang Yuan had never experienced such treatment. In this life, with a mother by his side, he felt no annoyance at all. Although he eagerly anticipated his school life, he could not help but feel a sense of reluctance towards Bibi Dong. Listening to her gentle admonitions, Tang Yuan was filled with boundless warmth and gratitude. After a lengthy discourse, Bibi Dong finally concluded her instructions, tenderly ruffling Tang Yuan's hair as she softly said, "All right. Remember everything your mother has told you. I shall take my leave now, but I will return to fetch you at the end of the term." "All right, mother. I will see you off," Tang Yuan replied, nodding. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Very well." Reflecting on her earlier words, she had anticipated impatience from Tang Yuan. Yet to her surprise, he listened attentively and earnestly, filling her with immense pride. Though he was growing up, he still relied on her. After escorting her to the academy gates, Bibi Dong offered a few more words of guidance before departing in a carriage. After Tang Yuan bid farewell to Bibi Dong and the others, he chose not to return to school. With ample time at his disposal, he began to wander aimlessly through the bustling streets of Heavendo City. The array of shops, clothing boutiques, restaurants, inns, and weapon stores was dazzling, leaving him in awe. Although Bibi Dong had generously left him 100,000 gold soul coins within his starry moonlight, he found himself devoid of any desire to purchase anything. His exploration was purely for the sake of experiencing the customs and culture of this otherworldly realm. As dusk approached, he had yet to spend a single coin. Tang Yuan spent an entire day exploring Tiando City, barely covering half of it. As dusk approached, he made his way back to the school. Upon returning, he aimlessly wandered around the campus, and after familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he felt a pang of hunger. He headed to the cafeteria, casually consumed some food, and then retreated to his dormitory. Upon entering the dorm, he noticed that many items had been replaced with new ones, including fresh bed linens in his bedroom. Tang Yuan mused that this school was indeed prestigious, taking great care of its students' living conditions. With time to spare, he began to cultivate his soul power, a habit he had developed over the days. Each night before sleeping, he would meditate and refine his soul energy. After concluding his practice, he washed up and lay down to rest. At the break of dawn the following day, as usual, his biological clock awakened him, prompting him to prepare for the cultivation of the Xiao Qi refinement technique. However, upon arriving at the school, he hesitated to begin his practice immediately. The previous evening, while strolling the campus, he had discovered that the spiritual energy on the back mountain was abundant. He believed that practicing the technique there would yield greater results. Thus, he dressed and exited the dormitory. At that early hour, the sky was still dim, and the campus was deserted, enveloped in tranquility. Following the route etched in his memory, he ascended to the back mountain and found a secluded spot by a lake to sit cross-legged and commence his practice of the Xiao Qi refinement technique. Although he was stuck at the second layer of mastery and unable to break through, Tang Yuan diligently continued his cultivation. He realized that while his realm could not advance, his understanding and application of the yin and yang energies could deepen through persistent practice. Additionally, he could harness the purple aura of heaven and earth to refine his soul power further. After completing his practice, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply and stood up, invigorated. A ray of sunlight broke through, and he glanced at the sky before making his way back to campus. Upon his return, he found many classmates already present. As it was the first day of school, excited, he recalled that he had arrived late during registration the previous day and had been assigned to Class 10 of the junior level, the last class of the junior academy. Guided by the signage, he quickly located his classroom. Upon entering, he discovered only a few scattered students, likely because most had yet to arrive. He chose a seat and began to sense the soul power within him, continuing his meditation. Shortly after his arrival, classmates trickled in, their laughter and chatter pulling Tang Yuan from his meditative state. He scanned the room and noted that the students were all of similar age, with only a handful present. Unlike him, who sat alone, others arrived in groups of 2 or 3, excitedly engaging in conversation. Due to residing in a private single-room villa dormitory, Tang Yuan had not encountered any classmates before joining this class. In contrast, the others were housed in shared accommodations, enabling them to become acquainted early on. While these children hailed from noble families, affording single dormitories was feasible. However, given the size of noble families, it was unnecessary for every child to occupy a private villa. Tang Yuan observed for a moment when a young man entered through the classroom door. It was evident that he must be the teacher. As the young instructor stepped into the classroom, an immediate silence enveloped the room, and all eyes were fixed upon the podium. The first lesson was about to commence. Tang Yuan was profoundly focused. It was the first time in both his past and present lives that he had stepped into a classroom and attended a lecture. His heart brimmed with a mixture of nostalgia and excitement. The young teacher gazed at the children seated below the podium, offering a gentle smile before emitting a commanding shout that released his martial spirit. Flame Lion, manifest. 3 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes shimmering with awe rather than fear. Such was the distinction of noble children, Tang Yuan mused. The young teacher's martial spirit took the form of a lion engulfed in flames, exuding an air of majesty. Upon embodying this spirit, flames ignited in his eyes. Greetings, dear students. I am Wang Yan, a level 37 Battle Soul Master specializing in the attack system, with the martial spirit of the Flame Lion. I shall be your instructor until your graduation from the junior class, during which time I will impart knowledge pertaining to Soul Masters. Chapter 15. A shocking revelation. Upon completing his introduction, Wang Yin continued, in the realm of Soul Masters on the Douluo Continent, it is customary to announce one's name, martial spirit, level, and system as a sign of respect towards others. My introduction is now concluded. In this forthcoming school journey, the 16 of you shall learn and grow together, getting to know your companions. This will be the first lesson I impart. Now, let us commence with self-introductions. Starting with the student. As the self-introduction began, the student Wang Yin indicated stood up, a robust little boy, somewhat endearing in his simplicity. With a sudden burst of energy, he straightened his posture and declared loudly, I am Niu Binbin, 6 years old, with the martial spirit of the demon horned bull, and I am a level 4 Battle Soul Master. At this juncture, Niu Binbin abruptly halted, turning to Wang Yin with a hushed inquiry, Teacher, what is a system? Although his voice was faint, the entire class erupted in laughter. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention, Niu Binbin sheepishly scratched his head. Wang Yin, amused by the boy's demeanor, inquired, What does your family do? Did they not inform you of this? Did no one explain to you the direction you should pursue in your studies? Niu Binbin shook his head and replied, My father is a baron in the Imperial Guard S 3rd Legion, 5th Battalion. He merely advised me to eat less when I came to school. This remark incited another wave of laughter throughout the classroom. With a resigned smile, Wang Yin flipped through his notes and said, All right, Niu Binbin, you are of the attack system. Your father has already provided the necessary information. Please take your seat. And remember to speak more naturally in the future. Niu Binbin, scratching his head once more, offered an embarrassed smile and sat down amid the playful ribbing of his classmates. Subsequently, the students began their self-introductions in turn. I am Zhang Tong, 6 years old, with the martial spirit of the Flying Mouse. And I am a level 4 agility-type Battle Soul Master. I am Wang Lingling, 6 years old, with the martial spirit of the Bell. And I am a level 3 control-type Battle Soul Master. I am Zhou Yuan, 6 years old, with the martial spirit of the Great Blade. And I am a level 4 attack-type Battle Soul Master. As the 15 students completed their introductions, most were at levels 3 to 7, having yet to acquire soul rings. With only a month since their martial spirits awakened, their training time was limited, resulting in generally low soul power levels, primarily determined by innate capabilities. Finally, it was Tang Yuan's turn, seated in the corner, making him the last to introduce himself. I am Tang Yuan. You may call me Xiao Qi. I am 6 years old, with the martial spirit of the Book of Life and Death, and I am an 18th level control-type Battle Soul Master. As his words echoed, a collective gasp reverberated through the class. Disbelief spread as they thought they had misheard. This classmate was merely an 8th level Battle Soul Master. However, upon witnessing the Book of Life and Death in Tang Yuan's hands, along with the yellow soul ring, they realized their grave error. Even Wang Yan at the podium regarded Tang Yuan with the eyes of one observing a marvel. Tang Yuan felt somewhat intimidated under the gaze of the crowd. Yet he hesitated to take a seat. As he observed Wang Yan at the podium, he noticed him hastily rummaging through documents. Wang Yan soon discovered Tang Yuan's file, which indeed contained a comprehensive account of his extraordinary attributes. Age 6. Martial Soul, the Book of Life and Death. Innately full soul power. 18th level Battle Soul Master. Century-old soul ring. Each line shone with a resplendent golden light, dazzling to behold. Wang Yan inwardly chastised himself for having overlooked the information regarding this prodigious talent. After a moment of gathering his composure, he looked up to find Tang Yuan gazing back at him, momentarily taken aback. He then stammered, "Oh, classmate Tang Yuan. Quite impressive, please take a seat. From today onwards, you shall serve as the class monitor." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he was uncertain of the class monitor's intentions, he felt compelled to respond with respect to Wang Yan, a teacher, and thus merely nodded before taking a seat. Once seated, Tang Yuan lowered his head, discreetly lifting the corner of his eye to observe his classmates, only to find them still gazing intently at him. Their expressions varied, reflecting emotions of jealousy, envy, astonishment, and admiration. Tang Yuan paid no heed to his surroundings and began to listen intently as Wang Yan commenced the lecture. Although the material presented by Wang Yan had already been thoroughly covered by Bibi Dong at home, more comprehensively and meticulously, Tang Yuan remained focused, displaying no sign of impatience or distraction. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, marking the conclusion of the morning session. The afternoon, however, held no classes. According to the curriculum for the beginner's class, the first semester primarily consisted of theoretical lessons, with classes held in the morning and free activities in the afternoon. Once Wang Yan finished his lecture, he exited the classroom, and chaos ensued as the students surged towards Tang Yuan, akin to a rising tide. "What is your martial soul? It appears incredibly formidable. How have you cultivated it? How is it that, despite being our age, you have already become a soul master? Did your family elders assist you in obtaining your soul ring? The yellow soul ring, surely it is a century old, or perhaps several centuries old. You are truly powerful. But I still wish to challenge you. Are you foolish, Li Kong? He is level 18, while you are merely level 5. What are you hoping to achieve with such a challenge?" A throng of students encircled Tang Yuan, rendering any escape impossible. The air was filled with incessant chatter, leaving Tang Yuan overwhelmed and unsure of whom to address first. "Stop!" someone shouted. "How can the class leader respond to all of your questions when you bombard him like this?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan realized that he had indeed been appointed as the class leader by teacher Wang Yan. As the leader, it was his responsibility to care for his classmates. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan proposed, "Dear classmates, it is now mealtime. Shall I treat everyone to lunch? Feel free to ask me any questions one by one." The crowd erupted in cheers, rallying around Tang Yuan as they made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Tiando Royal Academy differed significantly from the one at the Nuoding City Junior Soul Master Academy, where Tang San studied. There was no stark division between the first and second floors. At Tiando Royal Academy, both levels served meals, and the dining standards were notably high. The ingredients, too, were of the finest quality, though they could not compare to the lavish conditions at the Spirit Mountain Manor, where Tang Yuan was treated like a precious gem by Bibi Dong. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tang Yuan opted for the second floor, where patrons could order from a menu, unlike the fixed meals offered on the first floor. The group of 16 ascended to the second floor in high spirits. And along the way, Tang Yuan addressed each of his classmates' inquiries. However, he remained tight-lipped about the ancient cultivation techniques recorded in his memory, as well as the existence of his twin martial souls and innate soul power. During their journey to the academy, Bibi Dong had specifically instructed him that revealing even a single piece of this information would astonish the world. While the ancient cultivation methods were indeed precious, it was unlikely that any major power would target a mere 6-year-old child for possessing such knowledge, given that each major force had its own heritage amassed over many years. The cultivation techniques from Tang Yuan's memory might not even suit them. However, the revelation of his twin martial souls and innate level 15 soul power could incite a different response. All major powers, particularly the Spirit Hall, would undoubtedly extend an olive branch to him. If he were to refuse or choose one over the other, those forces left empty-handed would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Seeking to extinguish his potential in its infancy, Tang Yuan still recalls what Bibi Dong once said, My son, remember your mother's words. Under no circumstances should you reveal your other martial soul or the fact that you possess innate spirit power of level 15 to the outside world. You must claim that you are endowed with full innate spirit power. Furthermore, the cultivation methods I have imparted to you must remain confidential, otherwise, they may bring about great calamity. Additionally, without my knowledge, you must not attach spirit rings to your second martial soul. As Tang Yuan listened to Bibi Dong articulate the pros and cons of the situation, he was quite taken aback. It became evident that the world beyond was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. Once they ascended to the second floor, 2 female classmates were dispatched to order food, while the others settled at a relatively large table, where Tang Yuan began to address their inquiries. In that moment, a sudden voice pierced through the air. It seems that Class 10 has chosen its leader. The group turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a boy, no older than 6 or 7, standing before them with a mocking grin. Someone inquired, "Who are you?" The boy replied, "My name is Pang Xiao, a student from Class 1. Since you have elected a leader, I must inform you that after lunch today, at the training grounds, our class leader will challenge everyone from the beginner's class to establish his dominance as the leader. He is a level 9 soul master. If you possess any courage, meet us at the training grounds." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The members of Class 10 exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the boy's intentions. At that moment, a classmate named Niu Benben, who possessed the bull-horned martial soul, remarked, "That boy is exceedingly rude." Today, Teacher Wang Yin emphasized the importance of introducing oneself with name, martial soul, level, and, what else was it? Affiliation. Someone chimed in. Yes, affiliation. Yet he only mentioned his name, which vexes me. Niu Benben exclaimed. The group's laughter erupted at his endearing naivety. Another student, a girl named Lu Xiner, turned to Tang Yuan and asked, "Class leader, will you accept his challenge?" Before Tang Yuan could respond, someone interjected, "Humph, he is merely a level 9 soul master. Our class leader can reach level 18. Why should he fear him?" Indeed, class leader, show them what true power looks like. Yes, we shall all support you. Absolutely, we shall all go. In Tang Yuan's mind, a dark cloud loomed. It seemed he had said nothing, yet these individuals had hastily made decisions on his behalf. Observing their fervent and indignant expressions, he felt a sense of helplessness. Why did they all seem so inclined towards conflict and rivalry? Could they not simply focus on their studies? However, after some contemplation, Tang Yuan came to a realization. This was a world of soul masters, a realm defined by battle. If one were not combative, the drive to cultivate as a soul master would surely diminish. Though he was reluctant, as the class leader, he felt it necessary to lead by example. Since his classmates had expressed such sentiments, it would be prudent for him to witness the events for himself. Thus, Tang Yuan nodded and proclaimed, "Very well, let us go take a look after our meal." The others readily agreed. Before long, the meal was served in abundance, and everyone feasted heartily. After lunch, Tang Yuan, accompanied by the 15 members of Class 10, proceeded with great vigor towards the training field. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, they discovered a considerable crowd had already gathered, the area densely packed, with the sounds of combat echoing from afar. Leading Class 10 to the forefront, Tang Yuan secured a relatively spacious area. In the center of the arena, 2 boys were engaged in a fierce duel. One of them was enveloped in vibrant red flames, his limbs transformed into sharp claws, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson light. He moved with remarkable speed, and his attacks radiated a searing heat, unmistakably a fire-type beast spirit. The other boy wielded a massive sword that shimmered with a silvery glow, the blade slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Tang Yuan and others were observing when someone remarked, "Wu Qing's strength is indeed formidable. I've heard he possesses innate soul power at the 5th level, and he is now a 9th level soul master. No wonder he exudes such confidence." Another individual engaged in the conversation, saying, "Indeed. Otherwise, why would he challenge everyone in the junior class? Furthermore, the Wu family is affluent. He lacks for cultivation resources. He has consumed numerous spiritual herbs, so it's no surprise he has reached 9th level." The first speaker continued, "While Wu Qing's heavy sword martial soul is undeniably powerful, one must not underestimate Halliday's fire leopard martial soul. With such speed, Wu Qing would find it quite challenging to contend with him. I heard he has also attained 8th level soul master strength today." Noticing the 2 conversing, and recognizing they were unfamiliar faces, Tang Yuan approached and greeted them. "Hello, fellow students. The two were taken aback by the appearance of a striking boy with blue hair and blue eyes, yet they felt no animosity. Instead, they developed a sense of fondness. In unison, they replied, "Hello." Tang Yuan inquired, "Which class do these two individuals belong to? Wasn't it said that the leader of the first class was going to arrange a duel?" The two individuals were taken aback, and one of them replied, "What do you mean by arranging a duel? This is merely an exchange of skills. You claim to be quite handsome, yet your manner of speaking is rather peculiar." Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, it is a spar," he acknowledged. The other person continued, "In the arena. The one wielding the silver heavy sword martial soul is Wu Qing, the leader of the first class. The one with the fire leopard martial soul is the leader of the third class, named Hality." Tang Yuan realized, "I see now. Wu Qing from the first class intends to challenge all the students from the junior class. How many matches has he fought so far?" Another individual responded, "This is only the first match. I believe that Wu Qing may not be able to challenge everyone today. He will likely be too exhausted to continue. One hearty meal is already enough to tire him out." Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "If every leader of the class were to challenge him to a duel, he would likely be exhausted." The individual who spoke earlier inquired, "Having spoken for so long, which class do you belong to?" Tang Yuan replied, "I am from class 10. "Which class do you belong to?" The other person responded, "I am from class 7, and he is from class 6. "Who is the leader of your class?" Tang Yuan Dao, "I am the class leader." A member from class 7 remarked, "I wasn't referring to the class leader, but rather the most powerful individual in your class." It seems that person is still me." Tang Yuan Dao, "You?" The two scrutinized Tang Yuan Dao, observing his appearance, refined and gentle, reminiscent of a young lady. While it is conceivable that he may grow to possess great strength in the future, currently, everyone is at the soul master level, primarily relying on their martial souls or innate soul power. Individuals with a demeanor like Tang Yuan Dao's are unlikely to have awakened martial souls of beasts or weapons like swords. A member from class 7 inquired, "What level are you?" Tang Yuan Dao declared, "I am an 18th level battle soul master." The two individuals from the 7th and 6th classes were momentarily rendered speechless, their expressions betraying disbelief. Others nearby, having overheard the conversation between Tang Yuan and his companions, rushed forward. "You are an 18th level? How is that even conceivable?" "Humph, if he truly is an 18th level, I shall stand on my head in the playground for an entire day." One should be cautious not to sprain their tongue with such grandiose claims. Indeed, in this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people. Tang Yuan, rendered speechless, murmured, "I truly belong to class 10, level 18. Upon hearing the commotion, the students of class 10 approached, confronting the others. One after another, they voiced their support for Tang Yuan. "Class leader, showcase your soul ring for them to see. If you cannot, do not belittle others. Indeed, class leader, let them witness your prowess. Let us speak through our strength." Many in the vicinity turned their attention towards Tang Yuan, drawn by the unfolding scene. Tang Yuan felt a wave of frustration, not intending to draw attention to himself. At that moment, a loud crash resonated through the arena, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. They beheld a boy named Hality being struck by a massive sword. Staggering back several steps, "I concede," Hality exclaimed, clutching his chest. Wu Qing maintained an indifferent expression, and after Hality exited the arena, he surveyed the crowd and boldly inquired, "Who else dares to step forward?" Amidst the throng of skeptics questioning Tang Yuan, one voice called out, "Aren't you at level 18? Why not prove your prowess in a duel?" This provocation was met with a chorus of agreement from the onlookers. Hearing the commotion, Wu Qing turned and remarked, "Which class are you from over there? If you have the courage, come forward and compete." Tang Yuan listened to these words, shaking his head. He addressed Wu Qing, stating, "You have just finished your trial. I shall not take advantage of you. Please restore your soul power first, and once you feel ready, I shall take the stage." Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that those who come to the Heaven Do Royal Academy are typically proud and unyielding. However, he did not decline the offer. He promptly seated himself in a meditative posture to recuperate his soul power. After a considerable interval, Wu Qing rose to his feet, his gaze firmly fixed on Tang Yuan. "I am ready now. Let us engage in battle," he declared. Tang Yuan sighed softly. He had no intention of seeking the limelight. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to escape the situation. Observing the excited expressions of his classmates from class 10, he reluctantly made his way to the center of the arena. The competition was about to commence, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, particularly from the members of Class 10, who were filled with exuberance, vocally rallying their support. Go, class leader! Defeat him! Go, class leader! Wu Qing, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him, addressed Tang Yuan, stating, Wu Qing, Class 1 of the elementary level, Martial Soul, Heavy Sword, a level 9 assault-type Soul Master. Tang Yuan replied, I am Tang Yuan, a member of Class 10, Level 1, possessing the Martial Soul Death Ledger, and I am an 18th level Control System Battle Soul Master. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a flurry of whispers, predominantly expressing disbelief regarding Tang Yuan's stated rank. Even Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yuan's declaration of his soul power level. But he refrained from further comment and promptly unleashed his martial soul, wielding a magnificent silver greatsword. As Tang Yuan beheld Wu Qing unleash his martial soul, he wasted no time in summoning the Book of Life and Death, accompanied by a yellow soul ring that gracefully ascended from beneath his feet. The audience gasped in disbelief, their astonishment quickly transforming into fervent excitement. Goodness! An astonishing 18th level. Look at that, the yellow one. Could it possibly be a century-old soul ring? Indeed. It is a soul ring and 100 years old at that. When did Tiando produce such a prodigy? He can't be more than 6 years old. Truly a marvel, already eligible for the 2nd grade, yet still lingering in the beginner class. Tang Yuan, hearing the commotion, let out a resigned smile and inquired of Wu Qing, Are you certain you wish to engage in battle with me? Wu Qing swallowed hard, feeling the constriction in his throat, but soon regained his resolute demeanor and replied, Fight. Why not? Victory or defeat, one can only discern through the act of fighting. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon felt a profound respect for Wu Qing, exclaiming, Well said. Only through combat can one discern victory from defeat. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu Qing charged forward, brandishing his colossal sword. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qing had reached Tang Yuan, raising his immense blade, poised to strike down upon him. Tang Yuan moved at a measured pace, employing the elusive steps of unchanging pursuit, and in the blink of an eye vanished from Wu Qing's sight. Just as Wu Qing was taken aback, a voice resonated. First soul technique, soul snatching. Given Tang Yuan's prowess, vanquishing the 9th level Wu Qing would not ordinarily necessitate the use of a soul technique. However, upon hearing Wu Qing's earlier remarks, Tang Yuan began to regard this opponent with due seriousness. In a gesture of respect, he resolved to unleash his full strength to secure victory. As Tang Yuan's first soul skill was unleashed, a beam of black light radiated forth, enveloping Wu Qing in an instant. Before Wu Qing could react, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. At that moment, the black light had completely entered his body, and a white glow erupted from Wu Qing, surging back into Tang Yuan. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qing hefted his colossal sword and swiftly turned around, intent on locating Tang Yuan. Yet, as he pivoted, his vision flickered, revealing a blue figure before him. Suddenly, he was struck by a searing pain in his chest, as Tang Yuan's right palm made solid contact with Wu Qing's sternum. Although Tang Yuan had exerted merely a fraction of his strength, without even tapping into his soul power, his body, honed and tempered from a young age, surpassed even that of a peak great soul master in strength, making it inconceivable for a 9th level soul master to contend with him. In an instant, Wu Qing's form wavered, and he staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. Just then, a hand, as flawless and pure as white jade, grasped his wrist, steadying him. Regaining his composure, Wu Qing remarked, Thank you, I concede. Tang Yuan shook his head and smiled, saying, You are a worthy adversary. Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, Thank you. I shall certainly strive to improve. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Tang Yuan chuckled, I am at your service whenever you wish. Wu Qing said no more, turning to leave the arena. Upon witnessing his departure, Tang Yuan prepared to exit the stage as well, yet he was halted by a member of the 10th class. Class leader, what are you doing? Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, Are we leaving after the match? The members of Class 10 replied, You cannot leave just yet, having won. You must now accept challenges from others. Oh, Tang Yuan responded, Who else wishes to compete? After a considerable pause, no one stepped forward to challenge. It was amusing. The students of the junior class were all newcomers, primarily soul masters at the foundational level. What more could they offer in combat? As no one appeared to take the stage, a voice unexpectedly called out from the crowd, Boss Tang. This prompted a chorus of agreement from the onlookers. Boss Tang, Boss Tang, Boss Tang. The cheers surged like a tidal wave. Under the fervent insistence of the crowd, Tang Yuan became the de facto leader of the junior class at the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters. Although he had no desire to draw attention like these young children, the camaraderie with his classmates felt quite pleasant. Chapter 17. Third year. The structure of the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters is divided into 3 tiers: the Junior Academy, the Intermediate Academy, and the Advanced Academy. The Junior Academy is further categorized into first, second, and third years. The first year, aptly named Junior, accommodates newly admitted students who are just embarking on their journey. Upon reaching a soul power level of 10 and obtaining their first soul ring, students may advance to the second year. Conversely, those who have not achieved a level 10 or acquired their first soul ring after 1 year in the junior class will also progress to the second year. Likewise, all second-year students will ascend to the third year after their year of study, regardless of their levels. By the end of their studies, third-year students will graduate from the Junior Academy. To enter the Intermediate Academy, one must attain a soul power level of 20 and acquire a second soul ring. Otherwise, they must depart from the Tiando Royal Academy. The Intermediate Academy does not differentiate by year. Upon reaching level 30, students graduate directly to the Advanced Academy. Those who do not meet this requirement may continue their studies, and after a 3-year period, may apply for graduation. In the Advanced Academy, a level of 40 is necessary for graduation. Only those who enter the Advanced Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy are truly considered part of the institution. After the martial arts competition, Tang Yuan resumed his routine, practicing the Dan Qi refinement in the morning, attending classes, and frolicking in the back mountains in the afternoon, honing his unchanging pursuit steps. A month passed serenely. During this time, Tang Yuan's soul power could no longer be contained, naturally progressing to level 19. While he also mastered the pinnacle of the second layer of the unchanging pursuit steps. One day, after completing his training in the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, he arrived at the classroom. Shortly after taking his seat, the teacher, Wang Yin, entered but did not commence the lesson immediately. Instead, he addressed Tang Yuan, saying, "Tang Yuan, please step outside with me." Upon hearing his teacher's call, Tang Yuan, uncertain of the matter at hand, did not dwell on it but vacated his seat and proceeded towards the classroom exit. Upon reaching the doorway, Wang Yin remarked, "Tang Yuan, it appears that your soul power has significantly deepened. I presume you have made a breakthrough in these past few days?" Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, Teacher Wang Yin. I broke through to level 19 a few days ago." Wang Yin nodded, having already acclimated to the astonishment brought forth by Tang Yuan. He then remarked, "It is so. Your level has far surpassed the standards of the beginner stage. The esteemed members of the Education Committee have entrusted me with the task of advancing you to the third year. What are your thoughts on this?" "Advancing to the third year?" Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the notion of bypassing the second year entirely. Wang Yin confirmed, "Indeed, your talent is exceptional." The members of the Education Committee deliberated and concluded that allowing your remarkable abilities to languish in the beginner stage would be a disservice. Furthermore, I observe that your grasp of theoretical knowledge exceeds that of the beginner level in many aspects. Transitioning to the third year is more than sufficient. Were it not for your level still being below 20, the committee would be hesitant to make such an exception. Considering the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy is of paramount importance to the Tiando Empire. However, given your potential, it is merely a matter of time before you surpass level 20. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of reluctance towards his classmates in Class 10. However, he quickly reassured himself that they would still be at the same school, allowing for future encounters. Moreover, he was genuinely excited at the prospect of meeting the upperclassmen in the third grade, the majority of whom were at the Soul Master level. That was where he truly belonged. Observing his silence, Wang Yin assumed he was hesitant and urged, "Do not dwell on it. Do not squander your time on trivial matters. Your sole purpose is to cultivate and swiftly attain the rank of Soul Master. Once any student in the academy reaches this level, they will be granted access to the benefits of the simulated training facilities." Tang Yuan inquired, "What is a simulated training environment?" Wang Yin elucidated. A simulated training environment refers to a setting that allows soul masters to cultivate their martial spirits in the most conducive surroundings tailored to their unique abilities. While this approach may not expedite the accumulation and refinement of soul power, it serves as a significant auxiliary aid. For instance, a forest or a locale abundant in flora is ideal for the cultivation of plant-type martial spirits. whereas a kitchen or dining area provides an appropriate atmosphere for honing food-related martial spirits. Furthermore, beast soul masters can enhance their training by remaining in the company of soul beasts that share similarities with their martial spirits, resulting in additional support. The specific benefits derived from this environment are closely tied to the martial spirit of the soul master. In essence, the stronger and more potential-laden the martial spirit, the greater the advantages gained from training in a simulated environment, particularly in the exceptional beast training ground known as the 100 Beasts Garden, which is unparalleled by any other location. Tang Yuan inquired, Master Wang Yan, in what environment should I practice? Wang Yan pondered for a moment and replied, I have an idea. Our academy's library possesses the capability for simulated cultivation. Since your martial soul is of the literary type, it would be ideal for you to train there. It will undoubtedly enhance your affinity with the Death Ledger martial soul at an accelerated pace. Tang Yuan nodded and said, That is splendid, Teacher Wang Yan. May I commence my studies in cultivation in the library today? Wang Yan, observing his eagerness, replied with a smile, Certainly, but I fear you may not have much time today. Tang Yuan inquired, Why? Wang Yan replied, Please tidy yourself up. We are about to meet with the 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee. Afterwards, I shall escort you to the 3rd grade classroom. Tang Yuan nodded and said, Very well. I have nothing to tidy up. I will first greet my classmates, and then we can depart. Wang Yan, aware of Tang Yuan's compassionate and loyal nature, felt a deep sense of contentment and replied, Go ahead. I shall wait for you outside the classroom. Tang Yuan nodded softly and then turned to dash back to the classroom. Standing at the podium, he announced to everyone that he would soon be departing from the junior class to pursue his studies in the 3rd grade. The members of Class 10 felt a sense of reluctance, yet they were also genuinely happy for Tang Yuan. I will certainly return often to see all of you. Please continue to study diligently and cultivate your skills. One day, we will fight side by side again, Tang Yuan declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with fervor and enthusiasm, responding with spirited agreement. Afterward, Tang Yuan sent a classmate to relay the news to Wu Qing in Class 1, urging him to take good care of the students in Class 10. Upon receiving the news, Wu Qing sighed, uncertain whether his feelings were of joy or regret. In any case, he would no longer have Tang Yuan as a rival. As fate would have it, Tang Yuan, accompanied by Wang Yan, arrived at the Education Committee. In the hall, 3 elderly gentlemen sat waiting. Upon seeing Wang Yan escort a young boy, they immediately recognized him as Tang Yuan, their faces breaking into warm smiles that radiated an aura of tranquility. Tang Yuan scrutinized the 3 elderly gentlemen, observing their matching black robes adorned with intricate patterns embroidered in golden threads. Wang Yan pulled Tang Yuan forward and respectfully bowed, saying, Esteemed seniors, I have brought Tang Yuan as requested. The elder at the forefront replied, Very well, you may wait outside for the time being. Yes, Wang Yan responded, then stepped outside as instructed. Tang Yuan, filled with respect, imitated Wang Yan's demeanor and performed a courteous bow, stating, I am Tang Yuan, a student of Class 10 at the elementary level. My martial soul is the Book of Life and Death, and I am a Level 19 Control System Battle Soul Master. It is an honor to meet the 3 esteemed elders. The elder at the forefront chuckled and inquired, So, you are Tang Yuan? Tang Yuan nodded, affirming his understanding. The elder chuckled, Indeed, a child of remarkable spirit. Since you have introduced yourself, it is only fitting that we, the 3 elders, make our presence known as well. Allow me to begin. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Mengxinji, wielder of the Martial Soul Black Demon, a control system titled Douluo at the 86th rank with 8 rings. Upon concluding his introduction, Mengxinji turned aside, prompting another elder to speak. I am the vice chief of the Education Committee, Bai Bashan, bearer of the Martial Soul Celestial Star Furnace, a defense system titled Douluo at the 85th rank with 8 rings. After Bai Baoshan finished, a 3rd elder added, I am the 3rd seed of the Education Committee, Ji Lin, possessor of the Martial Soul Azure Vine, a control system titled Douluo at the 83rd rank with 8 rings. Tang Yuanjing listened quietly and then bowed, saying, I am truly honored by the guidance of the 3 esteemed seniors. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Dream Divine Machine exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual satisfaction. Jilin Sol Douluo remarked, A fine prospect indeed, gentle and composed, unperturbed by praise or blame. Dream Divine Machine nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, child. You need not address us as seniors. Simply calling us grandfather will suffice. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from elaborating further. He bowed once more and said, "All right, Grandfather Meng Xinji, Grandfather Bai Baoshan, Grandfather Zhilin." The three elders nodded in approval, increasingly satisfied with this student, even contemplating the prospect of taking him as a disciple. However, each harbored this thought individually, deciding it prudent to confer privately. After inquiring about Tang Yuan's cultivation progress, they summoned Wang Yin into the hall, instructing him to escort Tang Yuan to Class 1 of the 3rd grade. Class 1 of the 3rd grade was not akin to the junior class. It comprised 17 students, and with Tang Yuan, the total reached 18. The original 17 members had ranked among the top in both soul power assessments and practical tests when advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd grade. Thus, Class 1 of the 3rd grade was truly the premier class. As they approached another building, Wang Yin led Tang Yuan to the entrance of Class 1. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of nobility emerged from the classroom. Wang Yin, upon seeing her, was momentarily entranced. Only as she approached did he regain his composure and say, "Teacher Su Jing, I have come at the behest of the Education Committee to bring Tang Yuan here." Su Jing nodded and smiled radiantly, akin to the fragrant blooms of a forest, her smile reminiscent of a celestial being. "You have worked hard," she remarked kindly to Wang Yin. Wang Yin gazed at Su Jing with a fervent admiration, yet her smile rendered him bashful. He resolutely replied, "It was no trouble at all." Although he held a profound admiration for Su Jing, it remained merely that admiration, despite their comparable abilities. Her captivating beauty attracted the attention of numerous faculty members within the academy, leaving him feeling devoid of competitive edge and any desire for rivalry. He had already conceded in this regard. At that moment, Su Jing directed her gaze towards Tang Yuan, offering a gentle smile as she said, "You must be Tang Yuan, correct? You are truly handsome. It has been a long time since I have encountered such an adorable young boy." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Was the term beautiful truly suitable for describing a boy? Although he felt a twinge of discontent in his heart, he could not hold it against the lovely teacher before him. He merely nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher." Su Jing gently ruffled his hair and smiled. "My name is Su Jing, and from today onwards, I shall be your mentor." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, Teacher Su." At that moment, Wang Yin remarked, "Teacher Su, I have brought Tang Yuan here. I shall take my leave now." Su Jing smiled at him. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. You have worked hard." Wang Yin, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and added to Tang Yuan, "Tang Yuan, I am leaving now. Make sure to heed Teacher Su's words." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wang Yin, for your guidance over the past month. I will certainly strive to excel." Teacher Wang Yin nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Tang Yuan gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a sense of desolation. Chapter 18, Another Fight. Su Jing grasped Tang Yuan's hand and led him into the classroom. Ascending to the podium, she addressed the class, "Dear students, today we are honored to welcome a new classmate. His name is Tang Yuan, and from this day forth, he will be a member of our 3rd grade Class 1. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome him." The sound of applause resonated from below the podium. Tang Yuan gazed upon the assembly of individuals before him. These 17 individuals were 2 or 3 years his senior, aged between 8 and 9 years. Judging by the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, they were not vastly different from him, all approaching the remarkable threshold of level 20. The first class indeed lived up to its esteemed reputation. As he pondered this, Tang Yuan heard Su Jing say, "Tang Yuan, please proceed with your self-introduction." Tang Yuan nodded, taking a step forward, and said, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. My name is Tang Yuan, and I am 6 years old this year. My martial soul is the Death Register, and I am a level 19 Control System Battle Soul Master, having just transferred from the Junior Class 10. I kindly ask for your guidance." Su Jing took the lead in applauding, smiling as she remarked, "What a splendid self-introduction. From now on, Tang Yuan will be learning with us. Given his tender age, let us all take good care of him." However, the crowd remained largely unmoved. After Tang Yuan revealed his identity, they gazed at him in astonishment, their expressions akin to those witnessing a peculiar phenomenon. Tang Yuan had grown accustomed to such situations. Following the gazes of the crowd, he descended from the podium and casually took a vacant seat, preparing to attentively listen to Su Jing's lecture. The 3rd grade and beginner classes shared the same schedule, consisting of 2 theoretical lessons in the morning, yet the afternoon included an additional practical class. Su Jing, a 38th level agile attack battle spirit master with the martial spirit of the Azure Sky Sparrow, taught the practical lessons. Despite her stunning beauty, she was unyielding in her discipline. Even the proud students of the first class and the third grade found themselves thoroughly subdued by her. The 2-hour theoretical lesson concluded swiftly, and Tang Yuan discerned that the depth of knowledge in the third grade far surpassed that of the beginner class. There were numerous concepts he had never encountered before. True to his nature, he devoted himself entirely to the lecture, oblivious to the movements of his classmates. After class, as Tang Yuan entered the third grade, he found himself without acquaintances and no one approached him for conversation. Thus, he gathered his materials and prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, a young boy intercepted him. Tang Yuan Jian, a fellow classmate, furrowed his brow upon noticing the sinister gaze directed at him. He inquired, "Is there something you need, senior?" The youth, perceiving Tang Yuan's expression, felt a surge of indignation at what he deemed Tang Yuan's arrogance. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "Little brother, where do you hail from? Are you unaware of the rules that govern this place?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan immediately discerned that the individual was seeking trouble. He inquired, "What rules are you referring to?" The young man, displaying a look of disdain, replied, "Go to the cafeteria now, fetch me the most expensive meal, and deliver it to me. Only then will I reveal to you the nature of these rules." Tang Yuan chuckled coldly and said, "I have no desire to know. I am off to dine now. Senior, please feel free." Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, the young man could not help but feel a surge of rage. At his age, few dared to show him such disrespect. "I shall grant you one more chance. Apologize to me, or else I shall not concern myself with where you came from." Tang Yuan let out a helpless smile, recognizing the unreasonable obstinacy of this individual. Despite the conversation reaching such a critical point, he remained entangled in his stubbornness. What right does he have? The youth seemed to find the situation amusing, erupting into a hearty laugh thrice, followed by the others accompanying him, who also joined in the laughter. "What right do you have? Listen to him. He questions me about my entitlement." As these words were spoken, another wave of laughter echoed among the crowd. Tang Yuan felt a wave of frustration. What kind of mindset did this person possess? What exactly did he intend to achieve? If there was nothing of significance, he wished not to squander his mealtime. Tang Yuan remarked that he truly did not wish to entangle himself with this individual. After finishing his lunch, he needed to return to his dormitory to cultivate his skills. The young man sneered, "So you are Tang Yuan? You are quite something. Remember this. My name is Jiang Tianxiao. If you have the guts, meet me at the training ground after lunch. If you dare not come, you might as well return to your beginner class." With that, Jiang Tianxiao and his entourage departed, laughing as they walked away. "Look at these pathetic figures. Even they can make it to our first class. Just by looking at him, it's clear he is nothing but a coward." Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore him. Just as he was about to leave, a boy of around 8 years approached and exclaimed, "Heavens, how did you manage to provoke him?" Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" The youth replied, "What is the matter? Do you still ask what is the matter? Are you not aware of who he is?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "I am aware. It is Jiang Tianxiao from our class." The youth, astonished, exclaimed, "You belong to the first class?" Tang Yuan replied, "Indeed." The young boy, displaying a look of disbelief, retorted, "I say, little brother, haven't you yet graduated from your beginner's class?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I haven't graduated yet." Before he could continue, the young boy immediately interjected, "I knew it. You, a mere fledgling just starting school, shouldn't wander into the third grade. Even if you do, why provoke Jiang Tianxiao? He is quite the formidable troublemaker." Tang Yuan inquired, "What do you mean?" The young man replied, "Jiang Tianxiao is a student in the third grade, first class, and holds the 4th rank in practical combat. His father is the Deputy General of the Imperial Guard. If you provoke him, you will find yourself in an unfortunate predicament." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I do not wish to provoke him, yet he comes to provoke me. I have no intention of holding him accountable." The young man, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head, believing that Tang Yuan, being merely a child, possessed no capability to contend with Jiang Tianxiao. Tang Yuan paid him no heed, merely greeting him before departing. After a hearty meal at the cafeteria, he retreated to his dormitory to practice, entirely dismissing Jiang Tianxiao's challenge. Prior to the afternoon's combat class, Tang Yuan arrived early at the training arena and noticed that Jiang Tianxiao was also present. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Jiang's gaze turned icy, fixated upon him, and he made a gesture across his throat. Tang Yuan remained indifferent, finding a place to stay. At this moment, everyone had gathered, including Su Jing, and they lined up in the training arena, awaiting Su Jing's lesson. Su Jing imparted some techniques related to combat before commencing the day's practical training session. It was time for a duel. Originally intended as a team battle, Su Jing was about to divide the students into teams when Jiang Tianxiao stepped forward and declared, "Teacher Su Jing, I request a challenge." The challenge was a form of practical exercise. Aside from team battles, students could propose challenges themselves, serving as a demonstration for others. Naturally, whether the opponent accepted was at their discretion. Su Jing was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Tianxiao ranked 4th in strength, and if he wished to challenge, it could indicate that he had already made significant progress and sought to confront the top 3 students from the 3rd grade. Su Jing inquired, "Oh, Jiang Tianxiao, whom do you wish to challenge?" Jiang Tianxiao pointed at Tang Yuan, and the gaze of the crowd swiftly turned towards him. Su Jing frowned. She was aware of Jiang Tianxiao's typically overbearing nature, resembling a little tyrant. However, his strength was formidable and could motivate the other students. And since the school imposed no restrictions, she allowed him to proceed. But now, challenging Tang Yuan seemed to be an attempt to intimidate him. To be honest, Su Jing felt uncertain about Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan possessed a soul power level of 19 and Jiang Tianxiao had 17. Jiang Tianxiao had been attending practical classes since 2nd grade, accumulating considerable combat experience. In contrast, Tang Yuan had advanced directly from the beginner class to the 3rd grade. And today marked his first practical lesson. She feared he might not stand a chance against Jiang Tianxiao. Su Jing glanced at Tang Yuan, observing his calm demeanor, which led her to believe he was merely afraid. Thus, she sternly addressed Jiang Tianxiao. "Jiang Tianxiao, it is Tang Yuan's first day. Do not create trouble for me. Return to your place." However, Jiang Tianxiao disregarded her, insisting, "Teacher Su Jing, you often teach us to have a fearless spirit when facing opponents. Why can't that apply to this little kid? Furthermore, as a senior, it is only natural for me to impart some practical experience to my junior, is it not?" Su Jing was quite infuriated by Jiang Tianxiao's words, her expression darkening immediately. Sensing her displeasure, Jiang Tianxiao felt a twinge of unease. After all, when they misbehaved or slacked off in their studies, Su Jing would display that very expression, often leading to a friendly match between teacher and students. Jiang Tianxiao, who had caused his fair share of trouble, was no stranger to receiving special attention from Su Jing. Defiantly, he retorted, "What I said is true. He is just a little kid." Tang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness, despite being in his 20s across 2 lifetimes. Today he was scorned by an 8-year-old child as a mere brat. Su Jing, upon hearing Jiang Tianxiao's words, was infuriated and retorted, "You haven't even finished speaking." Just then, someone in the class, sensing the tension, stepped forward and declared, "Teacher Su, don't pay any mind to Jiang Tianxiao. He's nothing more than a mad dog." This individual was Yun Fan, who ranked 3rd. Upon hearing Yun Fan's remarks, Jiang Tianxiao was engulfed by a surge of anger. For he had suffered a narrow defeat at Yun Fan's hands previously and had been brooding over it ever since. Now, confronted with Yun Fan's opposition, he could hardly contain his indignation. He glared at Yun Fan and said, "Yun Fan, don't think that just because you bested me last time, you can look down upon me. If you're not convinced, we can have a match right now." Yun Fan, casting a sidelong glance at him, replied, "Jiang Tianxiao, I must commend your ability to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Tang Yuan is only 6 years old and lacks practical experience, yet you dare to challenge him. Have you no shame? Moreover, he is at level 19, while you are merely at level 17. How can you presume victory?" Jiang Tianxiao snorted derisively and retorted, "Humph. Who knows if his level 19 was achieved through some kind of elixir?" Yun Fan scoffed, "TSK, you petty man." Jiang Tianxiao, enraged, barked, "Who are you calling petty?" "Enough." Su Jing interjected sternly, "Jiang Tianxiao, Yun Fan, return to your positions at once." Reluctantly, Jiang Tianxiao protested, "But, teacher, back." Su Jing provided no room for dissent. Jiang Tianxiao, seething with indignation, returned to his place, casting a fierce glare at Tang Yuan as he turned away. Tang Yuan furrowed his brows, contemplating that if he did not defeat him today, the ensuing matters would undoubtedly become more troublesome. With this thought in mind, Tang Yuan rose to his feet and addressed Su Jing, "Teacher Su Jing, I wish to issue a challenge." Su Jing was momentarily taken aback. Assuming Tang Yuan was unable to withstand the provocation, she responded, "Tang Yuan, you have just arrived today," before she could finish her sentence. Tang Yuan pointed decisively towards Jiang Tianxiao within the ranks. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Jiang Tianxiao initially appeared stunned. but soon his expression transformed into one of ecstatic delight. Chapter 19. A single move. Su Jing exclaimed urgently, "Tang Yuan, do not act impulsively." Tang Yuan shook his head and remarked, "Teacher Su Jing, I still prefer a more permanent solution." Before Su Jing could respond, Jiang Tianxiao declared loudly, "I accept your challenge." This declaration spread like spilled water. One side issued a challenge, and the other responded. Logically, Su Jing, as the teacher, could not intervene unless there were casualties during the fight, which would warrant her intervention. Su Jing sighed, recognizing the youthful bravado of the children. However, she also acknowledged the validity of Tang Yuan's perspective. If they did not engage in a battle with Jiang Tianxiao, it was likely that future troubles would abound. The crowd stepped back, creating a clear space for Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao. Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao stood facing each other in the center of the arena. Su Jing, standing to the side, declared, "The contest will commence and conclude as indicated. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will intervene. Do you understand?" Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, Su Jing still did not trust him. However, it mattered little now. Since Jiang Tianxiao intended to assert his dominance, Tang Yuan understood that he must resolve this predicament through strength, despite his aversion to fighting. Jiang Tianxiao regarded Tang Yuan with a mocking expression and remarked, "Regretting your choices now will be of no avail." Tang Yuan Dao, "Regret now is futile." Jiang Tianxiao furiously retorted, "Arrogance." Tang Yuan let out a cold laugh and declared, "I am Tang Yuan, a level 19 control-type battle spirit master wielding the soul of life and death. I humbly seek your guidance." Having uttered these words, he refrained from summoning his spirit. Observing this, the onlookers could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. If Tang Yuan had unleashed his full power, leveraging his superior soul force, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, his arrogance led him to forego summoning his spirit, and the outcome was all too predictable. Su Jing sighed inwardly, realizing that without practical combat experience, Tang Yuan was oblivious to the taboos of real battle. After the skirmish concluded, she resolved to educate him thoroughly. Jiang Tianxiao, witnessing Tang Yuan's arrogance, felt a surge of anger. He vowed that Tang Yuan must pay for his hubris. Thus, he proclaimed, "I am Jiang Tianxiao, a level 17 assault-type battle spirit master wielding the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Spirit embodiment." No sooner had he spoken than he disregarded Tang Yuan's demeanor and immediately unleashed his spirit. In an instant, Jiang Tianxiao's eyes shimmered with silver light. His limbs transformed into wolf claws, and a wolf tail materialized behind him. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Tang Yuan, with a smile gracing his lips. Tang Yuan gazed at the oncoming Jiang Tianxiao, displaying no sign of movement. Could he really be so frightened that he has lost his wits? One observer exclaimed in astonishment. Another remarked, "Indeed, he has advanced from the beginner class. His talent is undeniable, yet his combat skills are woefully lacking. Faced with battle, he seems devoid of even the will to retaliate." Whispers of sympathy for Tang Yuan circulated among the crowd. Jiang Tianxiao, however, wore a mocking grin, as if Tang Yuan were already lying defeated beneath his claws. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianxiao had lunged towards Tang Yuan, raising his lethal claws to strike. At that moment, a cold smile crept across Tang Yuan's face. Jiang Tianxiao hesitated. Bewildered by the sight of Tang Yuan smiling at such a critical juncture, could it be that he was truly rendered speechless by fear? Before Jiang Tianxiao could gather his thoughts, his claws were mere inches away from Tang Yuan. Suddenly, Jiang Tianxiao was met with a blinding flash, and Tang Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. Stunned, Jiang Tianxiao was left momentarily frozen, as if Tang Yuan still stood before him. Abruptly, a voice rang out from behind. "Is this the prowess of the fourth-ranked combat expert in the third year, distracted even in battle?" Before the words had fully resonated, Jiang Tianxiao's heart raced with alarm. He attempted to turn, only to feel an overwhelming force strike his waist, sending shockwaves of pain through him. In an instant, he was propelled into the air, landing in a heap far away, utterly humiliated. One blow. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Tang Yuan stood at the spot where Jiang Tianxiao had just been, his expression remarkably calm, while Jiang Tianxiao, sprawled at a distance, clutched his waist in agony. The gazes of those around Tang Yuan shifted, now imbued with an aura of trepidation, as if they were beholding a creature of unfathomable terror. Indeed, if they had previously regarded Tang Yuan as a mere anomaly, their perception had now transformed into one of sheer horror. This sentiment was shared even by Su Jing. Yun Fan, momentarily lost in thought, stammered, "Am I seeing things?" Another voice interjected, "You are not mistaken. It is indeed Tang Yuan who defeated Jiang Tianxiao with a single strike, without even unleashing his martial soul. His speed was such that even I found it challenging to discern." Yun Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Even you found it hard to see? Fong Nan, you are the top of the third-year students. If you were to fight him, what do you reckon your chances would be?" Fong Nan shook his head. "If he were to engage me without his martial soul, the outcome would be uncertain. However, should he unleash his martial soul, I fear victory would be exceedingly difficult." Yun Fan was struck with further astonishment. Which soul master would dare to engage in battle without their martial soul? The fact that Fong Nan, the foremost of the third years, deemed his chances slim indicated that Tang Yuan was not merely an anomaly, but rather a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. The crowd remained ensnared in their shock for an extended period, oblivious even to Jiang Tianxiao's cries for help. Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. In his previous life, he had encountered a description of wolves as having a copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist. Thus, he executed the unchanging pursuit step and positioned himself behind Jiang Tianxiao, delivering a precise kick to his waist with the technique. That blow would surely leave Jiang Tianxiao with discomfort for days to come. At this moment, Su Jing, recovering from her astonishment, promptly directed two classmates to assist Jiang Tianxiao to his feet. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already rejoined the group, indifferent to the gazes of his peers. Su Jing sighed internally, realizing that any intention to educate him had completely slipped her mind. How could she possibly teach someone so extraordinary? A veritable monster of levels, talents, and theories. It was astonishing to discover that he was equally formidable in practical combat. Following this encounter, Jiang Tianxiao no longer dared to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. Instead, he shrank back, avoiding eye contact for fear of confronting him. Jiang Tianxiao, a man known for his arrogance and bullying of the weak, found himself dissuaded from challenging Tang Yuan after witnessing his prowess. As a result of the battle between Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao, the onlookers also abandoned their underestimation of Tang Yuan. It became evident that his ascension from the beginner class directly to the third year, and subsequently into the first class, was indeed justified. Su Jing regarded Tang Yuan with newfound respect. After all these years, she had never encountered a student whose true capabilities eluded her comprehension. The afternoon's practical combat class shifted focus, avoiding team battles, as Su Jing took the opportunity to discuss various combat techniques and potential scenarios that might arise during battle, alongside appropriate responses. This practical session proved immensely beneficial for Tang Yuan, who found himself enamored with the class format. Although the practical combat course only offered 8 sessions a month, equating to merely 2 sessions per week. After the practical lessons concluded, Tang Yuan ventured to the back mountain to continue his training in the unchanging pursuit step. Having reached the pinnacle of the second layer, he sensed that further breakthroughs would be challenging with his current methods. Thus, he contemplated crafting heavy armor at a blacksmith shop in the city, employing weight training to enhance his skills. Later that evening, after freshening up, Tang Yuan made his way to the cafeteria for dinner. Coincidentally, the cafeteria had received a new shipment of soul beast meat, allowing him to indulge in a delightful feast. Post-dinner, he left the school, wandering about until he finally stumbled upon a reputable blacksmith shop. Upon entering, a burly blacksmith noticed the charming little boy with blue hair and blue eyes, dressed in exquisite attire and exuding an air of elegance, and inquired, "Young man, what can I assist you with today?" Tang Yuan gazed at the towering forge before him and withdrew a blueprint from his bosom. This was a design for heavy armor, tailored meticulously to his own measurements. The entire assembly weighed a formidable 50 pounds, equivalent to the weight of an 8-year-old child. The blacksmith, upon receiving the blueprint, could not conceal his astonishment. The dimensions of the armor were evidently crafted for the diminutive figure of Tang Yuan himself. What purpose could such a small child have for such armor? "Is this what you wish to forge?" the blacksmith inquired. Tang Yuan nodded and inquired, "How much?" The blacksmith, regaining his composure, replied, "Seeing how young you are, I shall charge you a mere 10 silver coins." Tang Yuan shook his head. The blacksmith, believing that he found the price too steep, inquired, "This is indeed a very reasonable price. Though the armor is smaller in size, the materials alone are worth this amount." Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "No, my boss, I possess only gold soul coins, not silver ones. May I offer you a gold soul coin instead?" He was indeed correct. His starlight contained solely gold soul coins, and he typically paid for meals by providing a portion up front, with the remainder settled afterwards. The blacksmith uncle was taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. Observing the little one's attire, he realized that he was certainly not a child from an ordinary household. However, he felt reluctant to take advantage of a young child, so he suggested, "1 gold soul coin is far too generous. How about this? I will craft an additional short sword for you using the finest materials available in our shop. What do you think?" Tang Yuan thought to himself that having a weapon would be advantageous, so he nodded in agreement. The blacksmith added, "Very well. Come back in a couple of days to collect it." Tang Yuan Dao, "Very well." After speaking, he departed. At this moment, the day was still young. Tang Yuan recalled his family's Tianbao Tower and decided to pay a visit. Should he encounter anything conducive to his cultivation, it would be fortuitous. Following the route previously instructed by Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan swiftly located the Tianbao Tower. It stood as a grand edifice, resplendent and opulent, exuding an air of luxury both inside and out. Tang Yuan surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. He had never encountered such towering edifices in his past life. With determination, he advanced towards the Tianbao Tower. At that moment, a tall figure approached him head-on. Reacting swiftly, Tang Yuan executed the steps of the Wuchang Chuahan technique, retreating a pace. The individual ahead seemed to sense Tang Yuan's presence and remarked, "I apologize, young lad. I nearly bumped into you." Tang Yuan offered a subtle smile and replied, "It's nothing." He scrutinized the individual ahead, noting the person's golden hair, prominent nose, and a faint air of authority within his eyes. Clad in opulent attire, he exuded an aura of nobility, accompanied by a girl with lavender hair. As Tang Yuan assessed the stranger, the latter was equally observing him. Upon noticing the emblem of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do adorning Tang Yuan's chest, he inquired, "Young brother, are you also a student of Heaven Do?" Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, elder brother." The man chuckled and said, "Do not address me as elder brother. Instead, call me senior. I am also a student of the Royal Academy of Tiando. My name is Yu Tianheng, and I am a student of the Advanced Academy." Chapter 20. This flower I shall take. Senior? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yu Tianheng then introduced the girl beside him, saying, "This is your senior, Tangg Yuan. We are all students of the Advanced Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy." After hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Tang Yuan responded, "Hello, senior." Tangg Yuan smiled and said, "What an adorable junior. Are you a freshman this year?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, my name is Tang Yuan, and I am currently a student in the first class of the 3rd grade. 3rd grade. Yu Tianheng and Tangg Yuan were taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed." Yu Tianheng inquired, "Aren't you a freshman? How is it that you are in the 3rd year?" Tang Yuan Dao, "I was originally in the 10th class of the primary level, but due to my soul power surpassing the standards of that level, I have been promoted to the 3rd grade today." Yu Tianheng and Tangg Yuan exchanged glances, then inquired, "What level are you at now?" Tang Yuan replied, 19. See Yu Tianheng and Tangg Yuan gasped in astonishment. Tang Yuan appeared to be merely a newly awakened martial soul student. Tang Yuan observed the way Yu Tianheng and Tangg Yuan regarded him, as if he were some sort of monster, and a sense of helpless amusement welled up within him. "Here it comes again." Tangg Yuan inquired, "How old are you?" Tang Yuan Dao, "At 6 years old. In just a few months, he would turn 7. "Indeed. He is a prodigy," thought Yu Tianheng and Tangg Yuan. Tang Yuan Dao, "Senior, are you here at Tianbao Building to purchase items?" Yu Tianheng nodded and replied, "Indeed." Senior Yin has just reached the soul respect level and wishes to explore various spiritual herbs for strengthening her soul power. Tang Yuan nodded, his heart filled with astonishment. The young girl before him, named Tangg Yuan, appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, yet she had already attained the rank of soul master. Indeed, within the Royal Academy of Tiando, there were hidden talents, a plethora of individuals endowed with extraordinary gifts. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Yu Tianheng advised Tang Yuan to approach him at the higher academy should any issues arise during their time at school. Although Tang Yuan was uncertain why Yu Tianheng held him in such high regard, he was nonetheless eager to befriend such a prodigy, and Yu Tianheng, naturally, recognized Tang Yuan's exceptional abilities. Following their departure, Tang Yuan entered the Tianbao building. As he stepped through the grand entrance, a stunningly alluring attendant approached him, inquiring, "Young sir, what may I assist you with today?" Tang Yuan was taken aback. The attendants of the Tianbao Tower were indeed extraordinary, speaking so respectfully to a mere child like him. After a brief contemplation, Tang Yuan replied, "Dear elder sister, I have no particular goals. I would like to observe for a while, if that is all right." The attendant smiled gently and responded, "Certainly, no problem at all. Allow me to introduce you." Tang Yuan nodded, following closely beside the attendant. The Tianbao Tower primarily specializes in the sale of extraordinary treasures from across the world. In addition to our own offerings, there are numerous items consigned by powerful soul masters. The first floor caters to goods for soul masters up to soul sovereigns, while the second floor is accessible only to those of soul sect to soul emperor rank, featuring products tailored for this elite group. The third floor is reserved for soul saints to soul douluos, showcasing items specifically designed for them. Finally, the fourth floor is dedicated to products intended for titled douluos. Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Is there truly a product tailored for titled douluo?" In response to Tang Yuan's surprise, the attendant, already accustomed to such reactions, replied with a smile, "Indeed, however, the merchandise on the fourth floor is rather limited compared to the first three floors. After all, the items required by a titled douluo are exceedingly rare on the continent, not commonplace, and are often elusive. Nevertheless, there are several items that our Tianbao Tower possesses. Naturally, Tianbao Towers are widespread across the continent, yet only those located in the capital cities boast a fourth floor. The more modest Tianbao Towers do not even feature a third floor, containing only the first and second." Tang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the remarkable versatility of his Tianbao Tower, which astonishingly offered even the coveted items required by a titled douluo. As he wandered through the establishment, the attendant elucidated the various wares on display. After a leisurely perusal, Tang Yuan stumbled upon a small flower radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Exuding an exceptionally potent aura, he sensed that his death book martial soul seemed to yearn intensely for this enchanting bloom, nearly compelling him to unleash its power uncontrollably. Tang Yuan paused before the flower, and upon noticing his interest, the attendant recognized an opportunity for persuasion. He remarked, "You possess a discerning eye. This exquisite bloom is known as the soul essence flower. While it may not enhance one's soul power or elevate its rank, its greatest virtue lies in its ability to nurture the martial soul. Even if the martial soul has suffered severe damage or has been fragmented, this flower can facilitate its restoration and even aid in its reconstitution." Tang Yuan was taken aback, inquiring, "Is it truly so marvelous?" The attendant nodded and replied, "Indeed, this extraordinary blossom is a rare encounter, unattainable by mere desire. Apart from this singular flower, I have not heard of any others like it in the world." Tang Yuan inquired, "If such a precious item exists, why is it placed on the first level?" The attendant sighed and replied, "Given the value of the soul yuan flower, it ought to be situated on the fourth level at the very least. However, when it was discovered by the soul master, he was entirely unaware of its worth. He harvested it after merely a century, and his method was gravely flawed, resulting in the inability to further cultivate it. Consequently, it could only maintain its effects for 100 years, failing to reach the maturity standard of 10,000 years. Thus, it can solely nourish and restore the martial soul, lacking the capacity to recondense it. Nonetheless, despite these limitations, this soul yuan flower remains significantly beneficial for soul masters below the 30th level. For instance, if your martial soul has suffered a severe blow, consuming this flower will restore it to its original state. However, for those above the 30th level, as their martial souls grow increasingly formidable, the efficacy of this soul yuan flower diminishes considerably." Tang Yuan suddenly realized, "So this is how it is." Tang Yuan pondered. Recalling the moment he awakened his martial soul, he sensed a certain frailty in the book of life and death. It was likely that the cataclysmic battle in the underworld had rendered the tome in disarray, and he had acquired a fragment of its pages, akin to a remnant soul of the book itself. This fragment, through the cycle of reincarnation, had transported him to the Douluo Continent, but it seemed to have exhausted its essence. He contemplated whether consuming this soul origin treasure flower would enable this remnant soul, his own martial soul of the book of life and death, to regain its former vitality. As he was lost in thought, the attendant, noticing his distraction, inquired, "Young sir, what are your thoughts?" Tang Yuan inquired, "How much is this?" The attendant replied, "It requires merely 1,000 gold soul coins." Tang Yuan silently nodded. Although the price was steep, it was undoubtedly worth every penny for those who genuinely needed it. If one did not require it, there would be no inclination to purchase, and this reasoning likely accounted for the lack of interest in the soul yuan treasure flower. Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall purchase it." The attendant, filled with delight, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Excellent, I will arrange for it to be packaged immediately." At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted, declaring, "I shall take this flower." Tang Yuan and the attendant turned at the sound of the voice. only to behold a lavishly adorned young man approaching, cradling in his arms a stunningly beautiful maiden, heavily adorned with makeup. The attendant stepped forward, saying, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but this flower has already been purchased by this young gentleman." The young man scoffed, "A mere child. Are you certain he possesses the wealth to make such a purchase?" Tang Yuan, with a singular desire for the Soul Yuan treasure flower, wished to avoid any conflict with others. Thus, he addressed the attendant, saying, "Please wrap it up. I shall proceed to the counter to make my payment." Without waiting for the youth's response, he turned and made his way toward the counter. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when the youth obstructed his path, exclaiming, "Did I grant you permission to leave? Are you deaf? Did you not hear my words? I stated that I shall take this flower." Tang Yuan smiled gently and said, "I apologize, but I have heard you. However, I require this flower and cannot relinquish it to you." The attendant, sensing the shift in atmosphere, promptly departed to seek the estate manager. The young man, feeling slighted by Tang Yuan's lack of deference, responded with a sardonic smile, "Ah, this is quite the revelation for me. In the city of Tiando, apart from the royal family, no one has dared to oppose me, Pangan." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. I merely seek that flower. As for your identity, I have no interest in knowing." Upon hearing this, the youth who called himself Pangan was taken aback for a moment. Then a chilling light emanated from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yuan and asked, "Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Tang Yuan shook his head once more and replied, "I have no interest." Pangan's expression darkened, yet the young girl beside him addressed Tang Yuan, saying, "Truly, the fearless spirit of a fledgling is commendable. Are you aware of who young Masterin is? He is the grandson of the Grand Tutor of the Heavenly Empire. Given your demeanor, you do not appear to be an ordinary commoner. Be wary of bringing trouble upon your family as elders." Tang Yuan furrowed his brow. Perceiving the sheer arrogance of this insufferable individual, Pangan scrutinized Tang Yuan closely and, noticing the emblem of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy adorning his chest, let out a cold smirk. "I did not expect you to be a junior from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Since you are also a soul master, let us resolve this matter in the manner befitting our kind. If you defeat me, the flower shall be yours. Should I triumph over you, it will belong to me." For reasons unbeknownst to him, the term junior as uttered by Pangan filled Tang Yuan with an overwhelming sense of disdain, a stark contrast to the way Yu Tianheng had pronounced the same words. Upon listening to his words, Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have no interest." Pangan scoffed, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Pangan had initially thought that, given Tang Yuan's youth and appearance akin to that of a freshman, his soul power level would be around 7, so he proposed a duel, confident that with his own soul power level of 15, victory would be effortlessly within his grasp. Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "This flower originally belongs to me. Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should I waste my time engaging in your trivial dueling theatrics?" Upon hearing this, Pangan was infuriated, his anger palpable. He coldly declared, "Very well. You shall fight, whether you wish to or not. Spirit, manifest." With these words, a flash of red light enveloped him. In an instant, Pangan sprouted sharp fangs and a coat of fur covered his body. His nose transformed into a heart-shaped, pitch-black feature, and claws emerged from his limbs, while an ethereal shadow of a soul-chasing hound materialized behind him. "Look, he has turned into a dog," a child exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of the gathering crowd, which had amassed due to the conflict between him and Tang Yuan. Chapter 21. Blacklisting the Pang family. Pang in spirit was known as the soul-chasing hound, a creature renowned for its acute sense of smell and sensitivity to sense and spiritual energies, though its offensive capabilities were relatively weak. As it typically resided at the fringes of the forest, Tang Yuan calmly observed Pangan, who was enveloped in his martial spirit, and noted that the aura of soul power emanating from him was, surprisingly, even weaker than his own, despite Pangan's appearance resembling that of a 13 or 14-year-old. Akin to Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, his level of soul power was markedly inferior. Consequently, Tang Yuan felt no inclination to engage in a duel with him. "Release your martial spirit, boy," Pangan barked menacingly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. What audacity! He actually wishes to challenge a child so much younger than himself. Indeed, but judging by his demeanor, he must belong to a prestigious family. We cannot afford to provoke him. Yes, let us refrain from further comment. Pangan, incensed by the chatter of those around him, urged, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Tang Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared, and Pang Yuan positioned himself before him, obstructing his path. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Unleash your martial spirit, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Step aside. Even Tang Yuan's usually calm demeanor was eroded by Pang Yuan's brazen aggression. It was not that he refrained from teaching him a lesson, but rather, he did not wish to create a commotion within his own territory. Very well. You have chosen poorly. A toast offered but rejected shall now be met with a penalty. Pang Yuan bellowed, invoking his first soul technique, soul-biting pursuit. As the words left his lips, Pang Yuan opened his gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, ready to lunge at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan remained calm and composed, preparing to execute the unchanging pursuit step to evade the imminent danger. At that moment, a beam of azure light shot forth, striking Pang Yuan with such formidable force that it sent him hurtling against a nearby wall. And Xiao, the young girl beside Pang Yuan, gasped in alarm, rushing to his side. Just then, a middle-aged man arrived, presumably the steward of the Tianbao building in Tiando City. Upon his arrival, the steward intoned sternly, "Who dares to engage in private combat here?" Pang Yuan, rising from the ground, violently shook off the girl's supportive hand. His countenance darkening as he retorted fiercely to the steward, "Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" The steward, maintaining an expression of indifference, replied, "According to the rules of Tianbao building, once inside, all are esteemed guests, and no violence is permitted." Pang Yuan, filled with fury, growled, "You dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I won't have your precious Tianbao building torn down?" The steward's eyes narrowed with disdain as he remarked, "Whether you can have it dismantled remains to be seen, but heed my warning. Utter such threats again, and I shall ensure you leave Tianbao building on a stretcher." Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the steward, Pang Yuan's bravado faltered slightly, though he feigned defiance as he declared, "Fine. You will all pay for this. Just wait." With that, he unsteadily made his way towards the exit, the girl following closely behind him. Before they could reach the door, the steward's voice rang out. "By decree of Tianbao building, henceforth, all members of the Pang family from Tiando are forbidden from entering or exiting. Violators will be expelled and never hired again." Upon hearing this, Pang Yuan was taken aback, his expression unreadable, and he abruptly left the Tianbao building. Tang Yuan was somewhat astonished. A mere trivial conflict could hardly warrant a prohibition on an entire family from frequenting the Tianbao Tower, especially the one that serves the entire continent. Even in the case of a private dispute, it had not resulted in any grave consequences. Such a punishment seemed to take everyone by surprise. Upon noticing that Pang Yuan had departed, the steward softened his previously stern demeanor and addressed the gathered guests with warmth. "Esteemed patrons, I sincerely apologize for the unexpected incident that has startled you. As a gesture of our gratitude for your understanding and support, all purchases today will enjoy a 20% discount." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy, expressing their gratitude to the steward before happily selecting their desired items. Once the crowd had dispersed, the steward turned to Tang Yuan and said, "Please, follow me." Tang Yuan, perplexed yet intrigued, observed the steward, who appeared to harbor no ill intentions towards him. Consequently, he followed the steward upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they entered a remarkably spacious hall, which radiated an antique elegance, starkly contrasting the opulence of the lower levels. As Tang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, a sudden noise startled him. He turned to see the steward kneeling before him on one knee. "I pay my respects to the young master." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Had he truly recognized me? No wonder he had been so fierce towards Pang Yuan just moments ago. Hastily, Tang Yuan extended his hand to assist the steward in rising, saying, "This is unnecessary. You are all my elders and should not perform such a grand gesture." The steward stood up, smiling, and replied, "One must not neglect propriety. Young master, your benevolent disposition and extraordinary handling of matters command great admiration from your subordinates." Tang Yuan smiled with a hint of embarrassment and replied, "You flatter me." The steward said, "By the way, young master, I am Xiao San, possessing the golden blade as my martial spirit, a rank 73 battle spirit saint. I am the steward of the Tianbao building in Tiando City. You may simply call me Xiao San." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "You are my elder, so I shall address you as Uncle Xiao." "Uncle Xiao, how did you recognize me?" Xiao San smiled and pointed to the necklace around Tang Yuan's neck. Tang Yuan suddenly realized and chuckled, "I had completely forgotten about this matter." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Xiao San said, "Come in." Tang Yuan glanced back and beheld the same attendant entering with an exquisite jade box. The attendant approached Tang Yuan and Xiao San. Addressing Xiao San with respect, "I have the honor to present the soul elemental treasure flower." At that moment, She was unaware of Tang Yuan's true identity and felt a sense of astonishment. This young boy, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, had evidently garnered Zhu Guan's favor, compelling her to bring him to the 5th floor. Tang Yuan offered a faint smile and said, "Elder sister, your efforts are greatly appreciated." The attendant promptly replied, "You flatter me, sir." Zhu San then addressed the attendant, "You may take your leave now." The attendant bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Zhu San handed the jade box to Tang Yuan, saying, "Young master, here is the soul essence treasure flower you requested. Today's events were indeed a result of my inadequate management. I hope for your forgiveness." Tang Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "It is of no consequence. Uncle Zhu, this is not a significant matter. Moreover, do you not think that prohibiting all members of the Tang family from entering the Tianbao Tower is too severe a punishment?" Zhu San replied, "The young master is unaware of certain facts. The Tang family has long exploited their influence to bully others, acting in a manner that is both overbearing and unreasonable. The head of the Tang family, Master Tang, has persistently sought to extract benefits from the Tianbao Tower, which we have consistently refused. Consequently, they have continually created difficulties for us at the Tianbao Tower in Tiando City. This incident merely serves as an excellent pretext for their actions." Tang Yuan remarked, "I see. However, will our antagonism with Master Pang adversely affect the business of Tianbao Tower and the Tiando Empire?" Zhu San, upon hearing Tang Yuan's inquiry, nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that the young master truly possessed remarkable intelligence, being so young yet able to contemplate such matters. He replied, "Not at all. For our relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of strategic cooperation, bolstered by the support of His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. Master Pang is oblivious to this, which is why he displays such arrogance. However, we have no reason to fear him." Tang Yuan nodded in realization. So that's how it is. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer. Zhu San wished to invite Tang Yuan to dine at Tianbao Tower, but Tang Yuan, eager to return and cultivate with the soul Yuan flower, politely declined. Zhu San then offered him 1 million gold soul coins, but Tang Yuan refused, stating he would come to collect once he had exhausted the previous 99 million. Zhu San thought to himself, how can one be so frugal? After seeing Tang Yuan off, Zhu San returned to the hall, standing respectfully at the center and addressing the master's seat. "My lord, the young master has departed." At that moment, a figure clad in golden armor appeared above the master's seat. It was Douluo Yuguan. Yuguan said, "Good, do not inform him of my presence. Little Seven has always been independent. The estate owner has sent me to protect him discreetly, and he would surely object if he knew." Zhu San replied, "Understood." Yuguan continued, "Have there been any updates on Tang Hao recently?" Zhu San hesitated, "Not yet, but I have intensified efforts to gather information." Yuguan nodded, "Very well. Notify me immediately upon any news. Also, keep an eye on the movements of the spirit hall." Zhu San acknowledged yes. Yuguan said, "You may return to your duties." Zhu San bowed and exited the hall. After Douluo Yuguan and Gue Mei escorted Tang Yuan to the academy. They did not return directly to the Spirit Mountain Manor, but instead went to Nodding City, where they found Yu Xiaojang at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiaojang was quite astonished by Bibi Dong's arrival and was filled with confusion, as Bibi Dong had once callously abandoned him. While he had heard rumors of her betrayal against the Spirit Hall, he had lost track of her over the years, and his feelings towards her had gradually become less complex. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojang, Bibi Dong and he shared a moment of mutual silence. Ultimately, Bibi Dong broke the silence. "How have you been all these years?" Yu Xiaojang sighed, "Neither good nor bad, just fortunate enough to have taken in a good disciple." "Disciple?" Bibi Dong asked, surprised. "Indeed," Yu Xiaojang confirmed, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "What brings you here this time?" Bibi Dong felt a pang of sorrow at his unfamiliarity and thought, "If not for that incident, would we still?" Yu Xiaojang noticed her silence and refrained from prompting her. Bibi Dong began, "Back in those days." But Yu Xiaojang immediately interrupted, "Let us not dwell on the past." Bibi Dong bit her lip, forcing a bitter smile. "Xiaojang, it seems you still hold a grudge against me." Yu Xiaojang shook his head. "It's not so much a grudge as acceptance. I admit I was quite resentful back then for your departure, but now I have moved on." Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a sudden wave of melancholy, yet also a sense of relief. Yu Xiaojang fell silent as well. After a moment, Bibi Dong asked, "Have you seen Tang Hao?" "I heard he has been spotted in Nodding City." Upon hearing Tang Hao's name, Yu Xiaojang was taken aback. "Tang Hao?" Bibi Dong confirmed, "Yes, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao." Chapter 22, Restoration of the life and death register. Yu Xiaojiang was filled with uncertainty. He wondered what Bibi Dong's inquiry about Tang Hao was truly aimed at. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Tang family or Bibi Dong's connection to Tang Yuan. Although rumors circulated about Bibi Dong being wanted for her betrayal of the spirit hall, Yu Xiaojiang knew her to be cunning, leaving him to ponder what her true intentions might be. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang replied, "It is said that the Haotian Douluo is being pursued by the spirit hall and is elusive. How could I possibly know his whereabouts?" To his surprise, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. "I have severed ties with the spirit hall. If there are any ties left, they are those of enmity. I am no longer a member of the spirit hall." Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, not expecting such profound animosity from her towards the spirit hall. He recalled the rumors of her betrayal and began to understand. On Douluo Continent, committing such an act against one's master was considered a severe transgression. If she had not done so, she would have been condemned by all. If she had, the spirit hall would not let her escape unscathed. Observing the deep hatred in Bibi Dong's eyes, Yu Xiaojiang sighed internally, believing her to be sincere, yet the matter was of great importance, and he chose to withhold information, saying, "I do not know the whereabouts of the Haotian Douluo." Bibi Dong sighed. "If that's the case, then so be it." Noticing her disappointment, Yu Xiaojiang asked, "Did you come to see me solely for this matter?" Bibi Dong, reflecting on Yu Xiaojiang's current demeanor, inexplicably thought of Tang Yuan. With Tang Yuan, she had no excess thoughts for anything else. As long as Tang Yuan could grow up healthy and happy, she would be content. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Xiaojiang's image in her mind gradually became ethereal. Yu Xiaojiang, unaware of the changes in Bibi Dong's heart, hesitated before finally asking, "Can you tell me what you need to see the Haotian Douluo for?" Bibi Dong snapped back to the moment, staring at Yu Xiaojiang for a long while, making him feel uneasy. Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat. If you don't wish to share, that is perfectly fine. I apologize." Bibi Dong shook her head. She understood Yu Xiaojiang's character, but in her heart, Tang Yuan's safety was paramount. Until she saw Tang Hao, she would reveal nothing. Yu Xiaojiang was slightly surprised. Previously, Bibi Dong had confided in him without reservation, but after her abandonment, it seemed everything had changed. He chose not to press further and said, "Very well. I have a question for you." Bibi Dong responded, "Go ahead." Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment before asking, "I have been researching the topic of twin martial souls and the backlash issues concerning the soul rings absorbed by twin martial soul masters. Have you resolved it?" Without suspicion, Bibi Dong nodded. "Yes, it's merely a matter of physical strength. As long as the body's strength is sufficient, be it twin martial souls or even triple martial souls with full soul rings, it is not a problem." Yu Xiaojiang inquired further, "What constitutes sufficient strength?" Bibi Dong contemplated briefly. "Soul bones." "Soul bones?" Yu Xiaojiang echoed. Bibi Dong affirmed, "Indeed, if the physical strength reaches that of a body refined with soul bones, then twin martial souls will not be an issue. Similarly, possessing a complete set of soul bones is also possible." Yu Xiaojiang molded over before nodding, delighted. "I understand now. Thank you." Bibi Dong smiled gently and shook her head. After their recent encounter, it seemed as though many matters had dulled considerably for both her and Yu Xiaojiang, leaving them with an indescribable sense of estrangement. Bibi Dong was unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts. Even her own feelings were shrouded in ambiguity. Previously, whenever she recalled Yu Xiaojiang, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of longing and regret. However, since the arrival of Tang Yuan, that sentiment had waned significantly. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang today, that sensation persisted. Their pleasantries were sparse, and before long, Bibi Dong departed from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiaojiang did not attempt to persuade her to stay, refraining from uttering any invitations to dinner, treating her as one would an ordinary guest as he escorted her to the door. After Bibi Dong's departure, her mind remained undisturbed, contrasting sharply with an unprecedented tranquility. She had left Yuguan in Tiando City, both to safeguard Tang Yuan and to monitor news regarding Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall. She also instructed the personnel at the Tiando City branch of the Tianbao Tower to closely observe Yu Xiaojiang's situation, ensuring that any information regarding Tang Hao would be promptly relayed to the Spirit Mountain Manor. Subsequently, she returned to the Spirit Mountain Manor alongside Guimei. Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Yuan remained oblivious to the myriad efforts undertaken by Bibi Dong on his behalf. At that moment, he sat in his dormitory, observing the exquisite Soul Yuan treasure flower that had come into his possession that day. The flower radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, captivating Tang Yuan to the point where he hesitated to absorb it. However, sensing the frailty of the Book of Life and Death, he subdued this desire. Preparing himself for the task ahead, he settled into a meditative posture, gently placing the Soul Yuan treasure flower before him, and summoned the Book of Life and Death. In an instant, the tome emanated intertwining black and white lights, and the soul power within Tang Yuan began to circulate, gradually surging forth from the book and extending towards the flower. At that moment, a formidable attraction emanated from Tang Yuan's soul power, causing the Soul Yuan treasure flower to unleash a vibrant spectrum of light that intertwined with the contrasting hues of the book. The martial soul of the Book of Life and Death seemed to revel in this exchange, emitting soft, resonant hums. Tang Yuan, too, felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and comfort, akin to an infant returning to the embrace of its mother. The power of the Soul Yuan treasure flower was gradually drawn into Tang Yuan's soul power and subsequently channeled into the Book of Life and Death, where the black and white energies danced joyously around him. Meanwhile, the Soul Yuan treasure flower itself began to wither slowly, as it was drained of its essence. Tang Yuan sensed the resurrection of the Book of Life and Death, transitioning from a state of frailty to one of solidity. Before long, the resplendent colors of the Soul Yuan flower vanished entirely, transforming into a withered blossom that fell before Tang Yuan. At that moment, he was acutely aware of the changes occurring within the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, a formidable force emanated from the martial soul, drawing his soul power towards it like an inexorable tide. Tang Yuan was taken aback. As he attempted to immediately rein in his soul power with his will, he discovered that it was entirely beyond his control. In a desperate bid, he tried to command the Book of Life and Death, only to find it fervently yearning to absorb his soul power. Tang Yuan let out a sigh, and it dawned upon him that the Soul Origin treasure flower had indeed restored the essence of the Book of Life and Death. However, the book was exceedingly feeble. Even after its essence was mended, it required a substantial amount of soul energy for a complete revival. Contemplating this, Tang Yuan relinquished his internal control, allowing the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death to absorb his soul energy. Time passed unnoticed, and soon his inner soul energy was entirely depleted. Yet the book continued its relentless absorption, even drawing from the very source of his being. Tang Yuan's complexion grew pale, on the verge of collapse, when he suddenly noticed that the absorption speed of the Life and Death book's martial soul began to wane, ultimately ceasing entirely. Upon introspecting his internal condition, he realized that his soul power had been depleted, leaving his body exceedingly frail. Tang Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, recognizing that he would need to spend a considerable amount of money to purchase elixirs for restoring his vitality. Even so, it would take no less than a month to return to his former state, and alarmingly, his soul power level had diminished by 2 tiers. Now reduced to the 17th level, Tang Yuan shook his head in resignation. The soul of the Book of Life and Death was indeed rather unyielding. Upon this reflection, he focused his thoughts and attuned himself to the Book of Life and Death in his right hand. To his astonishment, he discovered that it had completely shed any semblance of weakness and had become extraordinarily solid. It now appeared to be on par with those divinely bestowed souls, showing no signs of inferiority whatsoever. Tang Yuan endeavored to restore his soul power and was filled with immense joy. Although the speed of his soul power cultivation was somewhat diminished compared to before, the quality of the absorbed soul power was extraordinarily superior. If the soul power he had previously absorbed could be likened to gas, then the current soul power resembled liquid, having condensed into a far denser form. In other words, in his future cultivation of soul power, particularly during the processes of consolidation and fortification, Tang Yuan would progress significantly faster than before. Where he once required an entire month to solidify a month's worth of soul power, he now needed only 10 days. And the resulting power was not only more substantial and stable, but had also experienced a marked enhancement in quality. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Yuan felt overwhelmingly elated. Entirely forgetting the fact that he had descended 2 levels, his spirits lifted. After silently refining his soul power, he realized that he had not yet replenished even half of it. As dawn broke, however, Tang Yuan was still acutely aware of his weakened state due to his damaged essence, leaving him utterly exhausted and unable to muster the energy to attend class. Thus, he bore the fatigue and sought out Su Jing, requesting a 2-day leave of absence. Su Jing, initially worried that something might have happened to Tang Yuan, felt a pang of anxiety. Upon hearing him mention that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, she consented. Nevertheless, observing Tang Yuan's pale complexion, Su Jing remained concerned and urged him to inform her immediately should anything arise. Tang Yuan acquiesced, allowing Su Jing to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the dormitory, he could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 23. The library. It was not until the following night that Tang Yuan slowly awakened. Aside from a slight heaviness in his head, he was besieged by an insatiable hunger in his belly. Shaking his head, he freshened up and made his way to the cafeteria for dinner. He consumed a hearty meal, roughly double the amount he had previously eaten, and was fortunate that the academy's cafeteria offered a plentiful supply of soul beast meat, allowing him to feast and regain a considerable amount of energy. After dinner, Tang Yuan proceeded to Tianbao Tower, where he procured a substantial amount of foundational elixirs, totaling no less than 10 pounds. Observing Tang Yuan's pallid complexion, Zhu San inquired with concern, but Tang Yuan assured him he was fine, prompting Zhu San to refrain from further questioning. For the following month, Tang Yuan focused on his studies and returned to his dormitory each day to restore his essence with the elixirs. He kept a low profile, even dissuading Jiang Tianxiao from causing him any trouble. A month passed in this manner, and one evening after completing his cultivation in the dormitory, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling the long-lost powerful aura within him and rejoicing in his heart. After a month of recuperation, his essence had finally been restored, and he had once again reached the 19th level, with his soul power more stable and solid than before. Tang Yuan sensed that even those who had just broken through to become great soul masters would not stand a chance against him. After practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refining technique and the impermanence pursuit step, Tang Yuan shook his head. Indeed, the Yin-Yang Qi refining technique remained at the pinnacle of the second layer, unable to break through. It seemed that the rules of this world dictated that he must obtain a second soul ring to advance. Moreover, he had not practiced the impermanence pursuit step recently, having devoted all his time to restoring his essence. With this thought, Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear! I still haven't retrieved that heavy armor from the blacksmith's shop." Upon observing that the day was still young, Tang Yuan rose to tidy himself up and, upon stepping outside, made his way directly to the blacksmith shop. Arriving at the forge, the burly blacksmith recognized Tang Yuan and exclaimed, "Young brother, I thought you might not come. Here is the heavy armor you requested." With that, he handed Tang Yuan an exceedingly weighty suit of armor along with a box, which was indeed the heavy armor Tang Yuan had commissioned earlier. Tang Yuan took it in his hands, unable to part with it as he caressed it meticulously, finding it exceedingly satisfactory in every aspect. He then opened the box, revealing a sleek, entirely black short sword within. With a joyful smile, Tang Yuan exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle." The blacksmith chuckled and replied, "Should you ever require anything crafted in the future, feel free to come to me. I shall offer you a discount." Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "All right, no problem." After donning his heavy armor and short sword, he did not venture elsewhere but returned to the school to continue his training. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes, Tang Yuan dedicated his time to practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique on the back mountain. Donned in his heavy armor, he honed the impermanence pursuit step. However, he scarcely focused on cultivating his spiritual power. Initially, clad in 50 pounds of heavy armor, he could only manage a slow jog. Without the use of spiritual power, he could barely complete 5 laps around the back mountain in a day before becoming utterly exhausted. Gradually, after a month, he was able to run 10 laps in heavy armor, and subsequently increased to 15, 20, and even 30 laps. Remarkably, without employing even a trace of spiritual power, Tang Yuan could run the entire day on the back mountain without breaking a sweat, surpassing the speed he had achieved months prior while utilizing spiritual energy. It was unfathomable to consider the velocity he would attain if he removed the heavy armor and utilized spiritual power to execute the impermanence pursuit step. As he diligently persisted in his training, the end of the semester arrived swiftly. Aside from the absence of breakthroughs in soul power and the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, Tang Yuan has made remarkable progress with the ever-chasing soul step, ascending to the 3rd tier and entering the realm of minor mastery. The ever-chasing soul step comprises 10 tiers, further divided into 5 realms. Upon mastering the 1st and 2nd tiers, one achieves the pinnacle of the swift realm, where the higher the inner strength, the greater the augmentation of speed. In the Douluo Continent, inner strength can be substituted with soul power. The 3rd and 4th tiers embody the wind control, harnessing the power of the wind to propel one's speed, significantly enhancing velocity while minimizing the consumption of soul power, and enabling the wielder to sense the movements of adversaries based on the wind's trajectory and fluctuations. The 5th and 6th tiers represent the uncertainty, allowing one to entirely evade all concentrated attacks from enemies, such as hidden weapons and arrows, with a footwork that is not fixed but adapts fluidly to the enemy's onslaught, rendering it inscrutable and leaving no trace during movement. The 7th and 8th tiers are known as the flowing light, where one can temporarily expend a considerable amount of soul power to transform into a streak of light, disregarding all resistance and moving without leaving a trace. The 9th and 10th tiers denote the ultimate realm, known as soul pursuit, where one can attain unparalleled speed, accompanied by the winds and clouds. And the art of uncertainty enables the pursuit of countless souls. Presently, Tang Yuan has merely reached the wind control realm. Yet he stands unmatched among those below the great soul master rank. Tang Yuan received a letter from home, informing him that in 2 days, Bibi Dong would arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy to escort him back. With just 2 days remaining, Tang Yuan took a moment to assess his current strength. Tang Yuan. Age, 7, Martial Soul, Death Book, Flawless Quality Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer, No Soul Ring. Level, 19 First Soul Skill, Soul Seizure, 600-Year Soul Ring. Yellow, Movement Technique, Impermanence Pursuit Step, 3rd Layer Minor Accomplishment, comparable to the speed of an ordinary Soul Master, Cultivation Method, Xiao Qi Cultivation Technique, 2nd Layer Pinnacle. Having completed his training, Tang Yuan concluded his session, recognizing that relentless high-intensity practice is not entirely beneficial. Moreover, he has encountered a bottleneck in both his Xiao Qi Cultivation Technique and Impermanence Pursuit Step, making further progress exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, his soul power has been gradually increasing alongside his persistent refinement of movement techniques, becoming increasingly substantial. Now, he requires an opportunity to break through to level 20. Tang Yuan sought to take a brief respite during these days of leisure, and with the conclusion of the semester's academic endeavors and a temporary cessation of his cultivation, he found himself with ample time to explore the library that Wang Yin had mentioned. After wandering through the campus for quite some time, he finally located the esteemed library. The structure, an ancient edifice, appeared to boast a history spanning several centuries. From the exterior, it resembled a grand hall, and after admiring its architecture, Tang Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the library, he was utterly awestruck. The interior was remarkably spacious, resembling an ocean of books. The library comprised 3 floors, each densely populated with a myriad of volumes. The first floor housed works of general knowledge, chronicling various aspects of the Douluo Continent, including the histories of the 2 great empires, Tiando and Xinglua, as well as records pertaining to soul beasts and soul rings. The second floor was dedicated to literature on martial souls, providing detailed descriptions of the characteristics, abilities, and inheritance of each type of martial soul. The third floor featured texts on soul skills and treasures. In summary, the vast array of knowledge dazzled Tang Yuan, overwhelming his senses much like a famished individual confronted with a sumptuous feast. At that moment, his thirst for knowledge intensified infinitely, leading him to lament that he had not arrived here sooner. Approaching the first bookshelf, he picked up a volume entitled A Brief History of the Douluo Continent, Volume 1. As he turned to the first page, it was as if he had fallen into the world of the book, his eyes gleaming with delight as he began to read with unrestrained enthusiasm. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to quiet, as if only Tang Yuan and the book in his hands existed in that moment, and the air itself appeared to move with a languid grace. Tang Yuan immersed himself in reading, completely oblivious to the passage of time. After finishing one book after another, he eventually felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at his stomach, which jolted him back to reality. He set the book aside, pondering how long he had been engrossed in his reading. Realizing his hunger, he decided to prioritize a meal before anything else. Replacing the book on the shelf, he made his way toward the library's exit. Upon glancing up, he was taken aback to find that night had fallen, with the stars and moon elegantly adorning the sky. A wry smile crossed his lips as he recalled that he had arrived in the morning, yet somehow, he had been oblivious to the transition into night. With this thought, he hastened toward the dining hall. However, what Tang Yuan had failed to notice was not just the time, but also the subtle enhancement of his soul power and mental strength. Unbeknownst to him, his soul power had incrementally increased, while his mental acuity had gradually expanded during his reading. The increase in soul power was to be expected, for the simulated training ground was indeed formidable. However, the rise in mental strength was astonishing. It is well known that for a soul master, the most arduous aspect of cultivation is the enhancement of mental prowess. Even for those possessing a mental-type martial soul, advancing mental strength is no easy feat without fortuitous opportunities. It is exceedingly difficult to elevate mental strength to a level commensurate with soul power through conventional training methods. Yet, After merely a day of reading, Tang Yuan had experienced a boost in mental strength. Though it was but a minuscule increment, imperceptible to the untrained eye, it would surely accumulate over time, potentially leading to a significant transformation. At this moment, Tang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of these changes. It was only after spending a considerable period in the library that he began to truly appreciate the profound benefits. For now, he was singularly focused on his reading, neglecting everything around him. Upon reaching the dining hall, he hastily consumed a modest meal, feeling only about 70 to 80% satiated before eagerly returning to the library to continue his literary pursuits. After 2 days of such dedication, Tang Yuan became increasingly absorbed in his studies. To conserve time, he even utilized his soul power to alleviate his hunger, only seeking sustenance when absolutely necessary. As his classmates gradually departed for their holidays, the library, which had been sparsely populated, grew even more desolate, leaving Tang Yuan as its sole occupant. Tang Yuanzheng was engrossed in a tome discussing the attributes of soul beasts and their effects on soul rings. Just as he was lost in the delightful narrative, a figure unexpectedly entered the library. Upon stepping inside, the newcomer muttered to himself, "Indeed, it's deserted during the holidays. Ah, there's someone over there." Upon spotting Tang Yuan, he seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkable discovery and made his way directly to the corner where Tang Yuan was seated. As he approached, he discerned a blue-haired, blue-eyed youth deeply absorbed in his reading. Recognizing Tang Yuan's features, he exclaimed with delight, "Ah, it's you, Xiao Qi." Chapter 24. The Blue Tyrant Douluo and the Poison Douluo. Immersed in the world of his book, Tang Yuan was jolted back to reality by a voice calling his name. He looked up to see a tall, handsome figure before him, and a smile broke across his face as he replied, "Tianhing Gu, it's you." The visitor was none other than Yu Tianhing. Yu Tianhing chuckled, "I called your name several times just now. You were so captivated that you didn't hear me. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "How could that be? Tianhing, what brings you here?" Yu Tianhing replied, "For some reason, my soul power has not seen much advancement lately, so I came here to seek a few books to enrich my theoretical knowledge." Tang Yuan nodded, for he was well aware that the books here were treasures. Yu Tianhing inquired further, "What about you? Why haven't you returned home during the break?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My home is quite far, and my mother should arrive to pick me up in the next couple of days." Yu Tianhing, "I see. Today, I organized a small gathering with our classmates from school, including your seniors. Would you be interested in joining us for some fun this evening?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan hesitated. Although he held little interest in gatherings, he found Yu Tianhing to be quite amiable. Ever since their encounter at Tianbao Building, they had crossed paths several times at school, during which Yu Tianhing had graciously answered numerous queries regarding soul power cultivation. From that moment on, Tang Yuan felt a deep sense of camaraderie with this elder brother, who was 8 years his senior, appreciating his approachable demeanor. Their mutual address evolved from senior and junior to brother Tianheng and little seven. Hence, Tang Yuan was reluctant to decline Yu Tianheng's kindness. Nevertheless, as he gazed at the sea of books before him, he yearned to remain immersed in his studies, leaving little room for attending any social events. Observing Tang Yuan's indecision, Yu Tianheng remarked, "Little seven, do not feel pressured if you do not wish to attend." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Of course I will go, brother Tianheng. I never said I wouldn't." Yu Tianheng was taken aback for a moment, then joyfully replied, "Great. Later, I shall visit your dormitory to accompany you. It will be your first time, and you may not know the way." Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. "Very well. Initially, I had intended to continue my reading in the coming days. However, it seems that the books here will take quite some time to peruse thoroughly. Since Yu Tianheng has sincerely invited me, it would be beneficial to meet some senior students. Having been granted a second chance at life, aside from Yu Tianheng, I have not cultivated many close friendships." The afternoon has already progressed, and after placing the book back on the shelf, Tang Yuan greeted Yu Tianheng, who was searching for books, before departing the library and returning to his dormitory. After indulging in a refreshing nap, he awoke to find the evening approaching. He then took a shower and changed into a cleaner outfit, as he did not wish to attend the gathering looking disheveled from sleep. Just as he finished preparing, a knock echoed from the door. "Xiao Qi, I have arrived," came Yu Tianheng's voice. Tang Yuan hurried to open the door and found Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin standing at the entrance, with a carriage parked beside them. Tang Yuan greeted with a smile. "Brother Tianheng, sister Yin, you have arrived." Due to her frequent presence by Yu Tianheng's side, Douluo Yin had encountered Tang Yuan several times. Typically, Yu Tianheng spoke highly of this junior, and naturally, Tang Yuan had become quite familiar with him. Approaching him, She affectionately tousled Tang Yuan's hair and said, "It has been a while since I last saw little Qi. You have grown even more adorable. Come, let us board the carriage together." Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl, younger than him in his previous life, always treated him like a mere doll, which was rather exasperating. Fortunately, Tang Yuan had only been 16 in his past life and was quite naive, having ventured nowhere beyond the orphanage. His social skills were likely less developed than those of Douluo Yuan, who exuded an air of authority and had the demeanor of an older sister. Over time, Tang Yuan had grown accustomed to her presence and genuinely regarded her as an elder sister. Once the three of them boarded the carriage, they departed from the school. The carriage meandered through the grand streets of Heavendo City and soon arrived at an impressive architectural complex. This was the residence of Tianheng, belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the three great sects on the Douluo Continent. As the carriage slowed to a crawl, Douluo Yuan enthusiastically introduced the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to Tang Yuan, while Tianheng occasionally corrected some of Douluo Yuan's inaccuracies, causing her to lose face in front of the adorable junior Tang Yuan. Blushing, she playfully pouted and playfully struck Tianheng with her little fists, prompting him to plead for mercy. Tang Yuan looked at the two with an awkward expression, though he had grown accustomed to it. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Tianheng led Douluo Yuan and Tang Yuan directly into the hall. Upon entering, Tang Yuan noticed two elderly gentlemen engaged in lively conversation. As he pondered their identities, Tianheng stepped forward and respectfully greeted the elder in the blue robe on the left, saying, "Grandfather, I have returned." He then turned to the elder in the green robe on the right and added, "Grandfather Douluo." Both elders nodded in acknowledgement. The elder in the blue robe was none other than the former sect master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Yuanjin, and also Tianheng's grandfather. The elder in the green robe was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. At that moment, Douluo glanced at the flustered Douluo Yuan, playfully scolding, "Yan, why do you look as if you've seen a ghost upon seeing your grandfather?" Douluo Yuan turned around sheepishly, sticking out her tongue before trotting over to Douluo's side, affectionately saying, "Oh, grandfather, I merely came to gather with my classmates. Why are you here spying on me?" Upon hearing this, Douluo's face turned slightly red as he retorted, "What do you mean by spying? I am here to discuss matters with your grandfather, Yu." Douluo Yuan then inquired of Yu Yuanjin, "Is what grandfather said true?" "I cannot say." Yu Yuanjin chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Old Douluo, the child has grown. You cannot keep such a close watch on her every day." Douluo replied, "I am simply concerned that my precious granddaughter might be lured away by that little electric dragon of yours." At this remark, Tang Yuan glanced at Tianheng, who wore an awkward smile. "Grandfather." Douluo Yuan's face flushed crimson as she pouted. "If you keep saying that, I will ignore you." Yu Yuanjin burst into laughter once more. Douluo, with a furrowed brow, realized he was quite helpless against his cherished granddaughter. Yet, truth be told, Douluo Yuan and Tianheng had been childhood sweethearts. Tianheng was exceptionally gifted and possessed a commendable character, making him a suitable match. However, at this moment, he was still not deemed worthy. As Douluo contemplated this, he noticed a small figure standing beside Tianheng, with large blue eyes sparkling brightly, glancing around curiously. "What a delightful child! Whose little one is this?" When did Yan, not to mention that rascal Tianheng, manage to bring someone along? Douluo inquired. Yan, who is that little fellow? Aren't you going to introduce him to your grandfather?" Douluo Yuan, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot." She then ran forward, taking Tang Yuan's hand and leading him before Yu Yuanjin, saying, "Grandfather Yu, this is Tang Yuan, my and brother Tianheng's junior." Afterward, Douluo Yuan turned to Tang Yuan and said, "Little Seven, this is brother Tianheng's grandfather. You should call him Grandfather Yu." Tang Yuan nodded and respectfully greeted Yu Yuanjin, saying, "Little Seven pays his respects to Grandpa Yu." Yu Yuanjin nodded in return, stroking his beard and remarked, "What a perceptive young lad." Soon after, Douluo Yuan led Tang Yuan to Douluo, smirking as she said, "Little Seven, this is my grandfather. He is the naughty grandpa, so you shall call him that." "Ah?" Tang Yuan paused for a moment, feeling it was rather inappropriate. At that moment, a formidable pressure enveloped him, causing his complexion to pale. This soul force was exceedingly powerful, a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of his mother, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Yuiguan, and Uncle Guime. Tang Yuan trembled all over, beads of cold sweat continuously forming on his forehead. At that moment, both Douluo Yuan and Tianheng were taken aback, not expecting Douluo to resort to such a tactic. Douluo Yuan exclaimed, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Douluo abruptly withdrew his soul pressure and replied with a snort, "Humph, truly a case of a granddaughter being beyond her grandfather's control. Have you forgotten about me while introducing Grandpa you?" Ignoring him, Douluo Yin knelt down to wipe the sweat from Tang Yuan's brow and softly inquired, "Little Seven, how are you feeling?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "Sister Yin Yin, I am fine." Douluo Yin furrowed her brows and replied, "You claim to be well, yet your face is as pale as snow." Tang Yuan shook his head once more, smiling as he said, "Sister Yin Yin, I truly am fine." Upon finishing his words, Tang Yuan bowed respectfully to Douluo and expressed, "Thank you, Grandpa Douluo." Douluo, intrigued, turned his gaze towards Tang Yuan and inquired, "Oh, what are you thanking me for?" Douluo Yin, standing nearby, interjected, "Indeed, Little Seven, why are you thanking him? Let us disregard him and leave." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "It's nothing, Sister Yin Yin. Just now, Grandfather Dugong used his soul force to help me break through to level 20. "What?" Dugong Yin exclaimed in surprise. Tang Yuan nodded. At that moment, Douluo interjected, "Humph, you are rather sensible, unlike certain individuals who no longer show respect even to their grandfather." Douluo Yin, realizing her misunderstanding of Douluo, comprehended the underlying message in his words. She then turned to Yu Tianheng, stuck out her tongue, and made a silly face. Yu Tianheng, feeling awkward, scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Douluo addressed Tang Yuan, "Your name is Tang Yuan, correct? How old are you this year?" Tang Yuan Dao, returning to Grandpa Douluo, "I am 7 years old this year." 7 years old? Both Yu Yuanjin and Douluo were taken aback. To have reached level 20 at such a tender age is indeed extraordinary. Douluo inquired further, "Are you also a student of the Heaven Do Academy? From which place do you hail?" Tang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, recalling the instructions given to him by Bibi Dong just before school commenced, advising him to keep the location of the Dead Spirit Manor a secret, revealing it could allow the Spirit Hall to trace the information back to him, thereby jeopardizing his safety. Just as Tang Yuan pondered how to respond, Douluo Yin exclaimed in exasperation, "Grandfather, are you interrogating a criminal?" Douluo chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, it's merely curiosity on my part. Now, off you go with your junior and enjoy yourselves. Your grandfather, you, and I have matters to attend to." Tang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. To be honest, he had found it quite challenging to respond earlier, as the matter involved the Dead Spirit Manor. Answering could potentially lead the Spirit Hall to trace him, while remaining silent would also be difficult to justify, especially since Douluo had bestowed such a grand gift upon him upon their first meeting. If he were to deceive him, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. After respectfully taking his leave, Yu Tianheng led Douluo Yin and Tang Yuan to his private residence. Chapter 25, Qin Ming. Upon their arrival at the estate, they found several individuals engaged in conversation. At the sight of Yu Tianheng, they all approached to greet him. Noticing Douluo Yin holding the hand of an exceptionally adorable little boy, two young women rushed forward, as if they had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. A spirited girl with black hair eagerly inquired, "What an adorable little boy. Yin Yin, is this your brother?" Douluo Yin nodded and replied, "Yes, he is my brother. Isn't he cute?" The black-haired girl enthusiastically agreed, saying, "Come here, let me pinch your cheeks." She reached out her hand, eager to playfully squeeze Tang Yuan's face. Tang Yuan instinctively recoiled, a dark line of frustration crossing his brow. What has become of the girls these days? Have they lost all sense of modesty? Oh dear. He avoided you, Ling Xian. It seems he is not interested, remarked another blonde girl with a teasing laugh. The dark-haired girl huffed indignantly. Humph, then you come here. The blonde girl chuckled mischievously. If I must, then I shall. Come here, little brother. Let your sister take you to enjoy some delicious treats. Tang Yuan could no longer bear it, and quickly hid behind Douluo Yin. The black-haired girl, noticing this, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Look, he is ignoring you." Seeing Tang Yuan retreat, Douluo Yin assumed he was merely shy and addressed the two girls, saying, all right, do not frighten him. Be careful or my brother might give you a beating." The black-haired girl, skeptical, responded with a chuckle. Such an adorable little brother would never harm anyone. At that moment, several more individuals arrived, greeting Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin. Most were adolescents around 14 or 15 years of age. Some of the girls, upon seeing Tang Yuan, contemplated approaching him to tease, but upon observing his increasingly darkening expression, they refrained from further jesting. Just then, a young man sauntered in from outside the courtyard, appearing to be in his 20s, with simple black hair. His features were not particularly handsome, yet they were distinctly defined, imparting a sense of composure and simplicity. His eyes, however, sparkled with brightness. Upon recognizing him, the crowd greeted, Teacher Qin. This individual was indeed Qin Ming, who, at this point, had not yet attained the level of a Soul Emperor, standing at a level of 54, a genuine Soul King. Upon seeing many of his students present, Qin Ming greeted them with a smile. While engaging in light-hearted conversation, Qin Ming noticed a pair of eyes fixated on him. He glanced down to find Tang Yuan's bewildered gaze, which he found rather amusing. He then turned to Douluo Yin and inquired, Yin Yin, who is this child? Douluo Yin was momentarily taken aback, ready to respond, when Tang Yuan interjected, Teacher Qin, my name is Tang Yuan. Douluo Yin chuckled and added, Teacher Qin. He's also a student of our Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming, somewhat surprised, wondered about the relationship between this child and Douluo Yin, questioning how he had suddenly appeared at the gathering. He then asked, is that so? Tang Yuan, are you a new student admitted this year? Tang Yuan nodded. With a mischievous smile, Douluo Yin said, Teacher Qin, can you guess which grade he is in? Instinctively, Qin Ming replied, what other grade could it be? A freshman is naturally in the junior college's introductory class. Observing Douluo Yin's teasing smile, Qin Ming felt a flicker of curiosity and added, could it be otherwise? Douluo Yin laughed and said, Teacher Qin, you are mistaken. Our little Qi is actually a genius in the first class of the 3rd grade. Now perplexed, Qin Ming questioned, did he not say he was a new student enrolling this year? How can he be in the 3rd grade, let alone in the 1st class? Tang Yuan Dao no? Teacher Qin, I am indeed a new student who has just enrolled this year. However, the committee, including Grandfather Dream Machine, has arranged for me to transfer to the 1st class of the 3rd grade. Qin Ming was somewhat bewildered, but upon reflection, he exclaimed in astonishment, I remember now. There is indeed someone named Tang Yuan, a 6-year-old genius at level 19, who advanced directly from the junior class to the 3rd grade of the junior academy. What? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, everyone present was taken aback. 6 years old? Level 19? While Tang Yuan appeared unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around him, Dong Guyan felt a surge of pride within her, although it seemed rather absurd to think of a 6-year-old at level 19 as being related to her at all. Tang Yuan, Qin Ming said. Tang Yuan inquired, what is the matter, Teacher Qin? Teacher Qin Ming responded, what level are you currently at? Tang Yuan Dao, I have just reached level 20. Level 20? Qin Ming expressed some confusion and inquired, half a year has passed, yet you have only advanced by 1 level? Tang Yuan replied, there was an issue with the martial spirit, but it has now been resolved. I see. Qin Ming responded, relieved that the problem was addressed. Otherwise, a talent such as this could have been wasted. Qin Ming then inquired, by the way, Tang Yuan, I noticed you were staring at me earlier. What is it? Tang Yuan shook his head and said, Tian Heng has spoken of you, mentioning that you are a Soul King. You appear quite youthful, unlike the typical Soul Kings. Qin Ming, both amused and perplexed, replied, at 6 years old, reaching the 19th rank, I dare say you do not resemble an ordinary Soul Master either. Tang Yuan shook his head and said, I am now 7 years old. Qin Ming, with a sense of helplessness, replied, it is all the same. Tang Yuan silently vowed that one day he too would become a Soul King even younger than Teacher Qin. Before long, the numerous maidens had meticulously arranged the hall, presenting an array of exquisite delicacies, fruits, and fine wines. Yu Tianheng then beckoned everyone to enter the hall. The spacious chamber was adorned with a round table, ample enough to accommodate 30 diners at once. Yu Tianheng invited Qin Ming to take the seat of honor, while he and Douluo Yin flanked him on either side, with Tang Yuan being drawn to sit beside Douluo Yin. The table was laden with a cornucopia of dishes, including the rare meat of 1,000-year-old soul beasts and various spiritual fruits and vegetables. Although Tang Yuan had indulged in such feasts at the Necromancer Manor, he had not savored them since his arrival at the academy. Yu Tianheng proclaimed in a booming voice, the dishes are ready. Let us first invite Teacher Qin to say a few words. The crowd erupted in applause. Qin Ming, with a reluctant wave of his hand, stood up and addressed the gathering. Dear students, I am delighted to share this moment with all of you. As the director of the practical combat course, I have witnessed your remarkable growth throughout our journey together. I must also extend my heartfelt congratulations to Tianheng and Yin Yin for officially becoming students of the Advanced Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy this year. Of course, I encourage the rest of you to strive diligently so that next year, you too may join the Advanced Academy. I shall keep my remarks brief so as not to delay your meal. Now, let us raise our glasses in a toast. The crowd cheered exuberantly, raising their cups in unison. Tang Yuan was swept up in the atmosphere, and lifted his cup to join in the toast, though due to his youth, Douluo Yin only poured him a cup of tea. Subsequently, the attendees exchanged toasts, all being soul masters with physiques far superior to ordinary folk, their capacity for alcohol unquestionable. Even the girls held their own, drinking continuously. However, the wine from Yu Tianheng's household was no ordinary vintage, rich and fragrant. It soon led to a state of merriment. Before long, faces flushed and spirits lifted. The gathering was awash in a blissful intoxication, with Qin Ming particularly inebriated as the students toasted him fervently, out-drinking one another. Thankfully, Qin Ming, not wishing to lose face before his students, discreetly utilized his soul power to expel some of the alcohol, regaining a semblance of normalcy. At a soul master gathering, apart from drinking, the essence of camaraderie lay in combat. As the feast concluded, someone proposed a friendly sparring session, seeking guidance from Teacher Qin. The group rose and made their way into the courtyard, which was spacious enough for them to stretch their limbs. Douluo Yin turned and asked, "Little Seven, are you full?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Sister Yin Yin, I am full." Douluo Yin smiled and replied, "All right, I will take you to watch the competition." With that, she took Tang Yuan's hand, and they exited the hall together, making their way to the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, two young men stood facing each other. One was strikingly handsome, with a petite frame, dressed in flowing white robes, while the other was a robust youth with short black hair, resembling a humanoid spirit beast. Both used their soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol. The handsome youth stepped forward and declared, "I am Yu Feng, master of the Windbell Bird. A level 27 agile attack soul master. I seek your guidance." As he spoke, two yellow soul rings slowly rose from beneath him. The robust youth also stepped forward, stating, "I am Shi Mo, master of the Xuanwu Turtle, a level 28 defensive soul master. I seek your guidance as well." Two yellow soul rings similarly ascended from his feet. "Soul spirit, manifest." They both shouted in unison, activating their soul spirits. Yu Feng showed little change, save for the sudden emergence of a pair of brown wings from his back, lifting him slowly into the air. In contrast, Shi Mo revealed a green turtle shell both on his chest and behind him. First soul skill, Wing Blade. Yu Feng shouted as the brown wings unfurled, shimmering with silver light as he dove down towards a Shi Mo also called out. First soul skill, Hard Shell. The green shells on his body glowed brightly as they met Yu Feng's wing blade head-on. A dull thud resonated as Yu Feng staggered back, while Shi Mo also felt the impact, clearly indicating that Yu Feng's attack had not succeeded. Subsequently, Yu Feng unleashed his second soul skill in an attack, while Shi Mo countered with his own second soul skill in defense. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, alternating between offense and defense. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. Having landed, Yu Feng gasped, "No more, no more. I can't keep going." Shi Mo, drenched in sweat, had also retracted his shells. Despite Yu Feng's soul power being nearly depleted, Shi Mo was not faring much better, as he required considerable soul power to withstand Yu Feng's fierce assaults. Consequently, both of their soul powers were significantly diminished. At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward and remarked, "Well done. Both of you showcased your strengths effectively. However, a defensive soul master may not demonstrate significant effects in one-on-one battles, but in team combat, they play a crucial role. Yu Feng's agile attack, while impressive, is not as effective against defensive types, yet you both performed admirably. After all, agile attack soul masters primarily rely on speed, with attack being secondary." Upon hearing these words, both Yu Feng and Shi Mo recognized their shortcomings and gained valuable insights. They voiced their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." After Yu Feng and Shi Mo concluded their match, several other pairs engaged in one-on-one battles. Chapter 26. Sparring. Tang Yuan observed with great enthusiasm. Although he was merely at the 20th level while the lowest among those present was at least at the 25th, he was able to glean considerable practical experience. The senior at the 25th level was an agile attack-type soul master, and Tang Yuan felt confident that if he were to face her, his speed, enhanced by the unchanging pursuit step, would render her incapable of overcoming him. He had previously enlisted Su Jing's assistance for an experiment, and he found that a Tang Yuan employing the unchanging pursuit step at full capacity could easily outpace any soul master below the 30th level. Observing the fierce battle spirit emanating from Tang Yuan's eyes, Yu Tianheng inquired, "Little Seven, do you wish to join the fray as well?" Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, I too wish to ascertain the current level of my practical combat skills." Yu Tianheng considered for a moment and replied, "Very well, you shall take the next match. However, exercise caution, Do you understand? Tang Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Brother Tianheng, rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution." Yu Tianheng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Tang Yuan's hair. The two swiftly concluded their duel, parting ways with evident fatigue. Yet their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. After all, they were of similar age and classmates, possessing comparable soul power levels. Neither was willing to concede defeat, for it was essential to establish a victor. Nonetheless, the aftermath of battle allowed them to recognize their shortcomings in their hearts. Each held a scale to measure their own performance, irrespective of the outcome. In attendance were only students of noble birth from the Heaven Do Empire, with the exception of their teacher, Qin Ming. These students, inherently proud and arrogant, were reluctant to admit their losses. Yet, in the glaring eyes of onlookers, defeat was undeniable. Their only recourse was to strive for victory in the next encounter. To feign bravado would only lead to further disgrace, exemplifying the essence of noble spirit. Though many of the Heaven Do aristocrats were often impetuous, this noble spirit nonetheless represented a commendable trait. Having determined the victor, the two combatants retreated to the sidelines for rest. Yu Tianheng then turned to Tang Yuan and said, "Go ahead, Xiao Qi." Tang Yuan nodded and stepped into the center of the arena. At that moment, he heard Yu Tianheng say to another young man, Li Fei, "Why don't you compete with our junior?" Tang Yuan gazed upon the young boy, who was indeed the formidable 25th level agility type soul master. Upon hearing this, Li Fei appeared momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Boss, isn't this a bit inappropriate? He is merely a child. Although exceptionally gifted, he lacks a second soul ring. What if I inadvertently injure him?" At this juncture, Du Guyan interjected, "Humph, if you dare to harm my brother, I shall resort to poison." Yin, do not speak so recklessly," Yu Tianheng admonished with a furrowed brow. Du Guyan merely pouted, her words intended as jest. Nevertheless, Yu Tianheng addressed Li Fei. "It matters not. Xiao Qi is no ordinary 20-level soul master. However, do exercise caution and refrain from using excessive force. Merely engage in a friendly spar." Observing the diminutive stature of Tang Yuan, Li Fei felt a sense of trepidation. It was then that Qin Ming stepped forward with a smile, assuring him, "Do not worry. Li Fei, consider it an opportunity to engage with a junior. With the teacher present, nothing untoward will occur." Others, eager to witness the prowess of this 7-year-old prodigy, urged, "Indeed, Li Fei, with teacher Qin here, you are not frightened, are you?" The group erupted in laughter. Li Fei, feeling somewhat exasperated, shot them a glare. After all, he was the lowest ranked among them. With a resigned determination, he stepped into the arena and said to Tang Yuan, "If anything goes awry, make sure to speak up promptly." "Understood?" Tang Yuan gazed upon his senior, feeling an overwhelming warmth within. He was pleasantly surprised that, even on the brink of battle, his senior had not forgotten to offer him a reminder. With a smile, he replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, senior. However, you should exert yourself fully. I am a soul master and not so fragile, especially with teacher Qin by my side." Li Fei pondered this for a moment, acknowledging that despite his youthful appearance, this young lad had already reached level 20, not far behind himself. He then turned to Qin Ming, who smiled and nodded in affirmation, and then to Yu Tianheng, who bore a similar expression. Sighing with relief, he said, "Very well, but remember, if there is an emergency, do not hesitate to speak up immediately." Tang Yuan smiled and nodded, exclaiming, "Excellent." Li Fei also nodded and then bellowed, "Martial soul, manifest." As soon as his words resonated, a remarkable transformation occurred in Li Fei's eyes. His pupils shifted into vertical slits, revealing a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes that gleamed with intensity. Almost instantaneously, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, slightly smaller than those of Yufeng, their deep brown feathers fluttering in the breeze. 2 yellow soul rings illuminated beneath his feet. Subsequently, Li Fei declared, "I am Li Fei, wielder of the martial soul eagle, a level 25 agility-focused battle spirit master. I humbly seek your guidance." Tang Yuan did not dare to be negligent. With his right hand outstretched, a scroll materialized, exuding a potent aura of soul power. Enveloped in a golden light that surrounded him, "I am Tang Yuan, a soul master of the control system, level 20, with the martial soul death register. I humbly seek your guidance." Senior. At that moment, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. "Excellent," he declared, activating his first soul skill, Eagle Strike. Li Fei, sensing the formidable strength of Tang Yuan's martial soul, immediately tempered his earlier dismissiveness and unleashed his first soul skill. His first soul ring blazed with brilliance, and a yellow glow emanated from his wings as he soared into the air, diving toward Tang Yuan. One could not help but notice that this attack bore some resemblance to the previous wind manipulation technique, yet it lacked the formidable power of that skill. Li Fei's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Tang Yuan. However, with a swift motion of his foot, Tang Yuan executed the unpredictable pursuit step, vanishing from Li Fei's sight in an instant. Li Fei was taken aback. This junior was indeed remarkable. Before he could fully contemplate this revelation, he felt a surge of power emanating from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself upward. In that fleeting instant, he glimpsed a leg sweeping through the space he had just occupied. That was close. Li Fei inhaled deeply, realizing he had underestimated this junior. I must exert my full strength. With this thought, he performed a flip in midair, transforming his hands into claws, and dove once more toward Tang Yuan. Invoking his second soul skill, Eagle Claw, Tang Yuan Fong, having missed his initial strike, swiftly retreated and, as he regained his footing, witnessed Li Fei unleashing his second soul skill. Charging towards him, with a quick movement, he evaded once more. Li Fei was taken aback. His second soul skill was significantly faster than the first, and its ferocity was unmatched. Was this junior truly a control-type soul master? How could he seem swifter than even an agility-focused soul master? Just as thoughts raced, before he could react, a voice rang out. First soul skill, Soul Snatch. Tang Yuan let out a thunderous shout, and in an instant, a dark light emanated from the death book, enveloping Li Fei suspended in midair. Suddenly, Li Fei felt a wave of weakness surge through him. Before he could react, he saw a white light radiating from his body, rushing toward Tang Yuan and enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. This is not good, Li Fei exclaimed, then quickly uttered a soft incantation, invoking his first soul skill, Eagle Strike. Li Fei distinctly sensed a significant decrease in his attack power, defense, and speed, while Tang Yuan's velocity had evidently increased manifold. At that moment, Tang Yuan had already disappeared from Li Fei's line of sight. Without hesitation, Li Fei deployed his earlier soul skill. Although the might of Eagle Strike paled in comparison to his second soul skill, Eagle Claw, it offered an enhancement in speed. By utilizing this soul skill, Li Fei could move with a swiftness that exceeded his usual pace, employing it now to evade Tang Yuan. At this moment, Tang Yuan was moving at an astonishing speed, his heart filled with astonishment. The prodigious students of the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy were indeed formidable. Their combat awareness surpassed his own by leaps and bounds, swiftly devising strategies to counter him. Yet, it was still insufficient. Tang Yuan exerted all his strength, reaching an extraordinary speed, swiftly catching up with Li Fei. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt high into the air, grasping Li Fei's ankle. Li Fei, taken aback, found himself unable to react. Despite utilizing the speed and elevation granted by his first soul skill, he was still unable to prevail. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was pulled back to the ground by Tang Yuan. Once both regained their composure, Li Fei sighed and said, "I concede." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Li Fei, you have not lost. Although I have managed to bring you down, you still possess the potential to soar once more, seeking the opportune moment to strike me with your soul techniques. Moreover, my own soul power has dwindled to nearly half." Tang Yuan spoke the truth. His first soul ring was 600 years old. Not only did it endow him with formidable soul skills, but its energy consumption also far exceeded that of a typical century-old soul ring. Although he had only unleashed the soul extraction technique once this time, had it not been for Tang Yuan's substantial and solidified soul power, which had previously evolved to a liquid state, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to perform the ever-changing pursuit of souls while simultaneously employing soul extraction. It is likely that he would have depleted nearly all his soul power by now, rather than merely half. Upon hearing this, Li Fei assumed Tang Yuan was merely attempting to console him and responded with a wry smile. "Do not comfort me. A loss is a loss. Even if I were to ascend once more, I would not soar as high as you. After all, the energy expenditure during our sparring was immense. I hardly possess any soul power left at this moment. Moreover, your peculiar first soul skill has restricted my bodily functions. I cannot ascend much higher. And your speed is astonishing. My soul skills are futile against you. Once my soul power is entirely exhausted, I would inevitably plummet from the sky, and in that case, I would still be defeated." At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward, applauding and exclaiming, "What a splendid battle! Little Seven, may I call you that?" Tang Yuan nodded and smiled. "Of course, Teacher Qin. Both Brother Tianheng and Sister Yin address me this way." Qin Ming chuckled. "Very well, Xiao Qi. Although you are merely at the 20th level, your soul skills are remarkably potent, and your speed is unparalleled, even surpassing that of a typical 30th level soul master. In this competition, if you were to face a soul master specializing in strong offense or defense, victory might not come so easily. However, since Li Fei specializes in agile attacks, his advantage lies in speed. If you outpace him, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to claim victory." Tang Yuan nodded, acquiring yet another piece of knowledge. Chapter 27, Returning Home. Li Fei also nodded in agreement, saying, "Teacher Qin is indeed correct. I must say, Tang Yuan, you are quite an anomaly. Your soul power talent is remarkable, and your combat prowess surpasses ours. I estimate you will soon be able to attend the Advanced Academy for further studies." Tang Yuan smiled and was about to speak when Douluo Yin stepped forward and said, "Indeed, our little Qi is a prodigy. You all must hasten your cultivation. Do not be deceived by little Qi's exceptional talent. His relentless dedication to training far surpasses yours. Every day, aside from attending classes, he carries a 50-pound heavy armor and runs across the mountains. How could he not be swift?" Tang Yuan found himself in a state of bewilderment. "Sister Yin, have you already begun to expose my secrets so soon?" The crowd gazed at Tang Yuan, their astonishment palpable. It is not the genius that instills fear, but rather the disconcerting reality that the genius works harder than the mediocre. Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise. "Little Seven, is what Yin said true? Do you really carry 50 pounds of heavy armor and run across the mountains every day?" Before Tang Yuan could speak, Douluo Yin interjected, "Indeed, Teacher Qin, and it doesn't even require soul power. It can be a true test of strength." Although for everyone present, the 50-pound heavy armor was not particularly burdensome, especially for someone like Yu Tianheng, who possessed a formidable assault-type beast martial spirit. The sight of a 7-year-old child sprinting about while bearing armor nearly equivalent to his own weight, relying solely on his natural strength, was indeed astonishing. Initially, the 50-pound armor was only donned during the training of the unchanging pursuit of Soul's technique, but now its effectiveness had diminished significantly for him. Tang Yuan believed it should be worn regularly, akin to clothing, as this would not only enhance endurance but also, once accustomed to the weight, allow for an astonishing speed upon its removal. Moreover, it would greatly assist in refining one's soul power. However, Tang Yuan envisioned crafting an even heavier armor, weighing 100 pounds, utilizing superior materials. This would enable it to be worn like a conventional light armor without compromising weight. Achieving this would necessitate special materials and techniques, which the previous blacksmith shop could not provide. At this moment, Qin Ming remarked, "It seems the most formidable force is not merely the genius, but rather the exceptionally diligent genius." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, affirming his statement. Tang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, receiving such praise from so many, most of whom he did not know, was a novel experience for him. Qin Ming offered further words of encouragement, urging everyone not to squander their holiday, but to diligently cultivate their skills in hopes of breaking through to level 30, thereby gaining admission to the Advanced Academy, much like Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin. Following Qin Ming's speech and a round of sparring, the group returned to the table to indulge in drinks. Meanwhile, the dishes had grown cold during their practice, prompting Yu Tianheng to summon a maid to serve a fresh spread. As the night deepened, the group, feeling pleasantly inebriated, returned to their respective chambers to rest. Considering the revelry and the inconvenience of returning home afterward, Yu Tianheng had thoughtfully arranged several guest rooms for everyone's comfort. Tang Yuan initially intended to return to the academy. Yet as twilight enveloped the sky, Yu Tianheng kindly urged him to stay for the night, promising to send him back at dawn. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuan decided to accept the invitation. After all, he would not be practicing tonight, and an early return to the academy would coincide with his mother's arrival. Thus, under the guidance of a maid, he proceeded to the room that Yu Tianheng had arranged for him. Upon entering, he was greeted by an opulent interior adorned with crystal chandeliers and gemstone embellishments, nearly blinding him with their brilliance. A steaming tub of water awaited him, and Tang Yuan marveled at the hospitality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Tianheng's attentiveness was indeed commendable. Feeling the weight of fatigue, he shed his robes and immersed himself in the warm embrace of the bath. The enveloping heat brought him immense comfort. and soon he found himself languishing in the soothing waters, his weariness dissipating, leaving only a sense of warmth and elation. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, his mental acuity subtly heightened. Though imperceptible, it was a genuine enhancement. After his bath, Tang Yuan reclined on the bed, reflecting on his shortcomings during the battle with Li Fei and contemplating Li Fei's advantages. Through diligent introspection, his understanding of agile attack-type soul masters deepened, and before he realized it, he succumbed to a restful slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Tang Yuan awoke early, refreshed. After a brief routine of washing and dressing, he stepped outside. Awaiting him was the maid, who led him to the courtyard gate. There, a carriage stood ready. A testament to Yu Tianheng's foresight, knowing that Tang Yuan needed to return to the academy promptly before his family's arrival and their journey home. Upon boarding the carriage, Tang Yuan discovered a delightful breakfast meticulously arranged within. He couldn't help but smile, pleasantly surprised by Yu Tianheng's thoughtfulness, which surpassed that of many others. As the carriage journeyed along, Tang Yuan savored his meal, and in no time, they arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando. At this moment, Tang Yuan had finished his breakfast. After alighting from the carriage, he instructed the driver to return and convey his regards to Yu Tianheng, and then he proceeded towards the school. Upon reaching the dormitory, he found it empty and began to tidy up. He decided not to take the heavy armor with him, as it had become redundant for his training of late. Instead, he gathered a few garments and placed them into the starlit vessel. Once everything was in order and he intended to head to the library for a bit more reading, he stepped outside and noticed an individual approaching from a distance. Tang Yuan's keen eyes recognized that this individual was none other than the Jade Heart Douluo, Xiao Han. Tang Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, for it had been half a year since he last saw his family. With a heart full of happiness, he called out loudly, "Uncle Xiao." Upon hearing the call, Xiao Han quickly approached. As he drew near, Xiao Han enveloped Tang Yuan in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "What a fine lad you've become. You've grown quite tall. Have you missed your Uncle Xiao?" Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Of course, Uncle Xiao. You aren't trying to evade Aunt Qianqian, Aunt Xiaoyu, Aunt Lily, and Aunt Suitsue again, are you?" Xiao Han, seeing Tang Yuan's playful demeanor, was both amused and exasperated. He playfully gave Tang Yuan a light smack on the head and remarked, "You rascal. It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've already mastered the art of banter with Uncle Xiao?" Tang Yuan scratched his head and then inquired, "Uncle Xiao, where is my mother? Why hasn't she come?" Xiao Han replied, "Recently, the spirit hall has been quite active, making it inconvenient for your mother to appear in crowded places. She is currently waiting for you outside the academy." Tang Yuan exclaimed with delight, "Shall we depart then? It has been quite a while since I last saw my mother." Xiao Han nodded with a smile and replied, "Very well, let us set off at once. Do you not need to tidy up?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. I have already tidied everything up." Xiao Han remarked, "You rascal. It seems you have been waiting for several days. Let us return home now." Tang Yuan chuckled, "That's splendid. Let's head home." The two conversed as they walked, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the academy. Not far from the academy, a carriage was parked by the roadside. Tang Yuan recognized it at once as belonging to the Necromancer Manor. Without waiting for Xiao Han, he hurriedly approached the carriage and climbed inside, only to behold a stunningly beautiful woman of exceptional poise seated within. "Mother." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yuan leaped into Bibi Dong's embrace. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong's eyes immediately filled with tears, and she held him tightly, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've been away for half a year without a word to the family. Have you forgotten your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mother, how could that be? It's simply that I have been so engrossed in my cultivation that I've had no time." Bibi Dong reproached, "Nevertheless, you should still take the time to write a letter to your mother." Tang Yuan scratched his head and said, all right, Mom, I will write it from now on." Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan, her eyes reflecting affection and tenderness as she gently patted his head. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little Seven, what level are you at now?" Tang Yuan Dao, "You have reached the 20th level." Bibi Dong paused for a moment, yet did not reproach Tang Yuan for his slow advancement. Instead, she said, "Well, there is no need to devote all your energy to cultivation. At your age, it is better to spend time enjoying yourself with friends." Tang Yuan was aware that Bibi Dong felt his progress of advancing 2 ranks in 6 months was somewhat sluggish. With a smile, he remarked, "Mother, my death book martial soul has now been completely restored. I had previously lost 2 ranks due to that matter, but I have since cultivated my way back." Bibi Dong was taken aback, She knew that Tang Yuan had taken a soul origin treasure flower from the Tianbao Tower. Yet she was unaware of his decline in soul power. Immediately, she grew anxious, concerned about any potential repercussions for Tang Yuan, and pressed him for further details. Did not conceal anything from her, sharing the details of the death ledger and the changes in his soul power with Bibi Dong. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. It turned out that the regression of soul power was not a misfortune for Tang Yuan, but rather a fortuitous blessing. At this moment, Xiao Han had also arrived and entered the carriage. Bibi Dong instructed the driver to commence their journey, and thus the three embarked on their return home. Along the way, Bibi Dong began to inquire about Tang Yuan's school life over the past 6 months. Tang Yuan, brimming with excitement, recounted his experiences of becoming the leader of the junior class, advancing to the 3rd grade, and forging friendships with Yu Tianheng and others, sharing every detail with great enthusiasm. Observing Tang Yuan's animated demeanor, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han exchanged knowing glances, listening intently. As Tang Yuan gesticulated passionately, Bibi Dong looked on indulgently, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if in that moment her world revolved solely around him. Initially, Bibi Dong harbored concerns regarding Tang Yuan's associations with Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen. Given that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Poison Douluo were formidable powers on the continent, should they pose a threat to Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong would be hard-pressed to provide assistance. Even with Yu Guan in Heaven Do City, he could only do so much alone, particularly against the likes of Yu Yuanjin and Dugu Bo, both renowned titled Douluos. However, as Tang Yuan spoke of the care he received from Yu Tianheng and others, and mentioned that he had not revealed his true identity, Bibi Dong felt a slight easing of her worries. Even Xiao Han noted that as children grow, they must carve out their own worlds, and overly restricting Tang Yuan's growth would not be beneficial. Moreover, with Yu Guan continuously watching over Tang Yuan and Heaven Do City, there was at least some assurance of his safety in the face of potential dangers. With this thought, Bibi Dong's concerns began to dissipate. Chapter 28. The Soul-Eating Flower. As Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong, and Xiao Han conversed, their carriage traversed the landscape, and soon 5 days had elapsed. They arrived at South Fire City, not far from the Necromancer's Manor. Bibi Dong instructed the coachman to halt within the city for a brief respite, as their provisions had become somewhat monotonous over the past few days. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han decided to accompany Tang Yuan on a leisurely stroll through the city, intending to indulge in some culinary delights. Passing by the South Fire City Junior Soul Master Academy, they observed students bustling to and fro, which prompted Tang Yuan to voice his curiosity. "Mother, isn't it the holiday season? Why are they still attending classes?" Bibi Dong chuckled softly and replied, "Little Seven, the Soul Master Academy typically only grants vacations after a full year of study. Your institution, the Tiando Royal Academy, is an exception. As a royal academy, its students hail from noble families, and thus, they are afforded a month-long break once every year after 6 months of study. This allows them to return to their families and acquire insights into managing their family affairs. Otherwise, if they remain at the academy for extended periods, they may struggle to comprehend the intricacies of their family's operations, which could hinder their ability to inherit the family business in the future." Tang Yuan, in a moment of realization, nodded and said, "I see." After finishing their meal, the three of them continued their journey back to the Spirit Hall, finally arriving the following afternoon. Upon returning home, Tang Yuan felt an immense sense of comfort. He casually dined on a light supper before retreating to his room. This evening, he did not require any cultivation. Instead, he lay on his bed, completely emptying his mind. A wave of relaxation enveloped him, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, adhering to his usual routine, Tang Yuan awoke early. After circulating the yin-yang qi refining technique for several cycles, he began to organize some tents, medicinal herbs, weapons, and other essentials. Upon their return yesterday, he had already made arrangements with Bibi Dong to venture to the Netherworld Ridge today to acquire his second soul ring. Within Tang Yuan's starlit aura, he always maintained these outdoor emergency supplies, but he was accustomed to checking everything before heading out. If anything was lacking, he would take the opportunity to replenish his stock. Since acquiring his first soul ring, he had diligently memorized the wilderness survival knowledge imparted by Bibi Dong and had acted upon it without needing further instruction. After finishing breakfast, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han led Tang Yuan towards the Netherworld Ridge. Upon entering the ridge, Bibi Dong inquired, "Xiao Qi, which direction are you considering for your second soul ring?" This question was one Tang Yuan had contemplated himself, particularly during his battle with Li Fei, where he sensed the considerable age of his current soul ring and the substantial consumption of soul power. He felt a strong desire to obtain a soul ring that would enhance his soul power for the second one. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Bibi Dong, specifying a target age of around 1,000 years. According to the normal absorption standards for soul rings, the second soul ring should ideally be around 764 years. However, considering the unique properties of his death ledger martial spirit, which could mitigate the resentment of soul beasts upon their demise, along with the soul power capacity he had cultivated over the past 6 months, his physical endurance honed through heavy armor training, and the strength of his meridians, he concluded that he could meet the criteria for absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Nevertheless, a 1,000-year soul ring is vastly different from a 100-year one. There exists a significant disparity between a 999-year soul beast and a 1,000-year soul beast, and the energy of the soul rings cannot be compared. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong expressed some concern. Tang Yuan, aware of her concerns, expressed his thoughts. Over the past 6 months, he had acquired considerable theoretical knowledge and conducted analyses from various perspectives. After listening to him, Bibi Dong recalled the circumstances surrounding Tang Yuan's initial absorption of a spirit ring. After a moment of contemplation, she concurred. After all, Tang Yuan had matured into a legitimate spirit master, possessing exceptional talent and significantly enhancing his theoretical understanding during this period. Thus, Bibi Dong felt less apprehensive. Additionally, Xiao Han, who was present, reassured her, stating, "There is nothing to worry about, Master. When Little Seven absorbs the spirit ring, I can utilize my martial soul to assist him, which also possesses the ability to mitigate the resentment of the spirit beasts." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement and ultimately granted her consent to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was filled with elation and cast a grateful glance toward Xiao Han. In response, Xiao Han returned the gaze with an expression of pride. The two seemed to have conspired in some secretive manner, while Bibi Dong feigned ignorance of their exchange. As the hour was still early, the trio commenced their search around the periphery of the Yuming Ridge, encountering several soul beasts, none of which were suitable for Tang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts sensed the presence of Bibi Dong and Xiao Han and fled in terror, for had any of them dared to provoke, they would likely have met their demise at the hands of Bibi Dong, who would have brought them back to the Soul Spirit Manor to replenish their supply of soul beast meat. The three continued their journey through the dense forest. Upon reaching the banks of a river, Tang Yuan suddenly felt a disconcerting drain of his soul power, startling him. He attempted to regulate his internal soul energy, but discovered that the depletion was beyond his control. It was as if an unseen force was siphoning away his soul power, and he was unable to identify the source of this pull. "Damn it, Uncle Xiao, do you feel that your soul power is diminishing?" Tang Yuan inquired. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were momentarily taken aback, checking their own soul energy, but found no signs of any depletion and shook their heads in response. Tang Yuan expressed his confusion, saying, "This is quite strange." Bibi Dong, aware that Tang Yuan would not speak without reason, inquired, "Little Seven, what troubles you?" Tang Yuandao remarked, "I cannot fathom why, but upon arriving at this riverbank, I sense my soul power inexorably ebbing away, despite not actively utilizing it. And I find myself powerless to halt this depletion." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Xiao Han suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. It must be the soul-devouring flower." "The soul-devouring flower?" Both Bibi Dong and Tang Yuan inquired, perplexed. Xiao Han nodded affirmatively and explained, "Indeed. The soul-devouring flower has the capacity to emanate a certain energy that affects all living beings within its vicinity, drawing upon their soul power. Observe the piles of rubble by the river. There are no soul beasts in sight, nor even any vegetation. It appears that the mischief lies with the soul-devouring flower." Tang Yuan inquired, "Why are Mother and Uncle Xiao unaffected?" Xiao Han replied, "This soul-devouring flower is likely not very old. Both your mother and I are titled Douluos of level 90 or above, and we have developed an immunity to such levels of soul energy absorption." Tang Yuan suddenly realized and nodded, saying, "I see now. In that case, Uncle Xiao, let us hasten to find it." Xiao Han nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Little Seven, concentrate your spirit and keenly sense this force of attraction. Observe which direction it is strongest." Tang Yuan nodded, promptly adopting a seated posture with his legs crossed, focusing his mind on his spiritual platform and channeling his energy into his dantian. After a brief interval, Tang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, pointing to his right, exclaiming, "There it is." No sooner had he spoken than he sprang to his feet, and dashed toward the indicated direction, with Bibi Dong and Xiao Han closely trailing behind. After a short distance, they beheld a massive flower, entirely cloaked in darkness, swaying gently in the breeze, surrounded by an emptiness scattered with rubble, devoid of anything else. The soul-devouring flower. Xiao Han exclaimed in astonishment. Bibi Dong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is truly the soul-devouring flower. Tang Yuan gazed intently at the flower before him and remarked, "So this is the soul-devouring flower." Indeed, being so close to it now, I can feel the depletion of my soul energy accelerating. The flower was entirely black, radiating a shimmering dark glow, adorned with 6 petals, towering above him. Larger than an ordinary tree. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, precisely 10 leaves, signifying a millennium. Xiao Qi, your second soul ring is within reach. Xiao Han announced while counting the leaves on the soul-devouring flower. The soul-devouring flower possesses the innate ability to absorb soul energy. A century-old soul-devouring flower can extract the soul energy from all creatures within a 100-meter radius. A millennium-old variant can draw from a kilometer's expanse, while a 10,000-year-old specimen can siphon energy from a radius of 10 kilometers, leaving the ground barren beneath its shadow. With each century of cultivation, the flower gains an additional leaf. In this particular specimen, boasting 10 leaves, had indeed surpassed 1,000 years of age. However, it is unfortunate that no examples of a 10,000-year-old soul-devouring flower have been recorded. Only the rare soul-devouring flower king can achieve such longevity. And ancient texts suggest that no such entity has been observed for many years. This soul-devouring flower, in both its abilities and age, resonated deeply with Tang Yuan. Feeling the rapid loss of his soul energy, he resolved not to delay any further and intended to absorb this flower's soul ring immediately. At that moment, Bibi Dong said, "Go ahead, Xiao Qi, let this soul-devouring flower become your second soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded, deftly extracting a long dagger from the ethereal glow of the starry moonlight. And with a swift motion, he plunged it into the soil, seemingly piercing the root of the soul-devouring flower. Unlike their animal counterparts, plant soul beasts lack mobility. Thus, at the moment Tang Yuan struck the root of the soul-devouring flower, it was powerless to resist. As he did so, the vitality of the plant dissipated like flowing water, and with it, the ability to absorb soul power within a radius of 1,000 meters also vanished. Tang Yuan sensed the temporary slowing of the soul power draining from his own being, soon fading entirely until it returned to normalcy. At that moment, the soul-devouring flower began to wither at a visibly accelerated pace, and ultimately, as it fell completely, a violet soul ring slowly ascended from its form. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan immediately commenced the absorption process. Much like the initial encounter with the soul ring, the plant-type soul beast emanated a formidable aura of resentment, which now pervaded Tang Yuan's mind. At that moment, the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death manifested, bestowing a refreshing sensation upon his consciousness, a testament to the purifying power of the book. Simultaneously, an immense surge of energy flowed from the soul ring, permeating every fiber of Tang Yuan's being. As this energy coursed through him, it seemingly unlatched a release valve, crashing against the barriers of his cultivation like a tidal wave. Tang Yuan sensed a shattering within, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness. In that instant, his soul power surged, the energy cascading relentlessly. Tang Yuan, aware of the urgency, promptly activated the yin-yang qi refinement technique. All his acupoints and meridians seemed to rejoice, resonating with a harmonious hum. The energy swiftly completed a full cycle within him. And suddenly, the yin-yang qi refinement technique breached its apex, propelling him into the early stage of the third layer. Tang Yuan felt an exhilarating transformation within himself. A breakthrough in the yin-yang qi refinement technique that nearly compelled him to release a long, triumphant howl. Chapter 29, the second soul skill within his meridians. The energy surged chaotically. However, thanks to the modifications made during the restoration process of the Death Ledger, the barriers of Tang Yuan's meridians were now remarkably robust. The energy was utterly incapable of breaching these defenses, obediently absorbed by Tang Yuan. After 2 hours, the radiant glow surrounding Tang Yuan gradually faded, signaling the conclusion of the soul ring absorption. Once the luminescence completely vanished, Tang Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful wave of soul force that spread outward. Within his eyes, an enthralling brilliance shimmered, rendering it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon him. Bibi Dong exchanged a glance with Xiao Han, astonished, and remarked, "Is this the power of a 1,000-year soul ring?" Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Tang Yuan sensed the changes within himself. His yin-yang qi refinement technique had now advanced to the early stage of the 3rd level. Although still in its nascent phase, it was remarkably stable. Were it not for Tang Yuan's deliberate restraint, the technique would have already reached a minor completion. Nevertheless, to solidify his foundation, he chose to maintain it at the initial stage, though it was precariously balanced at its peak. It was likely that, before long, it would naturally ascend to minor completion. Unperturbed by this, Tang Yuan considered that having suppressed it to such a degree, allowing it to progress naturally would soon render any further restraint futile. Upon assessing his current soul power level, Tang Yuan noted that his soul force had reached level 21. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable efficacy of the 1,000-year soul ring. His soul power now flowed like liquid, a significant enhancement compared to the gaseous quality it previously possessed. Under this elevated quality, the energy within the soul ring underwent refinement, and after being absorbed by Tang Yuan, it was astonishing that the quality improved while the quantity decreased, resulting in an elevation of 1 level. Had Tang Yuan's previous soul power been in play, absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring would likely have propelled him directly to level 23, a leap of 3 levels. Even after refinement, he experienced an unexpected elevation of 1 additional level, a delightful surprise indeed. Once everything concluded, Tang Yuan rose to his feet. Bibi Dong hurriedly approached him. Concern etched across her face as she asked, "Little Seven, are you all right?" Tang Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong's concern for him and smiled as he gently shook his head, saying, "Rest assured, Mother, I am perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yuan proceeded to describe the transformations of his soul power and rank to Bibi Dong and Xiao Han. He simultaneously summoned his martial spirit, and 2 radiant soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, 1 golden and 1 purple. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han gazed at the Book of Life and Death, which had significantly expanded in size. As the pages turned, a faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Under the influence of this floral aroma, both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible depletion of their own soul power. Bibi Dong inquired, "Xiao Qi, what is your second soul skill?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My second soul skill is named Soul Hook. Unlike the first soul skill, this one pertains to the attribute of soul power. Its effect is to diminish the enemy's soul power by 20%, while simultaneously absorbing half of the reduced soul power back to oneself, thereby restoring the absorbed soul power. Essentially, it allows one to siphon off the enemy's soul power. The cooldown period is 5 minutes, with an increase in potency of 10% for every 10 levels, and a reduction of 1 minute in the cooldown time. The maximum amount of soul power that can be absorbed from the opponent is capped at 50%, with the cooldown period being able to decrease to a minimum of 1 minute. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han gasped in astonishment. This was nothing short of cheating. If one were to reach the level of a title Douluo, being able to absorb 50% of the enemy's soul power would render many of their formidable soul skills essentially unusable. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong inquired, "Xiao Qi, does your soul skill, like the first, disregard the opponent's level?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "Not at all. However, I have heard that this second soul skill differs from the first, lacking the ability to disregard levels." Bibi Dong appeared somewhat disheartened. But upon sensing a change in Tang Yuan's tone, she inquired, "However, what?" Tang Yuan remarked, "As long as the soul power does not exceed my own by more than 30 levels, it can be absorbed under normal circumstances. If it surpasses 30 levels, it can still be absorbed, albeit with significantly diminished effects. The greater the disparity in levels, the lesser the effectiveness of this soul skill." Bibi Dong was taken aback, realizing the implications of such power. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, it perfectly inherits the soul siphoning ability of the soul-devouring flower, which is quite impressive. Moreover, the soul skill bestowed by the Millennium Soul Ring is extraordinarily potent, exceeding my expectations. Bibi Dong instructed, "Xiao Qi, unleash your second soul skill for your mother." Tang Yuan understood that Bibi Dong intended to test the newly acquired soul skill. He nodded and declared, "Very well. The second soul skill, Soul Snatch." As soon as the words left his lips, the Book of Life and Death radiated a brilliant golden light, and the second soul ring on Tang Yuan's body shimmered with a deep purple glow. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Bibi Dong inhaled the floral aroma and sensed a slight fluctuation in her soul power, approximately 1% gradually dissipating, accompanied by a pulling force emanating from the Book of Life and Death. After a moment of careful contemplation, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little Seven, how do you feel?" Tang Yuan Dao, Mother, I perceive that I have drawn an immense amount of soul energy from you. My own soul power is now remarkably abundant. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength of your soul energy, I would have ceased my absorption immediately. Otherwise, I fear I might have been overwhelmed. However, despite my cessation of absorption, my soul of the life and death register continues to deplete your soul energy incessantly. Bibi Dong nodded and remarked, Indeed, based on my estimations, your second soul skill is virtually ineffective against soul masters above the 80th rank, as I had to suppress my level between 70 and 79 for you to barely absorb 1%. If one were within the 60th to 69th ranks, you could absorb 5%, from the 50th to 59th ranks, 10%, and for those below the 50th rank, you could entirely absorb 20% of the enemy's soul energy. Tang Yuan's heart swelled with joy. It was truly magnificent that it could also affect those below level 50. Bibi Dong added, Indeed, the cooldown period of your soul skill is excessively lengthy. Even if you can drain 20% of the soul power from an opponent beneath level 50, the 5-minute cooldown is ample time for them to utilize the remaining 80% of their soul power for various purposes. Tang Yuan felt a sense of disappointment. Indeed, it was understandable, even if he faced an opponent several levels higher. The loss of 20% of his soul power would still leave him vulnerable to defeat in a single strike. Even a mere fragment of soul power would render him powerless. Noticing Tang Yuan's dismay, Bibi Dong could only smile in disbelief. Here he was, dissatisfied despite possessing such an extraordinary soul skill. Gently ruffling his hair, she said, Little Seven, the capabilities of this soul skill exceed your imagination, as well as my own. While its effectiveness may diminish against soul masters of significantly higher levels, you have already secured an invincible position among your peers. With your swiftness and your first and second soul skills, even a 30-level soul sovereign would stand no chance against you. Tang Yuan was taken aback and inquired, Is that truly the case? Bibi Dong replied with a smile, Indeed, it is quite true. Consider this, when you employ your first soul skill to diminish an adversary's physical capabilities, that reduction is effectively a doubling of your own strength in comparison to them. Furthermore, when you use your second soul skill, their soul power diminishes as well, equating to another augmentation of your superiority. Imagine, if you were to ascend to the rank of a 60-level soul emperor at that point. Your first and second soul skills would both reduce your opponent's physical capabilities and soul power by 50%, which would also be applicable against titled Douluos. In such a scenario, even a titled Douluo would regard you with considerable caution. Therefore, it is imperative that you safeguard yourself in your current state of weakness. Do not allow your brilliance to shine too brightly. Tang Yuan chuckled, I understand, Mother. Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan as he regained his smile. Her eyes filled with affection. Indeed, even with formidable strength, one must not underestimate their opponents, for every individual possesses unique opportunities. And who among us lacks a hidden trump card? Tang Yuan nodded vigorously, smiling as he reassured, Rest assured, Mother. The principle of using one's full strength even when tackling a seemingly small challenge is something you have instilled in me since childhood. Little Seven understands. Bibi Dong chuckled. That is good. At this moment, it was still not dusk. The three of them took advantage of the daylight to return to the Spirit Hall. The Yuming Ridge was not far from the Spirit Hall, and they soon descended the mountain, arriving back within a short while. After acquiring his second spirit ring, Tang Yuan found himself ravenous, having missed lunch. Bibi Dong promptly instructed the servants to prepare dinner, and various spirit beast meats were laid out before him. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan began feasting on a bone of the earth demon fire pig with his left hand and a colorful chicken leg with his right, enjoying his meal to the fullest. Observing his gluttonous demeanor, Bibi Dong affectionately cautioned, Slow down. While speaking, she also ladled soup for him. After finishing dinner, Tang Yuan, with a painfully full belly, returned to his room to cultivate. With an abundance of spirit beast meat within him, which gathered considerable energy, he aimed to seize the moment before the energy dissipated to diligently refine his spirit power. At this juncture, his sole focus was on cultivation. With only 1 month of vacation, Tang Yuan spent his time at home primarily engaging in conversation and meals with Bibi Dong, while the rest of the time he secluded himself in his room for training. His routine consisted of practicing the Xiao Qi refinement technique at dawn, refining spirit power in the morning, engaging in practical training with Xiao Han or Bibi Dong in the afternoon, and after dinner, either conversing with Bibi Dong or retreating to his room for further cultivation. In essence, day by day, after a month, Tang Yuan's Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique had naturally reached the minor achievement of the third level, and he attained its pinnacle. The next stages included the early and peak phases of major achievement, culminating in complete mastery of the third level. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's spirit power remained at the apex of level 20, just shy of reaching level 22. Additionally, his impermanence pursuit step had hit a bottleneck. Currently still at the minor achievement of the third level. At present, Tang Yuan's strength level stands at Tang Yuan Age, 7 Martial Soul, Book of Life and Death, Flawless Quality Martial Soul. Haotian Hammer, No Soul Ring. Level, 21st Great Soul Master First Soul Skill, Soul Seizure, 600-Year Soul Ring. Yellow, Second Soul Skill, Soul Hook, 1000-Year Soul Ring. Purple, Movement Technique, Impermanence Soul Pursuit Step, 3rd Layer Minor Achievement. Comparable to ordinary soul respect speed, cultivation method, Yin-Yang Qi refining art, 3rd Layer Minor Achievement Pinnacle, Chapter 30. For years later upon the conclusion of his holiday, Tang Yuan returned to the academy, while Bibi Dong and others continued their relentless search for Tang Hao. For Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan represented everything to her, her hope, her deeply cherished emotions. Despite her reluctance to let him go, she constantly reminded herself of the importance of finding Tang Yuan's biological father. A mother's love is selfless and transcends even blood ties. Although Tang Yuan was not her own flesh and blood, he felt even closer than a biological child. After returning to school, Tang Yuan maintained his daily routine of traversing between the back mountain, classroom, dining hall, library, and dormitory. Occasionally, he would visit the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to spar with Yu Tianheng. In their matches, Tang Yuan rarely emerged victorious against Yu Tianheng. Even when employing the impermanent soul pursuit step, his speed, although surpassing that of Yu Tianheng, could not compensate for the latter's formidable beast martial soul, the strongest attack-type martial soul in the world, along with his extraordinary reflexes. Given Tang Yuan's attack power and practical experience, victory seemed a distant possibility. During these sparring sessions, Yu Tianheng displayed remarkable patience, offering Tang Yuan invaluable insights and practical techniques, highlighting areas for improvement. As a soul respect level soul master, Yu Tianheng possessed significantly more combat experience than Tang Yuan. Initially, Tang Yuan would be defeated within 3 exchanges. However, as time progressed, he managed to extend the bouts to 10, then 15, and eventually 20 exchanges. Over time, Tang Yuan could endure until his soul power was entirely depleted before succumbing to Yu Tianheng. Months later, Qin Ming learned of their sparring sessions and frequently joined them for practice. Upon discovering Tang Yuan's second soul skill, Qin Ming was astonished and promptly decided to have Tang Yuan combine his first and second soul skills during their training with Yu Tianheng. In the initial months of this new regimen, Yu Tianheng found himself struggling immensely, even without using his second soul skill. Tang Yuan had already managed to engage Yu Tianheng in combat for several dozen exchanges before exhausting his soul power. Now, with the addition of the second soul skill, Yu Tianheng felt increasingly frustrated. Just as he gained the upper hand, Tang Yuan would siphon away a significant portion of his soul power, preventing him from swiftly concluding the battle. This repetitive cycle made Tang Yuan seem like an indefatigable cockroach. As the battles wore on, Yu Tianheng's soul power diminished, while Tang Yuan's ability to absorb it also waned. By the time Tang Yuan collapsed, gasping for breath, Yu Tianheng was not in much better shape, barely managing to sit up. Were it not for his exceptionally powerful attack-type beast martial soul, he might have been reduced to a pitiful state as well. After such exhausting bouts, it was undoubtedly the perfect time for cultivation, with the esteemed Soul King teacher Qin Ming providing guidance and sharing experiences. Tang Yuan also had Tianbao Tower collect various spiritual herbs, dividing them into 2 portions, one for himself and one for Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng instructed his family servants to prepare nourishing 1000-year soul beast meat as sustenance. After their sparring sessions, both Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng would retreat to their respective chambers to soak in medicinal baths. Once the water transformed from deep green to transparent, they would proceed to the dining hall together, feasting heartily before Qin Ming offered further insights into their sparring errors. The soothing medicinal baths, the nourishing soul beast meat, and the guidance of a Soul King teacher made for a weekly ritual that Tang Yuan eagerly anticipated. Rushing alongside Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Outside of this, Tang Yuan continued his routine at school, rising before dawn to practice the Yin-Yang Qi refining art, attending classes in the morning, refining the impermanent soul pursuit step in the afternoon, and studying in the library at night. His schedule was filled to the brim, yet he thrived in the busyness, finding fulfillment in each day. Days turned into years. Seasons changed, and swiftly 4 years passed. On the Douluo Continent, within the Tiando Empire, at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, 2 figures lay sprawled on the ground in a large lettery shape. One, a slightly larger figure, lay back with golden short hair splayed out, gasping, "Xiao Qi, you monster. I can't continue. I'm out of strength." The other figure, tall and slender with long blue hair cascading around, smirked as he too breathed heavily. "I can't go on either. Tianheng, you're just too tough." Nearby, a middle-aged man observed the 2 sprawled figures with an amused smile. "Enough already. Get up and return to the medicinal bath. Every time you finish, you act as if you're dead." Upon hearing medicinal bath, the tall figure instantly perked up, his sapphire-like eyes glimmering with excitement as he leaped up, exclaiming, "Time for the medicinal bath," and vanished in an instant. The larger figure, still lying on the ground, muttered, "You little rascal, you still have energy." After saying this, he too sprang up, quickly disappearing from sight. The middle-aged man shook his head, chuckling. Indeed, they are all just pretending to be dead. In a particular room within the villa, steam filled the air. In the center stood a large wooden tub surrounded by mist, through which one could see deep green heated water. Leaning against the tub was a blue-haired youth, the very same individual who had just been sprawled in the courtyard, none other than Tang Yuan. Yuan rested both hands upon the edges of a wooden tub, his head gently leaning against its rim, eyes closed, embodying a visage of serene comfort. Upon closer inspection, one would discern slender strands of vibrant green energy swirling within the deep emerald waters, akin to graceful dragons, continuously converging and being absorbed by Tang Yuan, penetrating from the surface to the depths of his being. This medicinal bath not only tempered his sinews, but also nourished his dantian. The experience was both invigorating and soothing, alleviating fatigue. Tang Yuan particularly relished the moments following his sparring sessions with Yu Tianheng, luxuriating in the medicinal soak. However, his greatest delight lay in the sumptuous dinner that followed, feasting upon the tender flesh of soul beasts, a delicacy that melted in his mouth. As a seasoned gourmand who had traversed the culinary landscape of Tiando City, Tang Yuan held a profound appreciation for exquisite cuisine. Over the past 4 years, aside from his rigorous training, he had uncovered a fascinating pursuit, the art of dining. He explored every corner of Tiando City in search of delectable morsels, yet none compared to the soul beast meat enjoyed post-training. After a span of half an hour, the once opaque waters had transformed into a crystalline clarity, the medicinal essence fully absorbed by Tang Yuan. With a hint of reluctance, he stood, emerging from the tub. A tall, statuesque figure materialized amidst the steam. His musculature not as overtly defined as that of the brothers Shur-Mo, but rather elegantly contoured, sharp-edged, resembling a masterfully crafted sculpture. Beneath this seemingly unassuming physique lay a latent explosive power. Owing to years of practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refining technique and indulging in medicinal baths, Tang Yuan's body had achieved a state of exquisite perfection, akin to jade skin and iron bones. Gathering a wisp of soul energy, he dispelled the droplets clinging to his body and hair, donning a flowing black robe. A slender red jade dragon belt adorned his waist, from which hung a brush that resembled a sword. Upon closer examination, the brush's handle was crafted from a century-old bamboo, while the bristles were made from the fur of a millennia-old bloodthirsty demon wolf, engraved with the 4 characters, Judge of Life and Death. His shoulder-length azure hair cascaded gracefully. Not too long nor too short, Tang Yuan secured it with a black hair tie, forming a modest ponytail. This action unveiled his sharply defined facial features, a visage resembling a chiseled sculpture, a prominent nose, eyes that housed the cosmos, and lips that frequently curled into a smile, bestowing upon him an aura of profound mystery and striking handsomeness, coupled with an effortless charm. Clad in black boots, Tang Yuan exited the room. His attire bore a resemblance to that of Xiao Han, the renowned Douluo, and since Tang Yuan adopted this style, Bibi Dong had harbored a persistent belief that this young man was influenced by Xiao Han. Yet, Xiao Han remained innocent. His ethereal presence somehow morphed into that of a roguish wanderer in Tang Yuan's guise. It is worth noting that Tang Yuan had intentionally fashioned his look after the heroes of the martial arts novels he had once perused, his lifelong aspiration to become a chivalrous figure remaining steadfast in this new life. In his previous existence, burdened by illness that hindered even his ability to walk, the dream of heroism seemed unattainable. However, reborn, Tang Yuan ardently pursued this ambition. Naturally, this transformation had nothing to do with Xiao Han, a fact of which Xiao Han was oblivious. To deflect suspicion, Tang Yuan often claimed to mimic Uncle Zhao's style in front of Bibi Dong, prompting her to suggest he change his attire on several occasions. It was not that his outfit was unappealing, but Bibi Dong felt that Xiao Han was leading her son astray. Consequently, Xiao Han would often find himself reprimanded by Bibi Dong, though he eventually grew accustomed to it. Upon stepping outside, Tang Yuan made his way directly to the dining hall. Upon arrival, he beheld Yu Tianheng already indulging in a lavish feast at the table. "Wait for me, brother Tianheng. Save some for me." Tang Yuan hastily rushed over, plopping down without ceremony and seized a large chicken leg, commencing to tear into it with gusto. Indeed, he was tearing into it. This was the dining hall established by Yu Tianheng at his private residence, a place frequented solely by Yu Tianheng, Tang Yuan, Qin Ming, and Douluo Yin. No others had ever graced its presence. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's mouth was filled with the meat of soul beasts, his hands equally occupied, grasping a substantial piece of meat while he mumbled indistinctly, "You're becoming increasingly vain. Why do you eat so slowly?" Tang Yuan paid no mind to others, having already embarked on a fervent feast. Chapter 31. Invitation to join the team. Before long, Qin Ming arrived, delicately serving himself a bowl of rice, savoring each bite with meticulous care, in stark contrast to the voracious manner of Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, akin to the distinction between man and beast. Their behavior was understandable, primarily due to the considerable consumption of soul power, which necessitated a swift replenishment of energy through sustenance, particularly for a beast martial soul like Yu Tianheng's, while Tang Yuan simply relished the act of eating. Once the table was cleared of all dishes, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng reclined in their chairs, wearing expressions of utter satisfaction. Qin Ming gently sipped a cup of steaming tea that had just been served by a servant, observing his two proud students, and remarked, "Tianheng, I perceive a fluctuation in your soul power. It appears to have enhanced." Upon hearing his name, Yu Tianheng immediately straightened in his seat, showing utmost respect, and replied, "Yes. Teacher Qin, I just completed a medicinal bath and have broken through to level 39. Qin Ming nodded approvingly and said, "Excellent. You are 18 this year, are you not? It seems you have been somewhat remiss in your training these past few years. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have already advanced to the soul ancestor rank." Yu Tianheng offered a sheepish smile, muttering, "Teacher Qin, I." Qin Ming chuckled helplessly, "I understand. It is natural for youth to yearn for love, but do not squander all your time on such pursuits. You and Yin Yin are both soul masters. If you strive together, you will have many days to share in the future." Feeling a twinge of shame, Yu Tianheng assured, "Very well, Teacher Qin. I promise to train diligently with Yin Yin from now on." Qin Ming nodded and turned his gaze to Tang Yuan. Truth be told, he held immense admiration for this student, whose sunny disposition, noble character, and remarkable talent were complemented by a steadfast commitment to cultivation. In Qin Ming's heart, unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Tang Yuan was destined to carve out a significant place for himself on the continent in the future. Upon seeing Qin Ming approaching, Tang Yuan offered a subtle smile and remarked, "Teacher Qin, I am indeed working diligently, unlike Tianheng, who went shopping with Sister Yin Yin the day before yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng immediately playfully tapped Tang Yuan on the head and whispered, "You mischievous little brat, are you reporting on me again?" Tang Yuan wore an expression of grievance and said, "How is it again? When have I ever reported on you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng thought to himself that this was a trap set for his brother, and he quickly replied, "You still dare to say that?" Qin Ming shook his head with a smile and said, "All right, I acknowledge your diligence, but cultivation requires a balance of exertion and relaxation. I actually hope that both of you can find a middle ground and avoid such extremes." Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan nodded in unison and replied, "Yes, Teacher Qin." Both Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan held great respect for Qin Ming, who had provided them with significant assistance throughout their 4 years of cultivation. His attentive guidance was something they could never forget. Qin Ming then inquired, "By the way, how is your Judge's Death sword cultivation progressing?" Tang Yuan, "Dao, not bad, but I have recently encountered a bottleneck." Qin Ming nodded and said, "As a control-type soul master, having an additional attack soul skill is certainly advantageous. Your swordsmanship is both mysterious and unpredictable, even making defense-type soul masters wary. However, do not neglect your soul power cultivation during this time, for in this world, soul power is the foundation of a soul master." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, Teacher Qin. Recently, I have encountered a bottleneck with my Yama's death sword. After acquiring the third spirit ring, I will dedicate a considerable amount of time to the cultivation of my spirit power. Qin Ming replied, It seems that your spirit power level reached 32 months ago, didn't it? I recall it was around the time you just celebrated your 11th birthday. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. Yu Tianheng cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan, inwardly exclaiming in astonishment. This was nothing short of a prodigy. At merely 11 years of age, he had already reached level 30. How could we possibly compete? Naturally, his fervent emotions went unnoticed by Tang Yuan and Qin Ming. Qin Ming continued, How about I accompany you to obtain your soul ring in the next couple of days? Coincidentally, it is the end of the term and classes are suspended, providing us with ample time. Tang Yuan shook his head and smiled, saying, No need, Teacher Qin. My mother has asked me to return home for a while. She is taking me. There is a soul beast there that is particularly suitable for me. Qin Ming replied, Very well then. Once you have acquired your soul ring, before the start of the next semester, I will petition the Education Committee to elevate you from the Intermediate Academy to the Advanced Academy. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Really? If that's the case, I can attend school alongside Brother Tianheng. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's lips twitched slightly. Attend school together? I suspect you merely wish to report on my interactions with Yin Yan. Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head. Advanced academies typically do not focus much on theoretical lessons. The curriculum is predominantly comprised of practical combat training. In preparation for the prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament in a few years, the Academy has specifically tasked me with assembling a combat team, which includes both Tianheng and Yin Yan. Would you like to join us? Tang Yuan expressed his confusion. The Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent? Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies, as the name implies, is a competition among students from the Advanced Soul Master Academies throughout the continent. It is hosted by the royal families of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, making it the largest and most prestigious competition within the Soul Master community. The participants possess exceptional strength, second only to the elite selection contest held by the Spirit Hall. All competitors are exclusively students from Advanced Soul Master Academies, and they must be under the age of 25. The tournament primarily takes the form of team battles, with each match requiring a team of 7. Tang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, What? A 25-year-old Soul Master who hasn't graduated from a prestigious academy yet? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng were left speechless, thinking to themselves, Do you really believe everyone is a freak like you? Tang Yuan observed the unusual expressions on their faces and, feeling somewhat awkward, stuck out his tongue. Qin Ming continued, Xiao Qi, do not underestimate the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament. Those who qualify for this competition are not mere mediocrities. They are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of talent. As one approaches the age of 25, their training duration significantly exceeds that of younger counterparts. Consider this. If two individuals possess comparable talent, yet one is trained from the age of 6 to 25, they would have accumulated 19 years of practice. Consequently, this individual would inherently possess 5 more years of training than someone who is merely 20. This discrepancy in experience inevitably results in a disparity in strength. Furthermore, since the competition is open to all under the age of 25, it encompasses prodigies who are considerably older than you. Although you possess exceptional talent, your relatively short training period becomes a disadvantage. Tang Yuan rubbed his head awkwardly and said, I apologize, Teacher Qin. I should not have been so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction and replied, Xiao Qi, talent is indeed a form of strength, and it is also an advantage. You must learn to make the most of your gifts. Tang Yuan nodded and said, Understood, Teacher Qin. When does the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament commence? Qin Ming responded, There remains less than 3 years until the next Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. During this period, it is essential for you to harmonize and enhance your strength in preparation for the impending competition. After all, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is rather formidable. Tang Yuan inquired, Teacher Qin, what is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Qin Ming shook his head and replied, You do not need to know that just yet. In due time, you shall encounter them naturally. Tang Yuan appeared to understand partially and replied, All right. Qin Ming then inquired, What do you think, Xiao Qi? Would you like to join the Heavenly Royal Academy's battle team? Before Tang Yuan could respond, Yu Tianheng stepped forward and said, Xiao Qi, your brother Heng here is the captain, so don't hesitate any longer. Do join us promptly. Tang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. What? Brother Tianheng, you are the captain? Are you not going to make things difficult for me? I refuse to go. I simply want tea. You Tianheng, drenched in sweat, pondered whether this lad harbored a masochistic delusion. He delivered a playful knock to Tang Yuan's head and replied, You are always preoccupied with filing complaints. If you weren't constantly reporting me, what reason would I have to make things hard for you? Tang Yuan found himself ensnared by Yu Tianheng's powerful embrace around his neck. Struggling to speak, all right, Brother Tianheng, I shall join, just let go. I can hardly breathe. That is much better. Yu Tianheng, satisfied, released Tang Yuan and turned to Qin Ming with a smile. Teacher Qin, Xiao Qi has agreed. Qin Ming observed the two before him, bemused yet amused, and remarked, Enough of this childish banter. You are both grown adults. It is time to return and focus on your cultivation. Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng nodded in acknowledgement, greeting Qin Ming before each retreated to their respective rooms to engage in their cultivation. As they departed, Tang Yuan playfully made a face at Yu Tianheng, who feigned indifference with a casual hum, deeming it childish. Upon returning to his chamber, Tang Yuan commenced his usual practice of soul power cultivation. Although he had yet to acquire a soul ring, he sensed a continuous enhancement in his soul power, bolstered by the consumption of an ample amount of soul beast meat. Surely he could not squander such precious energy. After a prolonged period of cultivation, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply. Reflecting on his progress, he mused aloud, My soul power level remains at 30. I must hasten to return home to obtain my third soul ring. I shall request a leave of absence from my teacher tomorrow. It would be prudent to return sooner, especially since classes have been suspended for the end of term. And I must also take my heavy armor for reforging. Perhaps I should increase its weight by 50 or even 100 pounds, to avoid the need for another reforging in the future. Tang Yuan retrieved a suit of heavy armor, distinct from the previous one. At first glance, it resembled the commonplace close-fitting soft armor, yet this armor was entirely black, akin to ink, diverging from the earlier ensemble which appeared as an assemblage of bulky iron blocks. This new armor, remarkably lightweight as if woven from fabric, nonetheless weighed twice as much as the previous 50-pound suit, reaching an impressive weight of 100 pounds. After an extensive search, Tang Yuan had finally located a blacksmith capable of forging armor from a blend of stardust iron and secret silver, spending 200 gold coins along with some stardust iron and secret silver in the process. From the very first day he donned this armor 4 years ago, Tang Yuan had worn it constantly, only removing it for bathing and sleep. He wore it during classes, training, dining, and reading. Utilizing this armor, he advanced the unchanging pursuit of souls to the pinnacle of the third layer and was on the brink of reaching the fourth layer, thus nearing the realm of the unchanging. Unfortunately, a month prior, Tang Yuan realized that the armor no longer facilitated his cultivation without employing a trace of soul power. He could traverse the back mountain 30 times with remarkable speed, surpassing even peak agility-type soul masters. Even without the armor, his speed rivaled that of a newly initiated agility-type soul master. Consequently, Tang Yuan contemplated reforging the armor to achieve a weight of 200 pounds, which he believed might enable him to break through to the fifth layer and enter the realm of the unchanging. Setting the armor aside, he reviewed his progress in the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, only to sigh in disappointment. A few months earlier, he had reached the pinnacle of the third layer, but subsequent efforts to advance to the fourth layer proved futile. He lamented that in this world, attaining strength still required the acquisition of soul rings. Until he obtained the third soul ring, neither his soul power level nor the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique could progress further. Moreover, crafting the armor was exceedingly arduous, necessitating a month for completion, and if he were to reforge it, he would have to wait until next month upon returning to school to retrieve it. Thus, with soul power and the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique stagnating, he resolved to focus on the judge's death sword. This sword technique, which Tang Yuan had commenced practicing 4 years prior, was recorded among the ancient texts of Qi refiners. However, it demanded a certain foundation in Qi refinement before one could even begin its practice. Only after reaching the third layer of the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique was he able to meet the requirements for training in the judge's death sword. The technique comprises 5 grand realms: annihilation of form, soul severing, intent killing, momentum absolute, and divine slaying. The first realm, annihilation of form, signifies mastery of the sword, wherein the wielder can cleave tangible objects with the power of the sword. Tang Yuan had invested 4 years to achieve fluidity in his swordsmanship. executing sword strikes without a hint of obstruction, as effortless as flowing clouds and flowing water. Yet, this was merely the first realm. Annihilation of form was but a superficial manifestation, attainable by an ordinary individual practicing diligently for a decade or more. Upon reaching the second realm, soul severing, one must possess an extraordinary understanding and a profound connection with the sword. In this realm, the sword's power could harm the soul, affecting not only sentient beings but also insentient objects. For instance, if an opponent's martial soul was comparable to Tang Yuan's, then by achieving the soul-severing realm, he could inflict damage on the opponent's martial soul, akin to how harm to a death ledger might jeopardize a soul master's career. The third realm, intent killing, utilizes intent as the sword, employing formless sword intent to vanquish foes. At this stage, one can condense the judge's death sword into a domain known as the sword domain. Advancing to the fourth realm, momentum absolute, the sword intent evolves into sword momentum, capable of annihilating all with supreme sword momentum. At the pinnacle of this realm, one need not even draw the sword. A mere glance or gesture could extinguish life and sever souls, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating aura. The final realm, divine slaying, as its name suggests, implies that even deities would fall under its blade. However, for Tang Yuan, this realm remained tantalizingly distant. He could not even comprehend the essence of divine slaying. Currently, he had mastered the annihilation of form to its utmost perfection. He retrieved the judge's pen from his waist, gently caressing it. Since he commenced his studies of the judge's death sword, this pen had remained by his side, crafted from materials gathered by the Tianbao Tower. Now, with his progress in the judge's death sword halted, he recalled Qin Ming's words during dinner. Tang Yuan recognized that while cultivation was his heartfelt pursuit, one must also balance diligence with relaxation, and the same principle applied to training. With this thought in mind, he refrained from dwelling on it, polished the judge's pen, set it aside, and picked up a book titled Intermediate Applications of Soul Techniques to read. As night deepened and the wind turned cool, the light from Tang Yuan's room illuminated his silhouette as he immersed himself in the text. The following morning, after breakfast with Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming, the trio returned to school together. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Tang Yuan diverged from the others, taking his clothes-fitting heavy armor and heading towards the blacksmith shop where the armor had been forged. Upon arrival, he found the proprietor hard at work, hammering iron. Tang Yuan greeted, "Boss." The boss lifted his head, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Upon seeing the young man clad in a black robe with blue hair, he felt a flicker of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place him. Suddenly, a memory sparked within him, and he chuckled. "Ah, it is you, young brother. What brings you here this time? Are you planning to forge something once again?" Tang Yuan retrieved the heavy armor from the light of the stars and moon, stating, "I need to have this armor reforged." The master paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Is it perhaps too cumbersome? For years ago, when you first commissioned it, I cautioned you that its weight was excessive and unsuitable for you. Yet, you chose to disregard my advice. Bring it here. I shall refine it to be lighter, though the cost shall remain substantial." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "No, boss, you misunderstand. I want to increase the weight." The boss replied, "Oh, so you wish to add weight? Wait a moment. Did you just say add weight? I must have misheard you." Tang Yuan nodded affirmatively, stating, "You heard correctly. I wish to increase the weight." The proprietor, astonished, remarked, "Young man, I see your academy emblem. You must be a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, correct? Truly a prodigy, despite being a battle-type soul master. Your remarkable prowess at such a tender age foretells a promising future." The proprietor evidently perceived Tang Yuan as a formidable battle-type soul master. Given that battle-type soul masters typically possess superior physical capabilities due to their martial spirits, Tang Yuan's ability to train with 100-gene heavy armor and now seek to augment the weight led the proprietor to conclude that he was indeed a soul master endowed with a battle-type martial spirit. Naturally, defensive-type soul masters possess even greater physical strength. However, Tang Yuan's physique clearly did not align with that classification. Nonetheless, Tang Yuan had no intention of engaging in a debate with the proprietor on this matter. He merely conveyed his requests, which included increasing the weight by an additional 100 genes and incorporating some supple silkworm gold to enhance the armor's flexibility. The materials were, of course, supplied by Tang Yuan himself, for it is quite challenging to procure high-quality metals such as starfall iron, secret silver, and silkworm gold from a blacksmith shop. After articulating his specifications, Tang Yuan left a deposit of 100 yuan and departed. Not long after Tang Yuan's exit, A boy clad in a green robe entered the blacksmith shop, also adorned with the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy. The youth gazed curiously at Tang Yuan's departing figure. Approaching the proprietor, he stated, "I wish to commission a dagger." Without hesitation, the proprietor accepted the boy's drawings and payment, responding, "Very well. It will be ready in 3 days." The boy inquired, "What was that Tang Yuan fellow here for?" The proprietor, momentarily puzzled, asked, "Tang Yuan? Which Tang Yuan?" The boy pointed towards the direction in which Tang Yuan had left, saying, "The student from our intermediate academy, his name is Tang Yuan." Realization dawned upon the proprietor as he replied, "Ah, he came to forge a set of heavy armor." The boy, puzzled, asked, "Heavy armor?" The proprietor nodded, "Indeed. It seems your fellow students from the Tiando Royal Academy are quite impressive. A battle-type soul master, not yet 15, capable of donning 200 genes of heavy armor." "What, 200 genes?" the boy exclaimed in astonishment. Observing his expression, the proprietor confirmed, "Yes, 200 genes." The boy then asked, "Wait, you said he is a battle type?" The proprietor, taken aback, replied, "Yes, is he not? He certainly does not appear to be a defensive type." The boy's mouth twitched as he stammered, He is a control type." "What? Control type?" Now it was the proprietor's turn to be unsettled. Upon returning to the academy, Tang Yuan sought permission to take leave from his homeroom teacher before heading back to his dormitory to gather his training supplies, placing them within the starlight. He then met with Qi Ming to finalize arrangements for returning to the academy and joining the battle team, before promptly exiting the school grounds. After leaving the campus, Tang Yuan proceeded to Tianbao Tower, where he requested Zhu San to hire a carriage for his journey home. Zhu San attempted to dissuade him, concerned about the long and treacherous route to the Spirit Mountain Manor, fearing potential hazards along the way. However, Tang Yuan was resolute in his desire to not perpetually rely on his family's protection, firmly articulating his intentions. Reluctantly, Zhu San feigned a need to find a carriage and reported the situation to Yu Guan. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan, albeit somewhat resigned, decided to follow Tang Yuan discreetly, as he was already planning a trip to the Spirit Mountain Manor. Before long, Zhu San returned with a carriage, and as Tang Yuan boarded, the whip cracked, sending the carriage southward. Chapter 33. The Two-Headed Ghost Sparrow. After approximately 8 days, Tang Yuan's carriage arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Mountain Manor. Stepping down from the carriage and entering the estate, he found that both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were absent, leaving only Gue Mei and Yu Guan engaged in conversation in the main hall. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, as the carriage approached the haunted manor, Yu Guan seized the opportunity while he was distracted and returned to the manor ahead of him. At that moment, they were engaged in a lively exchange, each speaking in turn. It is worth noting that Yu Guan was tasked with covertly safeguarding Tang Yuan in Heavendo City, occasionally returning to the manor to report on his progress. Meanwhile, Gue Mei had her own duties, frequently venturing out to seek news of Tang Hao's whereabouts. Having not seen each other for quite some time, they naturally had much to discuss. Tang Yuan entered the main hall and inquired, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, where is my mother?" The specter replied, "The village chief and the elder left the estate last month, and we were unaware of your early return." Observing the specter's demeanor, it appeared he had anticipated Tang Yuan's premature arrival, yet Tang Yuan paid it no mind and responded, "They haven't come to fetch me, have they? Was it not agreed 2 years ago that I would return on my own?" The specter smiled helplessly, recognizing Tang Yuan's misunderstanding, and remarked, "Not at all. They merely have some matters to attend to. However, before departing, the village chief instructed us to assist you in acquiring the third soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, I anticipate that my stay at home will be brief this time. Having acquired the third soul ring, I shall soon return to school." Yu Guan exclaimed in astonishment. "So soon?" Tang Yuan now remarked, "The Academy has organized a battle team to participate in the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. I must intensify my training." Gue Mei nodded and replied, "I am aware of this competition. It is indeed a grand gathering of prodigies." Upon hearing the words of the ghostly figure, Tang Yuan could not help but inquire, "Dear Uncle Ghost, did you also partake in this competition back in the day?" The specter chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, I did participate. During that time, we were still formidable warriors. Your uncle Yu Guan also took part." Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Guan, his eyes alight with excitement. Yu Guan cleared his throat and said with a serious tone, "Indeed, the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament is truly a nostalgic affair." Tang Yuan inquired, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, could you share your experiences with me?" What was it like when you participated in the competition? Gue Mei gazed at Tang Yuan and smiled gently, recounting the events of that competition in vivid detail. 3 days later, amidst the depths of the Yumming Ridge, the sun hung high in the sky. Deeper within the perimeter of the ridge, 3 figures weaved through the forest. In front of them, a colossal soul beast. A purplish-black giant bird known as the two-headed ghost sparrow was fleeing with great urgency. This purplish-black avian creature, adorned with luminescent feathers, possessed a crocodilian tail and 2 menacing heads that were almost identical. The two-headed ghost sparrow typically preyed on recently deceased or dying beings, consuming the deathly essence to cultivate its power. The feathers of this particular two-headed ghost sparrow were predominantly purple, with approximately 70% of its plumage exhibiting this hue, while the black feathers were sparse, merely a handful. Based on this coloration, it could be inferred that it was between 3,000 to 4,000 years old. Should it evolve into a 10,000-year-soul beast, its feathers would transform into an inky black. Clearly, this one had not yet reached that stage. Generally, this soul beast was quite ferocious. It would remain undisturbed unless provoked, at which point it would ruthlessly eliminate any assailants. The aura of death, infused with terror and reluctance, was a rare delicacy for the two-headed ghost sparrow. However, the current situation was perplexing. The 2 enormous heads of the two-headed ghost sparrow displayed expressions of sheer fright, its wings glowing brightly as it desperately sought escape. Close behind, the 3 figures pursued relentlessly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon catch up. These 3 were none other than Tang Yuan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. This morning, Tang Yuan and his 2 companions had scarcely entered the depths of the Nether Mountain when they beheld a two-headed ghost sparrow devouring a land-spiked porcupine. One must say, Tang Yuan's fortune was indeed extraordinary, while others spent days hunting soul beasts for soul rings, often encountering none that suited them. Tang Yuan had managed to procure his first soul ring in less than 2 days. The acquisition of his second was similarly swift, and by the time he reached the 30th level, he had not ventured far into the Nether Mountain before encountering this two-headed ghost sparrow. If one were to claim that Tang Yuan was fortunate, one must also acknowledge the unfortunate plight of the two-headed ghost sparrow. After enduring 2 days of hunger, it had finally slain a land-spiked porcupine and was savoring the essence of its demise when 3 humans appeared before it. Even more perplexing was the fact that among these 3, 2 exuded an aura reminiscent of soul beasts nearing 100,000 years of age. Undoubtedly, they were titled Douluos. The two-headed ghost sparrow felt a surge of despair. Having barely tasted the delectable essence, it was confronted with the presence of human titled Douluos. It thought to itself, "I have no desire for confrontation," and without further ado, it fled. Little did it know that the young human had set his sights on it as a potential third soul ring. Thus, the two-headed ghost sparrow was left with no choice but to flee for its life, its soul power depleting rapidly. Before long, the two-headed ghost sparrow had exhausted all its strength, and its fury began to wane. It had witnessed bullying, but never had it experienced such relentless pursuit. 2 titled Douluos, who could have easily caught up, instead toyed with it, deliberately slowing their pace. Unbeknownst to it, Gue Mei and Yu Guan were merely testing Tang Yuan's speed. At this moment, the two-headed ghost sparrow, completely fatigued and enraged, made a resolute decision. It would no longer flee but confront its pursuers. With this thought, the sparrow executed a swift maneuver in midair, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, only it had no capacity for human speech, and even if it could, Tom was no longer on its side. Why, you ask? Because just as it completed its turn, it beheld a massive golden chrysanthemum, its petals resembling sharp blades, hurtling towards it. Startled, the sparrow's body trembled as an overwhelming surge of soul power ravaged its insides. Just as it began to form a retort, darkness engulfed its vision, and it plummeted to the ground. Before losing consciousness, it faintly heard a voice say, "Uncle Yu Guan, did we not agree that you would let me practice? Why have you knocked it out?" A flurry of expletives raced through the sparrow's mind. What a world this was. And then, it succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Yu Guan, feeling somewhat sheepish, stammered in a moment of excitement, "I may have exerted a bit too much force upon this foolish bird." Gue Mei rolled her eyes. "As a titled Douluo, you cannot even temper your strength? I find that hard to believe." Yet, Yu Guan remained oblivious to Gue Mei's expression and continued, "Xiao Qi, hurry and finish it off to obtain the soul ring. The sun is setting soon." Both Gue Mei and Tang Yuan were taken aback. Glancing upward, the sun still hovered high in the sky, with at least 2 to 3 hours remaining until dusk. How could it be that night was approaching so swiftly? Tang Yuan had not given it much thought. Since the two-headed ghost sparrow had already lost its combat capabilities, he wasted no time, seizing the judge's pin and swiftly advancing, expertly taking the life of the two-headed ghost sparrow. A purple soul ring gradually emerged from its body, and Tang Yuan was elated. He immediately sat cross-legged, gathering his soul power, and slowly extended it towards the purple soul ring. As soon as he made contact, a powerful surge of energy flooded into his body. Tang Yuan, accustomed to such experiences, used the Book of Life and Death to dispel the resentment that filled his mind, then began to absorb the energy within the soul ring. However, the resentment of this two-headed ghost sparrow was formidable, and it took Tang Yuan quite a while to cleanse it sufficiently. As he absorbed the soul ring, he felt his internal soul power swell immensely, even more aggressive than the soul power from the soul-devouring flower he had encountered previously. Thus, he dared not be negligent and immediately employed the yin-yang refining qi technique to assist in the absorption of soul power. Just as Tang Yuan was gradually absorbing the soul ring, a sudden change occurred. The energy within the purple soul ring, already substantial, became wildly turbulent, surging forth with a ferocity akin to a bursting dam. It rampaged within Tang Yuan's body, and had it not been for his exceptional physique and resilient meridians, he would have surely perished by now. Was this the two-headed ghost sparrow's vengeance? Tang Yuan was taken aback. The intense pain radiating from within him was excruciating, compounded by the fact that he was expending a significant amount of soul power to suppress the tumultuous energy within. The resentment in his mind began to rebel, and the tragic fury affected Tang Yuan's spirit, causing him to feel somewhat disoriented. A violent wave suddenly erupted, transforming into a tempest that swept outward. At that moment, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were waiting nearby, sensed the chaotic energy emanating from Tang Yuan's body. Observing his trembling form and contorted expression, they immediately realized the gravity of the situation, their faces turning pale. This is bad. Yu Guan dashed forward, instantly condensing his soul power as the extraordinary soul of the heavenly chrysanthemum manifested. Without hesitation, he aimed to rouse Tang Yuan from his absorption. Just then, a large hand suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Yu Guan turned, surprised and enraged, exclaiming, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" Gue Mei shook his head, replying, "Give him a little more time." Yu Guan shouted angrily, "Time? If this continues, something terrible will happen." Gue Mei sighed, "We must have faith in him." Clenching his teeth, Yu Guan retorted, "You're speaking nonsense. At this juncture, what faith can we talk about? If something goes wrong, how will you face the manor master? How will you face Xiao Qi?" Gue Mei, taken aback by his words, replied loudly, "Do you think I'm not worried? Xiao Qi grew up under our watch. Do you think my concern is any less than yours?" Yu Guan barked, "If that's the case, then let go of me. Xiao Qi is in danger." Seeing his stubbornness, Gue Mei coldly stated, "If you awaken Xiao Qi now, at this critical moment, even if he survives, he will be rendered useless." Yu Guan insisted, "Better to be useless than dead. Step aside." Gue Mei shot a glance at Tang Yuan, gritting his teeth, "I will not let you." Yu Guan paused, then furiously declared, "Fine. Then I will force you to let go." Fifth soul skill, Hurricane Ascendant. As he uttered these words, an endless wave of petals surged forth, quickly forming a small whirlwind aimed directly at Gue Mei. Surprised and furious, Gue Mei exclaimed, "Chrysanthemum Guan, are you out of your mind?" Just as the wind approached, Gue Mei, refusing to be complacent, swiftly moved his feet to evade. Yu Guan's gaze sharpened as he warned Gue Mei, "If you block me again, I will truly lose my mind." Gue Mei, hearing those words, steeled his resolve and declared, "Fine. Don't blame me." Fifth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Earth Grasp. Gue Mei unleashed his soul power, raising a hand transformed into a fearsome ghost claw, forcefully slamming it into the ground. Suddenly, a vast expanse of shadows emerged beneath Yu Guan's feet, ghostly hands stretching forth from the darkness to firmly grasp his ankles. Yu Guan struggled to break free, but found his feet ensnared by those shadowy hands, rendering him immobile as if he had sunk into a quagmire. "Humph, do you think this can trap me?" Yu Guan shouted, sixth soul skill, Golden Petals Flowing Dawn. With a powerful cry, the extraordinary soul of the heavenly chrysanthemum in his hand radiated golden light. At that moment, the sixth black soul ring beneath him blazed to life, and the surrounding trees suddenly blossomed with golden light, golden flowers blooming upon their branches. The extraordinary soul of the heavenly chrysanthemum amassed formidable soul power, and those golden flowers, akin to a starry sky, transformed into streams of golden light, hurtling towards Gue Mei. Seventh soul skill, true form of the ghost. Realizing the ferocity of Yu Guan's attack, Gue Mei immediately unleashed his seventh soul skill, transforming into a shadow enveloped in swirling black smoke. In an instant, he gradually faded into a state of nothingness, as the golden flowers rained down like shooting stars. Gue Mei's figure flickered, disappearing from sight. Though Yu Guan remained immobile, the soul skills he unleashed were extraordinary. Gue Mei's ethereal form deftly evaded each of Yu Guan's attacks. Neither could gain the upper hand, and after exchanging blows for several rounds, Yu Guan, concerned for Tang Yuan, shouted, "Old ghost, will you let go or not?" "Not letting go." "Will you let go or not?" "Not letting go." Just as the two struggled in a stalemate, a strained voice suddenly called out, "Stop fighting." Startled by the voice, both Yu Guan and Gue Mei immediately withdrew their soul power and quickly moved to stand before Tang Yuan. Yu Guan, observing Tang Yuan's contorted features and agonized expression, urgently inquired, "Xiao Qi, how are you?" Gue Mei, standing beside him, wore a grave expression, clearly worried. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth in determination, remaining silent, which left Yue Guan and Gue Mei in a state of agitation, as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. The violent energy from the soul ring surged within Tang Yuan, tormenting him mercilessly. His meridians were on the brink of collapse from this overwhelming force, and his mind was engulfed in an intense wave of sorrow and resentment. In this critical moment, Tang Yuan summoned all his strength, utilizing his soul power to guide this raging energy to several previously blocked acupoints. With the formidable impetus of this energy, the barriers at the blocked acupoints shattered as if they were mere paper, and the violent energy surged forth like a colossal wave from the heavens. One by one, the acupoints were unsealed, first the first, then the second, and third, until the 12th was breached, at which point the tumultuous energy gradually subsided. Even so, it had enabled Tang Yuan to forcefully open 12 major acupoints, effectively creating 2 additional meridians. This allowed his yin-yang qi refining technique to ascend to the pinnacle of the 4th layer, tantalizingly close to achieving a state of perfection. Just as Tang Yuan believed the agony had passed, the residual resentment and violent energy coalesced within his mind, merging with all of his soul power into a singularly potent force, which then surged towards 2 major acupoints on his back. At that moment, the lingering resentment dissipated, and Tang Yuan regained his awareness. Sensing the fierce battle between Yue Guan and Gue Mei, he attempted to intervene, but his meridians, ravaged and riddled with fine cracks, rendered him incapable of speech. The excruciating pain left him with no choice but to muster his strength, gritting his teeth to vocalize a plea for them to cease their conflict. When Yue Guan and Gue Mei approached him, the concentrated soul energy, forged from resentment, violent energy, and his own soul power, reached the 2 acupoints on his back. Suddenly, a wave of even more intense pain radiated from his back, causing Tang Yuan to momentarily lose his breath, nearly fainting from the agony. Enduring the torment, he sensed a transformation occurring in his back amidst the pain. A peculiar sensation of itchiness and numbness emerged. Suddenly, he realized that the soul energy was gradually being absorbed by his back, the control over his soul power returning to him. As the pain subsided, so too did the tingling sensation, and Tang Yuan spread his arms wide, releasing a mighty roar that resonated into the heavens, causing a powerful soul force to emanate outward from his core. Yue Guan and Gue Mei were taken aback, hastily stepping back in surprise. At that moment, the upper half of Tang Yuan's black robe shattered into fragments, revealing his exquisitely sculpted form. Abruptly, a radiant explosion of black and gold light erupted from his back. With a whoosh, a pair of 2-meter-long black gold wings burst forth, adorned with feathers of the same hue. Unfurling with a mighty gust of wind, Yue Guan and Gue Mei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "External soul bone." Tang Yuan struggled to rise, yet was oblivious to the transformation occurring behind him. He felt an utter void of soul power within, as if it had been completely siphoned away, leaving his meridians in excruciating agony. Tang Yuan silently mused, "This is a serious predicament. It seems unlikely I will recuperate in less than a month. I fear I will be unable to return to school in time, and will have no choice but to disappoint teacher Qinming." Tang Yuan turned around and suddenly caught sight of a shadowy object shimmering in black and gold, which startled him. However, when he turned back, the enigmatic object had vanished. He then noticed Yu Guan and Gue Mei, their expressions one of astonishment and bewilderment as they gazed at him. "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, what troubles you?" Tang Yuan inquired. Perplexed, Yu Guan and Gue may regain their composure and, in a daze, uttered, "Little 7, behind you." Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What is behind me?" As he spoke, he turned his head. "Ah," he exclaimed in astonishment. "What on earth is that?" His gaze traversed his shoulder, and he beheld a pair of wings stretching 2 meters long, causing him to recoil in fright. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances filled with disbelief. The soul bone, coveted by every soul master across the globe, and an external soul bone at that, had been reduced to the status of a mere thing in his eyes. "Wait, thing?" Gue Mei's expression darkened further, as several lines of frustration appeared on his forehead. Upon witnessing his transformation, Tang Yuan was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly inquired of Yu Guan and Gue Mei, "Uncle Yu. Uncle Gue, what has happened to me?" Yu Guan and Gue Mei took a deep breath. The rarity of soul bones is beyond question. The external soul bone, a treasure several times more precious than an ordinary soul bone, is an extraordinary rarity, while the chance of acquiring a standard soul bone from a soul beast is merely 1 in 1,000. The probability of obtaining an external soul bone is less than 1 in 10,000. This precious item is sufficient to drive all soul masters into a frenzy. However, external soul bones are distinct from their ordinary counterparts. They possess a remarkable nature. One must absorb the soul ring of the same soul beast to acquire the external soul bone. In other words, if Tang Yuan had not absorbed the soul ring of the two-headed ghost sparrow, he would never have obtained its external soul bone. Moreover, the value of external soul bones is significantly heightened by another crucial factor: they cannot be dropped. Ordinary soul bones can fall from the body of a soul beast, allowing for transfer or sale. In contrast, external soul bones are inalienable. They dissipate upon the death of the soul master who possesses them. Thus, even if someone were to kill Tang Yuan, they could not seize his winged external soul bone. Yu Guan smiled and exclaimed, "Little 7, this is wonderful. You have acquired an external soul bone." Hearing these words, Tang Yuan was initially taken aback, but soon his astonishment transformed into immense joy. External soul bone. Is it truly an external soul bone? He was well aware of the distinction between external soul bones and ordinary soul bones. A few years prior, he had perused a tome in the library that delved into the subject of soul bones, wherein it mentioned external soul bones. The text proclaimed that the rarity of external soul bones was surpassed only by the nearly unattainable 100,000-year soul rings. Tang Yuanzheng was about to cheer, but as he moved, the pain within his body surged, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The ghostly figure stepped forward to support him and inquired, "Xiao Qi, are you all right?" Tang Yuanxiang forced a faint smile and said, "Uncle Ghost, I am fine, but I will need to rest for at least a month this time." Yu Guan inquired, "What happened? Why just now?" Tang Yuan recounted the recent events to Moon Guardian and Ghostly Spectre, who displayed expressions of deep concern. After hearing the account, Ghostly Spectre sighed, remarking, "Fortunately, your Uncle Moon did not interrupt you earlier. Otherwise, this opportunity would have been lost." Upon hearing this, Moon Guardian retorted with irritation, "Opportunity? Is it more important than life itself?" Ghostly Spectre frowned and replied, "I have always insisted that we must trust Xiao Qi." Moon Guardian coldly huffed, "I never claimed that I do not trust Xiao Qi." Tang Yuan observed as the two began to quarrel once more, feeling a mixture of amusement and deep emotion. He was well aware that these two titled Douluo uncles shared an exceptionally strong bond. Their friendship had endured for decades without a single quarrel. Yet this time, they were on the verge of turning against each other for his sake. Such actions inevitably stirred profound feelings within Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan urged, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, please cease your quarrel and take a moment to observe my external spirit bone." The fierce gazes of Yu Guan and Gue Mei, which were locked in a tense stare, shifted away from one another upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, and they promptly ceased their dispute. At that moment, both turned their attention to the magnificent pair of wings sprouting from Tang Yuan's back, emanating a powerful aura. Gue Mei suggested, "Little 7, use your mind to perceive it." Indeed, Tang Yuan closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Before long, he sensed that he could command the wings, and a stream of information flooded into his consciousness. The black and gold wings stirred slightly, transforming into a beam of shimmering light before vanishing into his back. Chapter 35. The radiant ethereal wings. Feeling the formidable power radiating from his back, Tang Yuan was filled with elation. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Uncle Gue, Uncle Yu, what abilities does this external spirit bone possess?" Though he had perused texts regarding external spirit bones, Those books merely cataloged various types and basic descriptions. They offered no detailed insights, as each external spirit bone was unique. The efficacy of an external spirit bone could only be truly comprehended by the spirit master who possessed it. Outsiders would forever remain oblivious, necessitating an analysis based on individual circumstances. Undoubtedly, the winged external spirit bone Tang Yuan acquired conferred upon him the skill of flight. This aspect was indeed documented in the literature, but that was the extent of his knowledge. For further understanding of its other capabilities, he turned to the two titled Douluos for guidance. Gu Mei pondered for a moment before responding, I have encountered few external spirit bones, and including yours. I have seen only 3 thus far. I am not particularly well versed in their intricacies, as the abilities of each external spirit bone vary greatly and are closely tied to the spirit master themselves. However, I can assure you that your external spirit bone is capable of evolution. Evolution. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the ghostly figure's words. The allure of the external spirit bone lies not only in its desirability but also in its remarkable ability to evolve alongside the strength of the soul master. Yet, Yu Guan interjected, what is there to be troubled about? Once the owner returns, we can have her examine it. Although none of us can discern the capabilities of your external spirit bone, the owner will undoubtedly be able to assist you. Tang Yuan inquired, my mother? The ghostly figure replied, indeed, I had nearly forgotten. The master of the estate possesses an external spirit bone as well. Tang Yuan exclaimed, what? Ever since Bibi Dong brought him to the Spirit Mountain Manor, she had not employed her 6-winged purple light wings in his presence. So it was only natural that he remained unaware. Yu Guan interjected, little 7, you have no idea. The Manor Master's external soul bone, much like yours, is also a pair of wings. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the Manor Master's winged soul bone is known as the 6-winged purple light wings, featuring 6 purple gold wings, which comprise 3 pairs, whereas yours consists of a single pair. Tang Yuan exclaimed, I see now. However, I have never witnessed my mother wielding such power. The ghostly figure replied, that is indeed a formidable technique, not to be employed lightly. Aside from the master of the estate, only your Uncle Xiao, and I are privy to this matter. Little 7, you too must adhere to this, for unless in dire circumstances, you must not reveal your external soul bone before others. Tang Yuan inquired, why? Is it not true that external soul bones cannot be dropped? Even if someone covets them, they would gain nothing by killing me. Gu Mei shook his head and replied, at times, an individual's envy can lead them into a chasm of despair. In this world, many who encounter that which they desire yet cannot attain will stop at nothing to obliterate it. Your external soul bone will bestow upon you great power. And as you grow formidable, you will inevitably pose a threat to many. Just as with your innate talent, if powerful factions cannot win you over, they may seek to eliminate you while you are still unrefined, for a dead adversary is the safest of all. Tang Yuan pondered deeply after listening, finding great wisdom in the discourse. However, Yu Guan interjected, asserting, your ghostly uncle speaks the truth. Despite his occasional unreliability, he possesses a profound understanding of principles. In this unpredictable world, one must learn to safeguard oneself. Upon hearing this, Gu Mei furrowed his brow and inquired, Yu Guan, are you complimenting me or scolding me? Yu Guan, with a graceful flick of his fingers, cast a sidelong glance at Gu Mei and replied, I am indeed complimenting you. Tang Yuan observed the playful banter between the two, finding it amusing, and he chuckled quietly without interjecting. Yu Guan then remarked, Xiao Qi, your external soul bone exudes great prowess. Why not bestow upon it a name? Tang Yuan nodded, and then he began to sense with his mind. Suddenly, a burst of black and golden light erupted behind him, and a pair of long wings adorned with black and golden feathers unfurled with a whoosh. The interwoven black and golden feathers resembled dazzling blades of golden iron, akin to a series of ethereal, malevolent daggers. Tang Yuan gazed into the distance, declaring, let us name it the radiant ethereal wings. Upon returning to the necromancer's manor, he commenced his period of recuperation and healing. The damage to his meridians was not particularly grave. His formidable physique and resilient meridians had mitigated the injury. Not only was the damage minimal, but his self-healing capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the potent life force inherent in the Book of Life and Death Spirit, he required merely 5 days to restore his meridians, emerging even stronger than before, with wider channels and an enhanced capacity for soul force cultivation. However, Tang Yuan had yet to achieve complete recovery. beyond the physical injuries. The most severe affliction lay in the damage to his mental faculties. Tang Yuan's mental fortitude was eroded by the lingering resentment of the two-headed demon sparrow as it faced its demise. Once a formidable force, his mental prowess had now diminished to a state of lethargy. Unlike the physical meridians, mental strength lacks robust self-healing capabilities, and the life force from the Book of Life and Death proved futile in remedying his condition. Tang Yuan could only rely on meditation and the passage of time for recovery. In the initial days, his complexion resembled that of withered vegetables, devoid of any hint of vitality, while his mind was clouded. He oscillated between overwhelming drowsiness and sudden, debilitating headaches that surged like a tide, compelling him to contemplate bashing his head against the wall in desperation. This was a relatively mild affliction. At times, he found himself in a daze, perceiving himself as the two-headed demon sparrow, fleeing from pursuers, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. Tang Yuan, acutely aware of his circumstances in the absence of Bibi Dong, wished to spare Gue Mei and Yu Guan any concern. However, during one lunch, he unexpectedly dozed off, only to be discovered by the worried pair who had come to visit. Upon awakening, Tang Yuan found their anxious gazes fixed upon his pallid complexion, prompting a flurry of questions. Yet, he reassured them that he was fine and would recover in a few days. Unconvinced, Yu Guan and Gue Mei insisted on notifying Bibi Dong, leaving Tang Yuan with no choice but to employ all his persuasive skills to send the still skeptical duo away. This state of affairs persisted for over half a month, though fortunately, the intense pain in his head began to subside, and the hallucinations of the two-headed ghost sparrow became less frequent. This improvement could be attributed to Tang Yuan's fondness for reading. With no ability to cultivate and even simple movement exhausting his energy, he turned to books. Through this literary engagement, his mental fortitude gradually recovered. Not swiftly, but certainly more effective than conventional meditation. After acquiring the third soul ring and the external soul bone from the netherworld ridge, Tang Yuan had spent more than half a month at home. One dawn, he emerged from his meditative state, exhaling deeply, feeling invigorated and at ease as all traces of fatigue, weakness, and his previous sickly pallor vanished completely. The Tang Yuan of today was a far cry from the one of over half a month ago, since absorbing the 3,000-year soul ring of the two-headed ghost sparrow. His soul power surged remarkably, reaching a steady 32 levels. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, bolstered by the terrifying energy absorbed during the soul ring's acquisition, had enabled him to unlock 12 major acupoints, propelling him to the pinnacle of the fourth layer of mastery. Just one opportunity away from achieving the complete realm of the fourth layer. With the acquisition of the radiant netherwing external soul bone, his strength had significantly increased. Although he had yet to master its abilities beyond flight, in due time, this external soul bone would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon for Tang Yuan. Soul Master. External soul bone. Reflecting on his transformation, Tang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination, soaring skyward. Tang Yuan contemplated, having now ascended to the rank of Soul Master and advanced the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique to its fourth level. He could proceed to cultivate his soul power and refine his qi further. Furthermore, with the Judge's death sword in mind, he wondered if his recent breakthrough would enable him to elevate the sword to the realm of soul severing. With this thought, Tang Yuan wasted no time. He withdrew the Judge's brush from his waist and, adhering to the sword techniques of the Judge's death sword, began to perform the intricate movements with grace and precision. Grasping the Judge's brush, his entire demeanor transformed as if the brush had morphed into a sharp sword tip, its cold radiance coalescing at the brush's edge. His right hand became akin to the sword's body, sometimes straight and fierce, at other times agile and fluid, while Tang Yuan himself embodied the sword's hilt, achieving a harmonious unity with his right arm and the Judge's brush. Although he had yet to reach the realm of body and intent merging, he had nonetheless attained a level of mastery akin to using his fingers with ease. As Tang Yuan moved, the Judge's brush swiftly executed thrusts, slashes, and parries, each action flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. The sounds of slicing through the air echoed around him. After practicing for a while, he sensed an invisible barrier ahead, impeding his breakthrough. He shook his head inwardly, feeling no disappointment. Tang Yuan understood that while he had reached a bottleneck, he merely needed an opportune moment to break through to the realm of soul severing. Otherwise, even with years of arduous training, he would remain stagnant. Nevertheless, he mused, the Judge's death sword at the form destruction level possesses a formidable attack power comparable to that of a Soul Master, although it may slightly lag behind pure offensive techniques. I still wield 3 powerful soul skills in the terrifying speed of the impermanence pursuit step. I should be able to hold my own in battle. For now, I shall focus on enhancing my soul power and refining my Yin-Yang Qi technique. As dawn broke, Tang Yuan rose and stepped outside. He had received word in recent days that Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were still away and would not return for some time. They had advised him not to wait but to return to the academy, and perhaps afterward, he could make a trip to Heavendoe City once their affairs were concluded. After completing his training today, Tang Yuan felt completely at ease, with no lingering discomfort. All previous injuries, whether physical or mental, had fully healed. He resolved to return to Heavendoe City early the next morning. Upon learning of this decision, Yuan expressed a desire to accompany Tang Yuan, concocting an excuse that there were matters to attend to at the Tianbao building in Heavendoe City, thus conveniently joining him on the journey. Tang Yuan, harboring no doubts, readily acquiesced. Chapter 36, Feng Xiaodian and Douluo. Upon arriving in Tianbao City, Yuan parted ways with Tang Yuan, who then proceeded to the academy alone. Given Tang Yuan's nature, he would not return to the academy directly. After calculating the days until his appointment with Qin Ming, which was set for the day after tomorrow, he felt no urgency. Instead, he leisurely wandered about, eventually arriving at the familiar Zhuwei restaurant, where he indulged in a hearty meal before finally taking his leave. After dining, Tang Yuan found his thoughts drifting to the heavy armor he had entrusted to the blacksmith for reforging. Although it was agreed he would collect it in a month, with still 7 or 8 days remaining, he felt inclined to pay a visit out of sheer idleness. As he exited the restaurant and made his way toward the blacksmith's shop, he noticed a commotion on the side of the street where a young man and woman were engaged in a heated argument. The young man sported a head of silver-white hair, adorned with a black mask that obscured half his face, leaving only a pair of bright, gleaming eyes visible. He hunched forward, adopting a servile demeanor. Conversely, the young woman, clad in a striking red outfit that complemented her dark red hair, possessed a striking beauty that resembled a flame dancing in the night sky. With her hands firmly placed on her hips, she glared at the young man, her expression radiating anger. As Tang Yuan passed by, a sense of curiosity arose within him. Was it due to his defeat in battle that he sought mercy? Intrigued, Tang Yuan cast a few more glances in that direction. The young lad over there seemed to have noticed Tang Yuan's gaze. Upon seeing a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he assumed Tang Yuan was mocking him and exclaimed in anger, "Hey, you over there, what are you staring at?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he recognized the impoliteness of staring at others, particularly those engaged in a quarrel. Subsequently, he cleared his throat softly and took a few hurried steps away. Just as he was about to depart, he was suddenly enveloped by a fierce gust of wind. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yuan beheld a figure standing directly before him, unmistakably the very youth from earlier. The young man spoke with an air of aggression, declaring, "Boy, did I grant you permission to leave?" Tang Yuan, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, said, "I sincerely apologize, my dear brother. It was never my intention. I merely recalled some amusing incidents that led me to glance a bit longer." Upon hearing these words, the young man felt even more convinced that Tang Yuan was mocking him, and a surge of rage filled his heart as he raised his fist, preparing to strike Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. With a slight shift of his body, he deftly evaded the punch thrown by the young boy. He felt a surge of indignation within him. Having already offered an apology, why was the boy so relentless as to resort to violence? The young boy, however, paid no heed to Tang Yuan's thoughts. Observing that Tang Yuan had effortlessly dodged his first strike, he felt a twinge of frustration. Although he had not utilized his soul power, Wind-type soul masters inherently possessed swifter agility than those of other types. Hitting a child who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old should have been quite straightforward, especially since his opponent had also refrained from employing soul power. Without further contemplation, the young boy launched another punch, determined to land a hit. Tang Yuan, witnessing his arrogance, took a step back to evade him and said, "Esteemed brother, are you not being excessively unreasonable?" The young man let out a cold snort and retorted, "Excessive? Is it not excessive for you to spy on others in the throes of romance?" Tang Yuan Dao. As soon as I spoke, a crisp voice rang out, "Hey, Feng Xiaodian. Who are you in a relationship with?" Tang Yuan turned his head and beheld the crimson-clad, red-haired maiden approaching, her countenance still adorned with an expression of ire. Upon the arrival of the girl, known as Huo Wu, the silver-haired youth named Feng Xiaodian instantaneously transformed his demeanor, shifting from that of a boisterous tiger to a docile little kitten, and promptly ingratiated himself by saying, "Dear Huo Wu, I was merely educating the children here. What brings you to this place? Tang Yuan's lips curled slightly, secretly muttering to himself, "You're the little one. Your whole family is a bunch of children." The girl named Huo Wu shot a glance at Feng Xiaotian, and then turned her attention to Tang Yuan. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Tang Yuan appeared vibrant and full of life, his mid-length blue hair elegantly tied back with a black ribbon, exuding an extraordinary aura. His exquisite features were striking, with a face as if sculpted from stone, and his piercing blue eyes captivated Huo Wu, rendering her momentarily entranced. Coupled with his tall stature and the way his black robe fluttered in the wind, the red jade belt adorned with a dragon motif accentuated his allure. Despite being only 11 years old, Tang Yuan already stood at a height of 1.70 meters. His youthful appearance overshadowed by an exceptional demeanor that compelled Huo Wu to regard him for an extended period. However, her admiration was purely aesthetic. She was not a Na'vi girl who would swoon at the sight of a handsome face. Yet, Feng Xiaotian, observing this interaction, perceived Tang Yuan as a pretty boy and assumed that his beloved sister Huo Wu was undoubtedly enchanted by him. The more he thought this way, the more displeased he became with Tang Yuan. Nevertheless, Tang Yuan had no intention of engaging in conflict and said, "My lady, I truly mean no disturbance to the two of you. I happened to pass by and suddenly recalled something amusing. Is that so?" Huo Wu turned to ask Feng Xiaotian. Unbothered by whether Tang Yuan was intentional or not, Feng Xiaotian retorted, "Huo Wu, don't concern yourself with this matter. This brat is far too arrogant. And I must teach him a lesson." Tang Yuan was perplexed, wondering where his arrogance lay. "Big brother, it has always been you who has been arrogant, is it not?" Huo Wu, with a slight smirk, nonchalantly replied, "Very well then, you may continue your reprimands. I shall take my leave." Without further ado, she turned and walked away. Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, questioning the course of events. Wasn't he the expectation that he would demonstrate his might, completely subduing her, leading to her secretly admiring him and eventually embarking on a journey together, growing old side by side? The narrative seemed amiss. As Huo Wu distanced herself, Feng Xiaotian regained his composure and, addressing Tang Yuan with a fierce glare, said, "You there, I sense the presence of soul power around you. You must be a soul master as well. Given your youth, which academy do you belong to?" Tang Yuan understood that retribution was inevitable, yet he remained indifferent and jested. "Look, your girlfriend has already ventured quite far. If you do not pursue her now, it may be too late." Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. He absorbed little else. But the phrase "your girlfriend" resonated deeply within him. Suddenly, the child before him seemed less irksome and rather pleasing to the eye. A thought struck him. And with an exclamation of surprise, Feng Xiaotian swiftly took off in pursuit of Huo Wu, casting aside any thoughts of confronting Tang Yuan for the time being. Tang Yuan found himself in a state of bemusement. What on earth was happening? This minor disturbance soon passed, and he paid it no heed as he continued on his way towards the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the establishment, he discovered that the proprietor was absent. Inquiring with one of the assistants, he learned that the owner was in the backyard. After a few questions, it became clear that Tang Yuan was a customer there to collect his heavy armor, prompting the assistant to set aside his tasks and hurriedly make his way to the rear of the shop. Tang Yuan waited for a while and soon saw 3 figures approaching from the backyard. Among them was the assistant he had encountered earlier, and the second was undoubtedly the blacksmith shop owner whom Tang Yuan had met before. However, the identity of the third individual eluded him. This person was extraordinarily tall, appearing to be middle-aged with muscles that bulged like stone, resembling a human gorilla. A fierce intimidation emanated from his penetrating gaze. Tang Yuan was unperturbed. Upon encountering the proprietor, he inquired, "Boss, has my heavy armor been completed?" The proprietor smiled and replied, "Young lad, you have arrived a tad early. However, that heavy armor was reforged a few days ago and is ready for you to collect. Please wait a moment, I shall fetch it for you." With that, the proprietor turned and walked away to retrieve the armor. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had just exited with the proprietor remarked, "Youngster, I have heard that you can train with heavy armor weighing 200 pounds? Tang Yuan gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man, perplexed by how he had acquired such knowledge. Presumably, it was the boss who had informed him. Thus, he replied, "The weight training of 200 pounds commences tomorrow." A flicker of surprise passed through the man's eyes as he responded, "I have heard that you are a control-type soul master?" Tang Yuan was even more astonished. How could he possibly know? He had not even mentioned it to his employer. He replied, "Actually, I have simply enjoyed carrying burdens since childhood." The middle-aged man retorted, Don't boast, young one. With 200 pounds of armor weighing down on your slight frame, you would likely find it difficult to even take a step. Tang Yuan was bewildered by the man's inexplicable demeanor and had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation. Upon seeing the proprietor bring forth the heavy armor, he expressed his gratitude and prepared to depart. However, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled and remarked, "You lack manners, young man. I have not yet finished speaking, and you are already eager to leave." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the proprietor promptly interjected, "Young brother, do not misunderstand. This is Elder Tino from the Distinguished Li family. Noticing your youth and your ability to train with 200 pounds of armor, he has developed a fondness for your talent. It is also my fault for speaking out of turn. The elder came today specifically to discuss this matter with you." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Let it be a lesson for the future." Having spoken, he took the heavy armor and turned to leave without lingering. The burly middle-aged man, Tino, seeing Tang Yuan's demeanor, retorted angrily, "This little fellow may be young, but his temper is rather fierce." The owner, aware that Elder Tino was a brute with a simplistic mindset, found himself in a predicament. He sighed and remarked, "Young people are always impetuous. Do not take it to heart, Elder Tino." Tino waved his hand dismissively, "It matters not. However, if he can truly train with the 200-pound armor, he would indeed be a monster. I suspect he is merely purchasing it for someone else, afraid that admitting it would tarnish his reputation. Youngsters are often like this, a control-type soulmaster, not a defense or assault type. How could that be possible?" After leaving the blacksmith shop, Tang Yuan felt perplexed, reflecting on the day's encounters with unreasonable individuals. Dismissing the thoughts as mere misfortune, he decided not to linger on the street and headed straight back to the academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Tang Yuan went to the teaching building to report to Qin Ming, but upon searching, he discovered that Qin Ming had gone out to procure team uniforms for the squad. With no other choice, Tang Yuan resolved to seek him out the following day. He returned to his dormitory, took a refreshing shower, and donned a clean set of clothes. He placed his heavy armor beside the bed and fell into a deep slumber, weary from his journey from the necromancer's manor. All he wished for was to rejuvenate his spirit, for tomorrow heralded the commencement of his training in the unchanging soul-chasing steps. Chapter 37. Team members the following day. Before the dawn had even broken, Tang Yuan awoke as per his usual routine. After completing his morning ablutions, he grasped the freshly forged armor, feeling its weight of 200 pounds. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Without further ado, he donned the gossamer thin armor, followed by the familiar black robe he often wore. Once prepared, Tang Yuan made his way to the rear mountain. Clad in the heavy armor, he found it challenging to adapt. Each step felt burdensome, and he was soon drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the school had yet to resume, leaving the campus nearly deserted, and the lingering darkness concealed him from any prying eyes, ensuring no one noticed his struggles. Upon reaching the rear mountain, his usual training ground, Tang Yuan glanced at the sky and observed the violet sun beginning to rise. He hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position and activated the Yin-Yang Qi refining technique. Throughout his journey, he had restrained his soul force, relying solely on his physical strength to bear the weight of the armor. Although he was not utterly exhausted, he had expended considerable energy, making this an opportune moment for cultivation. Before long, the violet mist from the east began to emerge, and the first glimmer of radiant light descended from the horizon towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan meticulously absorbed the violet aura into his body, initiating the circulation of his energy. After a considerable period, the horizon brightened, signaling the dawn had passed. Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, reflecting on his cultivation session, which had notably advanced his Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, filling him with immense joy. Rising to his feet, he commenced a slow jog around the back mountain. Adorned in armor weighing 200 pounds, he found himself somewhat strained, his pace exceedingly slow, necessitating a gradual acclimatization to the weight. He opted for a gentle jog initially, intending to adapt before transitioning to training with the impermanent soul-chasing steps. After completing a lap around the back mountain, even with his robust physique, he was left breathless and utterly fatigued, devoid of any energy. As he neared the completion of his circuit, he was utterly exhausted, his head spinning. Nevertheless, Tang Yuan resolutely suppressed the soul power within him, relying solely on his innate strength for his cultivation, without drawing upon even the slightest trace of soul energy. Tang Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, he made his way back from the back mountain, his steps unsteady as he returned to the dormitory. Upon arriving, he removed his heavy armor and took a refreshing shower, feeling invigorated instantly. After bathing, he donned his armor once more, changed into a crisp outfit, and proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast, although he still struggled to fully adjust and walked quite slowly. The training he had undergone in the morning allowed him to manage a leisurely pace without much difficulty. After finishing his breakfast, Tang Yuan proceeded to the teaching building in search of Qin Ming. Qin Ming had been away the previous day attending to matters concerning the battle team, but he had now returned. Upon entering Qin Ming's office, Tang Yuan noticed that, in addition to Qin Ming, several other individuals were present. Among them were Yu Tianheng and Douluo Continent. The remaining individuals, whom Tang Yuan frequently interacted with alongside Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming, were familiar faces, although not closely acquainted. Upon seeing Tang Yuan arrive, Qin Ming greeted him with a smile, saying, "Xiao Qi, please come in." Tang Yuan entered the room and greeted, "Teacher Qin, Brother Tianting." "Sister Yin Yin." Yu Tianheng playfully thumped Tang Yuan on the shoulder, chuckling, "Well, young man, it's been over half a month since we last met, and your skills have evidently improved." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Isn't this the acquisition of the third spirit ring?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming inquired, "Have you already obtained the third spirit ring?" Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "I just returned home half a month ago and obtained my third soul ring." Qin Ming responded with satisfaction, "You have now firmly established yourself at the 30th level, haven't you?" Tang Yuan shook his head. Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng were momentarily taken aback, realizing their misjudgment regarding Tang Yuan's extraordinary abilities. Thus, Yu Tianheng inquired, "So, it must be at the 31st level, right? You truly are remarkable." Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "I've reached level 32. Upon hearing this, the individuals present in the room were utterly astonished. It is quite rare for someone to ascend 2 levels merely by absorbing a soul ring. If it were the first soul ring, it could be somewhat acceptable. But this was at the soul master level, where even a single level increase is a formidable challenge, let alone 2. They were unaware that even during moments of stagnation, Tang Yuan persistently cultivated his soul power, which not only fortified his abilities, but also allowed for a surge of cultivated power to erupt like a fountain during the absorption of a soul ring. Qin Ming shook his head and smiled, accustomed to such occurrences. He then said, "All right, everyone, please take a seat. Xiao Qi, let me introduce you to the members present here, all of whom are part of the Tiando Royal Academy's Wuwen battle team, most of whom you may have already met. This is." Subsequently, Qin Ming proceeded to introduce the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's Wuwen battle team to Tang Yuan. Team leader, Yu Tianheng, Wuhuan, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a level 39 assault system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice captain, Douluo Yen, Wuhuan, Emerald Phosphor Snake, a level 37 control system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Wuhuan, Black Tortoise, a level 37 defense system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Wuhuan, Black Tortoise, a level 36 defense system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Yu Feng, Wuhuan, Wind Chime Bird, a level 35 agility attack system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Yi Lingling, Wuhuan, 9 Heart Begonia, a level 34 support system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. With the addition of Tang Yuan, the total number of members amounted to 7. Despite Yu Tianheng's often neglectful training, his occasional sparring with Tang Yuan had propelled him to level 39, though he still had a considerable distance to reach level 40. After Tang Yuan briefly introduced himself to Qin Ming and greeted the others, he stated, "I am Tang Yuan, a soul master of the control system, possessing the soul of the life and death register at level 32. My soul rings are 1 yellow and 2 purple. It is an honor to meet all of you." The mention of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings initially raised skepticism among those unfamiliar with Tang Yuan. However, when he unleashed his soul, revealing the 3 rings at his feet, astonishment swept through the crowd, dispelling any doubts. Although they recognized Tang Yuan's exceptional talent upon hearing his level, they could not comprehend why Qin Ming had chosen him, a mere 32, over the 34-level Osro. Yet, with the benefit of hindsight, they began to grasp Qin Ming's intentions. Despite being 2 levels below Osro, the exquisite configuration of Tang Yuan's soul ring suggested that in actual combat, Osro would likely falter against him. Furthermore, most present had witnessed Tang Yuan's remarkable speed during a previous gathering organized by Yu Tianheng 4 years prior. where he had sparred with Li Fei. If Osro relied on his own prideful speed to confront Tang Yuan, he might find himself without the opportunity to retaliate. Observing the expressions of his peers, Yu Tianheng, the team leader, could easily discern their underestimation of Tang Yuan, which secretly amused him. Having trained alongside Tang Yuan for 4 years, he was acutely aware of his formidable strength. He knew that even the most skilled member present might struggle to triumph over Tang Yuan in earnest combat. Once the introductions were complete, Qin Ming addressed the group. Now that all members of the team are gathered, I shall outline our training plan for the upcoming 6 months. Tang Yuan and the others listened intently. Filled with a sense of solemnity, Qin Ming continued, the essence of a team lies in its synergy, which is not cultivated overnight but is instead forged through persistent interaction and shared experiences over time. Tang Yuan silently nodded, deeply agreeing with the sentiment expressed. Observing the expressions of those around him, he found himself in accord with the discourse. He then heard Qin Ming continue. Thus, for the upcoming month, you shall engage in sparring sessions, both one-on-one and in pairs. It is imperative that within this time frame, you become thoroughly acquainted with each other's soul power levels, attributes, and the functions of each soul skill. Furthermore, there exists an additional task, to devise strategies for countering both your own and the soul skills of the other 6. While I encourage you to strive towards completing this task, familiarizing yourselves with your teammates' capabilities is of utmost importance. At this juncture, one of the team members, Yu Feng, inquired, Teacher Qin, isn't a month rather short for this? Qin Ming chuckled, a month is ample time. We have little time to spare. Should you continue to be as languid as before, it would be prudent to forfeit your participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition altogether. Yu Feng, taken aback, refrained from further comment. Yu Tianheng then asked, Teacher Qin, what happens after the month? Qin Ming replied, first, focus on the task at hand. Once you have accomplished it, I shall convey further information to you. After scanning the group, he inquired, does anyone have any questions? The assembly collectively shook their heads. Suddenly, Yu Lingling raised her hand. Teacher Qin, I wish to ask, as a support-type soul master, must I also engage in sparring with everyone? Qin Ming shook his head. I had almost overlooked that. Lingling, you need not participate in the sparring. However, it is essential for you to observe closely. Once they have completed their encounters, you must promptly administer healing to enhance your resilience. Yu Lingling nodded in understanding and stepped aside without further elaboration. Aside from Yu Tianheng, who had sparred with Tang Yuan, the latter was unfamiliar with the other team members. Yet, these individuals were all prominent figures within the academy, and through hearsay, Tang Yuan had come to recognize their formidable strengths. Tang Yuan pondered silently. Senior sister, Yi possesses the healing martial soul, 9 hearts begonia, and is formidable in strength. With her by my side to oversee our healing, as long as we refrain from employing excessive force, there should be no issues in our sparring. This way, everyone can engage without reservation, fully unleashing their abilities, allowing us to swiftly gauge each other's strengths. Indeed, Teacher Qin has devised an excellent plan. It is also a stroke of luck. After all, a martial soul as extraordinary as the 9 hearts begonia is unparalleled across the realm. To have her recruited into the battle team by Qin Ming is nothing short of destiny. With this thought, Tang Yuan nodded to himself before returning to the present moment. Just then, he heard Qin Ming say, by the way, Xiao Qi, I have informed the education committee about your situation. You are now officially a student of the Advanced Academy. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, thank you, Teacher Qin. In Chapter 38, Seated in Rows. Upon learning that Tang Yuan had become a student at the Advanced Academy, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. An 11-year-old soul master, a student of the Advanced Academy. Surely this was an unprecedented occurrence in history. Each person reflected on their own experience, recalling that at 11, they were likely just ascending to the Intermediate Academy, and even then, they were celebrated as prodigies by many. In light of this comparison, the title of genius was difficult to uphold. After Qin Ming concluded his instructions, the group departed, and the team uniforms were distributed. Although the styles were uniform, each was uniquely tailored by Qin Ming for every individual. For instance, Tang Yuan's ensemble was a striking blend of gold and black. Upon hearing Qin Ming speak of the Spirit Hall battle team, Tang Yuan learned about 3 exceptionally gifted spirit masters, not much older than Yu Tianheng, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm and perhaps even surpassed the Spirit King level by now. This revelation instilled a sense of pressure within Tang Yuan. However, this pressure ignited an indomitable spirit of combat within him, driving him to fervently pursue his cultivation. His immediate goal was to advance to the Spirit Master level. As Qin Ming had remarked, The advantages he possessed were glaringly obvious, yet so were his disadvantages. The most significant of which was time. Being younger meant he had less cultivation time than others, necessitating that he devote several times more effort to his training to compensate for his shortcomings and strive towards greater heights. Thus, upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan wasted no time and commenced his cultivation of spiritual power. He practiced from morning until dusk, neglecting even his lunch. After concluding his training, he proceeded to the dining hall for a modest dinner. Once he finished eating, he hurried back to his dormitory to meditate and continue refining his spiritual energy. In this fervent pursuit, Tang Yuan temporarily set aside his training of the judge's death sword, mainly because he realized that he could no longer make substantial progress in that area. No matter how much he practiced, it would yield little benefit. So he prioritized the training of his spiritual power, aiming to elevate its level. Each day, he would also dedicate specific times to practice the Xiao Qi refinement technique and the impermanent soul-chasing steps, one being the foundation of his abilities and the other his trump card. Both techniques held significant potential for improvement, and Tang Yuan was reluctant to neglect them, especially since training in these techniques would not hinder his spiritual power cultivation, but rather enhance it. The following day, after concluding his training on the back mountain, Tang Yuan arrived early at the training ground, only to discover that he was the first to arrive. While waiting, he sat cross-legged, determined to refine his spiritual power without wasting a moment. Shortly after Tang Yuan's arrival, Qin Ming appeared as the second to arrive. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Qin Ming was somewhat astonished. He had believed he had arrived early enough, having risen even earlier than usual to set a positive example for the children. However, he had not anticipated that Tang Yuan would arrive half an hour ahead of schedule and already be engaged in cultivation. In Qin Ming's eyes, Tang Yuan was indeed a talent worthy of cultivation, possessing not only remarkable innate ability but also an extraordinary work ethic. As he observed Tang Yuan, Qin Ming silently nodded in approval, feeling a sense of gratification. Little did he know, Tang Yuan had maintained this diligent regimen for 5 years, rising before dawn each day, tirelessly striving to master the Xiao Qi refinement technique and to reach for that first glimmer of purple energy on the horizon, having long since made it a habit. Tang Yuan was immersed in his cultivation, unaware that Qin Ming had arrived. Not wishing to disturb him, Qin Ming chose to sit nearby in a meditative posture, inspired by Tang Yuan's diligence, and began to cultivate his soul power. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Continent also arrived. Upon seeing Tang Yuan and Qin Ming in deep meditation, Yu Tianheng recalled the words Qin Ming had shared with him some time ago. Glancing at Tang Yuan, he felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him, igniting a fierce determination within. He promptly pulled Douluo Continent down beside him to enter a meditative state, embodying an unwavering resolve to persevere in their training. Initially, he had intended to arrive before his team members as the captain, mirroring Qin Ming's thoughts. Yet the sight of Tang Yuan and Qin Ming left him astonished, leading him to question his own competence as a leader. Moments later, Yulingling arrived, momentarily taken aback before also settling into meditation. Thus, the training ground was graced by 5 figures, seated in a row, each absorbed in their cultivation, enveloped in an extraordinary silence. Next, Yufeng and the Shi brothers, Shi Mo and Shi Ge, made their entrance. Yufeng, naturally energetic, chatted and laughed with the Shi brothers as they approached, his excited voice echoing from a distance. "Hey, little stones, how did you get those muscles? Don't you worry about not being able to sleep at night?" Yufeng jested. Shi Mo ignored him, while Shi Ge replied, "If you want to train, Yufeng, my brother and I can take you along every day." Yufeng, wide-eyed, shook his head vigorously. No, I have no desire for such bulk. I'd rather be quick on my feet." Before he could finish his sentence, Yufeng looked up and spotted Qin Ming, Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Continent, and Yulingling already assembled, seated in meditation. Instantly, he shut his mouth, fearing he might be late due to his chatter. Glancing at the sky and noting that there was still time to spare, he felt a twinge of curiosity, quickly realizing how dedicated these individuals were. As Yufeng pondered, Qin Ming, sensing something, opened his eyes. Noticing Yu Tianheng, Douluo Continent, and Yulingling had also adopted Tang Yuan's approach to training, he turned to see Yufeng and the Shi brothers standing nearby, their expressions a mix of surprise. Recognizing they had just arrived, Qin Ming stole a sideways glance at Tang Yuan. Comparing Yufeng and the others to Tang Yuan, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, fearing that it wouldn't be long before Tang Yuan would surpass them all, including himself. Clearing his throat, Qin Ming gently roused Tang Yuan and the others from their meditation. Tang Yuan regained his composure and noticed that everyone had arrived. He immediately stood upright and lined up with the others, attentively listening to Qin Ming's words. Observing that the group had quickly taken their positions, Qin Ming nodded slightly and began. Today marks the first day. All of you should take a leaf out of Tang Yuan's book. Among you, he is the youngest yet the most diligent. At the break of dawn, Tang Yuan was the first to arrive, even earlier than I, his teacher. This is not a one-time occurrence. I have been instructing both Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng for quite some time. I must say, the formidable strength Tang Yuan has displayed today, while partly attributable to his innate talent, is chiefly the result of his relentless dedication. I have borne witness to his efforts over the past 4 years. As senior students, it is imperative that you set a commendable example. If you cannot surpass a junior who is younger than you, how will you avoid becoming the subject of ridicule? As Tang Yuan listened to the words of Qin Ming, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. The others, too, felt a profound sense of shame. Although Qin Ming's tone was gentle, the underlying message resonated deeply within them, making them acutely aware of their own shortcomings. Indeed, they could not deny that their junior, who was younger than themselves, not only possessed greater talent but also exhibited more diligence. And it was no wonder that he had achieved the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 11. Qin Ming continued, I have decided that from this day forth, at the break of dawn, I must see you all assembled in the training grounds. Anyone who arrives late will be required to run 20 laps around the training area. At this proclamation, the group collectively gasped in disbelief. Just then, Tang Yuan spoke up. Teacher Qin, prompting Qin Ming to inquire, what is it? Tang Yuan hesitated, pondering for a moment before speaking. It is certainly no issue for me to arrive at sunrise, but I possess a soul technique that must be cultivated at dawn. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. Qin Ming, suppressing his astonishment, inquired, Xiao Qi, do you practice every day? Tang Yuan nodded and said, indeed, this soul skill is rather unique. It must be cultivated at the very moment the sun rises and can only cease once the sunrise concludes. Including Qin Ming, everyone turned their gazes towards Tang Yuan. Realizing that this individual had not merely risen early today, but maintained this routine daily, leaving little room for others to breathe. Ahem. Qin Ming cleared his throat, anxious that his astonishment might be perceived by his students, and remarked, well then, let us proceed as usual. Ultimately, the power you cultivate belongs solely to you. Only when one's strength is truly formidable can one be deemed powerful. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Qin Ming continued, all right, we shall commence now. Yu Tianheng, you are the captain. Begin a one-on-one spar with the vice-captain, Douluo Yan. Both Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan were momentarily taken aback by Qin Ming's arrangement. Looking at each other, they felt reluctant to engage in combat against their beloved, yet understanding the rationale behind Qin Ming's decision, they accepted it. After all, one was the captain and the other the vice-captain. Failing to set a good example would undermine the very essence of teamwork. Without further ado, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan stepped forward, while the others retreated, clearing a substantial space for the duel. Yu Tianheng regarded Douluo Yan with a hint of hesitation, while Douluo Yan felt a surge of excitement, as she had never sparred with Yu Tianheng before. With a playful grin, Douluo Yan warned, be careful, Hinggu. Martial spirit embodiment. As her words faded, a menacing green serpent phantom materialized behind her, emitting a formidable hiss as green soul energy surged forth. Aware of the potency of Douluo Yan's green-scaled serpent martial spirit, Yu Tianheng did not dare to be complacent and bellowed, martial spirit embodiment. In an instant, a majestic purple-blue dragon ascended into the sky, coiling around him, while flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings. The higher the rank of the beast martial spirits, the less they affected the outward appearance of the Soul Master. When Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan activated their martial spirits, their physical forms remained largely unchanged, only revealing their true nature when employing specific soul skills. Chapter 39. Yu Tianheng receives a lesson. The first soul skill, Scarlet Phosphorus Poison. Once Yu Tianheng's martial spirit was embodied, Douluo Yan immediately unleashed her first soul skill, releasing a crimson mist from the gaping maw of her green-scaled serpent spirit. Taken aback, Yu Tianheng hastily activated his first soul ring, calling forth a soul skill. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Tianheng propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. However, he was already a step behind. During this interval, Douluo Yan had benefited from the heightened effects of her first soul skill, Scarlet Phosphorus Poison, enhancing both her attack and speed by 20%. While Yu Tianheng's attack was formidable, he could not match Douluo Yan's speed. By the time his strike reached her position, she had already vanished. Before Yu Tianheng could launch a new assault, Douluo Yan proclaimed, "Second soul skill, blue-scaled poison." As she spoke, her eyes shifted from red to blue, and a noxious blue mist poured forth from the serpent's maw. Alarmed, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, "Not good." A wave of paralysis swept over him, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Yu Tianheng shouted, "Dragon transformation." His arms were enveloped in blue-purple dragon scales, morphing into claws armed with sharp blades. In an instant, the paralyzing effect of Douluo Yan's blue-scaled poison diminished significantly, allowing him to move slightly. As Douluo Yan charged at him, he swiftly sidestepped. Second soul skill, thunderous might. Yu Tianheng roared, raising his dragon claw to strike at Douluo Yan. However, still feeling the lingering effects of the paralysis, his movements were slower than usual. Douluo Yan, faster than Yu Tianheng at full capacity, evaded effortlessly. The two sparred for several more exchanges until Douluo Yan's soul power was entirely depleted. After the bout, Qin Ming instructed them to return to formation for a brief rest, allowing Yi Lingling to administer healing. Yi Lingling approached, nodding with determination as she treated both Douluo Yan and Yu Tianheng. Under her care, they felt a surge of revitalization, their soul power rapidly replenishing, dispelling any lingering fatigue. Once Douluo Yan and Yu Tianheng had recuperated, Qin Ming spoke. "How was that? Now that you've all observed, share your thoughts." The group exchanged glances, silence engulfing them. Qin Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "What? After watching for so long, did you glean nothing? I wanted you to understand your comrades better. Is this how you go about it?" Feeling somewhat awkward, the group realized they had not discerned much and were unsure how to articulate their observations. At that moment, Tang Yuan stepped forward and said, "Allow me to share." Earlier, when Tianheng and Yin Yin sparred, Tianheng was rather sluggish off the mark. As a control-type soul master, Yin Yin naturally had the upper hand in a one-on-one confrontation. Therefore, when facing control-type soul masters, one must seize the opportunity to act before them. Otherwise, as demonstrated earlier, Tianheng's martial spirit embodiment was a moment too slow, allowing Yin Yin to claim the initiative. Consequently, Yin Yan's first soul skill enhanced her attack power and speed, making it exceedingly difficult for a power-type soul master to keep pace. Her second soul skill, purely controlling in nature, introduced a paralysis effect. Once these two soul skills were unleashed, Tianheng completely lost the advantage of a power-type soul master. Had Yin Yin possessed a formidable offensive soul skill, Tianheng would have faced swift defeat. After hearing Tang Yuan's analysis, the group reflected and recognized its truth, surprised by his keen insight. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yuan had sparred with Yu Tianheng multiple times and was well acquainted with his capabilities. The reason for Yu Tianheng's slower response in this instance was his concern for Douluo Yan's safety, entirely disregarding Qin Ming's earlier advice. At this juncture, Tang Yuan mused. "When sparring with me, they fought with all their might, unlike now." Qin Ming, upon hearing Tang Yuan's remarks, nodded approvingly and said, "Indeed, Xiao Qi. Your observations are quite astute. Tianheng, I will address your shortcomings now." As Xiao Qi pointed out, you, as a power-type soul master, displayed a lack of caution against a control-type soul master, which is rather unwise. However, my concern lies not with this aspect, for I trust you will not falter in such situations. You performed far better during your previous spar with Xiao Qi. What I must highlight is your emotional involvement. I understand your worry for Yin Yan's safety, but I have previously assured you that with Lingling present for healing and my oversight as a level 60 Soul Emperor, no harm would befall you. Yet, you disregarded my words and allowed your emotions to cloud your judgment, giving your opponent the upper hand. Consider this. If your current adversary were an enemy, you would have already perished. A level 60 Soul Emperor? The group gasped in astonishment. Yu Tianheng inquired, "Teacher Qin, you have broken through to the Soul Emperor rank." Qin Ming shot him a glare and retorted, "We are discussing your issues now. Do not interrupt." Yu Tianheng hung his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Qin Ming continued, "Among us, you possess the clearest understanding of Yin Yan's soul skills and martial spirit. Yet, you exhibited no caution regarding her soul abilities. If I were in your position, upon encountering a control-type soul master skilled in poison, I would immediately employ the dragon transformation soul skill. Without a moment's hesitation. Poison is insidious and pervasive. Once you're afflicted, the battle is essentially over. Moreover, how could you allow yourself to be distracted during combat? That moment of distraction could afford a control type or agility type soul master the opportunity to strike at your heart. Qin Ming's tone remained calm, yet his words resonated with an undeniable warning. Yu Tianheng listened, feeling deeply ashamed. Every word Qin Ming spoke rang true. During his spar with Douluo Yen, he had indeed fought with restraint, hesitant to unleash his full potential. Sighing, Qin Ming added, "For now, I shan't criticize you further. I hope you take this to heart. As the team leader, you must be comprehensive and set a good example. I do not wish to see a repeat of this situation." Yu Tianheng responded solemnly, "Yes, Teacher Qin." Qin Ming nodded before turning to Douluo Yen, saying, "Yin Yen, you performed admirably in this regard. As a control-type soul master, whether in duels or team battles, it is imperative to seize the initiative and create opportunities for your teammates' attacks." Douluo Yen beamed with pride, offering a slight smile. However, Qin Ming cautioned, "Do not celebrate just yet. I am not finished." Upon hearing this, Douluo Yen playfully stuck out her tongue. Qin Ming continued, in comparison to Tianheng's emotional approach, "You indeed performed better, but I must address another issue. Your combat skills cannot be deemed excellent or poor. They are merely conventional. You release your soul skills in a methodical manner. Yet have you considered that combat is ever-changing? If you cannot adapt, your opponent will swiftly exploit your weaknesses and defeat you. Take just now as an example. Had Tianheng not shown mercy, you would have been vanquished long before your soul power was depleted. Do not doubt my words." Tianheng displayed several times the strength he had while sparring with Xiao Qi. The onlookers exchanged glances between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan. Qin Ming continued, "Yin Yen, as a control-type soul master, you possess significant advantages in duels. For instance, you initially employed your first soul skill to enhance your attack power and speed, which is commendable. However, your second soul skill has a paralyzing effect that can, with considerable probability, interrupt your opponent at the moment they release their soul skill. This would not only prevent them from executing their ability, but also consume their cooldown time, significantly affecting their emotional state. Knowing that Tianheng's most formidable soul skill is Dragon Transformation, a special ability rather than a soul ring skill, you must consider the cooldown of your second soul skill and utilize it precisely when Tianheng attempts Dragon Transformation." Douluo Yen attentively absorbed Qin Ming's insights. Recognizing her strengths and weaknesses as he articulated them with precision, she silently committed them to memory, responding, "I understand, Teacher Qin." Acknowledging her comprehension, Qin Ming moved on, stating, "Next, Tang Yuan and Sure Mo will engage in a spar. However, I must impose a restriction. Tang Yuan, you are not permitted to use your judge's death sword. Aside from that, you may utilize your martial spirit and soul ring skills." Tang Yuan was taken aback and inquired, "Teacher Qin, can I use my unchanging soul-chasing step?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming nodded and replied, "Yes, you may." Tang Yuan nodded and stepped forward into the arena. Upon seeing Shimo standing opposite him, Tang Yuan wasted no time and immediately unleashed the death book, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Soul Snatch." As his words resonated, a dark light enveloped Shimo in an instant, causing him to feel a wave of weakness wash over him, diminishing his defense, speed, and attack power significantly. Just then, a white light emanated from Shimo, encircling him as well. For years prior, he had witnessed Tang Yuan employ this soul skill, and suddenly recalling its ability to siphon the opponent's physical capabilities for one's own use, he felt compelled to act swiftly, promptly activating his martial soul. Having entered the arena without his jacket, Shimo revealed muscles akin to granite. Now, as he activated his martial soul, two enormous, earth-toned turtle shells manifested on his chest and back, causing him to resemble a turtle, his posture hunched. Tang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the formidable nature of defensive soul masters, particularly given that Shimo's soul power level surpassed his own. Seizing the initiative, he unleashed his first soul skill, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. In a heartbeat, he vanished from his original position. Shimo, despite experiencing a notable decline in physical prowess, demonstrated commendable combat skills. He swiftly deduced Tang Yuan's imminent attack and, unable to discern his speed, resolved to employ his second soul skill, Tortoise Shell. In an instant, Shimo curled into a tight ball, sheltering himself between two radiant tortoise shells, which glimmered with a verdant light, forming a protective barrier around him. Just as Shimo activated his second soul skill, Tang Yuan arrived, using his leg like a whip to strike fiercely at Shimo. However, he was a fraction too late, and his attack landed squarely upon the tortoise shell. A powerful recoil surged from the shell, sending a jolt through Tang Yuan's right leg, causing it to tingle. As an overwhelming shock reverberated throughout his entire body, Tang Yuan was propelled backwards by the recoil, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. It became evident that the defensive Soul Master was not to be underestimated. As he progressed smoothly through the match, a sense of pride swelled within him. He believed himself to be significantly ahead of his peers in strength. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary abilities of Shimo, it was clear why he had been selected for the Academy's battle team. He was certainly no ordinary opponent. Defeating Shimo would prove to be a formidable challenge. In a matter of moments, Tang Yuan had devised several offensive strategies in his mind. Through the earlier probing kick, he had discerned the formidable nature of Shimo's defenses. Without resorting to the judge's death sword, any attack he launched would be at a disadvantage. Even if he managed to breach Shimo's defenses with speed, the recoil would still be a significant burden. Shaking his head internally, he discarded several strategies, only to suddenly recall that Qin Ming had prohibited the use of the judge's death sword. After careful consideration, Tang Yuan finally grasped Qin Ming's intent. He was to rely on his soul skills to secure victory. Although his skills might not shatter Shimo's defenses outright, they could indeed bypass them and exert pressure. With this realization, within just a few breaths, Tang Yuan formulated a plan to achieve victory with minimal soul power expenditure. At that moment, Shimo had released his defensive technique and returned to his original stance, his head and limbs emerging from the protective shell. It was not only Tang Yuan who had devised a strategy. Shimo, as a defensive soul master, aimed to force his adversary to expend maximum soul power while conserving his own. In this standoff, Shimo maintained a vigilant stance, refraining from a preemptive strike. Anticipating Shimo's strategy, Tang Yuan smiled slightly and employed the unpredictable pursuit step, vanishing from Shimo's sight. This was precisely what Shimo desired, to compel Tang Yuan to deplete his soul power. Meanwhile, Shimo began to retreat into his shell once more, his head and limbs retracting into the protective armor. Just like before, Tang Yuan launched a series of punches and kicks against the shell, enduring considerable recoil in the process. Of course, Shimo, nestled within his armor, was not entirely unscathed. Tang Yuan's rapid attacks were inherently stronger than typical assaults, and with the depletion of 30% of Shimo's defenses from Tang Yuan's first soul skill, the cumulative effect significantly amplified the potency of Tang Yuan's strikes. Shimo, feeling the intensity of the blows, silently lamented as his entire body tingled from the impact. However, his defensive technique consumed very little soul power, a fraction of what Tang Yuan was expending. As long as he could endure, it would not be long before Tang Yuan's soul power was nearly exhausted. After a considerable duration of Tang Yuan's relentless assault, Shimo activated his second soul skill, retreating into his shell repeatedly. Eventually, Tang Yuan began to show signs of fatigue, having expended a significant amount of soul power. In contrast, Shimo had only used 30% of his reserves, while Tang Yuan appeared to be nearing his limits. Seizing the moment, Shimo let out a powerful roar, declaring, "Third soul skill, flying armor." As the words left his mouth, the two pieces of armor from his chest and back were grasped in his hands. With a forceful twist of his waist, he hurled the armor pieces outward, transforming them into rapidly spinning blades that hurtled toward Tang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, as the blades approached, a smile crept onto Tang Yuan's lips, a smile that Shimo noticed, causing a flicker of unease in his heart. Just as Shimo pondered Tang Yuan's potential counter, Tang Yuan activated the unpredictable pursuit step once again, evading the incoming attack. Upon vanishing, Tang Yuan charged directly at Shimo, who was now without his armor. His fists flew like meteors, and his legs whipped like whips, combining in a barrage of strikes that rained down upon Shimo. As the first punch struck, Tang Yuan's voice echoed, "Second soul skill, soul hook." The moment the first punch landed, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air. Shimo, hearing Tang Yuan's voice and suddenly catching a whiff of the floral scent, found himself unable to process Tang Yuan's actions in time. He could only hurriedly defend against the onslaught of punches and kicks. Despite Shimo's robust defenses, the ferocity of Tang Yuan's strikes caused him to grimace in pain. From the moment Tang Yuan evaded Shimo's flying armor to the activation of his second soul skill and the ensuing flurry of attacks, only 2 breaths had passed. Meanwhile, Shimo's flying armor began to return, and Tang Yuan kicked Shimo hard, using the momentum to leap high into the air, performing a somersault before landing back in front of Shimo breathless. Shimo clutched a piece of armor in each hand, facing Tang Yuan. Even if you have injured me, your soul power is nearly depleted. You have no surplus energy left for a second attack, do you? Meanwhile, I have been on the defensive, expending hardly any soul power at all. Tang Yuan gazed at Shimo with a serene smile, silently replenishing his soul power. Before Shimo could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a significant depletion of his own soul power, which diminished by 30% in a mere moment. This essence was entirely transferred back to Tang Yuan, who felt an immense sense of relief as his strength was notably restored. Shimo, astonished, looked at Tang Yuan and exclaimed, "Your soul technique." Tang Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was a battle of mutual understanding. He proceeded to elucidate, "This is my second soul skill, Soul Snatch. Its efficacy lies in diminishing the enemy's individual soul power by 20%, while simultaneously replenishing half of that diminished power back to myself. In essence, it allows me to absorb the enemy's soul power with a cooldown period of 4 minutes. Just now, your third soul skill consumed a considerable amount of your soul power. However, given your reserves, you are still capable of unleashing your third soul skill 1 or 2 more times. As for my remaining soul power, it is insufficient to evade even a single strike from your flying armor. Nevertheless, due to the effects of my second soul skill, our remaining soul powers are now quite comparable. Furthermore, I can employ this soul skill again after 4 minutes. As long as I avoid engaging you directly and maneuver to evade one of your flying armor attacks, then." Upon hearing this, Shimo bowed his head and conceded. "I admit defeat." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Thank you, senior." At that moment, Qi Ming stepped forward and remarked, "All right, Shimo and Xiao Qi, you may go and rest." Shimo and Tang Yuan nodded in agreement and exited the stage to take a break, while Yi Lingling appropriately stepped forward to administer healing to the two. Tang Yuan was enveloped in the healing aura of Yi Lingling, filled with astonishment. He had previously heard from Yu Tianheng about the miraculous capabilities of the nine-heart begonia, but he never anticipated its extraordinary prowess. Under such treatment, the recovery speed of his soul power could potentially double. Moreover, any other injury sustained would heal rapidly. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Tang Yuan ceased his ruminations and seized the opportunity to begin restoring his soul power. After 10 minutes of treatment, Tang Yuan had regained 30% of his soul power, dispelling his fatigue and weakness. He then stood alongside Shimo, awaiting Qin Ming's instructions. Once they were positioned, Qin Ming asked, "Does anyone have anything to say regarding the duel between Shimo and Tang Yuan?" The crowd remained silent. Qin Ming, rubbing his forehead and feeling somewhat exasperated, continued, "In fact, the combat displayed by Shimo and Tang Yuan was commendable." Both Shimo and Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy within. However, Qin Ming then added, "But," upon hearing this word, Shimo and Tang Yuan instinctively tensed. Observing their reactions, Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Yet, both of you have room for improvement." Let me start with Shimo. Your approach to dealing with opponents, utilizing patience and leveraging your defensive strengths, is commendable. However, you acted on your own assumptions without fully understanding your opponent's intentions. When you unleashed your third soul skill, flying armor, it was during a moment of your lowest defense. If the enemy had a backup plan, your defensive advantage would have vanished entirely. For instance, had you faced a powerful attack-type Soul Master instead of an underdeveloped control-type Soul Master, you would have already been on the ground. In summary, you have overestimated yourself while underestimating your opponent. Shimo nodded thoughtfully. Qin Ming then turned to Tang Yuan, saying, "Xiao Qi performed admirably, and there is little to critique. Throughout this duel, you effectively gauged your opponent's intentions and capitalized on your strengths to exploit their weaknesses. Initially, I had prohibited you from using the Judgment Sword, but based on your performance, it is clear you have grasped the essence of this lesson. It is imperative to prioritize the cultivation of your soul skills. Do you understand?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Teacher Qin, I understand. I never expected that my soul skill would prove to be quite formidable, playing a significant role. Furthermore, regardless of the strength of the soul skill, as long as the soul master wields it adeptly, it can become immensely powerful." Qin Ming responded with a gratifying nod and remarked, "Indeed, it is no small feat for you to grasp this insight. You initially had no issues. However, through the recent battle, I have uncovered a new concern. You possess a talent for strategy, which is an advantage for a control-type soul master. Yet, when orchestrating your strategies, relying on exhausting your own soul power to incapacitate your opponent is rather unwise. It can be likened to placing all your bets on a single outcome. Should your adversary possess a hidden card or a means to counter your second soul skill, defeat would be inevitable. Therefore, at all times, remember to leave yourself a margin for retreat. Chapter 41. 2 against 2. Tang Yuan suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. If, in the face of life and death, the opponent possessed healing abilities akin to Yi Lingling's, or skills similar to his own soul-absorbing techniques, then his advantage in siphoning soul power would be utterly nullified. However, Qin Ming added, this requires continuous practical experience for complete mastery. You performed admirably today, for now. Take a moment to rest. Tang Yuan nodded. Yes, Teacher Qin. He then proceeded to engage in one-on-one sparring. The confrontation between Shi Mo and Yu Feng mirrored encounters from years past, with the defensive-type Soul Master facing off against the agile offensive type. In a duel, should the defensive Soul Master adopt the conservative strategy, the offensive Soul Master often finds themselves powerless to breach such formidable defenses. However, the dynamic shift in team battles where the support of teammates can significantly alter the outcome. In this particular sparring session, predictably, it concluded with Yu Feng exhausting his soul power. Following their bout, Shi Mo faced no criticism. His performance was steady, showcasing commendable combat awareness against an agile opponent. Qin Ming turned to Yu Feng, asking, do you understand why you lost? After a moment of rest, Yu Feng, now devoid of his playful demeanor, hung his head and admitted, I was wrong, Teacher Qin. My attacks were too feeble. Qin Ming nodded, affirming, your self-awareness is commendable. An agile offensive-type Soul Master must possess both swiftness and strength. If your attacks lack potency, then your agility alone renders you akin to a mere auxiliary Soul Master, hardly deserving of the title offensive type. Moreover, this issue is not solely yours, it afflicts everyone present. Soul power is fundamental to a Soul Master's combat efficacy. If your soul power is insufficient, you deprive yourself of numerous opportunities to strike. At this juncture, Qin Ming surveyed the attentive crowd, acknowledging their focus with a subtle nod. He then inquired, Shi Mo, how much soul power do you have remaining after the battle? Taken aback by the question, Shi Mo replied, reporting to Teacher Qin, I still have nearly half of my soul power left. This revelation astonished Yu Feng, who had completely depleted his soul power by the end of the duel. Qin Ming continued, when confronting a defensive Soul Master who waits for an opportunity to counterattack, whether one is a power type, agility type, or control type, one must unleash their strongest attacks to penetrate the defenses. However, if the defensive opponent's level is comparable to yours, do you believe you can breach their defenses with your current soul power? The group pondered, collectively realizing the impossibility, including Tang Yuan, who recalled that he had defeated Shi Mo by absorbing the opponent's soul power rather than breaking through directly. Excellent, Qin Ming remarked, noting their self-awareness. However, it appears you haven't yet faced sufficient setbacks. In essence, if your attacks were powerful enough to breach the Shi brothers' defenses, you would only need a slight edge. Unfortunately, you are left without soul power. Isn't that frustrating? The group responded, frustrating. Recognizing your frustration is beneficial, Qin Ming continued. You have all overlooked the significance of your soul power. A Soul Master devoid of soul power is lesser than an ordinary person, akin to a fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. The gravity of his words struck them all, leaving them aghast. Even Tang Yuan grasped the critical importance of soul power capacity. Although his soul power had undergone a qualitative transformation, elevating him well above his peers, the release of his soul skills demanded greater soul power than that required by an average Soul Master. Thus, the overall consumption balanced out, yielding little difference. At this moment, Yu Tianhing inquired, but Teacher Qin, can the soul power required for releasing soul skills be cultivated? Observing their expressions, Qin Ming smiled. It seems you have begun to grasp the fundamentals. Allow me to clarify. The soul power necessary for utilizing soul skills varies. A Soul Master with perfect control over their skills may expend only 5% of their soul power when executing a technique, as they manage to prevent excess power from leaking and achieve potent effects with each move. Conversely, a Soul Master lacking in skill may consume 10 or even 20% of their soul power for the same technique, due to unstable control that causes power leakage and ineffective execution, failing to even graze the enemy. Such wasted expenditure is of no use. Do you understand? The group, enlightened, advanced their understanding of soul power and soul skills. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This knowledge was not readily found in books. Without extensive practical experience, one could hardly grasp such insights. Thankfully, with Qin Ming's prowess as a mighty soul emperor, these revelations became attainable. Indeed, the saying holds true, a great teacher produces exceptional disciples. Tang Yuan has resolved to thoroughly familiarize himself with his soul skills during this period, striving to minimize soul power consumption. Thus, his strength will ascend to new heights. Observing that everyone has grasped the concept, Qin Ming refrains from elaborating further, instructing them to recover their soul power for half an hour before commencing a 2-on-2 training session. The participants lament, for 30 minutes is scarcely sufficient to regain much soul power. However, Qin Ming asserts in an authoritative tone, in a 2-on-2 scenario, you must learn to understand the strengths of your comrades. Moreover, how often do opponents wait for you to fully recover your soul power before engaging in battle? With no alternative, the group hastily settles into meditation, unwilling to squander time, and given Qin Ming's decree, there is no room for negotiation. In the inaugural match of the 2-on-2 format, Tang Yuan and Shi Imo face off against Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen through their prior one-on-one sparring. Both Shi Imo and Tang Yuan have gained insight into each other's martial souls and soul skills, while Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen, having spent extensive time together, exhibit profound synergy. Yet, the most critical factor lies in the repeated exchanges between Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng. Each has a comprehensive understanding of the other's capabilities, suggesting a fierce battle ahead. As the soul rings illuminate, Tang Yuan promptly unleashes his first soul skill, Soul Snatch. Upon activation, a cascade of black and white light envelopes Yu Tianheng, diminishing his physical capabilities by 30%. Although Yu Tianheng is well acquainted with Tang Yuan's soul skill, he is taken aback at its augmented potency following Tang Yuan's ascension to Soul Master, mentally conceding, this lad is truly monstrous. Nevertheless, despite being affected by Tang Yuan's first soul skill, Yu Tianheng's composure remains unshaken. Years of sparring with Tang Yuan have rendered him immune to such tactics. Indeed, he is likely more familiar with Tang Yuan's first and second soul skills than Tang Yuan himself. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng recognizes that the crux of this battle hinges upon Tang Yuan. Therefore, he leaps into action, transforming into his dragon form, his hands morphing into dragon claws, and immediately unleashes his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, charging directly at Tang Yuan. At that moment, Shi Imo springs forward, employing his turtle shell technique to interpose himself between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan remains undeterred. As Shi Imo and Yu Tianheng collide, he swiftly alters his footwork, exhibiting remarkable speed as he appears before Douluo Yen. Sensing the impending threat, Douluo Yen does not falter. Aware that Tang Yuan aims to neutralize her, the control-type Soul Master shouts, second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. This skill possesses paralyzing effects. Eagerly awaiting Tang Yuan to step into its trap. Had Tang Yuan been unfamiliar with Douluo Yen's abilities, he likely would have fallen victim. However, having observed her previous battle with Yu Tianheng, he is well versed in her techniques. As Douluo Yen releases her blue poison, Tang Yuan remains unperturbed. With a swift motion, he changes direction, pivoting to launch a whip kick toward Yu Tianheng. Yet, Yu Tianheng is no ordinary adversary. Sensing the fluctuation of Tang Yuan's soul power, he snorts disdainfully, meeting Tang Yuan's whip kick with his left hand, causing a ripple of soul power to radiate outward. In the fleeting moments that follow, both contestants return to their original positions, each sustaining no damage. Chapter 42, Mixed Doubles. Yu Tianheng chuckles. Well done, Xiao Qi. You've broken through to Soul Master. Indeed, your strength has significantly increased. Tang Yuan chuckled softly. Be cautious, brother Tianheng and sister Yan. With that, he declared, third soul skill, the other shore. Suddenly, black and white lights emerged from the Book of Life and Death, converging into a swirling mass of gray luminescence. This gray light then split into two, enveloping Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen within its embrace. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. Under the shroud of gray light, he felt no discernible change, his strength remaining utterly unaltered. In contrast, Douluo Yen experienced an immediate decline in her bodily functions by 30%, a white light emanating from her, which subsequently cloaked Tang Yuan, enhancing his physical capabilities significantly. Yu Tianheng noticed Douluo Yan's transformation and was momentarily astonished. Was this not the effect of Tang Yuan's first soul skill, soul snatching? What, then, was the true nature of this third soul skill? Before Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen could gather their thoughts, Tang Yuan and Shimo had already launched their assault. In an instant, Tang Yuan appeared before Douluo Yen, moving with a swiftness that surpassed his earlier speed. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen could scarcely perceive his actions. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yuan aimed a kick at Douluo Yen, but Yu Tianheng swiftly reacted. In a critical instant, his dragon claw swept forward, colliding with Tang Yuan's whip kick to deflect it. The tremendous force transmitted from Tang Yuan's attack left Yu Tianheng's claw tingling, astonished by the sheer power. It was nearly on par with a formidable assault-type Soul Master. Both combatants felt the impact. Tang Yuan's leg ached from the collision, and they staggered back several paces. At that moment, a green light flickered before Yu Tianheng's eyes. Not good. First soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison. Douluo Yen exclaimed in alarm, activating her first soul skill without hesitation, amplifying both her and Yu Tianheng's speed and attack. Empowered, Yu Tianheng shifted his weight and deftly twisted his body to narrowly evade Shimo's protective shell. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan did not relent. He executed another whip kick aimed at Douluo Yen. Under the influence of the invigorating poison, Douluo Yen's speed increased, yet Tang Yuan was even faster. Consequently, Douluo Yen could only hastily raise her hands in defense, feeling the overwhelming force of Tang Yuan's kick reverberate through her arms, causing her to stagger backward. Just as she was about to fall, a strong hand caught her, stabilizing her. Turning to see, she found it was Yu Tianheng. Observing his grave expression, Douluo Yen regained her composure and turned her gaze to Tang Yuan and Shimo, who had reformed their stance, prepared for both offense and defense, making it a daunting challenge to overcome them. Unbeknownst to Douluo Yen, Yu Tianheng's heart was tumultuous. He distinctly felt the same tingling sensation in his hands when Douluo Yen's arms were struck by Tang Yuan's kick. In that instant, he began to grasp the essence of Tang Yuan's third soul skill. It was a connection. This skill forged an invisible link between the two, where their fortunes were intertwined. Any impact on one would resonate with the other. If Tang Yuan applied this skill between himself and Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yen's poison would affect them both simultaneously. Attacking Tang Yuan meant attacking Yu Tianheng. Now, as Tang Yuan directed his third soul skill at Douluo Yen and Yu Tianheng, any assault on one party implicated the other as well. Contemplating this revelation, Yu Tianheng shivered at the terrifying nature of such a soul skill. It was indeed extraordinarily formidable. No, exceedingly so. Upon deeper reflection, Yu Tianheng recognized that during Tang Yuan's kick aimed at Douluo Yen, her defensive capabilities seemed significantly heightened. Under normal circumstances, given the ferocity of Tang Yuan's assault, she would have likely been knocked out of the arena. Could it be that Tang Yuan had shown restraint? Yu Tianheng shook his head. This seemed improbable. Even in mercy, Tang Yuan would have still bested Douluo Yen. A glimmer of realization struck him. Tang Yuan's third soul skill, while immensely powerful, had its vulnerabilities. In the state of their connection, aside from soul power, all physical attributes were dictated by the stronger individual. Thus, if Yu Tianheng's defensive and offensive capabilities surpassed Douluo Yan's, she would inherit his strength, while he would benefit from her superior speed. This shared strength meant that Yu Tianheng retained his formidable attack and defense while acquiring Douluo Yan's swiftness. As this notion crystallized, Yu Tianheng was taken aback. Was this not akin to an auxiliary skill? Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Tianheng's expression and chuckled. It appears that Brother Tianheng has already discerned the function of my third soul skill. Yu Tianheng, taken aback, soon regained his composure and replied, I must admit, Xiao Qi, your third soul skill is indeed extraordinary. However, in my view, it has proven quite beneficial to me. If applied to both you and Shimo, it might yield some effect. As it stands, it seems you are not yet fully adept with this skill. At that moment, Tang Yuan teasingly remarked, Is that so? Brother Tianheng, then prepare to witness. Yu Tianheng, startled, was uncertain what further surprises Tang Yuan had in store. Just then, Tang Yuan bellowed, Second soul skill, Soul Hook. A fragrant mist enveloped the area, and in an instant, both Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen felt their soul power diminish as Tang Yuan siphoned a portion of it. As a result, Tang Yuan's soul power was significantly replenished, while Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen's soul power had substantially waned. Yu Tianheng laughed, Is that all you've got? With that, he leapt into action, charging at Tang Yuan. At this moment, he and Douluo Yen were linked, granting him a speed surpassing what he had before. Coupled with formidable attacking prowess, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Tang Yuan and concluding their sparring session. In less than a heartbeat, Yu Tianheng was upon Tang Yuan. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. A dragon claw, akin to a massive boulder, loomed over Tang Yuan, poised to strike. Yet, Tang Yuan merely smiled and declared, Third soul skill, Reversal of the Other Shore. As the words left his lips, Yu Tianheng felt his attacking power drastically diminish, and his speed reverted to what it had been prior. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, An immense recoil surged forth, causing his dragon claw to crash against Shimo's shell. At that moment, Yu Tianheng's defense and attack were significantly compromised, and he was violently repelled by the impact against Shimo's carapace. Hunggu! Douluo Yin exclaimed in alarm and immediately unleashed her second soul skill, Azure Scales and Blue Poison. Tang Yuan felt his entire body paralyzed, immobile and devoid of strength. He could not help but let out a bitter smile. Even without being incapacitated by Douluo Yin, he possessed no will to continue the fight. His soul power had been completely drained, akin to being siphoned dry. Previously, he had not even regained his peak condition, with only half of his soul power remaining. He could manage to unleash his third soul skill twice and his first soul skill once, thanks to the absorption effect of his second soul skill. Otherwise, with the meager remnants of his soul power, he would have been incapable of conjuring even one more third soul skill. At this moment, Shimo still retained a considerable amount of soul power, standing protectively before Tang Yuan with formidable defenses to shield him from harm. As for Yu Tianheng, he too had diminished soul power, having lost a significant portion to Tang Yuan. The earlier use of his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, had been a desperate gamble. Yet he found himself defeated nonetheless. He could hardly fathom why Tang Yuan's second use of the third soul skill had so drastically weakened him. In the arena, only Douluo Yin and Shimo remained capable of continuing the battle. Douluo Yin had also suffered a considerable loss of soul power due to Tang Yuan's second soul skill and now found herself with little strength left. Unless she unleashed her third soul skill, it seemed implausible to defeat Shimo with merely her first and second soul skills. However, her third soul ring skill was her most venomous attack, with toxins acting rapidly. Even a slight touch of the purple mist could result in a swift and gruesome demise within a mere quarter of an hour. This was not a life and death struggle. And moreover, Douluo Yin currently lacked the means to dispel the poison, so she had no intention of employing it. Tang Yuan chuckled. Hee, Brother Tianheng, Sister Yin, my apologies. Douluo Yin, fuming with indignation, stepped forward and lightly tapped Tang Yuan's forehead, exclaiming, You little rascal, you've been spoiled for too long. Tang Yuan felt utterly weak, his body giving way as he sank to the ground, feigning tears as he lamented, Brother Yu, your wife has struck me. At that moment, Yu Tianheng also rose to his feet and approached Tang Yuan, delivering a sharp rap to his head, exclaiming, I shall strike you as well. You rascal. Your soul skills are excessively formidable. I couldn't even unleash my third soul skill and have already been defeated. Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Goodness, are you two engaging in a mixed doubles match? Furthermore, Tianheng, who isn't aware of the terrifying prowess of your third soul skill, the moment you unleash it, I will have no choice but to flee. During their previous sparring sessions, as soon as Yu Tianheng activated his third soul skill, Tang Yuan would turn on his heels and dash away without a second thought. This was due to the fact that Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, Thunderous Wrath, temporarily propelled him into a berserk state. Amplifying his power significantly, his attack power would surge by 100%, and his soul power would increase by 50%, persisting until his stamina was entirely depleted unless he chose to halt it. Hence, when Yu Tianheng employed his third soul skill, he could effortlessly demolish a tree as thick as 5 men, and Tang Yuan dared not confront him head-on. At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward with a smile. Well done, you two. Your match was commendable, nearly flawless. However, Yin and Tianheng's third soul skills possess overwhelming power and should not be utilized during sparring, or the outcome would be uncertain. Let us take a moment to recover. Lingling will provide them with healing. Yi Lingling approached, showering them with a cascade of green light, enveloping Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Shimo within its embrace. Chapter 43. The Great Battle against Qin Ming. After the healing and a brief period of rest, Tang Yuan and the others had managed to recover some of their soul power, although they had not regained even 20% at the very least. Tang Yuan no longer felt the sensation of having his soul power entirely drained. Subsequently, as Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Douluo Yin found themselves unable to continue fighting, Qin Ming paired Yufeng and Shimo to battle against him. They merely needed to endure for the duration of an incense stick to emerge victorious. Naturally, Yufeng was quite reluctant, for Qin Ming was a level 60 soul emperor. Although Qin Ming declared he would suppress his soul power to the level of 35 and would only utilize his first, second, and third soul skills in a 1 versus 2 scenario, it still posed a significant challenge. Despite this, a soul emperor remained a formidable opponent. Yufeng and Shimo braced themselves for battle, although Qin Ming's soul power was on par with theirs at that moment. Their combat experience paled in comparison to that of a level 60 Soul Emperor. They resorted solely to defense, failing to mount an offense, which allowed Qin Ming to swiftly exploit their weaknesses, ultimately casting them out of the combat circle. At that point, half of the incense stick had yet to burn away. Following their defeat, Yufeng and Shimo could not escape a thorough reprimanding from Qin Ming. Thus, the first day of training concluded, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. As the training session wrapped up, dinner time was nearly upon them. Despite not having eaten anything at noon, the fatigue rendered them devoid of appetite. While others clamored to return to their quarters for rest, Tang Yuan felt relatively fine. To be honest, such a level of training did not leave him utterly fatigued. Arriving at the dining hall, Tang Yuan casually nibbled on some food. As the saying goes, man is iron, and food is steel. A missed meal leaves one restless. Although the physique of a soul master surpasses that of ordinary folk, missing a meal was of little consequence. However, Tang Yuan fancied himself a reincarnation of a glutton. If deprived of sleep, he might manage, but without food, negotiations would likely falter. After dinner, upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan seized the opportunity to meditate and cultivate. Recognizing that promptly recovering soul power after an extensive expenditure would significantly enhance his overall strength. Just as the bell signaling curfew rang, Tang Yuan had successfully replenished his soul power, letting out a long sigh of relief. With his eyes opening to the invigorating surge of soul power coursing through him, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. On the following morning, Tang Yuan resumed his routine practice of the yin-yang breathing technique on the back mountain. After completing his training, he made his way to the training ground. Unlike previous days, where he would don heavy armor and leap across the mountains while practicing the ever-changing pursuit of Soul's technique, he kept his heavy armor on at all times, except while bathing or sleeping. This way, during the team training, he could maximize the benefits of his practice. Compared to his prior training sessions, the combat drills with the team undoubtedly enhanced Tang Yuan's speed and explosiveness, thus sparing him the need to dedicate excessive time to speed training. As for the team training, today was markedly different from yesterday. Shortly after his arrival, the others also arrived on time, much to Qin Ming's delight. Without delay, Qin Ming commenced the day's training, announcing a rather audacious challenge, 7 against 1. To the astonishment of all gathered, Qin Ming clarified that, similar to the previous day, they needed to endure for the duration of an incense stick without being defeated. He would suppress his soul power to the level of 40 and utilize only his first, second, and third soul skills. Despite this, the group wore expressions of reluctance. Having witnessed Qin Ming's combat prowess the day prior, albeit just a glimpse, it left an indelible impression on their hearts. Observing the expressions of the group, Qin Ming declared, "A true warrior grows stronger in the face of adversity, rather than shrinking back in the presence of a mightier opponent. Those who lack the will to fight will forever remain weak, for the instant they abandon their fighting spirit, they are doomed to fail." Upon hearing this, a wave of fervent determination surged among the group, including Tang Yuan. Qin Ming was indeed correct, and none present wished to be labeled as a defeated coward. Seeing their resolve, Qin Ming nodded and inquired, "Are you all losers?" In unison, they proclaimed, "No." Qin Ming suddenly bellowed, "Louder! I cannot hear you." The group responded, "No. We are warriors." Qin Ming nodded in approval. "Excellent, warriors. Let me witness your true strength." With that, Qin Ming ignited an incense stick, instantly summoning his martial soul, a fiery green wolf wreathed in intense flames. As he activated his martial soul, a fiery insignia materialized upon his forehead, and a majestic wolf's tail emerged as a radiant red light flickered behind him. Witnessing this spectacle, the others promptly unleashed their martial souls as well. Yu Tianhing transformed into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, while Dugu Yin manifested her azure-scaled serpent. Tang Yuan, the Book of Life and Death. Yufeng, the Windbell Bird. The Shijiao brothers, the Mysterious Turtle. Yi Lingling, the Nine-Heart Begonia. As the martial spirit emerged, the battle intent soared to the heavens. Yu Tianhing surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Yin Yin, you shall take the lead in controlling the situation. Lingling, position yourself behind Yin Yin to provide support and healing. Shimo and Shimo, one of you will guard Lingling, while the other offers assistance. Yufeng, as an agile attacker, target Teacher Qin with your disruptions." Upon seeing that he had not yet been summoned, Tang Yuan urged anxiously, "Tianheng, what about me?" Yu Tianheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Xiao Qi, your speed is remarkable, and your soul abilities are quite enigmatic. You should maneuver swiftly, coordinating with the wind manipulation to create disturbances, while also supporting Yin Yin and Ling Ling from the rear. Moreover, for your third soul ability, you must first connect Ling Ling and Shimo together. Remember, it is the standard version of your third soul ability, Other Shore Heaven, not the reversed version. Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It seemed he needed to remind them. Got it. Third soul skill, Beyond the Horizon. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yuan immediately invoked the third soul skill for Yi Lingling and Shimo. In an instant, Yi Lingling felt a remarkable enhancement in both her defense and attack, while her other attributes remained unchanged. Just as Yi Lingling marveled at the potency of this soul skill, Qi Ming had already made his move. First soul skill, Howl of the Azure Wolf. Second soul skill, Azure Wolf's Rush. Qi Ming bellowed, unleashing two soul skills in quick succession. The first soul skill, Howl of the Azure Wolf, augmented the Soul Master's attack power by 50%, while the second soul skill, Azure Wolf's Rush, similarly amplified their speed by 50%. When these two skills were combined, both speed and attack surged dramatically, making a rapid assault from a formidable attack-type Soul Master a force to be reckoned with. Tang Yuan was struck with astonishment, utterly unprepared for the extent to which Qi Ming could wield his soul abilities. The simultaneous invocation of two soul techniques, particularly with such immediacy, stirred tumultuous waves within Tang Yuan's heart. At this moment, he realized that even if Qi Ming were to suppress his soul power to a level commensurate with rank 40, they would still find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. After all, practical combat experience was paramount, and while a soul master's strength primarily stemmed from their soul power, there existed various other avenues for enhancement. Once Qi Ming unleashed the dual soul techniques, he swiftly raised his claw, aiming for Yufeng. Aware that the others were already safeguarding Duge Yin and Yi Lingling, he deemed it impractical to break through their defenses and resolved to target the agile attack-type Soul Master, Yufeng, who was nearest to him, with the intent to eliminate one adversary first. In truth, Qi Ming felt immense satisfaction with the strategy devised by Yu Tianheng. The captain or vice-captain of a team bears the weight of guiding the group, and Yu Tianheng's calm analysis in the face of adversity was commendable. Though the tactics were conventional, they prioritized a crucial aspect, the protection of the support-type Soul Masters. Lacking combat prowess, support-type Soul Masters were nonetheless indispensable to the team, particularly someone as formidable as Yi Lingling, who possessed the Nine Hearts Begonia and a powerful group healing soul technique, making her the prime target for the enemy. As Qi Ming launched his assault on Yufeng, the latter forced himself to remain composed. He had anticipated a high likelihood of being Qi Ming's first target and was prepared to activate his first soul technique, Wing Blade. The brown feathers of his wings radiated brilliance, and his first soul ring ignited simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, just as Qi Ming approached, Yufeng made his move. However, when deploying Wing Blade, Yufeng did not advance directly towards Qi Ming. Instead, he veered slightly to the side, charging past him. This maneuver rendered Qi Ming's attack futile. The soul technique utilized by Yufeng afforded him a significant speed enhancement, effectively doubling his velocity. Thus, it was evident that Yufeng's intention was not to engage Qi Ming head-on but rather to evade his onslaught. At that very moment, Tang Yuan activated his soul technique, Soul Snatch. As Qi Ming struck, Tang Yuan had already been preparing to unleash his own ability. In a fleeting heartbeat, as Qi Ming's fist was thrown and Yufeng had eluded the attack, a black light enveloped Qi Ming, while a white light shrouded Tang Yuan. The exchange of these energies occurred with remarkable swiftness, the black and white lights appearing almost simultaneously. Tang Yuan experienced a significant breakthrough in his mastery of the first soul skill following the combat training yesterday. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt an immense power surging within him. As Qi Ming had suppressed his soul power to the level of 40, his physical capabilities were, naturally, also of that standard. Therefore, as Tang Yuan absorbed Qi Ming's physical prowess, he was also acquiring the attributes of a level 40 fighter. For Tang Yuan, who was only at level 32, this was a considerable enhancement. Despite losing 30% of his physical capabilities, Qi Ming exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, he sensed a fluctuation of soul power behind him and swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yufeng out of the ring. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 44. Victory in the first battle of the team. Qi Ming exhibited exceptional control over his strength. His blow to Yufeng did not cause any serious injury, merely knocking him out of the competition. Qi Ming remarked, "The higher the rank of a soul master, the more sensitive they become to the energy fluctuations around them. At my level, my mental prowess far surpasses yours. Yu Tianheng's lips twitched. Had it not been agreed to suppress levels? However, Qin Ming spoke of suppressing soul power, not other aspects. At a certain rank, while soul power can be restrained, mental acuity, combat experience, and the mastery of soul skills and techniques cannot be suppressed. Even if a soul master's soul power were rendered useless, becoming incapable of further cultivation, these attributes remain deeply ingrained. At this moment, the 7-member team was reduced to 6. Yu Tianheng was an offensive type, Douluo Yin specialized in control, the Shijiao brothers were defensive, and Yi Lingling served as support. As for Tang Yuan, who was originally a control type, with Yu Feng out of the match, he had to step in to fill the gap and disrupt Qin Ming. Yu Tianheng cast Tang Yuan a knowing glance, and upon recognizing his intent, Tang Yuan charged toward Qin Ming as Yu Tianheng moved. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng had already transformed upon entering the arena, his hands resembling dragon claws adorned with blue-violet scales and crackling arcs of electricity. In this dragon transformation state, the power of his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, was increased by 100% compared to its untransformed state, making it significantly more formidable than his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, in terms of single-target damage. Faced with such a powerful adversary as Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng held no illusions of luck and unleashed his most potent attack right from the start. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan provided support, utilizing his remarkable speed to seal off Qin Ming's escape routes on the left, right, and rear. Observing the oncoming Dragon Claw and the shadows flanking him, Qin Ming recognized the seamless cooperation between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, akin to seasoned mercenary brothers forged in the crucible of combat over the years. Satisfied, Qin Ming nodded inwardly but verbally challenged, not enough. Third soul skill, Blazing Wolf Fist. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Ming's hands morphed into wolf claws, enveloped in fierce crimson flames, directly clashing with Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. In an instant, Tang Yuan shouted, "Yin Yin, distract him." Douluo Yin hesitated momentarily, but swiftly activated her second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. Her eyes transforming into a vibrant blue as she unleashed a cloud of toxic mist toward Qin Ming, aiming to disrupt his soul skill. Qin Ming's control over his soul skills was formidable. Douluo Yin's attempt, though valiant, was too late. As her Azure Scale Blue Poison approached, Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw met Qin Ming's Blazing Wolf Fist with a tremendous impact, reminiscent of a meteor colliding with the earth, producing a thunderous sound that seemed to freeze time. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from the point of collision, sending shockwaves that rattled the very fabric of the arena. The fierce wind scattered Douluo Yin's Azure Scale Blue Poison, leaving Qin Ming unharmed. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng felt a whirlwind of emotions. The sensation in his dragon claw turned numb and heavy, as if his arm had been dislocated, followed by a sharp pain that took his breath away. Before Yu Tianheng could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Ming vanished from sight. Not good. Both he and Tang Yuan exclaimed in unison. Before they could turn around, a booming voice declared, "First soul skill, Resilient Shell." In the blink of an eye, Mo activated his first soul skill, positioning his powerful tortoise shell defense in front of Douluo Yin. Qin Ming's fist struck Mo's shell, generating a recoil that, while felt, was negligible to Qin Ming's formidable physique. He unleashed a flurry of blows upon Mo's shell, each impact causing Mo's face to pale as he gritted his teeth to endure. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng sprang into action. Tang Yuan bellowed. Second soul skill, Soul Hook. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Qin Ming to lose 20% of his soul power, half of which was replenished to Tang Yuan. Qin Ming's soul power diminished significantly, resulting in a noticeable reduction in his offensive capabilities, much to the relief of Mo. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng unleashed a thunderous dragon claw attack, aimed squarely at Qin Ming. In a sudden turn, Qin Ming pivoted, his colossal wolf fist colliding once more with the dragon claw. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. However, Yu Tianheng soon felt the searing pain coursing through his hands each time they met Qin Ming's fist, causing him to grimace in agony. Yu Tianheng's combat skills paled in comparison to Qin Ming's, and in terms of strength, the disparity was even more pronounced. Within mere exchanges, Qin Ming discerned a flaw in Yu Tianheng's defense and delivered a powerful strike to his shoulder, sending Yu Tianheng hurtling backwards. Tang Yuan, quick of hand and keen of eye, swiftly intercepted the flying form of Yu Tianheng. Otherwise, Yu Tianheng would have been sent flying out of the arena like a leaf in the wind, struck by Qin Ming. As Qin Ming made contact with Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling noticed that both Shi Mo and Yu Tianheng were already injured. Without hesitation, she unleashed a group healing soul skill, and a vibrant green light enveloped the arena, bestowing renewed vitality upon everyone, particularly upon Yu Tianheng and Shi Mo, who felt invigorated, with Shi Mo's complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue. At that very moment, Qin Ming unexpectedly breached the protective circle, appearing before Yi Lingling, his fiery wolf fist ablaze, aimed directly at her. Shi Mo, startled, shouted, "First soul skill, resilient shell." The turtle shells before and behind Shi Mo radiated a brilliant green light, and with a swift sidestep, he positioned himself between Yi Lingling and Qin Ming. The fiery wolf fist, which was about to strike Yi Lingling, was abruptly halted by Shi Mo, as the blazing punch collided heavily against his turtle shell, akin to a meteorite crashing down. Shi Mo felt an overwhelming force, and despite his formidable defensive capabilities, he was compelled to stagger back 2 steps. Fortunately, Qin Ming had only exerted less than 40% of his strength, so while Shi Mo felt a dull ache in his chest, he suffered no serious injury. As for Yi Lingling, connected to Shi Mo through Tang Yuan's ethereal soul technique, they shared in both triumph and adversity. Thus, she too retreated 2 steps, feeling a slight discomfort in her chest, but otherwise remained unscathed. Just as Qin Ming was about to continue his assault, a loud voice interrupted, "Teacher Qin, the incense has burned out." Qin Ming paused, and the others halted their actions, turning to see that indeed, the incense had completely burned away. And the speaker was none other than Yu Feng, who had been knocked out of the arena and was now observing the battle from the sidelines. With a slight smile, Qin Ming declared, "Well done. Children, you have won." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers filled with excitement. Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan jumped up and down in sheer joy, some understanding that they had won a sparring match, while others might have believed they had triumphed in an entire continental advanced Soul Master tournament. However, this marked the first victory for the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team. And how could they not be exhilarated? Although Qin Ming had suppressed his soul power to the level of a rank 40, and had set a time limit equivalent to that of a burning incense stick, it was still commendable that Tang Yuan and his companions had persevered to this point, especially considering their lack of complete harmony. Reflecting on this, achieving victory was indeed a formidable challenge. Of course, not long thereafter, their camaraderie would solidify like an ironclad fortress, and in future battles, not even half an hour would prove daunting, as each member of the team was a prodigious talent. Observing their jubilant antics, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile, allowing them to revel in their merriment while he mentally replayed the battle. After a while, the excitement subsided, and they lined up once more, awaiting Qin Ming's words. He began, "Very well done, you all performed admirably. While your teamwork still requires fine-tuning, achieving such coordination in just 1 day is no small feat. It is certainly commendable." Upon hearing this, the group's spirits soared, a wave of pride washing over them. However, Qin Ming's next remark tempered their elation. "Nonetheless, I must address some issues that arose during the recent battle." The group stood attentively, eager to listen. Qin Ming continued, "First and foremost, Yu Feng, do you understand why you were the first to be knocked out of the arena?" Yu Feng hesitated, shaking his head. Qin Ming elaborated, "Firstly, when you attempted to ambush me, you failed to anticipate the enemy's countermeasures. Had you calculated the enemy's response, you could have executed a defensive or retreating maneuver during my counterattack. Instead, you were caught off guard and struck directly in a life-or-death battle. You would have perished at that moment. Secondly, did you communicate with your teammates during your ambush? No, and thus your allies had no knowledge of your next move, leaving them unable to provide timely assistance, resulting in the same outcome." Yu Feng lowered his head, recognizing the truth in Qin Ming's words. In his eagerness to prove himself, he had neglected to inform Yu Tianheng, who was nearby, leaving no time for even a glance of communication before he was hit. Qin Ming continued, "I understand that Tang Yuan's first soul skill affected me, leading to your moment of carelessness. However, I must emphasize that one should never let their guard down, for you cannot predict what hidden cards your enemy may hold. Often, even the most inconspicuous detail can become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. This applies to all of you. Never become complacent until ultimate victory is secured, especially in life and death scenarios. Even if the enemy is vanquished, one must remain vigilant. Do you understand?" In unison, they responded, "Understood." Qin Ming nodded and added, "As for Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, I have no critiques, for your coordination was impeccable. Yet do not let this praise lead to arrogance. There are always greater talents beyond your current capabilities. My notion of impeccability applies only to your present state. Considering you have trained together for 4 years, if you had not reached this level, you might as well pack up and go home. The group erupted in laughter. And both Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng turned crimson, initially expecting Qin Ming to offer unreserved praise without any criticism, but they were mistaken. Though he lauded them, he also imparted a stern reminder. Qin Ming continued, "As for Shi Mo and Shi Mu, I commend you both. As defensive soul masters, your battle awareness exceeds that of your peers. You have demonstrated the ability to foresee danger and act promptly. I heard your task assignments during the battle. Shi Mu's role was to protect Lingling, and under Tang Yuan's third soul skill, your synergy was indeed formidable. Shi Mo, your task was to provide support. And while I was targeting Yin Yin, I wonder if you noticed that when I vanished, though none of you reacted immediately, including Shi Mo, you executed a commendable prediction. Since Lingling was already shielded by Shi Mu, and Tianheng and Tang Yuan were not near the protective circle, you surmised that my target was likely Yin Yin, positioning yourself in front of her the moment I disappeared. That deserves recognition." Douluo Yin chuckled, patting Shi Mo's broad shoulder playfully, saying, "Shi, well done. Thanks for the help." Shi Mo, a bit bashful, scratched his head with his large hand. Qin Ming then turned his gaze to Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin, stating, "However, I am quite disappointed with your performances in this team battle. First, Yin Yin, as vice captain and a control-type soul master. Do you not think your impact in this battle was rather minimal? I shall refrain from further commentary and leave you to ponder. Allow me to recount the moment when I found myself ensnared by Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng. During that critical juncture, you ought to have been perpetually prepared with your second soul skill. At the slightest indication of my inclination to unleash my soul skill, you should have promptly employed your Azure Scale Blue poison to incapacitate me, thereby disrupting my technique. Yet, amidst the tumult of battle, you failed to respond, requiring Tang Yuan's reminder. Even if you had hastily acted, it would have been too late. Had I not restrained my soul power, or if there had been more adversaries than just myself, do you truly believe Tianheng could still stand unscathed? Could you maintain control over the flow of the battle?" The two piercing questions struck at the heart of Douluo Yin, seemingly ringing an alarm within her. She cast a remorseful glance at Yu Tianheng, who, sensing her gaze, offered her a gentle smile as a form of consolation. Deeply moved, Douluo Yin recalled Qin Ming's words, and the haunting vision of Yu Tianheng lying amidst a pool of blood flashed before her eyes, causing her heart to ache. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with determination as she stepped forward and declared, "Teacher Qin, I assure you, there will be no next time. I will undoubtedly become a competent vice captain, a proficient control-type soul master." Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Excellent, I see your resolve." Douluo Yin's expression solidified with determination as she returned to her place in the ranks. Qin Ming continued, "Lastly, Lingling, as a support-type soul master, you must be even more attuned to the dynamics of the battlefield than a control-type soul master. I shall not question your practical experience. It is commendable, if not perfect. However, when Shimo sustained injuries, you did not utilize your healing soul skill until Yu Tianheng was injured. I understand you sought to conserve your soul power. As your group, healing consumes significantly. It is prudent not to jeopardize the greater strategy for the sake of a single comrade's injury, and I, as the team leader, fully endorse this approach." The group fell silent, bewildered by Teacher Qin's remarks. His endorsement seemed to imply that there were no issues at hand. Yet, he continued, "However, as your mentor, I feel compelled to address this matter. You are a cohesive unit, a team, as well as classmates and comrades. In any circumstance, especially in dire situations, sacrificing a teammate's life for the sake of the greater good is the most foolish course of action. As your teacher, I wish for you to support and assist one another. Sometimes, a comrade is far more significant than the notion of victory itself." His words resonated deeply, ushering a profound change within them. Each of the 7 individuals present hailed from noble backgrounds, having been showered with affection since childhood and possessed exceptional talents. Although they were not arrogant, they had grown accustomed to placing themselves at the forefront, believing their perspectives and understandings to be paramount. Over time, this mindset rendered them incapable of merging together like droplets of water. Instead, they became akin to grains of sand, seemingly able to blend into a mound, yet remaining independent particles upon closer inspection. They comprehended that Qin Ming's admonishments were not solely directed at Yi Lingling, but at them all. Unbeknownst to them, his insights had begun the moment he pointed out Yu Feng's errors, as they were indeed a unified whole, their fates intertwined, for better or worse. At that moment, Yu Tianheng stepped forward, proclaiming, "Teacher Qin is correct. We are a team, a collective. We are also classmates and comrades. Our strength must converge, and our hearts must unite." Douluo Yin echoed his sentiments, stating, "The captain is right. Our strength must be unified, and our hearts must also be together. Tang Yuan Dao, strength must unite, and hearts must unite. Shimo, strength must unite, and hearts must unite. Shimo, strength must unite, and hearts must unite. Yi Lingling, strength must unite, and hearts must unite. Yu Feng, strength must unite, and hearts must unite." The seven spoke in unison, expressing their sentiments, standing in a row with 12 hands tightly clasped together. Qin Ming observed the group, feeling immense satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although they still did not fully comprehend the essence of teamwork or camaraderie, the words spoken by Qin Ming had undoubtedly sown a seed in their hearts. With their relentless efforts and gradual harmonization, nurtured by this foundation, one day it would blossom into a towering tree. In the ensuing month, the 7 members of the Tiando battle team diligently arrived at the training grounds each day, undergoing specialized training under Qin Ming's guidance. They engaged in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and occasionally 6-on-1, or even 7 against Qin Ming. Regardless of the format of the specialized training, each individual pushed themselves to their limits, not only for a shared goal, but also for the sake of the team. Qin Ming's soul power suppression gradually escalated from level 40 to 50. On the day before the conclusion of the specialized training, having exhausted everyone's soul power, they ultimately persevered for half an hour under Qin Ming's level 50 soul power suppression, indeed longer than the duration of an incense stick burning. Thus, on the final day of the month-long specialized training, Qin Ming announced to the group, "From this day forth, the first phase of specialized training has come to an end." Upon hearing this, the members neither cheered nor felt exhilarated. Instead, they experienced a sense of relief, along with reflections on the month of training. Throughout this month, after each day's training, they would either eat or seclude themselves in their dormitories to cultivate their soul power. Under such intense practice, coupled with the exhaustion from specialized training, their soul powers surged remarkably, with Tang Yuan and Yi Lingling even breaking through a level. After the conclusion of the month of specialized training, the levels of the members were as follows: Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Level 39 Assault Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Douluo Yin, Martial Spirit, Green Phosphor Snake. Level 37 Control Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Spirit, Black Tortoise. Level 37 Defense Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Spirit, Black Tortoise. Level 36 Defense Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Spirit, Wind Chime Bird. Level 35 Agility Attack Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Spirit, 9 Hearts Begonia. Level 35 Support Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Tang Yuan, Martial Spirit, Book of Life and Death. Level 33 Control Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple. Although Tang Yuan's martial soul had only ascended a single level, his practical combat experience had undeniably advanced by several tiers. This was largely attributed to the remarkable density of his soul power, rendering his ascension considerably more arduous than that of his peers. Nevertheless, under the rigorous training of the past month, he managed to break through to the next level. In addition to his daily training and cultivation of soul power, he diligently practiced the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique for 5 consecutive years. Just a few days into the intensive training, he achieved the perfected state of the 4th layer, and after a month of grueling drills, he firmly stabilized himself at the pinnacle of this 4th layer, poised to reach level 40 and acquire the 4th soul ring, which would enable him to transcend into the 5th layer. It is noteworthy that Tang Yuan's unchanging pursuit step finally entered the 5th layer of the unchanging realm, attaining a significant degree of mastery within this stage. Remarkably, his progress over the past month surpassed that of his aimless wandering for half a year, attributed to his daily practice while donning 200 pounds of heavy armor alongside his team. This regimen greatly enhanced his physical explosiveness. Aside from elevating his soul power to the 33rd level, achieving the perfected pinnacle of the 4th layer in the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, and reaching a minor pinnacle in the unchanging pursuit step, Tang Yuan's Judge's Death Sword still remained unbroken through This situation transcended mere quantitative accumulation. It necessitated a profound comprehension, a key insight that Tang Yuan had yet to discover. Furthermore, since arriving at the academy, he had not utilized his external soul bone, the resplendent golden phantom wings, and thus had no means to study its capabilities. He intended to wait until he reached Tiando City before seeking further clarification. The relationships among the group had considerably solidified over the past month. They now resembled a cohesive team, confident that each of the 6 individuals beside them were trusted allies. In summary, the month of intensive training proved to be immensely fruitful, leaving an indelible mark on the 7 members of the Tiando battle team, including Qin Ming. On the day Qin Ming proclaimed the conclusion of the first phase of training, he instructed everyone to return to their dormitories, rejuvenate, and prepare for an evening out to celebrate their accomplishments. Upon hearing this, the group felt an immediate sense of relief, joyfully departing the training grounds to return to their dorms for baths and grooming, as they were all children of nobility, where appearances held paramount importance. Although Tang Yuan was not a genuine noble, his admission qualifications surpassed those purchased by Bibi Dong. However, from a young age, Tang Yuan was profoundly influenced by Bibi Dong's attention to appearance, rendering him no different from true aristocrats. After a refreshing bath, Tang Yuan felt invigorated, shedding all traces of fatigue from his training, and was enveloped in an indescribable sense of delight. Once he was dressed, he left his dormitory and proceeded to the school gate to meet as agreed. Upon arrival, he found the Shi brothers already present, yet the others were nowhere to be seen. Tang Yuan stepped forward with a smile and said, Brother Shi, you have arrived so early." Upon turning around, the Shi family members noticed Tang Yuan's presence. Shi Mo patted Tang Yuan on the shoulder, only to be taken aback by the sensation of a solid metal plate beneath his touch. It turned out that beneath Tang Yuan's dark robe, he was clad in armor. Thus, Shi Mo remarked, "I must ask, Tang Xiao Qi, are you still human? Even for a simple meal, you don such heavy armor." Tang Yuan scratched his head, gazing at the 2 seniors before him, who resembled small hills, and chuckled, "Aren't you both my aspiration? I feel that I still have a long way to go to attain your physique." Upon hearing this, the Shi family brothers, unaware that Tang Yuan was jesting, did not delve deeper into his words. Shi Mo, the second brother, responded with delight, "Indeed, your build is somewhat lacking. How about you train with us for a couple of hours every evening before dinner? I guarantee that after 6 months, you will make remarkable progress. While you may not reach our level, you will certainly surpass the captain." Shi Mu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement and added, "Don't miss this opportunity. Many wish to train with us, yet we have not extended an invitation to them." Tang Yuan's expression darkened as he thought to himself, who would want to train into something resembling a great ape spirit beast? However, putting on a smile, he replied, another day, with the competition approaching. One must focus on cultivating soul power, after all." The Shi brothers felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, for they believed his talent was quite commendable. Nevertheless, they acknowledged the wisdom in his statement. With the imminent competition, prioritizing the enhancement of soul power was indeed the most expedient means to elevate one's strength. Tang Yuan observed the solemn and contemplative expressions of the Shi brothers, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he mused inwardly. These 2 brothers are indeed quite earnest. Perhaps it would be best not to tease them again next time. Just as he was lost in thought, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin arrived. At that moment, Douluo Yin was linked arm in arm with Yu Tianheng, both engaged in light-hearted banter. Unbeknownst to others, Yu Tianheng whispered something into Douluo Yin's ear, causing her delicate visage to flush with a rosy hue. With a blend of playful reproach and bashfulness, she lightly struck Yu Tianheng's chest, while he gazed down at her with unabashed excitement. This was a blatant display of affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan felt as though he could scent the aroma of certain delicacies wafting through the air. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he and the Shi brothers had, at that moment, transformed into creatures that delighted in wagging their tails. Tang Yuan could not help but cover his eyes, his face etched with despair as he lamented. "Were we not supposed to dine together? Why have the dishes been served before everyone has arrived? Such injustice." The Shi brothers, along with the newly arrived Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin, were perplexed by Tang Yuan's words and chorused in unison, "What dishes?" At that moment, Yufeng also arrived and, upon hearing Tang Yuan's statement, wore a look of shared indignation. He stood beside Tang Yuan and consoled him, saying, "Xiao Qi, has another wave of food been served?" Tang Yuan nodded helplessly. Yufeng sighed and said, Alas, you are so young, yet they treat you this way. It is truly an affront to justice. Tang Yuan nodded and sighed. Ah, who could deny it? Yu Tianheng and others were utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding situation, particularly the Shijiao brothers, whose large eyes, hidden beneath their thick brows, now reflected a sense of perplexity. Tang Yuan let out a sigh and said, Brother Shi'r, at times I find myself quite envious of you both. Being oblivious to the world can indeed be a form of joyful existence. Just as Tang Yuan earnestly instructed the Shi brothers, Douluo Yin had already come to her senses, feeling both embarrassed and furious, unable to contain her mixed emotions. She immediately raised her delicate hand and aimed to strike at Tang Yuan, exclaiming, Tang Xiao Qi. Tang Yuan was taken aback, swiftly unfurling his form and executing his footwork to distance himself, all the while shouting, Captain Yu, you must rein in your wife. At this moment, Yu Tianheng also grasped the situation, realizing that Tang Yuan was alluding to the romantic display he and Du Guiyan were exhibiting. Observing Du Guiyan relentlessly pursuing Tang Yuan with a look of malicious glee, he remarked, Xiao Qi, don't say that I'm not here to assist you. It's just that I am powerless. Du Guiyan, both anxious and furious, retorted, Tang Xiao Qi, if you have the ability, then don't run. Tang Yuan ran while glancing back, exclaiming, Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Of course, I would run. Douluo Yin, vexed, retorted, Wait for me. Tang Yuan's pace quickened significantly upon encountering Douluo Yin, his feet moving with a newfound swiftness. Despite both being engaged in a spirited chase, Douluo Yin found herself unable to keep up with Tang Yuan, who, even clad in heavy armor, outdistanced her by several strides. As they pursued one another, Douluo Yin eventually became breathless and could run no longer. She halted, clutching her head, swaying precariously, and appearing quite unwell. Yu Tianheng, startled, stepped forward to assess the situation, only to notice Douluo Yin discreetly winking at him, which revealed to him that this was merely a ruse. Just as Yu Tianheng surmised, Tang Yuan, racing ahead, also observed that Douluo Yin's demeanor seemed amiss. He slowed his pace and approached her side, his concern evident as he inquired, Sister Yin, what troubles you? Douluo Yin offered no reply. Tang Yuan initially believed that Douluo Yin was genuinely upset with him, or perhaps she was unable to speak due to some physical ailment. He cast a questioning glance at Yu Tianheng, who merely shrugged in response. Just as Tang Yuan was mired in confusion, a sudden force yanked at his ear. Ouch! He exclaimed, turning around to discover it was Douluo Yin. At that moment, she wore a triumphant expression, tugging at his ear while exclaiming, Why aren't you running? What happened to your escape? Tang Yuan, realizing he had fallen into a trap, lamented, I was wrong, Sister Yin, please show mercy, I beg of you. Douluo Yin chuckled softly. So now you know to plead for mercy? Tang Xiao Qi, have you grown up and begun to look down upon me? Tang Yuan feigned tears, exclaiming, No, I haven't done anything. Oh dear, it hurts so much. Sister Yin, please be gentler. Douluo Yin, with a triumphant smile, replied, Do you still dare to mock us? Tang Yuan hastily exclaimed, I wouldn't dare. Sister Yin. Just now Brother Yufeng was laughing at you as well. Quickly apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Yufeng was momentarily taken aback. Oh, he had not realized that this sly little fellow, Tang Yuan, had already begun to betray his comrades. As he pondered this, he inadvertently met the gaze of Douluo Yin, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal green light. A jolt of fear coursed through Yufeng, and he swallowed hard, promptly adopting a solemn demeanor. Sister Yin, you are formidable. Your presence is awe-inspiring. Young Qi here is misbehaving. Please take it upon yourself to educate him. We will never stoop to Tang Xiaoqi's level. Observing Yufeng's earnest expression, feigning utmost integrity, the crowd was left speechless, utterly astonished. They could hardly contain their desire to give him a thumbs up for such unabashed audacity. After a prolonged wait, a voice echoed through the air. The onlookers turned to see Qin Ming gradually emerging from the school gate, with He Lingling trailing closely behind. Douluo Yin released her grip on Tang Yuan's ear, joyfully returning to stand beside Yu Tianheng. Tang Yuan rubbed his ears, which had turned a deep shade of purple, embodying the expression of a wounded child. He looked up at Yu Tianheng, only to find him wearing a face that conveyed sympathy, yet also an unmistakable air of, but that is my wife. A wave of bitterness washed over Tang Yuan. What sin had he committed to endure such torment? Not only was he fed dog food, but he was also bullied. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed Tang Yuan's peculiar demeanor and inquired, Xiao Qi, what troubles you? As Tang Yuan regained his senses and was about to respond, he suddenly caught sight of Douluo Yan's enigmatic gaze, which seemed to dance between a smile and a smirk. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to swallow hard, and he forced a chuckle, saying, no worries, Teacher Qin, it's merely a trivial matter. Qin Ming, perplexed by this exchange, chose not to probe further since Tang Yuan assured him all was well. Noticing that the group had assembled, he led the 7-member entourage in high spirits towards the tavern. Chapter 47. The birth of a drunkard. The group arrived at the entrance of an opulent tavern. Tang Yuan looked up to behold intricately carved railings and jade-like structures adorned with gemstones and crystals, illuminating the entrance, walls, and floors in a dazzling display that was utterly mesmerizing. At that moment, a sensuous waitress clad in a Tang San approached. Noticing Qin Ming's maturity and the youthful crowd behind him, she deduced he was the leader and respectfully inquired, esteemed sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Qin Ming nodded and provided his name, stating, I have indeed made a reservation. The waitress smiled. Ah, so it is Mr. Qin. The manager has prepared everything. Please follow me. With a slight nod, Qin Ming led the group behind the waitress as they ascended to the second floor and entered a spacious private room. Inside the lavish room, the group surveyed their surroundings. The suite was remarkably expansive, measuring over 200 square meters. At its center hung a chandelier adorned with a multitude of crystals, beneath which stood a large round table, ample enough for 10 guests, accompanied by genuine leather sofas. Notably, on the walls flanking the round table, 2 enormous screens were prominently displayed. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. These 2 large screens bore resemblance to the televisions of his previous life, albeit on a much grander scale. Qin Ming gestured for everyone to take a seat. And before long, the waitstaff of the restaurant began to bring forth an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last, which made Tang Yuan's appetite stir with anticipation. Soon, the table was laden with an assortment of dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of fine wine. Yu Tianheng poured a glass for each person present, including Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Observing this, Qin Ming chuckled and said, Xiao Qi, you are only 11 years old this year, which means you have yet to reach the legal drinking age. However, as soul masters, our physical constitution far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Since we are in high spirits today, feel free to indulge a little. Tang Yuan licked his lips in 2 lifetimes. He had never tasted a drop of wine. The exquisite liquor before him shimmered like a jewel, stirring a deep desire within him to sample its richness. With the feast prepared, Qin Ming lifted his glass and rose to his feet, proclaiming, Dear classmates, today marks the conclusion of our first phase of training. Your diligent efforts have brought me immense satisfaction. This toast is dedicated to all of you. Congratulations on advancing your strength. The crowd rose in unison, raising their glasses in joyous celebration, echoing his sentiments with fervor. Tang Yuan cast a glance at Yu Tianheng, observing him as he confidently tilted his head back and drained his cup in one swift motion. He then turned his gaze to the others, who followed suit without hesitation. Mimicking their actions, Tang Yuan raised his own cup to his lips, slightly tilting his head back to let the crystal-clear liquid cascade into his mouth. A refreshing and sweet sensation flooded his palate, and he felt an exhilarating thrill as he swallowed the wine. However, as soon as he swallowed, a fiery wave of heat surged through his throat, prompting an involuntary fit of coughing that reddened his delicate features. The sight elicited hearty laughter from the gathering. Tang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head shyly. Yu Tianheng placed a hand on Tang Yuan's shoulder and smiled. So, how is it? Delicious, isn't it? Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is quite delightful. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Tianheng filled Tang Yuan's cup once more, then raised his own glass and declared, If it's enjoyable, let us have another. Tang Yuan, left with no choice, reluctantly raised his wine cup and clinked it against Yu Tianheng's. He watched as Yu Tianheng downed the drink with great gusto. With a sense of resignation, Tang Yuan followed suit and swallowed the wine once more. At that moment, the burning sensation in his throat seemed less intense, replaced by a delightful tingling that brought a measure of comfort. As the liquid slid down, a rich warmth spread through his chest, akin to a mighty dragon roaring and singing within him. Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, allowing the essence of the dragon to escape from his throat, a moment of sheer exhilaration. Tang Yuan found himself lingering in a state of intoxication, seemingly enamored with the sensation. He sought out Yu Tianheng for another drink, surprising him with his unexpected fondness for alcohol. The two shared another cup, and with that, the floodgates opened. It was as if Tang Yuan had discovered a new world, falling deeply in love with the exhilarating feeling of grandiosity and liberation. He eagerly sought out companions for toasts, reveling in the experience without a hint of fatigue. After making the rounds, a slight inebriation began to take hold of Tang Yuan, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement, growing ever more animated. How delightful this elixir of life was! Alas, he lamented the time wasted before realizing its pleasures. Encouraged by Tang Yuan's boisterous toasts, the others loosened up, exchanging drinks and laughter. The atmosphere was lively, with only Yu Lingling maintaining a quieter demeanor, while Douluo Yin also joined Yu Tianhing in consuming a fair share of beverages. Following a spirited round of drinking, particularly Qin Ming showed signs of inebriation, given the multitude of toasts directed at him for various reasons. Qin Ming welcomed each one, indulging in considerable quantities, yet his robust physique safeguarded his consciousness. In contrast, Tang Yuan was proactive in seeking out others for drinks, downing each cup in one swift motion, afraid that even a sip less would diminish his enjoyment. Once they were satiated with food and drink, Qin Ming summoned the attendants to unveil the screens on either side, allowing everyone seated around the table to view the displays conveniently. Tang Yuan was under the impression that, like in his previous life, he could simply watch television. At that moment, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, he became increasingly inebriated. His speech slurred as he exclaimed, "What television? No more watching. Let's drink." Although the others were not as drunk as him, they were slightly tipsy, and no one paid attention to his mention of television. Shuremo approached, his large hand resting on Tang Yuan's shoulder as he shouted, "Exactly. Xiao Qi is right. Drink." Both Yu Tianhing and Shuremo sighed deeply, bewildered by the state of their companions. Shuremo's tolerance for alcohol was known to Shuremo. He typically maintained control, avoiding excessive drinking. However, Tang Yuan's incessant toasting wore him down, leading him to share a few drinks, resulting in his current state. Yu Tianhing never anticipated that Tang Yuan would react to alcohol with the same fervor he exhibited when encountering meat in the past, his desire insatiable, refusing to relent until fully satisfied. A light thud echoed as the group turned to see Tang Yuan and Shuremo, both slumped over the table, fast asleep. Qin Ming found the situation amusing yet perplexing. Who would have thought that Tang Yuan, usually a diligent practitioner, and the unassuming Shuremo would reveal such wild sides of their personalities? Yu Tianheng summoned a servant to prepare 2 bowls of sobering soup, intending to revive Tang Yuan and Shuremo later. Meanwhile, the large screens on either side flickered to life, displaying a scene of a charming young woman holding a microphone, live streaming an event at the Great Seoul Arena in Tiando City. The atmosphere was electric, filled with cheers and excitement as the camera panned to the competitors entering the arena. This resembled the television of Tang Yuan's previous life, though it was transmitted through soul power rather than electrical currents. Aside from the slumbering Tang Yuan and Shuremo, the others were fully alert, captivated by the live broadcast of the soul battle. The host introduced a 2-on-2 soul battle featuring the Beast combination and the Sword and Blade combination. The Beast combination comprised 2 muscular men, resembling the Shur brothers but even more imposing. In contrast, the Sword and Blade combination consisted of a stout man with gleaming green eyes and a leaner individual with pronounced features. Despite their appearance, both wielded formidable weapons, their fingers larger than average. On the surface, the Sword and Blade combination appeared less powerful than their opponents. Yet when they entered the arena, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by cheers of Sword and Blade. Go! The supportive shouts for both combinations filled the air, but the Sword and Blade combination had a slight numerical advantage. As the 2 teams faced off, the host announced, "The contestants are ready. Let us witness their splendid performance today. Soul battle, begin." With that, a cacophony of cheers erupted once more. At that moment, both combinations unleashed their soul powers. The stout man's soul weapon took the form of a crimson long sword, while the lean man wielded an azure long sword, hence their name. The Beast combination revealed their soul weapons. One transformed into a fierce battle tiger, and the other into a majestic golden lion. Indeed, they were aptly named. Qin Ming inquired, "Who do you think will win?" Douluo Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are you placing a bet, Teacher Qin?" Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Douluo Yan, who sheepishly replied, "I was just asking." Understanding Qin Ming's intent to assess their opinions, Yu Tianhing pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe the Sword and Blade combination has a greater chance of victory. All 4 participants are strong attack-type soul masters, and their soul power levels are quite similar. The Sword and Blade are at levels 38 and 39, while the Beast combination has 2 at level 38. Thus, the difference in soul power is negligible. However, the The beast combinations Battle Tiger and Golden Lion are beast-type souls, which may limit their agility compared to the sword and blade combination. Hence, I believe that agility will be the decisive factor. After hearing Yu Tianheng's analysis, Qin Ming nodded, looking at him with approval. Well said. You're beginning to sound like a captain. Yu Tianheng scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Qin Ming continued. The sword and blade combination are seasoned competitors in the Great Soul Arena, boasting 37 wins and 21 losses. In contrast, the beast combination has only been here for less than 2 months, with a record of 22 wins and 28 losses. Therefore, the sword and blade combination's experience is far superior. Notice how their teamwork is significantly better. The stout man attacks while the lean man defends, and vice versa. Their coordination is seamless, whereas the beast combination tends to attack or defend simultaneously, leaving them vulnerable to counterattacks. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the group focused intently on the match, and indeed, as Qin Ming had predicted, the stout soul master from the sword and blade combination wielded his red sword, creating a whirlwind that enveloped both himself and his partner. Meanwhile, the Battle Tiger and Golden Lion soul masters advanced with ferocious intent, their forms transformed, with tiger stripes adorning the former and a golden mane crowning the latter. Just as they launched their assault on the sword and blade combination, a flash of azure light erupted from the whirlwind of blades, signaling an imminent turn in the battle. Not good. The two members of the beast combination gasped in surprise and immediately sprang into action, attempting to evade the attack. Alas, in that fleeting moment, they were a step too slow. A streak of azure light swept across, leaving a gash upon the body of the battle-hardened tiger spirit master. Meanwhile, the tiger spirit and the lion spirit combatants retreated to a safe distance, with the tiger spirit master clutching his wound, an expression of reluctant acceptance etched upon his face. Drops of crimson began to trickle through his fingers, gradually forming a miniature river of blood. As the fierce wind subsided, the figures of the portly and slender soul masters materialized once more. The slender master bore the azure sword, its tip stained with remnants of blood. Without uttering a word, the portly master brandished his blade and charged forward, while the slender master, wielding the azure sword, flanked him in support. They understood that the tiger spirit master was injured, his combat prowess severely diminished, and thus, the tide of battle hinged upon this decisive moment. At this juncture, the spectators in the private box were intently focused on the unfolding scenario on the screen, reaching the pinnacle of excitement and anticipation. It was palpably evident to all that the beast combination was in peril. These two behemoths are about to lose, a voice echoed softly. The audience turned to see Tang Yuan stretching lazily and stifling a yawn. Yu Tianheng jested, "Oh, has the wine immortal finally awakened?" Tang Yuan rubbed his eyes and said, "Brother Tianheng, please refrain from teasing me. If it weren't for my soul power expelling the alcohol, I would still be unconscious." Dugu Yin chuckled and asked, "Will you drink again next time?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan suddenly perked up and exclaimed, "Of course. Why wouldn't I? Alcohol is a delightful thing. Who could ever complain about indulging too much?" The others sighed, realizing that this child had turned into a drunkard. At that moment, the large screen resonated with a wave of cheering and shouts. As anticipated, the Battle Tiger Soul Master and the Golden Lion Soul Master lay on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit, being carried off by the staff for treatment. The host announced it was an exhilarating battle. "I declare the victors of this match to be." After a brief pause, the host proclaimed loudly, "The blade and sword combination." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. Tang Yuan harbored disdain for the host, well aware of the outcome, yet deliberately prolonging the suspense. The cheers erupted like thunder, startling Mo into a sudden jump, bewilderedly asking, Who thundered?" The crowd froze for a moment before bursting into laughter at Mo's antics. Mo, however, wore a look of dismay. He felt embarrassed by his brother's foolishness and thought, "I cannot associate with him." Yu Tianheng pulled Mo aside, offering him a bowl of hangover soup and using his spiritual energy to help dispel the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, Tang Yuan regained some clarity. Still slightly inebriated and appearing somewhat dazed, but managing to maintain a semblance of consciousness, he inquired, "Teacher Qin, what kind of competition is this?" Qin Ming replied with a smile, "This is the Soul Duel competition, held most of the time at the Grand Soul Arena in Soul City." As Tang Yuan listened, his eyes immediately glazed over, shimmering with excitement as he inquired, "Where is this Grand Soul Arena?" Qin Ming, both amused and exasperated, replied, "It is the Grand Battle Arena." "Not the Grand Soul Arena. I will take you to see it shortly. For the next 2 months, our special training will be conducted there. At this juncture, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in Qin Ming's eyes, though none of the others noticed, focusing solely on his words. Yu Tianhing then asked, Teacher Qin, are you implying? Qin Ming nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, the next phase of our special training will be practical combat. I expect each of you to attain the Silver Soul Badge at the Grand Battle Arena within these 2 months. Only then will this phase be deemed complete. Upon hearing Qin Ming's declaration, excitement radiated from everyone present. Although they had all heard tales of the Grand Battle Arena, renowned as a battleground for soul masters, none of the team members had ever set foot in its competition grounds. Qin Ming continued, This special training will impose considerable pressure on you. Securing the Silver Soul Badge is no simple feat. However, I hope this pressure transforms into your motivation. You are required to engage in 2 battles each day. Regardless of the outcome, neither more nor less. Insufficient battles will yield minimal benefit, while excessive ones may overwhelm you. At that moment, Tangg Yuan interjected, Teacher Qin, does Lingling, as a support-type soul master, also need to obtain the Silver Soul Badge like us? Qin Ming nodded in affirmation, declaring, Of course. I mean, every individual must reach the Silver Soul level. Yu Tianheng, perplexed, queried, but Lingling lacks combat power. How will she earn the Silver Soul Badge? Qin Ming explained. In the Grand Battle Arena, beyond 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 duels, there are also team battles. The victorious team not only earns points collectively, but each member also receives individual points. However, in 2-on-2 duels, team points are not awarded. If you wish to swiftly accumulate points and ascend to the Silver Soul level, you may freely form combinations, akin to the sword and knife or beast combinations from earlier, to participate in 2-on-2 duels. At this moment, Tang Yuan inquired, Teacher Qin, may I employ sword techniques during the soul duel? Qin Ming replied, No. Regardless of who it is, including you, Tang Yuan, one is prohibited from utilizing any weapon other than their own martial soul. Furthermore, Tang Yuan, you must present yourself under a code name during the soul duel. It is imperative that you keep your appearance and name confidential. Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, Why? Is it just me? Qin Ming nodded and replied, Yu Tianheng, Tangg Yuan, and Yi Lingling possess martial souls that are exceptionally distinctive on the continent. The moment they manifest their abilities, others will immediately recognize their origins. Although the Xingui martial soul of the Shijiao brothers may not be as prominent as theirs, it is still quite renowned in Tiando City. It is also evident that the Wind Bell Bird martial soul of Yufeng is rather unremarkable. As for you, Xiao Qi, your soul ring configuration has exceeded the maximum absorption limit, coupled with your extraordinarily formidable soul skills. Should your identity be revealed, it is likely that the Spirit Hall would intervene to capture you for dissection and research. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Tang Yuan felt a surge of hatred, yet the animosity in his eyes flickered and vanished in an instant, unnoticed by the others. Qin Ming continued, For the sake of safety, we shall refrain from residing at the school for the next 2 months and instead stay in hotels. This will help us evade some complications. Yu Tianheng, in contemplation, remarked, Teacher Qin is concerned that we might attract the attention of nefarious individuals. If we return to the school, it would be easier for others to uncover Xiao Qi's true identity? Qin Ming affirmed, Indeed, Tianheng, you have matured considerably. Yu Tianheng chuckled, feeling a mix of pride and bashfulness. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt a sense of despair. Such a splendid cultivation site in the back mountains was now lost to him. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not swiftly advance in the yin-yang qi refining technique, and thus decided to join the main group. Qin Ming proceeded to share some pertinent advice regarding the battles within the Grand Soul Arena. At this moment, Sure Mo Jio had regained considerable lucidity, prompting the group to plan their return to school to gather their belongings before relocating to an external residence. As the group exited the private room and descended from the 2nd floor to the 1st, they made their way out of the tavern. At that moment, a troop of approximately 7 or 8 young men and women approached them. Tang Yuan lifted his gaze and noticed that the leading youth appeared somewhat familiar. Just as he was trying to recall where he had seen him before, an exclamation suddenly broke through his thoughts. You little rascal. The others turned to look. And there stood the leader of the group, clad in a dark green outfit with striking silver hair. Tang Yuandong suddenly recalled and chuckled, It is you. The person before him was Feng Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Tang Yuan smiling and greeting him, Feng Xiaoyan's anger surged, and he retorted, How dare you laugh? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and replied helplessly, But I cannot cry. At that instant, Tangg Yuan, standing beside Yu Tianheng, could not help but chuckle at Tang Yuan's words. Observing Feng Xiaoyan's arrogance, Yu Tianheng stepped forward and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Unperturbed by Yu Tianheng, Feng Xiaoyan pointed at Tang Yuan and declared, "Last time you escaped, but this time, I shall teach you a proper lesson." To speak frankly, Tang Yuan's smile, especially in Feng Xiaoyan's presence, was disarming. It was as if one were bathed in the warmth of spring, reminiscent of the gentle melting of snow under the sun. Yet, this enchanting smile only served to stir feelings of envy and irritation within Feng Xiaoyan. He envied the fact that he did not possess such a captivating smile himself. If he did, would Huowu still disregard him? The irritation stemmed from memories of that day on the street when he had been charming Huowu, only to be ridiculed by Tang Yuan. A thought that naturally left him dissatisfied. Chapter 49, The Challenge of Feng Xiaoyan. However, there were others who felt even more displeased, such as Yu Tianheng. Just as they were progressing smoothly, a group suddenly obstructed their path, and this white-haired youth carried an air of superiority, as if he could crush them with sheer strength. Yu Tianheng's frustration boiled over. Although he was unaware of any past grievances between Tang Yuan and this white-haired youth, Tang Yuan was nonetheless his brother. Regardless of any past mistakes, external parties had no right to meddle, especially since Yu Tianheng believed Tang Yuan to be a person of peace who had never instigated conflict with others. If not for Qin Ming's presence, Yu Tianheng would have already unleashed a powerful strike on Feng Xiaoyan. At this moment, Tang Yuan, still slightly intoxicated, observed Feng Xiaoyan's grim expression, reminiscent of a scene from a previous encounter, and found it exceedingly amusing. He laughed heartily and remarked, "Tell me, old Feng, have you come specifically to seek trouble with me?" Feng Xiaoyan's face darkened. "Old Feng? What kind of absurd nickname is that?" "I am Feng Xiaoyan." Tang Yuan nodded earnestly and remarked, "I understand, old Feng." As the crowd observed Tang Yuan skillfully outmaneuvering Feng Xiaoyan, their laughter escalated upon witnessing Feng Xiaoyan's exasperated expression, leaving them doubled over in mirth. Seething with indignation, Feng Xiaoyan exclaimed, You, I challenge you all to a duel." Stepping forward, Yu Tianheng's right hand crackled with electric arcs, a dragon silhouette swirling around his wrist, as he coldly replied, "I am at your service, anytime." Taken aback, Feng Xiaoyan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Blue electric Tyrannosaurus? You are Yu Tianheng from the Royal Academy of Tiando?" Yu Tianheng snorted disdainfully and retorted, "At least you possess some knowledge." Suddenly, a grin spread across Feng Xiaoyan's face as he responded, "So you are all students of the Royal Academy of Tiando?" Tang Yuan let out a belch, a wave of alcohol-laden breath surging towards Feng Xiaoyan, who replied, "Indeed." Feng Xiaoyan, feeling vexed by Tang Yuan's teasing, cast a glance at Qin Ming, whose depths resembled an unfathomable ocean. Suspecting him to be a teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy, Feng Xiaoyan refrained from retaliating. He remarked, "It seems the nobility is indeed extravagant. The Tiando Royal Academy is not as remarkable as the rumors suggest." "What did you say? Are you courting death?" Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan interjected, feeling insulted by the disparagement of their alma mater. After all, one school holds a unique significance, a realm reserved for personal critique. Any external disparagement is akin to a personal affront. Feng Xiaoyan replied with a smile, "If you possess any courage, we, the Five-Element Academy, will host a friendly competition in 2 months. You may join us, so the world can witness the true nature of the Tiando Royal Academy's incompetence." Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow and asked, "The Five-Element Academy? You are Feng Xiaoyan from the Shenfeng Academy?" Feng Xiaoyan chuckled, not entirely ignorant. "I see." Just as Yu Tianheng was about to explode with anger, Tang Yuan, his gaze hazy from the drink, whimsically said to Feng Xiaoyan, "Go about your business, old Feng, and spare us the nonsense. I'll treat you to drinks another day." Feng Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. "If you're afraid, just admit it. No need for excuses." Yu Tianheng retorted, "Who said we are afraid? In 2 months, we will defeat you so thoroughly that even your mother won't recognize you." Feng Xiaoyan suppressed his anger and declared, "Fine. Let us hope you don't chicken out at the last moment." Yu Tianheng coldly echoed, "I return your words verbatim." Feng Xiaoyan glared fiercely at Tang Yuan and his companions before leading his entourage into the tavern. Qin Ming, uninterested in the squabbles of the youth, allowed them to bicker but, out of concern, inquired about the situation between Tang Yuan and Feng Xiaoyan. Tang Yuan shrugged and recounted the encounter with Feng Xiaoyan and Huowu from a while back. Upon hearing his tale, laughter erupted as vivid images of Feng Xiaoyan's sycophantic demeanor danced in their minds. Qin Ming shook his head in bemusement. He had heard of Feng Xiaoyan, a remarkably gifted talent from the Kamikaze Academy. He pondered the challenge ahead for these children if they did not make significant progress in the next 2 months. Defeating Feng Xiaoyan would be a formidable task. Yet, as he observed the joyous camaraderie of the seven, a surge of inexplicable pride welled up within him. He silently mused. His students could hardly be considered inferior to others. Upon returning to school, everyone retreated to their dormitories to freshen up and rest. The following day, they packed their belongings and gathered at the school gate. Except for Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Tang Yuan, all others carried a bundle, indicating that the remaining 4 lacked spatial soul tools. Yu Tianheng glanced at the Stone brothers, whose pack nearly towered over them, and couldn't he help but inquire, I say. Stone 1 and Stone 2, we're only going away for 2 months. Do you really need to move your entire house? Stone Emil replied helplessly, Captain, you may not understand. Our possessions consist solely of these training tools. A day without practice leaves us feeling restless. Tang Yuan, upon hearing this, twitched the corner of his mouth and, while caressing the muscles of Shimo, remarked, You two have grown so much, still training. Shimo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, We still have a long way to go. At that moment, Qin Ming approached and said, Everyone has arrived. Let us set forth. We should find a hotel near the Grand Soul Arena for everyone's convenience. Nodding in agreement, they set off together. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Grand Soul Arena in Tindo City, Tang Yuan spotted a towering structure in the distance. This expansive arena seemed to stretch endlessly, taking the form of a colossal hollow circle, capable of seating thousands of spectators. After circling around, the group discovered 8 hotels of various sizes nearby, all adorned in lavish decor, clearly not ordinary establishments. At the front desk of one hotel, Qin Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, Do you truly not have even 4 rooms available? Could you please check again for any cancellations? A staff member shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, sir, but our rooms are generally booked long-term by clients and cancellations are quite rare. Qin Ming sighed. Very well, then. The staff member added, I truly apologize. Perhaps you could try another hotel. There is a cloud pavilion not far ahead. Qin Ming shook his head. We have visited all the hotels in this area. They are all fully booked as well. The staff member, feeling awkward, replied, In that case, I am afraid there is little I can do. Qin Ming sighed again. Thank you for your assistance. With that, he turned and walked back to where Yu Tianheng and the others were gathered. Seeing Qin Ming approach, Yu Tianheng stood and asked, Qin teacher, how did it go? Qin Ming shook his head. It's the same as before. All rooms are occupied. Upon hearing this, the group deflated like a punctured balloon, their spirits dampened. Yu Feng remarked, Is the Grand Soul Arena truly that popular? How can there be no available rooms at nearby hotels? Qin Ming chuckled wryly. The Grand Soul Arena is indeed a fascinating entity. It not only hosts soul battles for soul masters, but also features gambling establishments. Some consortiums specifically nurture soul master teams to participate in these battles, manipulating the odds at the casinos to garner substantial profits. Hence, they often reserve hotels nearby for their teams. The group was left astounded, realizing the intricacies involved. Douluo Yin exclaimed, So, does that mean the outcomes of the matches are dictated by those consortiums? The others looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming smiled and shook his head. Not at all. The Grand Soul Arena has always been under the control of the 7 great families of the continent. No one can manipulate the outcomes within. However, these consortiums do enhance the training of their soul master teams, deploying them according to the odds. At times, both competing soul master teams may belong to the same consortium, allowing the team with the higher odds to emerge victorious, thereby securing enormous profits. While this may seem underhanded, it does not affect the essence of fairness. If you participate in soul battles, you need not worry about such matters, should a consortium take notice of you. They would invest heavily in your training, though it seems you may not require such assistance. Indeed, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy were all of noble birth. And even the less affluent aristocracy, though eager for wealth, did not belong to this group of 7. Qin Ming's words enlightened them. No wonder soul masters were so keen on participating in soul battles. Not only did it enhance their strength, but excelling in these battles could attract the attention of consortiums, alleviating their concerns about training resources and enabling rapid advancement. After a while, Qin Ming added, If it comes to it, we may have to stay at the school, though it may pose some inconvenience for Xiao Qi. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, Oh, Qin teacher, I just remembered. My family owns a property near the Grand Soul Arena, a villa with 7 or 8 rooms, which should suffice for our stay. Let us head there. It's a private space and convenient for training. The group's eyes lit up at this prospect. Qin pondered for a moment before responding. That could work. But we must first seek your family's consent. Yu Tianheng smiled and shook his head. That won't be necessary. This property was transferred to my name by my grandfather a few years ago for my birthday, and I have yet to visit it. It's the perfect opportunity to check it out. Tang Yuan chuckled. Tianheng, I had no idea you were so affluent. Yu Tianheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied with a smile. It's all thanks to my family. Gu Yin interjected. How come I was unaware of this? Speak up. Are you planning to keep it from me and raise a little lover in that villa of yours? Yu Tianheng was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hands. No. Yin, how could I? I just remembered this. The group erupted into laughter. Qin added, all right then, let's go take a look. If all is well, we can settle into Tianheng's house. Yu Tianheng exclaimed excitedly, yes, let's go right away. We can tidy up and then head to the Seoul Arena to check it out. The special training begins tomorrow. The crowd cheered, promptly grabbing their belongings and heading towards Yu Tianheng's residence. Chapter 50. Moving into the villa following the route Yu Tianheng recalled. The group soon located the private estate, conveniently situated just a street away from the Grand Seoul Arena. Upon arriving, they found the gate firmly shut. Yu Tianheng approached and knocked 3 times. Shortly after, they heard a sound from within, and the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man standing there. Seeing the group gathered outside, he inquired, May I assist you, gentlemen? Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng rummaged through his soul tool and produced a blue-violet metal token, which he handed to the middle-aged man. I am Yu Tianheng, and I have brought my classmates and teachers here to stay for the next few months. The man accepted the token and scrutinized it carefully. After confirming its authenticity, he beamed and said, young Master Tianheng, please come in. Yu Tianheng nodded and greeted his companions as he led them inside. As they entered, Tang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, noting the spaciousness of the place. There were gardens both front and back, adorned with a myriad of colorful flowers and towering trees that cast large shadows over the garden. The vibrant green lawn added to the charm, along with a pavilion situated in the southeast corner and several artificial hills and waterfalls that created a serene atmosphere. Yu Tianheng inquired, what is your name, sir? Which hall do you belong to? The middle-aged man, guiding them along, respectfully replied, Young Master Tianheng, I am Xiao Qi. I was assigned here 2 years ago and serve as the steward of this estate. Yu Tianheng nodded, glancing around like the others, and remarked, it's my first time here, and you have maintained it well. Xiao Qi smiled. Since you haven't visited in years, I've had little to occupy my time here, aside from gathering information for the clan. I've taken to tending to the flowers and plants. If you dislike them, I can have someone come to change them tomorrow. Yu Tianheng shook his head. No need for that. The flowers are lovely and brighten the mood. Besides, we will only be here for a few months before departing. Xiao Qi paused, somewhat helplessly stating, you jest, young master. This is your home. You are welcome to come and go as you please. Yu Tianheng chuckled. Since you are my elder, I shall refer to you as Uncle Zhou. Please prepare a few rooms for my classmates and teachers to stay. Xiao Qi nodded. Of course, young Master Tianheng. I maintain the rooms regularly, and they will be ready for occupancy soon. Yu Tianheng continued, is there anyone else here besides you? Is there a cook? Xiao Qi shook his head. Since you haven't been here, the clan hasn't assigned anyone else, so it's just me. However, now that you are here, I will arrange for some staff to assist with management. Yu Tianheng nodded. That would be good. Please send over a few skilled cooks. We will need proper meals to sustain us during training. Xiao Qi replied affirmatively. Yes, young Master Tianheng. The group then followed Xiao Qi into the villa, who introduced them to the various facilities, including the kitchen, bathrooms, and other amenities. The villa comprised 8 rooms, one of which was a spacious master bedroom. Yu Tianheng intended for Qin to occupy it, but Qin declined, saying, no need. I am a teacher and a guest. I cannot take the main room. Reluctantly, Yu Tianheng acquiesced and asked Xiao Qi to find the largest guest room for Qin. The others proceeded to their respective rooms. Ultimately, Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Feng each settled into separate rooms, while Qin had one to himself. The Shi brothers opted to share a larger guest room for their training. And although Du Guyin and Yu Lingling were originally assigned individual rooms, the 2 girls preferred to stay together to share whispers of girlhood, which Yu Tianheng approved, thinking it would be good for them to look out for one another. Behind the courtyard, there was a small building capable of accommodating over a dozen servants, where Xiao Qi resided for ease of management. After Du Guyin and Yu Lingling entered their room, Tang Yuan, Yu Feng, and Yu Tianheng made their way to their own rooms, as the 3 were adjacent on the 3rd floor. Yu Feng, with a mischievous grin, nudged Yu Tianheng's shoulder and said, Boss, when Yin Yin mentioned sharing a room with Lingling, I noticed your expression wasn't quite right. Were you thinking of sneaking in to visit Yin Yin while everyone else is asleep? But with the two girls in the same room, you might find it challenging. Yu Tianheng's face darkened. You lad are quite bold, aren't you? Do you think I am the sort to shy away from challenges? Tang Yuan and Yu Feng exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. Indeed. Yu Tianheng raised his large hand and emphatically delivered a playful knock on the heads of both Tang Yuan and Yu Feng, exclaiming, "What do you mean by indeed? Hurry back to your rooms and prepare. What nonsense fills your heads if you fail to cultivate diligently every day? And you, Xiao Qi, you should refrain from associating too closely with Yu Feng. At such a tender age, just look at what you have learned from him." With that, he dashed back to his own room without waiting for a response from Tang Yuan and Yu Feng. Yu Feng, indignant, remarked, "See, the boss is clearly feeling insecure and refuses to admit it." Tang Yuan nodded earnestly, affirming his agreement. Once he returned to his room, he wasted no time and immediately sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. For him, what he lacked most at this moment was time. Much like Qin Ming had pointed out, his greatest disadvantage lay precisely in the realm of time. Tang Yuan was acutely aware that his cultivation was considerably more arduous than that of the average soul master. This was primarily due to the fact that after the liquefaction of his soul power, he required several times more soul power than others at the same level. Had it not been for this, he would likely have already transcended to the soul sect stage. Nevertheless, the advantages of soul power liquefaction were evident when utilizing soul techniques. The potency of his skills, coupled with the soul rings acquired beyond the limits, demanded a significantly greater expenditure of soul power than that of conventional techniques. Fortunately, the depth of his liquefied soul power was profound. Otherwise, at his current level, employing his third soul technique would nearly deplete his reserves. With less than 3 years remaining until the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies commenced, time was of the essence for Tang Yuan. His ambition was to ascend beyond the soul sect before the competition began. However, this was far easier said than done. As time progressed, he increasingly sensed the sluggishness of his cultivation. This pressure, however, compelled him to devote himself entirely to refining his soul power, without allowing any distractions to intrude upon his focus. After a considerable period, a knock at the door roused Tang Yuan from his meditation. "Tang Yuan Dao, please come in." The door opened from the outside, revealing Zhou Kong standing at the threshold. He respectfully said, "Young Master Tang, young Master Tianheng requests your presence downstairs for a meal." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I shall descend immediately." Zhou Kong also nodded, closed the door, and went to inform the others. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kong had memorized everyone's names. By the time Tang Yuan arrived at the dining hall on the first floor, numerous servants had already gathered, bringing with them a complete array of dishes. At that moment, Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming also arrived. Tang Yuan selected a spot to sit, pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the butler, who had summoned servants and even a chef from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect in less than an hour. The chef, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced the dishes on the table to Yu Tianheng, revealing that he was the creator of these culinary delights. Yu Tianheng listened intently, occasionally nodding and offering a few remarks, primarily concerning the selection of ingredients and the requirements for medicinal cuisine. After a while, the others joined them in the dining hall. Qin Ming proclaimed, "Let us dine first. Once we finish, we shall head to the Grand Soul Arena to register." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Tang Yuan began to savor the offerings. He picked up a piece of soul beast meat and, upon tasting it, found it to be indeed delectable, rivaling the creations of the finest chefs in the restaurants outside. The soul beast meat melted in his mouth, imbued with a subtle fragrance. For a connoisseur like Tang Yuan, it was immensely satisfying. While the quality of the ingredients played a significant role, it was evident that only a masterful chef could render such exquisite flavors. Tang Yuan quietly rejoiced, realizing that he would soon relish some delightful culinary experiences over the next 2 months. The chef, observing that the guests had commenced their meal, ceased to intrude and stood by alongside the attendants. Once the guests had finished dining, the chef eagerly approached Yu Tianheng, inquiring, "Master Tianheng, how was it?" Yu Tianheng wiped his mouth and nodded, responding, "Quite good. If the ingredients could be of even higher quality in the future, perhaps with a bit more spiritual herbs to enrich everyone's nutrition and energy." The chef replied, "No problem at all, Master Tianheng. I have always been responsible for the meals of the disciples in the sect, and I am well aware of the dietary needs of the soul masters." Yu Tianheng nodded in approval, stating, "That is excellent. Upon noticing that everyone had nearly finished, he turned to Qin Ming, asking, "Shall we set off, Teacher Qin?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, let us depart." After the group left, the chef commenced preparations for the evening meal without delay. As Qin Ming and his entourage of 8 journeyed onward, he imparted knowledge about the Great Soul Arena. He explained, regardless of the Soul Master's rank. Within the Great Soul Arena, they are all referred to as fighting souls. Upon achieving your first victory, you will earn a badge, known as the Iron Fighting Soul Badge. Subsequently, each victory will grant you corresponding points, and once your points reach a certain threshold, the level of your badge will progressively elevate. The badge you possess signifies your rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized in all major cities across the continent that host such arenas. The badge levels commence from the lowest, the Iron Badge, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 tiers. In Chapter 51, titled Fighting Soul Points Regulations, Yufeng expressed his disappointment, exclaiming, "Ah, I thought the Silver Fighting Soul was the 2nd tier. I never anticipated it to be the 3rd tier. 2 months' time, goodness, I feel somewhat weak at the knees." Yu Tianhing patted Yufeng on the back, chiding, "You rascal. Where is your fighting spirit? Have you given up so quickly?" Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "For ordinary individuals, it is indeed quite challenging. Many may not achieve the Silver Fighting Soul in their entire lives. However, you are not ordinary. You are geniuses. If you cannot attain even this, how can you be considered genius?" It is worth noting that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall has recently been reported to have already obtained the Purple Gold Fighting Soul Badge. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing this news. Tang Yuan Dao, "Teacher Qin, could you enlighten us about the golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" Qin Ming shook his head and replied, "It is still too early to discuss this with you, as it may lead to feelings of disappointment. When the time is right, I will share the details. For now, let us focus on the scoring rules of the Great Soul Arena." The group nodded in agreement, attentively listening to Qin Ming. He continued, "Upon registering at the Great Soul Arena, you will receive an Iron Badge. The competition formats in the arena include 1-on-1 duels, 2-on-2 matches, and team battles. The 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 formats require no further explanation, but the team battles consist of 7 to 10 participants, with the arena staff responsible for matching teams accordingly." Yu Tianhing inquired, "Teacher Qin, if we are to compete as a 7-member team, what if we cannot find a suitable team of 7 to match with?" Qin Ming assured him, "You need not worry about that. There are plenty of teams at the Iron Soul level. Generally, suitable opponents can be matched daily. As I previously mentioned, many organizations have trained numerous Soul Master teams, and in their pursuit of profit, they frequently apply for battles, usually forming teams of 9 or 10. Occasionally, they may reduce their numbers to participate in team battles. While matching a 10-member team can be challenging, finding a 7-member team is quite feasible." The group nodded in understanding. Qin Ming continued, "I have previously mentioned that you must participate in 2 matches each day, one being a 1-on-1 duel and the other a team battle. If you feel that 2 months is too brief a period to accumulate points, I will not impose restrictions on your choice to freely form 2-on-2 duels. Although I have expressed my reservations about this, the decision ultimately lies with you. Just ensure that you can handle the strain, otherwise, incurring injuries in pursuit of points could adversely affect your training the following day, rendering your efforts counterproductive." Tang Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he inquired, "Is that true? Teacher Qin, if we could participate in a few more soul fighting matches, wouldn't our points accumulate rapidly?" The others turned their gaze towards Qin Ming, sharing Tang Yuan's sentiment, eagerly awaiting his response. Qin Ming replied, "In order to uphold the quality of the matches, the Grand Soul Arena has instituted a rule whereby each individual may only partake in 1 match of each type per day. This means that one can engage in a 1-on-1 duel, a 2-on-2 battle, and a team fight, but no more. Otherwise, if Soul Masters were to prioritize monetary gain over their soul power and participate excessively, the matches would lose their appeal, and the audience would not be entertained. After all, winning a soul fight earns 10 gold coins, while the loser merely walks away empty-handed, facing no real punishment." Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. Yet they realized that unless one possessed overwhelming strength, participating in 3 matches in a day would likely leave one too fatigued to continue. Qin Ming continued, "Regarding the accumulation of points, the regulations are as follows. For Iron Badge level soul fights, each victory awards 1 point, while a defeat deducts 1 point. Thus, if you win the first match but lose the second, your points remain at 0. To advance from an iron badge to a copper badge, one requires 100 points. From copper to silver badge, one needs 1,000 points, and so forth, with the ratio increasing progressively. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Yufeng exclaimed, "What? To attain the silver badge level, one must win over 1,000 matches, and one cannot afford to lose too many. How is that even feasible?" Yu Tianheng pondered, "Indeed. With ample time, it might be achievable, but 2 months is far too brief." Du Guyan added, "Yes, Teacher Qin, this time frame is rather short. Might you consider extending it by a few months for us?" Even Yi Lingling, who was usually quiet and reserved, nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, 2 months feels somewhat rushed." The Shijiao brothers exchanged glances, silently affirming the sentiments shared by their companions. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng spoke again, "Teacher Qin, consider this. Lingling is a support-type soul master, and her only means of earning points is by joining us in team battles. However, this would inevitably slow her down even further. 2 months does not seem plausible." Tang Yuan gazed at Qin Ming, who wore a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious, and said, "There's no need to rush." Teacher Qin hasn't finished speaking yet. Qin Ming turned his attention to Tang Yuan, nodding in approval, and replied, "Indeed, I have not concluded. Why the haste? Remember, as a soul master, one must refrain from overly subjective interpretations. Otherwise, pride may lead to one's downfall." The group chuckled awkwardly. Noticing the silence, Qin Ming continued, "If we were merely discussing the acquisition of points, I would readily acknowledge that 2 months is insufficient. However, points serve to assess a soul master's strength in combat. Otherwise, I would not have summoned you here for specialized training." He then elaborated, "Now, let us discuss the methods of acquiring points. Beyond the basic means I previously mentioned, there are also point rewards. In the Iron Soul battle level, achieving 5 consecutive victories will yield a point reward of 10 for each additional win thereafter. Upon reaching 10 consecutive victories, each further victory will grant a reward of 100 points. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief. Yu Tianheng chuckled, "I told you. Teacher Qin would never assign us an impossible task." He laughed, albeit somewhat awkwardly, as the others regarded him with a hint of disdain, their expressions reflecting that he had been the most vocal just moments ago. As the captain, he should have displayed more humility. "Ahem, everyone, let us listen to Teacher Qin." Yu Tianheng coughed, his bravado faltering. Qin Ming smiled wryly and said, "This is still within the Iron Soul level. Should you ascend to the Bronze Soul level, a single victory will earn you 10 points, while a loss will deduct 10 points. After 5 consecutive victories, each additional victory will yield 100 points. And after 10 consecutive victories, 1,000 points for each further win. So, what do you think? Do you still feel this is unattainable?" The group nodded, having grasped the point system, now confident in their ability to achieve it. Although the 2-month timeline was tight, it was indeed sufficient, provided they grew strong enough. Qin Ming remarked, "Since you all comprehend the rules, I shall say no more. Now, proceed to register your information at the Grand Soul Arena." As he spoke, the group had arrived at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. After hearing Qin Ming's words, each person felt a surge of eagerness. Engaging in battles here signified their entry into the realm of true combat for soul masters. Qin Ming retrieved a black mask from his soul guide, which concealed the upper part of the face, and handed it to Tang Yuan, saying, "Little Seven, put this on before you go in to register." Tang Yuan took the mask and immediately donned it, turning to the others and inquiring, "What do you think? Does it look good?" The Shi brothers nodded, giving a thumbs up, and remarked, "It's truly impressive. Those who are aware know you're participating in the soul duel, while those who aren't might assume you're off to engage in some mischief." Tang Yuan's lips twitched, his face adorned with dark lines of discontent. Yufeng interjected, "Indeed. Xiao Qi, you resemble a fugitive reluctant to show his face." Yu Tianheng remarked, "Hey, how can you speak of Xiao Qi in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt deeply touched and could not help but exclaim, "Brother Tianheng, I always knew you cared for me the most." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Tianheng interjected, "Although it is indeed the case, let us not reveal it." Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance, then pretended to weep, lamenting, "The world has degenerated, and the hearts of men are no longer as they once were. Teacher Qin, look at them." Qin Ming, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "All right, enough with the jesting. Xiao Qi, they are merely teasing you. This is a precaution that must be taken." Tang Yuan lowered his head and said, "Very well." Qin Ming then remarked, "We cannot use real names. Let us choose a nickname instead." At that moment, Tang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and suggested, "Let us call it Tam Hard Egg." Tang Yuan had yet to voice a rebuttal. At this moment, Yufeng remarked, "It doesn't sound pleasant. Let's stick with Mandus." Shimo shook his head and suggested, "I believe that won't suffice. How about we call it Maskaki? If that's not suitable, then let's go with soft-boiled egg." The leader, "You should heed my words. Mantis sounds splendid. Your suggestions lack coolness. I still find Maskaki to be superior." As Tang Yuan listened to the cacophony of voices around him, a surge of frustration welled up within him. What absurd names were being suggested? Had the chef from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect perhaps poisoned their minds? His suspicion seemed all but confirmed. Observing the chaos, Qin Ming too felt a headache coming on. He raised his hands in a gesture of appeasement and said, "Enough, enough. Let us consult Xiao Qi and see what name he wishes to choose." Tang Yuan contemplated. At last, there was someone who understood. Thus, he declared, "Let it be named Deathly King Yin. I shall instill fear throughout this grand arena of soul battles." Before his words had fully resonated, he gestured towards the vast arena, speaking with an imposing presence, as if he had transformed into a formidable force, exuding an aura of dominance. "Do you think there might be hidden agendas in this arena?" Someone pondered. "I wonder," another mused, "Graphite, do you think participating in the soul battles will attract numerous female admirers?" Ling Ling, "Who are you planning to team up with for the duo matches?" Old Stone, "Will you partner with me?" As these voices faded into the distance, Tang Yuan lowered his head and realized that the crowd had already ventured far into the grand arena, leaving him unheard. Chapter 52. Deathly King Yin. Tang Yuan gazed skyward and let out a long, resonant howl of frustration. Jealousy. This is blatant jealousy. Wait for me. Without further ado, he swiftly pursued the crowd. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, the first sight that greeted him was a colossal stone tablet, densely inscribed with an array of names. Yu Tianheng inquired, "Teacher Qin, why are there so many names etched on this stone tablet?" Qin Ming replied, "These individuals are the fallen from the soul battles held within the Grand Soul Arena." What? The crowd gasped in unison, a chill creeping down their spines. Yufeng trembled as he stammered, "W8? People can die here?" Qin Ming explained, "The soul battles in the Grand Soul Arena are characterized by three distinct natures. One is the sparring battle, where participants engage in mutual skill honing, strictly prohibiting lethal force. The other is the life and death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Many powerful factions and esteemed families, in seeking personal vengeance while avoiding entanglements for their clans, opt for such equitable life and death duels, ensuring that no repercussions fall upon their respective factions afterward." Yu Tianheng queried, "But if one side perishes, will their faction simply accept it?" Qin Ming chuckled and remarked, "Well asked. What I described earlier is merely the ideal scenario. In reality, even after a life and death duel, both factions often settle scores later, with undercurrents of tension lurking beneath the surface, unspoken by any." Hearing this, Yu Tianheng acknowledged the truth. Having been born into a prominent family, he had heard much about such matters, understanding that they were far from simple. Tang Yuan inquired, "Teacher Qin, is there another type?" Qin Ming replied, "Indeed. There is another form known as a gambling duel. In essence, a gambling duel bears little distinction from a life and death struggle, as there are no prohibitions against murder. In this gambling duel, both parties enlist the Great Soul Arena to officiate, ensuring that the outcome is protected and neither side can resort to deceit. Each party is required to field an equal number of soul masters for the soul battle, and the ultimate victor shall claim everything stipulated in the wager. This has become a significant means of profit for various consortiums." The crowd nodded in understanding, realizing that competition within the Great Soul Arena was far from simplistic. Subsequently, Qin Ming led the group to the registration desk. The process of enrolling for a soul battle was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to complete a form detailing their name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit, in order to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Of course, registration also required each individual to pay a fee of 10 gold coins. For the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy battle team, this totaled 70 gold coins. While this might seem a substantial sum for the average person, it posed no challenge for someone like Yu Tianheng, who promptly covered the costs for everyone. Concurrently, the group underwent a soul power assessment akin to that of the Spirit Hall, determining their respective levels. Qin Ming informed them that each time they participated in a soul battle, they must first undergo a soul power test to ascertain their opponents. Before long, the others completed their registrations, and it must be said that the operational efficiency of the Great Soul Arena was commendable, devoid of any unnecessary delays. When it was Tang Yuan's turn, The staff inquired, "Sir, what is your name or alias?" Tang Yuan immediately exclaimed, "The deathly king of hell." The staff member responded, "Very well, the king of fiery death." Tang Yuan gazed at the 4 characters inscribed on the paper by the staff and hurriedly exclaimed, "It is not Yin, but Yin." The staff member paused, unfamiliar with the term Yin Wang, yet ultimately complied and corrected the character for Tang Yuan. Once the name was finalized, the staff member inquired, "Sir, may I ask for your rank and martial soul?" Tang Yuan Dao, the 33rd level spirit control master, with the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death. Upon hearing this, the staff member initially thought he had misheard. After confirming with Tang Yuan, a look of astonishment washed over his face. The individual before him was remarkably young, yet had already attained the rank of spirit master. Moreover, the Book of Life and Death was an unheard-of martial soul, presumably a powerful mutated variant. Though astonished, the staff member quickly recalibrated his mindset. While prodigious talents were rare, it was not uncommon to encounter a few in the Grand Soul Arena. In the imperial city of Tiando, numerous corporations and influential families often resorted to using spiritual medicines to forcibly enhance the soul power of their disciples or soul masters for profit. Soon, Tang Yuan completed the registration, and all participants had finished the process. The staff member proceeded to elaborate on the layout of the Grand Soul Arena, where the divisions were meticulously organized. There were 24 sub-arena venues, each further segmented into various areas, including the gaming zone and the life and death zone. Each category was subdivided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles, resulting in 6 isolated platforms within a sub-arena. The operational model of the Grand Soul Arena had reached an exceptional level of coordination, with varying ticket prices for different combat zones. For instance, the 1-on-1 matches in the gaming zone, which Tang Yuan and his companions were about to participate in, offered the most affordable tickets and attracted the fewest spectators. Before long, Tang Yuan and his group were matched with their opponents. Since they had registered together, all 7 were assigned to the 8th Soul Arena for their combat matches. However, they had yet to register for team battles or 2-on-2 combinations, as they preferred to test the waters before committing to further competitions. The staff member guided Tang Yuan and his companions through the wide, lengthy corridor, leading them to the 8th Soul Arena. Upon entering the 8th Soul Arena, Tang Yuan and his companions were immediately astounded by the spectacle before them. At the center of the arena lay an expansive circular stage, measuring over 100 square meters. Ascending from the platform, the seating area formed a circular arrangement, tiered gracefully from the bottom to the top. Tang Yuan was profoundly astonished. Earlier in the morning, he had gazed at the Grand Soul Arena from a distance, believing it to be immense. However, upon stepping inside, he felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Just a single sub-arena could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, let alone the main arena. Not to mention the entirety of the Grand Soul Arena. The staff guided Tang Yuan and his companions to the level of the arena, leading them through a passage beneath the spectators' seating into a spacious lounge. Inside, numerous participants were already seated. Their expressions varied as they scrutinized Tang Yuan and his companions who entered through the door. Some cast a fleeting glance before settling into meditation, ignoring the newcomers entirely. Others wore expressions of disdain but refrained from further actions. A few, however, erupted into mocking laughter, arrogantly instructing Tang Yuan and his companions to return home and suckle. Yufeng, incensed, was about to charge forward to teach them a lesson. At that moment, a staff member interjected, stating that personal conflicts were prohibited within the Grand Soul Arena, assuring them there would be ample opportunities to defeat their opponents. Yu Tianheng also urged, "Yufeng, let it go. Why stoop to their level?" Yufeng, typically boisterous, heeded the advice and chose to ignore the taunts as he settled down alongside Tang Yuan and the others. Soon after, the mockers fell silent, entering a state of meditation themselves. Before long, the first contestant to take the stage was Yu Qianheng, facing off against a soul master named Zhang Hang, a level 35 soul sovereign, wielding the iron body bow as his martial spirit. Tang Yuan and others did not linger in the waiting room but instead made their way to the frontmost seats in the audience, the closest to the arena, where they could observe the battle of souls in vivid detail. When Yu Tianheng stepped onto the stage, his opponent was already present. Yu Tianheng scrutinized the man opposite him, a slender figure clad in gray light armor. Beneath his arms lay an aura of boundless explosive power, and his eyes resembled those of a predatory beast. Intensely fixated on Yu Tianheng, feeling unnerved by the unwavering gaze, Yu Qianheng remarked, "Brother, could you kindly avert your stare?" What peculiar fascination do you have? Staring at another man? Zhang Heng scoffed. You little brat, what do you know? The quickest way to conquer prey is to understand it. Infuriated by being called a little brat, Yu Qianheng retorted, Oh, you want to understand me? Very well, let us see how you fare. Spirit possession. With that declaration, he summoned the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, immediately undergoing dragon transformation, his hands adorned with blue-purple dragon scales and formidable claws. Zhang Heng was taken aback. So, you hail from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Without further ado, he unleashed his own spirit, and a metal longbow materialized in his grasp. At this moment, the host arrived, announcing, It appears both contestants are eager to commence, so let us not delay any further. Let the battle of souls begin. As the words fell, Zhang Heng drew back the bowstring, forming a half-moon arc, and an arrow of soul power materialized on the string, releasing it with a flick of his fingers. A cyan-white arrow shot towards Yu Qianheng at great speed. Anticipating the attack, Yu Qianheng swiftly leaped aside, the arrow whizzing past him and slicing through the air, leaving a gash on his shoulder. Yu Qianheng was alarmed. Speed had always been his Achilles heel. Yet, he had discerned the arrow's trajectory through Zhang Heng's bow-drawing motion, preparing himself for the oncoming assault. Though he managed to evade, he was still injured, leaving him astonished. Just as he was absorbing the shock, Zhang Heng launched another arrow. Yu Qianheng was taken aback by Zhang Heng's rapidity, unable to react in time, and he leaped desperately. The arrow narrowly missed him in midair. But then a series of 3 swift sounds sliced through the air as Zhang Heng unleashed 3 consecutive arrows, closing in on Yu Qianheng, who had no solid ground to brace himself against. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Qianheng shouted, as a surge of thunder enveloped him, wrapping him in layers of crackling energy. The 3 arrows pierced the first layer of thunder but became ensnared in the second, struggling to break through the electric barrier as their force waned. In a flash, Yu Qianheng unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy, radiating a formidable thunder that scattered Zhang Heng's arrows to the ground. Stabilizing himself with both feet on the ground, arcs of electricity danced around him, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, meanwhile, readied his bow, attentive to Yu Qianheng's every movement. The host exclaimed, Wow, in just a few breaths. Both competitors have engaged in a fierce confrontation, with neither yielding. Yu Qianheng's eyes narrowed as he sprang into action, launching himself toward Zhang Heng from his right flank. The arcs of electricity traced his path through the air. Zhang Heng chuckled coldly, thinking, Is he offering himself as a living target? With his gaze following the arcs, he suddenly released 2 fingers, and 3 arrows shot forth, hurtling toward Yu Qianheng. You think you can get close to me? Not a chance, Zhang Heng sneered. However, just as Zhang Heng's words echoed, a soft voice emerged. Is that so? As the electric arcs dissipated, Yu Qianheng's figure became visible, clutching 3 cyan-white arrows within his dragon claws, staring at Zhang Heng with calm determination. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in shock, terror creeping into his expression as he stammered, Why you? How? Without further ado, Yu Qianheng unleashed a punch with his dragon claw, sending Zhang Heng tumbling off the stage. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, Zhang Heng lacked the necessary defenses, feeling a sharp pressure in his chest before being propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Yu Qianheng remarked, So you thought you could predict my movements? Quite simple, really. From the moment you stepped onto this arena, your focus was solely on me. I became your bait, and you were bound to attack based on my movements. I understand my own trajectory better than you ever could. Did you think I was merely reacting in panic to your assaults? You were mistaken. I discerned your predatory desire from the very look in your eyes. In this arena, every individual is both hunter and prey. Hearing Yu Qianheng's words, Zhang Heng felt a pang of disbelief as the hunter-s instinct he prided himself on led to his downfall. A surge of resentment and disappointment welled within him, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After delivering his speech, Yu Qianheng did not look back but confidently descended from the stage. The 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy's team erupted into cheers, applauding Yu Qianheng. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, amidst the celebration, pondered whether his own opponent possessed similar abilities to counter him. Before long, it was time for Douluo Yin to take the stage. Her opponent was a formidable attack-type soul master, a tall man whose spirit was the fire leopard, boasting a strength level of 36. Upon entering the arena, the fire leopard soul master, noticing Douluo Yin's youth and femininity, regarded her with disdain. Little sister, perhaps you should step down. I wouldn't want to hurt you unintentionally. He laughed boisterously. Confronted with the mockery and lewd teasing, Douluo Yan's killing intent ignited, and without hesitation, she unleashed her second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. In an instant, the Fire Leopard Soul Master was rendered immobile, collapsing to the ground without even having summoned his spirit. While Douluo Yan's soul skills may not have appeared particularly effective against Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, this was merely due to their extraordinary prowess. Against an opponent of this caliber, even the likes of Yu Feng and others would have fallen swiftly. Thus, the battle concluded under the astonished gaze of the host. Following this, Yu Feng, Shimo, and Shimo took turns entering the arena. In their respective battles, the Shimo brothers adopted a cautious strategy, mirroring each other's moves. They began with a defensive approach, enduring until their opponent's soul power was exhausted, remaining steadfast in the center of the stage without releasing a single soul skill. Remarkably, their opponents, despite possessing higher soul power levels, ultimately succumbed to defeat. After the matches concluded, the Shimo brothers exchanged casual pats on the shoulder, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor as they exited the stage, with Shimo even casting a scornful glance at his opponent. That look sent a shiver down the spine of the defeated opponent, who lamented inwardly, "What kind of monstrosity have I encountered?" The combat speed of Yu Feng has accelerated further. With the rapid strikes of his wind-belled bird martial spirit, his opponent surrendered before the excitement could even unfold. Of course, it was primarily due to the fact that Yu Feng's adversary was merely a 32nd level assault spirit master, whose rank and speed were inferior to Yu Feng's. Adhering to the philosophy of diligent cultivation for future gains, he was unwilling to make a futile sacrifice and thus conceded without hesitation. Finally, the time arrived for Tang Yuan to take the stage. As he ascended the arena, the crowd remained silent, with only faint whispers echoing in the air. Is he still a child? He appears considerably younger than the previous combatants. Could he also be a spirit master? Perhaps he merely looks young. However, considering his appearance, even reaching the rank of spirit master at such an age would signify remarkable talent. What talent? Just look at his attire. He seems to be a disciple from a prestigious family, likely bolstered by elixirs, and perhaps he flaunts his status at school and home. But is he merely seeking humiliation in this grand arena? Moreover, why is he wearing a mask? Could it be that his face is scarred? But enough of that. The opponent has entered the arena as well. Tang Yuan stood calmly at the center of the arena, observing his opponent's arrival with keen scrutiny. The individual before him possessed a shifty demeanor, characterized by beady eyes that gleamed with a lewd glint as he cackled mockingly. "Are you just a little brat here to hand out points?" At that moment, his spirit, the hedgehog mouse, was summoned, revealing a small golden needle that floated gently in his grasp, radiating a brilliant golden light. 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, 3 yellow ones, indicating an imperfect configuration. Tang Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Whether you receive points depends solely on your ability to earn them." Before the match, Tang Yuan deliberately reviewed his opponent's profile. This adversary, known by the codename Hedgehog Mouse, is of the 37th level, for levels above Tang Yuan. Contrary to his moniker, his martial spirit is neither a hedgehog nor a rodent. Rather, it is a diminutive golden needle, presumably the very one before him. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Hedgehog Mouse lashed out with a fierce lick of his tongue, proclaiming, "You are quite arrogant, young one. Although this contest forbids lethal blows, weapons are indiscriminate. Should you inadvertently find yourself confined to a bed for the remainder of your life, do not blame me." Tang Yuan discerned the veiled threat in his words, yet remained unperturbed, smiling faintly as he replied, "Very well, I shall observe." Upon uttering these words, Tang Yuan promptly summoned his martial soul, the death book radiating a brilliant golden light, manifesting behind him. A yellow and 2 purple soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet. The appearance of these soul rings elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, who had not anticipated such profound depth from Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, the opponent, the Hedgehog Mouse, felt a jolt of surprise upon witnessing an unprecedented soul ring configuration. Yet he harbored no fear. Rather, he was filled with boundless exhilaration, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To trample such a talent beneath his feet was indeed a delightful sensation. The host, observing the 2 competitors poised for battle, feigned a dramatic flair and declared, "It seems that a fierce clash has arisen between the combatants. The soul rings of the Grim Reaper contender have surpassed the perfect configuration, yet his adversary, the Hedgehog Mouse, boasts of 4-level superiority. Thus, I shall not prolong the wait. Could this be yet another thrilling contest? Let us await the spectacle." With that, the soul duel commenced. No sooner had the words left his lips than the hedgehog mouse and Tang Yuan struck simultaneously. The first soul skill, Golden Needle, flashed forth. The first soul skill, Soul Snatch. Both combatants unleashed their abilities in an instant, as Tang Yuan's Soul Snatch siphoned the hedgehog mouse's bodily functions. The Golden Needle had already transformed into a stream of golden light, hurtling towards Tang Yuan's eyes. As Tang Yuan's foot shifted, his figure immediately flickered and vanished without a trace. The hedgehog mouse let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "You wish to compete with me in speed?" With a sudden roar, he unleashed his second soul skill, splitting light and shadow. In an instant, the Golden Needle split into 2, then into 4, and subsequently into 8, rapidly transforming into a myriad of needle-like shadows, cascading down upon the arena like a torrential downpour. Tang Yuan was sprinting at full speed, observing every movement of the hedgehog mouse with clarity. He initially intended to close the distance and knock the creature off the stage with a single blow. However, plans often falter in the face of change, and the hedgehog mouse's maneuver momentarily thwarted Tang Yuan's intentions. Yet, this limitation was merely temporary. Tang Yuan felt a surge of excitement within him. Fortunately, the Wuchang Chuihan step had attained the realm of impermanence. Otherwise, he would still be in a rather passive position. With a single thought, Tang Yuan's feet seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, deftly darting left and right, advancing and retreating, skillfully evading the barrage of flying needle shadows. To the astonishment of the hedgehog mouse, Tang Yuan's evasive maneuvers appeared to foresee the trajectory of the needle shadows, each time seeming on the verge of being struck, yet unexpectedly sidestepping at the last moment. Although these needle shadows, having diversified into myriad forms, significantly diminished in offensive power and might prove ineffective against a defensive soul master like the Shijia brothers, they still posed a certain threat to a control-type soul master like Tang Yuan. A single needle might not inflict serious injury upon him, but a multitude could certainly transform him into a sieve. Yet, in this moment, not a single needle from the hedgehog mouse managed to graze the hem of Tang Yuan's garment. Faced with such a predicament, the hedgehog mouse could not help but grow anxious. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, he exclaimed, "Are you a coward? Is dodging all you can do?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, I shall not evade." No sooner had the words left his lips than the hedgehog mouse felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his waist, as a formidable force propelled him into the air. Before he could stabilize himself mid-flight, a blur appeared before him. It was Tang Yuan, sporting a gentle smile, delivering a kick to his abdomen. The hedgehog mouse barely had time to utter a word before being sent sprawling out of the arena by Tang Yuan's powerful strike. As he fell, the haunting visage of Tang Yuan's serene smile lingered in his mind, a smile that now seemed more terrifying than that of any demon. Chapter 54. The unexpected VIP treatment. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena. The spectators gazed in astonishment at Tang Yuan, who stood gracefully, having effortlessly eliminated the hedgehog mouse. Though Yu Tianheng and his companions had previously displayed commendable performances, the audience found it hard to reconcile the fact that Tang Yuan, seemingly several years their junior, had so easily vanquished the previously formidable hedgehog mouse. Coupled with his exceptional soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, and the air of mystery lent by his mask, Tang Yuan became the undeniable focal point of the event. The host, displaying little astonishment but rather palpable excitement, proclaimed, "I announce that the victor of this match is none other than the King of Death." Instantly, the silence that had blanketed the arena evaporated, replaced by an eruption of fervent cheers from the audience. "King of Death! King of Death! King of Death!" After the 7 departed from the 8th Soul Arena, Qin Ming approached with a middle-aged man in tow. Upon seeing the man, Yu Tianheng exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Waran, what brings you here?" The others were taken aback. "Did Yu Tianheng know this individual?" The middle-aged man chuckled, "Isn't it because of you? A soul master from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan has appeared in this grand arena. How could I not come to take a look?" Upon arriving, "I spotted your teacher, Qin, and realized it was you who had come." Yu Tianheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was uncertain whether his performance in the earlier battle had met expectations. Growing up in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, he had always borne the weight of his elders' hopes. Now, having been witnessed in battle by his clan's elder, he worried whether he had fallen short. If they were to discover that his progress had been sluggish due to his penchant for play, he feared their disappointment might mirror that of his own uncle. This feeling bore a semblance to the trepidation one might feel upon returning home. Yu Tianheng cast a glance at Tang Yuan, regretting not having requested a mask from his teacher to don for the match. Tang Yuan was taken aback, looking at me in confusion. Yu Tianheng withdrew his gaze, perhaps contemplating the futility of his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, as even 10 layers of masks would prove ineffective. At that moment, a large hand patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. I just witnessed your soul battle. Your practical experience and combat awareness are commendable, not much inferior to your father's in his prime. Keep up the good work." Yu Tianheng was momentarily stunned, but soon joy filled his heart, as he recalled that warm yet stubborn figure, silently vowing, "Uncle, I shall meet your expectations." The others remained oblivious to Yu Tianheng's unusual demeanor. At this juncture, the middle-aged man addressed Qin Ming, saying, "Teacher Qin, the children have just undergone a battle and must be weary. I have arranged a VIP lounge for them, which will serve as your team's exclusive resting area in the Grand Soul Arena. Please follow me." Knowing the connection between Yu Tianheng and the Grand Soul Arena, Qin Ming did not hesitate to respond, "Thank you, Elder Wuran." The group followed the middle-aged man to a spacious lounge, lavishly adorned. Although not particularly large, it was more than sufficient for a team and featured a screen the size of the wall, capable of broadcasting live battles from any arena within the Grand Soul Arena. Additionally, there was a vast floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the enormous battle arena outside. "Good heavens! We can watch the fights in the main arena directly from here," Yu Feng exclaimed. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Indeed, this VIP lounge is situated within the main arena, providing a direct view of the battles." Qin Ming interjected, "Elder Wuran, this seems rather extravagant." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, "Teacher Qin, you are being too modest. Tianheng is the heir of our blue lightning tyrant sect. It is only natural for him to use this lounge, which belongs to us. It remains unused otherwise." Qin Ming nodded, accepting the explanation. The 7 members of the team, however, were brimming with excitement and curiosity. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Ming and encouraging Yu Tianheng once more, the middle-aged man took his leave. Once he departed, the 7 members gathered, and Yu Feng immediately began his inquiries, asking Yu Tianheng, "Hey, boss, is that your uncle? What is his status in the Grand Soul Arena?" Yu Tianheng shot him a glare, retorting, "What are you doing? Conducting a census?" Yu Feng shrugged, Fine, I won't ask anymore. Yin Yin, you take over." Dugu Yin rolled her eyes at Yu Feng and turned to Yu Tianheng. "Tianheng, is he really your uncle?" Yu Tianheng nodded and explained, "Yes, he is my father's cousin, named Yuan. He primarily manages external affairs for our sect and is currently the spokesperson for the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect in the Grand Soul Arena across the continent. I had heard he was in the Star Luo Empire and rarely returned, but I didn't expect to run into him." "Wow, a spokesperson for the entire continent!" Yu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Tianheng confirmed, "Yes, the Grand Soul Arena was established by the 7 great families, and each sect has a representative and a manager for each major city's arena." The usually reticent Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 7 great families possess a depth that is unmatched by ordinary forces. At that moment, Shurimo chimed in, "By the way, boss, I heard you have another uncle?" Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Tang Yuan interjected, "What? Tianheng, you have another uncle? How come I haven't met him during my visits to your home over the years?" Dugu Yin echoed the confusion. "Yeah, Tianheng, you never mentioned him." Yu Tianheng sighed, "Indeed, I have another uncle, but I haven't seen him in many years. It's a long story, best left untold. I can only blame myself for not being more ambitious." At that moment, several attendants entered the lounge, bringing an assortment of fruits and snacks. The sight of the delicacies ignited their appetites, and the fatigue from the earlier battle was swiftly forgotten, as they disregarded the identity of Yu Tianheng's uncle and rushed to indulge in the treats. Yu Tianheng, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "You bunch of rascals. After all my contemplation, you prioritize food over friendship?" With that thought, he decided not to let his teammates off easily and join the fray for the delectable offerings. Qin Ming observed with a pot of hot tea, not intervening. Once they had eaten their fill, he gathered them to analyze their battle errors. After a month of intense training, the 7 members of the team had significantly improved. Qin Ming refrained from excessive commentary, encouraging them to explore and comprehend on their own. Although they had not yet reached his expectations, their performance was commendable compared to that of ordinary soul masters. After discussing some major errors and analyses, Qin Ming announced, "You've completed your one-on-one soul battles today. Next, it's time to register for the team battles." Upon hearing about the team battles, the group was instantly invigorated. They had yet to participate in genuine team combat, Their prior experiences had only involved coordination with Qin Ming alone. The prospect of engaging in real battles as a team electrified them. Qin Ming, observing their eager expressions, smiled. Before we embark on team battles, we need to come up with a name for our team. Yu Feng, glancing at the treats on the coffee table, had a sudden inspiration, raising his hand. Since we just devoured so many delicious cakes, how about we call ourselves the Cake Team? Yu Tianheng shot him a disapproving look and delivered a light slap to his head, saying, "All you think about is food." Yu Feng pouted. It was just a joke. Yu Tianheng continued, "I propose we call ourselves the Victory Team after our 7 consecutive wins today." The others gazed at Yu Tianheng in disbelief, as if questioning whether he had ever been properly reprimanded. Douluo Yin turned her head away, muttering, "I don't know him. I don't know him." Yu Tianheng, noticing the bewildered stares from his teammates, felt a bit flustered and awkwardly added, "Just a suggestion, just a suggestion." At that moment, Qin Ming interjected, "We're here to prepare for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy in over 2 years. Representing our academy as the Heaven Do Royal Academy team. In the Grand Soul Arena, how about we call ourselves the Royal Battle Team?" Upon hearing this, the group unanimously agreed that Royal Battle Team sounded far more impressive than Cake Team or Victory Team, and they enthusiastically chimed in, "Yes, let's go with Royal Battle Team." With the name settled, Qin Ming led the 7 members to the registration desk. Under the swift and efficient operation of the staff, the Royal Battle Team was officially established in the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. Shortly after registration, the staff announced, "Royal Battle Team, your opponents have been successfully matched. The 5 Elements 8 Kings team." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What a peculiar team name this is." Douluo Yin chuckled softly and remarked, "Is the captain of this team lacking in judgment to choose such a name?" The others burst into laughter at once. Yu Tianheng laughed so hard that he could hardly stand upright and said, "Those in the know are aware it S8 Kings, while those who are not might mistakenly think it S Turtle." Qin Ming observed the 7 of them and could not help but frown, stating, "Laughter is fine, but do not underestimate your opponents." Upon hearing this, the group instantly ceased their laughter, apologizing, "Teacher Qin, we are sorry, we understand our mistake." Qin Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead turned to the staff member and asked, "Do you have any information on this 5 Elements 8 Kings team?" The staff member smiled slightly, replying, "Yes, but it will cost 10 gold coins." Just as Qin Ming prepared to pay, a manager-like individual approached, patted the staff member on the shoulder, and said, "They are esteemed guests entrusted by Elder Wuran. Treat them well." The staff member was taken aback, nodded, and turned back to Qin Ming with a courteous smile, saying, "Sir, here is the information you requested." Qin Ming was momentarily startled, but understanding that it was a special arrangement by Wuran, he accepted it. Chapter 55, The 5 Elements 8 Kings Battle Team. The manager stepped forward and said, "Esteemed team leader, Elder Wuran has instructed that all necessary information for your team will henceforth be provided free of charge." Qin Ming nodded appreciatively, smiling warmly. "Thank you very much." Upon returning to the lounge, Yu Tianheng asked, "Teacher Qin, what is the situation with our opponents this time?" Qin Ming gathered everyone together and said, "With half an hour remaining before the match begins, I will share some insights about the 5 Elements 8 Kings team." The group settled into attentive silence, eager to hear what Qin Ming had to say. Qin Ming continued, "The 5 Elements 8 Kings team consists of 7 members, currently boasting a record of 9 wins and 4 losses, with a victory rate exceeding 50%, making them formidable adversaries." At this point, Douluo Yin asked, "Teacher Qin, since the 5 Elements 8 Kings team comprises 7 members, what do 5 Elements and 8 Kings signify?" Yu Feng, hearing Douluo Yin's words, struggled to contain his laughter while observing Qin Ming's stern expression, nearly causing himself internal injury from suppressing his mirth. Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance at Yu Feng and continued, "According to the information, the team consists of 2 Assault-type Soul Masters, 2 Agile-type Soul Masters, 1 Control-type, along with 1 Support and 1 Defense-type Soul Master. This diverse combination of Soul Masters with varying attributes indeed renders them exceedingly powerful. If a Soul Master team of the same rank were to face them, the chances of winning would be almost non-existent." As for the terms 5 Elements and 8 Kings, 5 Elements refers to the 2 Assault-type Soul Masters whose martial souls are the Xuanhua Wolf and the Golden Blade, while the Defense-type Soul Master's martial soul is the Earth Bear, the Control-type Soul Master's martial soul is the Ghost Vine, and one of the Agile-type Soul Masters possesses the martial soul known as the Ice Snowbird. The term 8 kings signifies that the 7 members, along with their leader, total 8 individuals. The group suddenly understood. Tang Yuan inquired, if their strength is indeed formidable, why have they encountered 4 defeats? Qin Ming replied, observe their soul power. It is uniformly at level 35. In the grand arena of soul battles, opponents are categorized by their soul power ranks. Since they possess a soul master within their ranks, they are matched against teams of the same caliber. Additionally, this is contingent upon the rank of their battle badges, and as they currently hold iron badges, they are thus able to be matched with your team. Tang Yuan nodded. Yu Tianhing inquired, Teacher Qin, are there any individuals in this team that we should pay special attention to? Qin Ming responded, that is an excellent question. Within this team, particular focus should be directed towards the control-type soul master wielding the ghost vine martial spirit. This is self-evident. Furthermore, we must also be vigilant regarding a soul master who possesses the wind deer martial spirit. According to the data, this wind deer soul master has demonstrated the ability to turn the tide of battle several times when the team was on the brink of defeat. We must not underestimate them. The others nodded, contemplating thoughtfully. Qin Ming smiled and said, all right, this is your first true team battle. Do not let your guard down. But do not be overly anxious either. Perform to the best of your abilities. Now, go and prepare. In unison, they responded, understood. Before long, it was time for the match. The 7 members of the Huangdou team proceeded to the 3rd soul fighting arena for their team battle. Upon arrival, they noticed that the audience here was far more numerous than at the previous 8th arena. Tang Yuan mused, indeed, team battles are far more captivating than individual ones. As the host announced the commencement, both sides ascended the platform. The opposing 5-element 8 kings team was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Huangdou team. As the data had indicated, none of the members appeared to be over 20 years of age. At this moment, Yu Tianheng, within the Huangdou team, stated, we will initially adhere to the original strategy. Sure Mo will provide support while Sure Mo protects Ling Ling Yufeng will disrupt their control-type soul master. Given my elevated soul power level, it will be no problem to restrain their 2 assault-type soul masters for a duration. Xiao Qi, you will collaborate with Yufeng to eliminate that support-type soul master at the first opportunity. Yin, provide support for Xiao Qi and Yufeng. We have reviewed the data, and they will have certainly studied ours as well, so we must remain vigilant, especially towards Ling Ling, who will undoubtedly target you first. The group nodded solemnly, each extending their right hand to stack atop one another, unified in their chant, let us give it our all. At this moment, both sides took their positions, and the host proclaimed loudly, now, both teams have taken to the stage, one being this month's rising star, the 5-element 8 kings team. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Tang Yuan mused to himself, it appears that this team enjoys considerable popularity. The host continued, on the other side, we have the newly joined Huangdou team. A hush fell over the arena, punctuated by a few scattered cheers. Yu Tianheng and his companions remained unfazed, while Du Guyan let out a cold snort, proclaiming, we shall show you our true prowess in due time. The host, feeling somewhat awkward yet accustomed to such moments, swiftly remarked, all right, without further ado, let us witness who will emerge victorious today. Tang Yuan distinctly observed that as the host uttered the phrase who shall claim the deer, a young soul master with azure hair across from him twitched slightly. At that moment, Yu Tianheng proclaimed, allies, let us unleash our martial souls. No sooner had he spoken than the royal battle team began to release their martial souls. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, the emerald-scaled serpent, the book of life and death, the black tortoise, the 9-heart sea peach, and the wind chime bird, each illuminating the ground beneath them with their respective golden and purple soul rings. 2 gold and 1 purple. 2 gold and 1 purple. The perfect configuration of soul rings ignited a fervor in the arena, as it is a rare occurrence for an entire team to possess such flawless soul rings. The excitement escalated to a thunderous roar when they noticed the soul rings rising beneath Tang Yuan's feet. 1 gold and 2 purple. How could this be possible? Astonishingly, the royal battle team possessed a prodigy. Even the opposing 5-elements 8 kings team could not help but regard Tang Yuan as the most formidable threat. For a soul ring configuration of 1 gold and 2 purple had never been witnessed before. Seeing the royal battle team activate their martial souls, the 5-elements 8 kings team, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly summoned their own. As the records indicated, 5 martial souls representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. The Xuanhua wolf, the golden blade, the ice and snow bird, the earth bear, and the ghost vine. Additionally, a wind deer, which the royal battle team had closely monitored, made its entrance, followed by a ruby martial soul, typically a type that enhances the attributes of soul masters. Although Qin Ming did not specify, Yu Tianheng still positioned the auxiliary soul master of the ruby martial soul in the prime spot. As both teams had activated their martial souls, the host declared, "I announce the commencement of the soul battle." With those words, the 7 members of the royal battle team took their designated positions according to their prior strategy, while Yu Feng charged forward to confront the ice and snowbird soul master, who had also surged forth from the opposing team. The two ascended into the air and commenced their fierce exchange of attacks. Yu Feng, though often unreliable, demonstrated a commendable steadiness in battle. Upon engaging the ice and snowbird soul master, both parties skillfully executed offense and defense, neither able to penetrate the other's barriers, let alone breach the defensive perimeter. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan initiated his third soul skill, the other shore, bestowing it upon Yi Lingling and Shurimo. The members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team were left in perplexity, questioning why a control-type soul master was bestowing a soul skill upon his own allies. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yuan was assured of his strategy. This soul skill connected Yi Lingling and Shurimo, ensuring that even the most trivial of attacks could not harm a single hair on Yi Lingling's head. After employing the skill, Tang Yuan shouted, "First soul skill, soul seizure." A flash of black and white light surged across the arena, and in an instant, the soul master of the wind deer felt nearly half of his bodily functions diminish. At this moment, Tang Yuan's soul power level is that of a soul master, possessing the first soul skill, soul capture. When unleashed, it can diminish the enemy's physical capabilities by 40%. When this energy is returned to him, he will retain half of that absorption, resulting in a significant increase in his speed, albeit with little enhancement to his attack power. It appears that this wind deer soul master lacks offensive strength, yet possesses commendable speed. However, at this moment, Tang Yuan thought to himself with a smirk, simultaneously executing the unchanging soul pursuit step, advancing alongside Yu Tianheng. As they neared the enemy's defensive perimeter, upon witnessing Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng's arrival, the Golden Blade Soul Master rushed forward to intercept Yu Tianheng. First soul skill, armor breaking kill. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The clash between the Golden Blade and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus unleashed a fierce gust of soul power. Just as this occurred, the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master charged towards Tang Yuan, bellowing, "You arrogant brat." First soul skill, Lone Wolf's Pride. As his voice resonated, the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master was enveloped in a blaze of dark fire, a faint glow emanating from his body. At this moment, both his speed and attack power surged dramatically as he extended his wolf claw towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan murmured, "Is it a soul skill that enhances attributes? I shall evade." Tang Yuan sidestepped to evade the attack of the Xuanhua Wolf. At that moment, the Wind Deer Spirit Master seized the opportunity and charged forward, declaring, "First soul skill, Deer Antler Whirlwind." The Wind Deer Spirit Master's physical capabilities had significantly diminished, causing his speed to wane considerably. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind coalesced around the antlers atop his head, sweeping towards Yi Lingling, Douluo Yin, and the Shijiao brothers of the Imperial Battle Team. Shurimo shouted, "Is the first soul skill meant for area damage? Truly formidable. Quickly, come behind me." First soul skill, Hard Armor. At this, Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling promptly took refuge behind Shurimo, standing shoulder to shoulder. Shurimo and Shurimo both unleashed their first soul skill, Hard Armor, to counter the violent whirlwind. Yet, the whirlwind was exceedingly ferocious. The two held their tortoise-shell shields firmly in front, resolutely defending, as the tempest could not breach even an inch. Chapter 56, Intensity. However, the Deer Antler Whirlwind unleashed by the Wind Deer Spirit Master was not as powerful as Shurimo and Shurimo had anticipated. They expected a prolonged resistance. But to their surprise, the whirlwind dissipated in mere moments. With the force dissipating before the tortoise shell, Shurimo stumbled, nearly losing his balance and becoming a laughingstock. The opposing Spirit Masters were momentarily stunned, and the Golden Blade Spirit Master, witnessing this, sternly admonished the Wind Deer Spirit Master, "What are you doing?" The Wind Deer Spirit Master's complexion turned pale as he replied, "That masked brat possesses some strange ability. My attack power, speed, and defensive capabilities have all diminished by nearly half." The Golden Blade Spirit Master's expression grew grave as he commanded, "Wolf King, deal with him." The Xuanhua Wolf Spirit Master's eyes gleamed with bloodthirst, licking his lips as he proclaimed, "Watch closely, I shall feast upon his flesh and bones." No sooner had he spoken than the Xuanhua Wolf Spirit Master launched himself towards Tang Yuan. Despite clad in heavy armor weighing 200 pounds, Tang Yuan's speed was not to be underestimated, having absorbed 20% of the Wind Deer Spirit Master's physical capabilities. His swiftness was beyond the reach of a powerful attack-type Spirit Master. After chasing in circles for a while, the Xuanhua Wolf Spirit Master could not catch up, his fury mounting as he shouted, "Wood King, provide me support." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Vine Spirit Master called out, "Understood." First soul skill, Binding. His first soul ring suddenly blazed bright, and several menacing black vines erupted from the Ghost Vine Wuhuan, swiftly darting towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan let out a disdainful sneer. Moving deftly amidst the ghostly vines, dodging left and right, he inwardly scoffed, "Humph, I fear not even a storm of golden needles. How could I be daunted by these insignificant ghostly vines?" Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, the ghostly vines grew longer and more numerous, encircling him with their serpentine tendrils, gradually confining him to the innermost circle of their grasp. Tang Yuan suddenly realized the precariousness of his situation. Having been overly complacent moments ago, he now found himself with no retreat. "Remain calm," Tang Yuan silently roared within, urging himself to remain composed, diligently striving to calm his tumultuous mind. Just as he endeavored to attain tranquility and seek a solution, he heard the ghostly vine soul master bellow, "Second soul skill, Ghost Vine Growth." Suddenly, the ghostly vines encircling Tang Yuan began to sprout numerous branches at an astonishing pace. The branches extended further and further, and in an instant, the number of ghostly vines around him surged to twofold, then fourfold, and then eightfold, forming an immensely vast and resilient wooden net that ensnared him completely. Before the first wave of peril had subsided, a new threat emerged. At that moment, the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master charged towards the wooden net, roaring fiercely as he raised his wolf claw, ready to strike Tang Yuan with deadly force. Second soul skill, Shattering Claw. As the sharp, flame-laden wolf claw loomed larger in Tang Yuan's vision, it seemed poised to rend him apart. At that critical juncture, two voices rang out. Second soul skill, Azure Scales Blue Poison. Third soul skill, Flying Armor. In a heartbeat, a mist of azure scales and blue poison surged towards the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. The Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master faltered, evidently affected by the numbing effects of the blue poison, his movement slightly delayed. In that fleeting moment, the flying armor of Shimo arrived, shattering the wooden net that had ensnared Tang Yuan into fragments. Tang Yuan, having extricated himself from peril, immediately unfurled his form and executed the unchanging pursuit step, his speed surging dramatically. With a swift kick aimed at the waist of the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master, a vulnerable point for those possessing wolf-like martial souls, he unleashed the full force of his right leg like a whip. The Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master was struck with considerable impact, sent hurtling far away and crashing beyond the confines of the arena. The host's voice boomed at that moment. What a spectacular scene. A member of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team has been eliminated by the Death King of the Emperor Do team. The arena erupted into thunderous cheers and shouts. Meanwhile, the battle between Yufeng and the Ice Snowbird Soul Master raged on in the air, remaining fiercely contested and evenly matched. Tang Yuanzheng intended to rush forward to offer assistance when he suddenly encountered several thorny vines appearing before him. He halted, sidestepping to evade them. In that fleeting moment, a soft command echoed. Second soul skill, Power Amplification. It was revealed that the Ruby Soul Master from the 5 Elements 8 Kings battle team had commenced the enhancement of their soul abilities. At that moment, a crimson radiance enveloped the members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Feeling an exhilarating surge of power, the Golden Blade Soul Master laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is nothing extraordinary. You have been dominating me, but now it's my turn." With a fierce declaration, he unleashed his third soul skill, Rending Light Slash. The Golden Blade Soul Master raised his blade high above his head, and with a mighty shout, he swung it down towards Yu Tianheng. Unyielding, Yu Tianheng responded with a powerful roar. Third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. In that instant, blue-purple electric energy coalesced around him, emanating a formidable aura that radiated outward, causing his golden hair to billow. His eyes transformed entirely to a brilliant blue-purple, flickering with electric sparks, and his claw-like hands seemed to embody boundless strength. With his dragon-like claws clenched into fists, he propelled his fists forward like a dragon, charged with fierce electric energy, directly countering the golden blade. The collision erupted with a resounding bang, sending shockwaves of soul power that made the arena tremble slightly. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying backwards. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Golden Blade Soul Master, Blade King. The other members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team exclaimed in unison. At that moment, the Golden Blade Soul Master could hear nothing. He felt as though his hands no longer belonged to him. As soon as he clashed with Yu Tianheng, an overwhelming force surged through him, leaving his hands numb and causing his blade to tremble violently, splitting the skin of his palms. His arms were dislocated by the immense power, shoulders sagging, and he felt a constriction in his chest. Unable to withstand the force, he was propelled far away. Of course, Yu Tianheng also sustained minor injuries, feeling only a slight pressure in his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuan swiftly approached the Ghost Vine Soul Master, diminishing the latter's soul power by 30% and absorbing half of it for himself. Tang Yuan felt his soul power recovering somewhat. Seizing the moment when the Ghost Vine Soul Master was momentarily dazed, he accelerated, aiming to eliminate the Ghost Vine Soul Master from the competition. With his right leg whipping like a lash, he struck fiercely towards the Ghost Vine Soul Master. At that moment, the opposing Earth Bear Soul Master charged forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Ghost Vine Soul Master, and bellowed, Third Soul Skill, Earth Barrier. Before Tang Yuan, a formidable and towering earthen wall abruptly manifested, separating him from the Ghost Vine Soul Master. Caught off guard, Tang Yuan struck the wall with such force that he created a gaping breach, sending debris flying as the wall trembled violently. At that moment, the Wind Deer Soul Master surged forward with great speed, unleashing his second soul skill, Gale Impact. Tang Yuan caught a glimpse of a pale blue shadow rushing towards him from the side. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly invoked his first soul skill, Hard Armor. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yuan beheld a flash of green light as Shimo appeared at his side, utilizing his turtle shell to deflect the assault from the Wind Deer Soul Master. Well done, Brother Shimo. Concurrently, an astonished cry erupted as the auxiliary Ruby Soul Master was pushed back by Yu Tianheng. Just as the Ruby Soul Master teetered on the brink of elimination, he unleashed his third soul skill, Windbreaker Kill. Suddenly, the ethereal image of the Wind Deer's martial spirit behind the Wind Deer Soul Master radiated brilliance. With its antlers expanding severfold, a pale blue light materialized, and sharp blades of wind coalesced upon the antlers, propelling the Wind Deer Soul Master forward with unprecedented swiftness. The wind blades surged towards Yu Tianheng at an incomprehensible speed. Sensing the surge of soul power behind him, Yu Tianheng attempted to evade, but it was too late. His speed could not match that of the wind blades. In a moment of haste, he could only raise his dragon claw to shield his chest. At that very instant, the wind blades struck, and Yu Tianheng felt their razor-sharp assault and the overwhelming impact of their velocity. Pain reverberated through his hands, numbing his arms. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuan immediately moved to initiate a rescue. However, he was unexpectedly intercepted by several whips of vine. Meanwhile, Shimo was engaged with the opposing Earth Bear Soul Master, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Moments later, Yu Tianheng was struck by a blade of wind, sent sprawling to the ground, sustaining some injuries. Fortunately, his dragon claw possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Otherwise, his hands would have been severed by the wind blades. Tang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible. How can you possess such incredible speed? The Wind Deer's Spirit Master sneered but remained silent, charging towards Yi Lingling at an astonishing velocity. At that moment, Yi Lingling was casting her healing spirit skill, enveloping the members of the royal fighting team in a verdant glow. Yu Tianheng immediately felt a comforting warmth wash over him, significantly restoring his soul power and alleviating the pain in his arms. The Wind Deer Spirit Master was remarkably swift, far surpassing Tang Yuan's current speed. And in the blink of an eye, he had breached the rear of the royal fighting team. Without hesitation, Mo positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Lingling. Just then, the Wind Deer Spirit Master pivoted, gliding past Mo and hurtling directly towards Yi Lingling. Second spirit skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. Du Yin gasped in alarm and promptly unleashed her second spirit skill, which had a paralyzing effect. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan sprinted back with all his might, determined to intercept the Wind Deer Spirit Master. However, his speed could not match that of the Wind Deer Spirit Master, and despite his confusion over the sudden disparity, he cast aside his distractions and focused solely on his retreat. Yu Tianheng, even slower, was unable to provide any assistance, while Yu Feng and Mo were both restrained and unable to disengage. At this moment, only Mo, Yi Lingling, and Du Yin remained in the back. After the Wind Deer Spirit Master darted past Mo, it was too late for him to turn around and defend. Douluo Yan's second spirit skill was just released. Yet the blue poisonous mist had not yet reached the Wind Deer Spirit Master. A cold smirk crept across the Wind Deer Spirit Master's lips as Yi Lingling's figure loomed larger in his vision. A calm voice echoed, "Second spirit skill, Gale Impact." Meanwhile, Yi Lingling was still in the midst of completing her healing spirit skill. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Yi Lingling forcibly interrupted her skill, turning to raise her hand in defense, only to be met with a powerful force that sent her staggering backward. Yet, despite the strength of the impact, her formidable defense allowed her to withstand it, though she was pushed back several steps before managing to regain her balance. The Wind Deer Spirit Master was utterly incredulous, looking as though he had seen a ghost, stammering, "How is this possible?" Before he could finish, a foul, acrid mist filled his nostrils, and he felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, rendering his body heavy and weak. However, he was no ordinary individual. In a matter of moments, he regained his composure, shocked at the unexpected resilience of a support-type spirit master, yet still able to muster his soul power. A peculiar force surged through his right foot, restoring his speed as he attempted to flee. As he moved, the Wind Deer Spirit Master suddenly collided with an unyielding barrier, feeling a tremendous jolt in his right shoulder that left him dizzy and breathless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a green tortoise shell obstructing his escape route. His rapid speed caused him to crash into it, nearly disassembling him. Realizing the dire situation, he prepared to flee again. However, before he could act, a blur appeared before him, and a colossal force struck his back. It was Tang Yuan, who had arrived and unleashed all his strength to kick the Wind Deer Spirit Master away. The Wind Deer Spirit Master soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the arena wall outside the ring, leaving behind a dent shaped like a person, debris cascading around him. "No, this is impossible. They are cheating. Referee, I report them for cheating." This outcry came from the Ghost Vine Control Spirit Master, the last remaining members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team being the Ruby Support Spirit Master, the Ghost Vine Control Spirit Master, the Ice Snow Bird Agile Attack Spirit Master, and the Earth Bear Defense Spirit Master. As the Royal Fighting Team stood firmly on the stage, with Yi Lingling, who had sustained minimal damage, they remained unshaken. Even after enduring the Wind Deer Spirit Master's powerful strike, Yi Lingling was relatively unharmed, merely experiencing a slight obstruction in her vitality. The host inquired, "Member of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team, are you accusing the Royal Fighting Team of cheating?" The Ghost Vine Spirit Master stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, they are cheating. Their support Spirit Master must have used special drugs or tools. Otherwise, how could they withstand our Wind King's blow?" Turning to the Royal Fighting Team, the host asked, "Do you have any defense against this allegation?" Yu Tianheng took a step forward, stating, "Host, this is simply the effect of our spirit skills. We cannot divulge further details, and we ask for your understanding." The Ghost Vine Spirit Master sneered, "What spirit skill? Clearly, you have employed some special technique and still dare to argue." Tang Yuan cast a glance at the Ghost Vine Soul Master and said, "Esteemed brother, if you possess any evidence, please present it. If not, shall we proceed?" The Ghost Vine Soul Master's complexion turned ashen, and he exclaimed in anger, "You." Tang Yuan disregarded him and inquired, "Host, are there regulations regarding match pauses at the Grand Soul Arena?" The host replied, "Certainly not. However, if there are suspicions of cheating from the Royal Battle Team, I may request a pause in the match." Upon hearing this, the Soul Master of the Ghost Vine became incensed and declared, "Indeed, they are indeed suspected of cheating. I request a pause in the match so that the officials of the Grand Soul Arena may conduct an investigation." Tang Yuan smiled gently and inquired, "Is that so? Are you firmly asserting that we engaged in deceit?" The Ghost Vine Soul Master let out a cold chuckle and replied, "Anyone present can attest that when the Wind King launched an assault on your support-type Soul Master, your support-type Soul Master retreated several paces. Have you ever witnessed a support-type Soul Master possessing such formidable defensive capabilities?" The audience murmured in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions, each contributing their thoughts in a flurry of whispers. Tang Yuan took a few steps forward and smiled, saying, "Good." The Ghost Vine Master was taken aback and retreated 2 steps, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Tang Yuan shrugged and said, "Aren't you curious why our auxiliary spirit masters possess formidable defensive capabilities? Allow me to enlighten you with my 3rd spirit skill, the Other Shore." As the dual radiance of black and white erupted forth, it instantaneously bound the Ghost Vine Spirit Master and the Ice Snowbird Spirit Master together. The Ghost Vine Spirit Master felt an immediate surge in speed, eliciting uncontainable joy. Yet he had scarcely registered this change when Tang Yuan bellowed, "Tianheng, lend me your assistance." Yu Tianheng responded affirmatively, "All right." Consequently, Yu Tianheng dashed to Tang Yuan's side. Whereupon Tang Yuan leaped into the air. Yu Tianheng swiftly grasped Tang Yuan's ankle and, with a gentle flick, propelled him like a piercing arrow towards the ice snowbird spirit master suspended in midair. Tang Yuan, not wishing to reveal his radiant abyss wings just yet, had no choice but to rely on Yu Tianheng's assistance. The ice snowbird spirit master, caught off guard by Tang Yuan's attack, was instantly alarmed and, without a moment's hesitation, unfurled his icy wings in an attempt to flee. However, Yu Feng had been anticipating this very moment and would not allow the ice snowbird spirit master to escape. In a deep voice, Yu Feng declared, "Second soul skill. Swift wind kill." With a grand display of his wings, his speed surged, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for the ice snowbird spirit master. Just as the ice snowbird spirit master found himself ensnared, Tang Yuan arrived in the nick of time, delivering a powerful punch that struck the spirit master squarely on the cheek. The blow caused immense pain, and he plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. At that instant, the ghost vine spirit master felt an inexplicable force strike his own cheek, resulting in excruciating agony as he too fell to the earth with a resounding thud. What had transpired? Why had the ghost vine spirit master found himself on the ground? Was it a deliberate act of surrender? That seemed implausible, especially considering he had just reported the Emperor battle team moments earlier. Could it have been the lethal technique of the Death King? A cacophony of voices erupted in the arena as the audience, initially stunned, gradually grasped the situation. It was indeed the effect of the Death King's soul skill, which quelled any doubts the spectators had harbored against the Emperor battle team. As the Ghost Vine Spirit Master succumbed to unconsciousness, the fleeting moment before his mind slipped away made it clear it was not his inadequacy that led to this defeat, but rather the overwhelming prowess of his opponents. In the center of the arena, Tang Yuan gazed intently at the opposing 5 Elements 8 Kings team, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, shall we continue?" At that moment, only the Ruby Soul Master and the Earth Bear Soul Master remained on the opposing team. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's refreshing smile and the predatory gaze of the Imperial Combat Team, they momentarily froze before regaining their composure. The Ruby Soul Master swallowed hard and stammered, We concede." As soon as the words left his lips, the arena erupted in a thunderous applause, with numerous spectators cheering and shouting in excitement. The host declared triumphantly, "I announce, the Imperial Combat Team is victorious." This proclamation ignited a fervor among the audience, their chants of Imperial Combat, Imperial Combat, Imperial Combat, resonating throughout the venue. However, a few spectators who had bet on the 5 Elements 8 Kings team were filled with regret, pounding their chest in despair, lamenting their poor choice of wagers. "If only I had bet on the Imperial Combat Team to win," they sighed. Who would have thought the 5 Elements 8 Kings team would falter so easily? But then again, the Imperial Combat Team is truly formidable. Enough said. I must quickly acquire information on the Imperial Combat Team. I shall bet on their victory in the next match. I shall go too. Count me in. After the conclusion of the battle, members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team were carried away by medical personnel from the arena. Although the Imperial Combat Team had held back and refrained from full-force attacks, with the exception of the Wind Deer Soul Master, the injuries sustained were not severe. Yet a thorough examination was still necessary. As for the Wind Deer Soul Master, he bore the brunt of his reckless decision to charge into the rear of the Imperial Combat Team, intent on severely injuring Yi Lingling. Had it not been for Tang Yuan's intervention, connecting Yi Lingling with sure MO through his skill, it was likely that Yi Lingling would now be the one lying incapacitated. Tang Yuan merely returned the favor in kind. Reflecting on this, both Tang Yuan and the other members of the Imperial Combat Team felt a shiver of apprehension. Once the battle concluded, they did not linger long, despite a few ardent fans approaching for autographs. However, Yu Tianheng led the team directly back to their lounge to analyze the experiences from this battle. The lounge, being of a VIP standard, ensured they were free from disturbances. Without waiting for Qin Ming's return, Yu Tianheng convened a brief meeting to discuss the shortcomings of the recent battle, initiating the conversation which soon erupted into a lively exchange of ideas among the team members. Tang Yuan now remarked, "This time the responsibility lies primarily with me. I underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes, which led me to fall into the trap set by the control-type Soul Master. Had it not been for Brother Shi and Sister Yin, I would have likely been the first to be eliminated, and I would have suffered grave injuries." At this moment, Douluo Yin interjected, No, the main fault lies with me. My second soul skill did not achieve its maximum effect in this soul battle. Although it aided Xiao Qi, it did not disrupt the opponent as intended. As Teacher Qin previously advised, I failed to take command of the situation. Shurimo added, speaking of which, when that Wind Deer Soul Master attacked Lingling, I misjudged his movements. Otherwise, Lingling would not have been restrained. Without Xiao Qi's soul skill, the consequences would have been dire. Yu Tianheng said solemnly, indeed, you all have your shortcomings, but I too bear some blame. I engaged in a direct confrontation with their assault-type soul masters, neglecting the responsibilities of a leader to unify our team. Furthermore, I overlooked the intelligence regarding the Wind Deer Soul Master, nearly falling into a scheme. The group engaged in animated discussion. At that moment, Qin Ming returned to the room and observed the enthusiastic exchange of post-battle insights. A sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a faint smile as he silently watched from the side, choosing not to interrupt. His heart felt a bit lighter. These children were finally capable of growing on their own. Chapter 58, The Wind Demon or the Mad Demon Combination. Tang Yuan, lost in thought, remarked, however, that Wind Deer Soul Master, I distinctly diminished his physical capabilities by 40%, yet subsequently, his speed surged remarkably, even surpassing his previous velocity. It is rather peculiar. At that moment, Yu Tianheng noticed Qin Ming returning to the lounge and stood up, addressing him, Teacher Qin. The others, upon hearing, turned their heads and also rose, greeting. Teacher Qin. Qin Ming approached with a smile, gesturing for everyone to take their seats, and said, I understand that you all have numerous questions and have recognized your shortcomings. What I wish to convey is that you have performed admirably. Although your coordination still exhibits a degree of immaturity, there is ample room for enhancement. It is merely a matter of time. I firmly believe that after 2 months of intensive training, both your individual skills and teamwork will undergo a significant transformation. His words kindled a profound sense of hope within the members of the Huangdo team. Despite emerging victorious in this team battle, they felt their full potential had not been realized, and they had been restrained by their opponents, which dealt a substantial blow to their innate pride. However, they did not succumb to discouragement. Rather, they began to question themselves. Qin Ming's remarks ignited their fighting spirit even more fervently, intensifying their resolve. They became increasingly stringent in their self-expectations, acknowledging the reality that there is always a higher peak to strive for, marking a commendable growth for them. Qin Ming continued, now, if there are any unclear questions, feel free to ask me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yuan raised his hand, inquiring, Teacher Qin, why did that Wind Deer Soul Master's speed suddenly escalate so dramatically? I initially employed my first soul skill to diminish his physical capabilities, and he indeed suffered severe repercussions, yet later, the situation changed abruptly. The others turned their gazes toward Qin Ming, sharing the same curiosity, eager for him to provide clarity. Qin Ming surveyed the room and chuckled. It appears you all have questions. Instead of providing a direct answer, I encourage you to ponder what the data says about this Wind Deer Soul Master. The group fell into contemplation. Yu Tianheng spoke up. At the time, Teacher Qin, you mentioned that this Wind Deer Soul Master has the ability to turn the tide whenever his team is on the brink of defeat. Qin Ming nodded, precisely. Now reflect on this battle. Yu Feng exclaimed, yes, in this battle, it was indeed the case. They were on the verge of losing. And after that Gold Blade Soul Master was eliminated by our leader, the Wind Deer Soul Master began to show his true power, nearly eliminating Lingling in the end. Qin Ming smiled. Have you noticed any changes in the Wind Deer Soul Master before and after those events? After a moment of reflection, Tang Yuan responded, I remember now. When that Wind Deer Soul Master attacked Tianheng, his right leg seemed to glow for an instant. Could it be? Qin Ming smiled slightly and encouraged. What is it? Speak your thoughts aloud. Tang Yuanshan took a deep breath, gazing at the crowd, and declared, Soul Bone. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is a soul bone. During your battle, I meticulously observed both your team and the opposing squad. If my deductions are accurate, the Wind Deer Soul Master possesses a right leg bone, which is speed-oriented. Thus, even though the first soul skill of Xiao Qi diminished his bodily functions by 40%, the activation of the soul bone's power has exponentially enhanced his speed. This not only compensates for the previously lost velocity, but also significantly augments it. Yu Tianheng nodded in understanding. No wonder he suddenly became so formidable. His strength was entirely disproportionate to his rank. Qin Ming remarked, as I previously mentioned, most soul masters possess their own hidden trump cards, which remain unknown to their adversaries, just as each of you harbors your own secrets. No one reveals their trump card at the outset. It is only in critical moments that they unleash its full potential. Therefore, we must not underestimate any opponent. Remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. The crowd nodded in unison, responding understood. Qinming smiled and said, well, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This soul duel has greatly benefited you all, yet it requires time and practical experience to fully assimilate. For now, let us set aside these thoughts. Do you wish to engage in a 2-on-2 soul duel, or shall you return to rest? Exchanging glances, they discerned a shared resolve in one another's eyes. None of them wished to squander even a moment of opportunity. Yu Tianheng rose and declared, let us continue with the 2-on-2 soul duel. After all, we can only participate once a day, and more practical experience will be advantageous. Besides, we need to accumulate points. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of pressure. After the 1-on-1 soul duel, each of their scores fell far short of the silver soul badge. And without diligent effort, they might not even reach the copper soul badge within 2 months, let alone the silver one. Qinming nodded. Very well. You may allocate the participants for the 2-on-2 duel among yourselves. Yu Tianheng replied. Then I shall team up with Yan Yan. After all, a combination of assault and control types increases our chances of victory and helps us cultivate synergy. With that, Yu Tianheng cast an affectionate glance at Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan returned his gaze, her heart brimming with joy. The crowd erupted in playful disdain, lamenting the display of their affection, feeling as though they had been fed a dose of dog food. Hearing the teasing, Douluo Yan's face flushed bright red, the crimson hue nearly extending to her ears. And she lowered her head deeply. Tang Yuan chuckled. Come on now, Tianheng, who doesn't know? You're just concerned about Sister Yan Yan's safety, aren't you? Yu Tianheng replied anxiously. Enough, enough, enough. You talk too much. Tang Yuan made a face at Yu Tianheng, then disregarded him and turned to say, then I shall team up with Brother Shi. That way, my safety will be assured. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's jest, the crowd erupted into laughter, leaving Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan blushing furiously. Yu Feng remarked, then I will partner with Brother Shi, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. Invincible in every direction. Qinming nodded. This arrangement poses no issues. As for Lingling, Tianheng shall form a team with her. As the captain, you must become familiar with coordinating her protection. Yu Tianheng nodded. Understood, Teacher Qin. After this exchange, everyone divided into groups and proceeded to the front desk for registration. When it came time to choose names, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan opted for a striking title, the Dragon and Serpent combination. Upon hearing this name, Tang Yuan scoffed, thinking it rather fitting for a monster pairing. Besides this duo, Yu Tianheng also formed a group with Yu Lingling, although the name they chose was inconsequential and rather silly. Aligning with Yu Lingling's reticent nature, Yu Feng and Shi Mo originally intended to name their partnership the Heaven and Earth combination, though the title sounded grand. Its actual significance was rather lackluster, as Yu Feng proclaimed, one in the heavens, the other on the ground, sweeping away all foes, utterly invincible. With great enthusiasm, Yu Feng approached the front desk and announced, our team name shall be Heaven and Earth combination. The staff member checked and replied nonchalantly, that name has already been taken. Please choose another. Yu Feng's expression darkened. Shi Mo suggested, then let us call ourselves the Big Head combination. Yu Feng's frown deepened, exclaiming, Brother Shi, that's even worse. You might as well call it the Handsome Wine Demon combination. Shi Mo scratched his head, admitting, I fear that name might incite trouble. Yu Feng sighed dramatically, thinking, if we go with Big Head, I might end up hitting you first. At that moment, the staff inquired, have you two settled on a name? There are others waiting. Yu Feng sighed. Let us go with Wind Demon combination, but drop Handsome. After all, it's only me who is dashing, which doesn't fit the team as concept. Shi Mo twitched his lips. With such a slender frame, he hardly considered himself handsome, ultimately conceding, all right then. The staff swiftly recorded the name and handed Yu Feng and Shi Mo an iron badge, which bore the characters Mad Demon on the back. Upon seeing this, Yu Feng was immediately displeased, stating, you've made a mistake. It's Wind Demon, not Mad Demon. The staff retorted, well, you didn't clarify. Frustrated, Yu Feng attempted to argue further, but the staff insisted that changes were not possible. Shi Mo, feeling embarrassed, covered Yu Feng's mouth and pulled him aside, while Yu Feng emitted muffled sounds of protest, glaring at Shi Mo, already feeling ashamed, turned his head away to avoid his gaze. As for Tang Yuan and Shurimo, they chose a more subdued approach, naming their combination the Return to Origin combination, which thankfully encountered no errors. Once Yufeng regained his freedom, he dashed over and remarked, "I must say, Xiao Qi, your choice of name is rather unfortunate." Tang Yuan inquired with confusion, "What misfortune has befallen us?" Tang Yuan pondered silently. "It is certainly preferable to your madness, Yufeng remarked. "Consider this. Returning to the origin. Does it not imply a complete return to the starting point? Your points will also revert to the beginning." Tang Yuan's expression darkened as he remarked, "Yufeng, your imagination is quite prolific. Why not collaborate with the Zongzi in writing a novel?" Yufeng inquired, "What Zongzi?" Tang Yuan shrugged and replied, "It's nothing." Yufeng, somewhat skeptical, nodded in a state of confusion. At that moment, an announcement resonated throughout the hall. "Please, Dragon and Snake Duo proceed to the second battle arena for the duel." Following this, the broadcast continued. "The Madness and Demon Duo is requested to head to the 6th battle arena for the duel. The Return to Origin Duo is to make their way to the 11th battle arena for the duel." Yu Tianhing remarked, "All right, we just registered and have been quickly matched. It seems having connections is quite beneficial. I will head to the duel with Yin Yin now." Tang Yuan and the others nodded in agreement and proceeded to their respective soul arenas for the 2-on-2 battles, while Yi Lingling accompanied Yu Tianheng and Duge Yan. Chapter 59. The adorable duo. Upon arriving at the 11th soul arena, Tang Yuan observed that the 2-on-2 battles attracted even fewer participants than the 1-on-1 duels, with only a handful of spectators scattered across the stands. However, this was preferable. Otherwise, the spectacle would resemble a mere display of tricks, rendering the combat less enjoyable. As Tang Yuan pondered, he ascended the arena. Just as Tang Yuan and Shurimo took their positions upon the stage, the opposing duo of Soul Masters also made their entrance. Their combination was whimsically named the Little Cuties, a rather peculiar appellation indeed. Upon encountering their opponents, Tang Yuan and Shurimo were taken aback by the sight of two strikingly graceful and alluring young women. Recalling the information they had just perused, they recognized these two spirit masters, one a control type with a poodle as her spirit, and the other an agile attacker with a squirrel as her spirit. Although they appeared innocuous, their battle records were impressive, one boasting 11 victories and 4 defeats, the other 13 victories and 7 defeats, with both maintaining a winning rate exceeding 50%. The two women, upon noticing Tang Yuan and Shurimo, were equally surprised by their youthful appearance. The poodle spirit master offered a charming smile, casting a flirtatious glance at the two young men, and remarked, "Gentlemen, we are not particularly powerful. Would you kindly show us some mercy?" Tang Yuan was unfazed by her actions. His mental fortitude was remarkably strong, rendering such temptations utterly inconsequential to him. However, for Shimo, the situation was rather different. A hint of obsession glimmered in his eyes, yet he remained silent, his head drooping as he refrained from any response. Tang Yuan playfully nudged Shimo with his shoulder and teased, "Brother Shimo, you usually seem as stiff as a piece of wood. What has come over you now? Are you feeling the stirrings of spring? I must say, you have quite the taste. Those two ladies over there are certainly older than us. So, you fancy the mature type, do you?" Shimo, feeling increasingly embarrassed by Tang Yuan's remarks, awkwardly replied, "That's not the case at all. I merely see them as delicate women. This is a competition, not a life and death struggle, so let us not go too hard on them." Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly, revealing a certain understanding. It seemed this was indeed his true intention. Contemplating this, Tang Yuan remarked, "Brother Shur, have you forgotten the words of Teacher Qin? Do not let a moment's carelessness lead to your downfall and become a target for others." As Tang Yuan spoke, the host announced the commencement of the soul duel. At that moment, Shurimo's attention was entirely fixated on the two soul masters, rendering Tang Yuan's words unheard and unheeded. Without hesitation, he activated his martial soul, and 2 tortoise shells materialized prominently on his chest and back. Tang Yuan sighed deeply and activated his martial spirit, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the canine martial spirit of the control type soul master opposite him, not daring to show the slightest sign of laxity. Once both sides had summoned their martial spirits, the two opposing soul masters displayed remarkable swiftness. The squirrel soul master made her move in an instant. Simultaneously, the poodle soul master unleashed her soul skill. First soul skill, Charming Smile. This enchantment type skill momentarily caught Shurimo off guard, rendering him somewhat dazed. However, Tang Yuan's mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, and such a level of charm failed to affect him in the slightest. The poodle soul master, taken aback, wore a considerably grave expression, her gaze fixated on Tang Yuan. Observing Mos condition, Tang Yuan inwardly cursed and promptly declared, "First soul skill, Soul Snatch." The soul skill immediately took effect on the Squirrel Soul Master. To be candid, although the Squirrel Soul Master was an agile attacker, her speed was insufficient to pose a challenge for Tang Yuan, who, despite donning heavy armor, was significantly faster. Thus, as the Squirrel Soul Master charged at him with great speed, her every movement was laid bare to Tang Yuan's keen perception. Soul Snatch instantaneously manifested its effects on the Squirrel Soul Master, causing 40% of her physical capabilities to vanish, partially replenishing Tang Yuan's strength. Alarmed, the Squirrel Soul Master's expression shifted dramatically, and her speed diminished considerably. Witnessing this, the Poodle Soul Master grew anxious and promptly employed her second soul skill, Tail Wag. Suddenly, the second yellow soul ring beneath her shimmered brilliantly, and her dog-like tail began to sway gently. As it moved, a powerful wave of mental energy spread forth, impacting both Tang Yuan and Mo. This soul skill primarily aimed to diminish the enemy's offensive and defensive capabilities through mental power. While somewhat akin to Tang Yuan's Soul Snatch, its efficacy was notably inferior. Her tail wag skill could only reduce the enemy's attack and defense, lacking any additional effects. Furthermore, Tang Yuan's Soul Snatch was not a mental type attack, but rather an irresistible form of plunder. The Poodle Soul Master's tail wag skill, therefore, weakened the enemy's will to attack, resulting in a significant reduction in both offensive and defensive strength, which still proved quite advantageous against ordinary Soul Masters. At this moment, Tang Yuan's mental energy experienced a slight fluctuation, albeit merely a minor disturbance. Before he could even react, the soul of the Death Book had thoroughly absorbed this surge of mental power. However, Shimo was not as fortunate, still reeling from the allure of the soul technique. Smiling Bloom, and now further affected by the mental power technique, wagging tail, he found himself drooling, appearing utterly dazed. Tang Yuan let out a sigh, disregarding his surroundings. As the Squirrel Spirit Master approached him, it is worth noting that this Squirrel Master had suffered a decline of 40% in her physical capabilities due to the soul seizing technique, resulting in a significantly reduced speed and, even more so, a diminished attacking power. Logically, it would not be wise to charge recklessly at this moment. However, the Squirrel Master appeared undeterred, charging towards Tang Yuan with unwavering determination. As a Soul Master with a record of 13 victories and 7 defeats, she was not devoid of intelligence, so what emboldened her to launch such a bold attack on Tang Yuan? The answer lay in the moment when the Poodle Spirit Master unleashed her tail-wagging technique. Although Tang Yuan remained unaffected, he seized the opportunity to feign vulnerability, momentarily allowing his expression to become blank, as if he were deeply influenced by the Poodle Master's abilities. This ruse led the Squirrel Master to believe that Tang Yuan was under control, and he appeared less formidable than the robust defense of the sturdy defensive Soul Master, Graphite, making him the prime target of her assault. In a flash, the Squirrel Master unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Tang Yuan's head, her leg barely an inch away from its target. With just a half-breath, she could incapacitate him and secure his elimination. A surge of joy filled her heart as she envisioned Tang Yuan collapsing to the ground. However, in that moment of exhilaration, her vision blurred, and she felt a slender, pale hand clasping her ankle. How swift! The Squirrel Master gasped in astonishment. At that instant, Tang Yuan's previously vacant expression returned, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards her. The Squirrel Master, aghast, stammered, You are not," before she could finish her sentence. She felt her balance shift as an overwhelming force seized her ankle, using it as a pivot to fling her away. The last echoes of Tang Yuan's words lingered in her ears as he sent her flying. "Apologies, I was merely pretending." In an instant, the Squirrel Master soared through the air, landing outside the arena. Squirrel Master, eliminated. In that fleeting encounter, which lasted less than 10 breaths, the adorable team was left with only one member. The Poodle Spirit Master looked on in disbelief, while Graphite, having regained his composure, stared blankly at the stage. Graphite, still in a daze, murmured, "What is happening? How is there only one person left?" Tang Yuan Dao, "Brother Shi, you dozed off just now, so you were unaware." Mo inquired, "What about the other person?" Tang Yuan pointed outside with a pout, saying, "Look, I threw it out." Mo was taken aback for a moment, then secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking, "Brother, you are truly impressive." Tang Yuan smiled at the Poodle Spirit Master opposite him and said, "What do you think? Another adorable one, why not concede?" The poodle spirit master felt a mixture of shock and anger, quietly sneering within while feigning a pitiful expression on his face. Please, dear sir, let me win just this once. I am so frightened. Upon hearing this, before sure Mo could reveal his characteristic foolish grin, Tang Yuan chuckled and replied, surrender. Your tricks are of no use against me. The poodle spirit master, upon hearing these words, reverted to his true demeanor, no longer pretending to be weak and alluring. He smiled slightly and said, all right, how about we place a wager? Tang Yuan inquired with a hint of perplexity, what wager are we discussing? The poodle soul master playfully tossed her hair, exuding an alluring charm as she replied, are you not confident that my soul skills are of no consequence to you? Very well, if you can withstand my third soul skill, I shall concede defeat immediately, otherwise, it shall be you who surrenders. Tang Yuan was unfazed by her tactics, chuckling. We are certain to prevail. Regardless of the circumstances, you will ultimately lose. Why should I take the risk? The poodle soul master seethed with anger internally, yet maintained a facade of composure, responding with a smile, are you too afraid to accept the challenge? Tang Yuan shook his head, dismissing the provocation as utterly ineffective. He replied, to refuse to gamble is not synonymous with cowardice, is it? The poodle soul master laughed heartily and said, cowardice is indeed cowardice. A true man should not only dare to gamble but also have the courage to admit his fears. Tang Yuan chuckled lightly and said, you guessed correctly, I dare not. The poodle spirit master was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward admission from her opponent, which left her with the sensation of launching a full-force attack only to strike against cotton. Tang Yuan glanced at Shimo and said, Brother Shimo, do you understand why I engaged her in such extensive conversation, wasting so much time? Shimo shook his head and inquired why. The poodle soul master also regarded Tang Yuan with curiosity. Despite being assured of victory, why would he spend so much time conversing with her? Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with her own desires. Tang Yuan turned to the poodle spirit master and remarked, I am aware that she harbors no intentions of gambling with us. Rather, she seeks to buy time to restore her soul power. If I am not mistaken, this young lady's third soul skill likely demands a significant expenditure of soul energy. Does it not? What? Both Shimo and the poodle spirit master exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. Chapter 60. A month later, Shimo's astonishment stemmed not from Tang Yuan's insight into the enemy's motives, but from the audacity of Tang Yuan to openly articulate his understanding of their intentions. What if the enemy took countermeasures? Conversely, the poodle spirit master's surprise was more justified. She was taken aback by Tang Yuan's precise deduction of her plan and his nonchalant demeanor. Did he possess some form of assurance? Her suspicion was indeed correct. Tang Yuan had a foundation to rely upon. However, the poodle spirit master remained oblivious to this fact and dismissed it as youthful arrogance. She held unwavering confidence in her third soul skill, convinced that even if he had some support, it would be insufficient to withstand her might. With a cold smirk, she declared, your combat awareness is commendable. But should I commend your youth or chastise your arrogance? At the very moment you discerned my intentions, you failed to launch an attack. Now, my soul power has been nearly fully restored, and I am entirely prepared to unleash my third soul skill. From here on, it shall be you who faces defeat. Tang Yuan shook his head and remarked, that is not necessarily the case. Watch closely, my second soul skill, Soul Snatch. As soon as the words left his lips, the second soul ring erupted with a brilliant purple glow, and two beams of black and white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the noble canine spirit master felt an inexplicable sense of panic creeping into her heart. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she sensed her soul power rapidly draining away, diminishing by an astounding 30%, more than she had just regained after prolonging the battle. Impossible, she cried out in a piercing voice. Tang Yuan chuckled, nothing is impossible. No sooner had the words left his lips than he moved with the unchanging soul pursuit step, instantly appearing before the poodle spirit master. In an instant, the spirit master was dazzled, and there before her stood Tang Yuan, his handsome and gentle smile now appearing terrifying in her wide, astonished eyes. Before she could utter a word, a sharp pain struck her waist, and she felt her vital energy surge backward, causing her to faint immediately. After Tang Yuan deftly expelled the poodle soul master from the arena, he slowly turned around and, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, departed the stage alongside Shimo. The host was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and announced the victory of the Guiyuan duo. Shimo, however, displayed little emotion. He had grown accustomed to Tang Xiaoqi's decisive and unceremonious manner. Upon returning to the lounge, Tang Yuan encountered Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin, who had just arrived. Yet they noticed the absence of Yi Lingling. Meanwhile, it seemed that the frenzied duo of Yu Feng and Shimo were still engrossed in their battle in the soul-fighting arena. Tang Yuan inquired, "Where is Lingling? Was she not with you all?" Yu Tianheng shrugged and replied, "In a 2-on-2 soul battle. One can only partake in a single match each day. Today, it is the dragon and snake combination of Yan Yan and myself. We shall join forces with Lingling for tomorrow's duel." She had no pressing matters, so she returned to her cultivation. Tang Yuan nodded, realizing that Yu Lingling was indeed making the most of every moment in her cultivation. Yu Tianheng then inquired, "How are you all faring?" Tang Yuandao remarked, "Not bad. I encountered a soul master of the enchanting control type, yet it was swiftly resolved." Yu Tianheng playfully patted Tang Yuan's shoulder and chuckled, "Impressive, young man. You managed to avoid falling into their trap at such a tender age." Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he cast a glance at Shimo. Shimo, aware of his own performance on the field, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and thus turned his head away, aimlessly surveying his surroundings. Tang Yuan, witnessing this, chuckled as he replied to Yu Tianheng, "They are not to my taste." Yu Tianheng was taken aback for a moment, exchanging a glance with Douluo Yin. In their silent communication, they discerned an implicit understanding. Yu Tianheng softly remarked, "Could it be that?" Tang Yuan wore a look of utter disbelief and exclaimed, "Of course not." Yu Tianheng laughed heartily, saying, "I knew it wasn't, haha. What do you think we were pondering?" Tang Yuan cast a sidelong glance, secretly pondering what chaotic thoughts might be occupying their minds. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin exchanged awkward smiles. Tang Yuan inquired, "What about you? How is the situation in the 2-on-2 match?" Yu Tianheng replied with a triumphant smile, "Naturally. We emerged victorious. There was no challenge at all. One was a control type, and the other a strong offensive type. Yan Yan incapacitated them with a blue poison, and I swiftly cast them aside." Tang Yuan nodded, finding no surprise in the situation. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin were both formidable. One at level 39 and the other at 37, firmly situated within the esteemed rank of soul honors. Their exceptional talents and keen combat instincts rendered them a daunting challenge for the average peak soul honor. Competing in the Grand Soul Arena undoubtedly granted them significant advantages, as their matched opponents were all of the soul honor level, making them far from equal adversaries. Thus, their victories were naturally achieved with ease. Before long, Yu Feng and Shimo returned. Upon inquiry from Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, they recounted their initial experience in the 2-on-2 soul battle as a frenzied duo. They faced an aggressive soul master at level 38 and a supportive soul master at level 32. While neither side could claim an outright advantage, the match concluded evenly. Requiring considerable time, Yu Feng seized an opportunity to eliminate the supportive soul master, and in a 2-on-1 scenario, the level 38 aggressive soul master could not endure for long, ultimately conceding defeat after significant depletion of soul power. Yu Feng lamented, "If only I possessed that monstrous third soul skill like Xiao Qi. This battle would have been resolved long ago." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Yu Feng, only now do you remember my virtues?" Yu Feng responded with a playful grin, flattering, "What are you saying? I have always cherished your goodness, haven't I?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. After a while, Qi Ming arrived in the lounge, exchanged a few casual remarks, and soon everyone made their way back to the residence of Yu Tianheng. As they approached the entrance of the house, Yu Feng lamented, "I am so hungry." Qi Ming, with a resigned smile, replied, "We're almost there. I reckon there will be food waiting for us at home." Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, instantly lifting Yu Feng's spirits as he exclaimed, "Do you all smell that?" Yu Tianheng nodded, his expression one of keen concentration, and replied, "Indeed, I do." Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the aroma of meat." As soon as the words left his lips, he, along with Yu Feng and Yu Tianheng, sprang into action, propelling themselves towards the residence with all their might. Qi Ming, shaking his head in resignation, followed closely behind with the others. In just a few swift steps, they arrived at the house, which was perfectly timed with the dinner hour. Upon entering, they discovered that the chef from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had already prepared a lavish feast. Having fought tirelessly throughout the day, the group was significantly fatigued. Especially Yu Feng, who, disregarding any semblance of noble decorum, rushed to the table and eagerly inhaled the delightful aroma of the dishes. At that moment, Yi Lingling emerged from her room, greeting everyone warmly. Yu Tianheng, unconcerned about formalities, promptly invited everyone to take their seats and began to indulge heartily. After a day of battle, their appetites were insatiable, and the food on the table quickly vanished, plate by plate. The chef, standing by attentively, recorded the dietary preferences of the Imperial fighting team while ensuring the kitchen continuously replenished the dishes. After several rounds of replenishment, the group finally set down their chopsticks, each feeling pleasantly full and languidly resting in their chairs. Yu Feng, with a look of contentment, declared, "No more, no more, I cannot eat another bite." Yu Tianhing echoed, "I too am finished," followed by a burp. At that moment, Qin Ming interjected, "All right, after a day of combat and consuming such quantities of soul beast meat, we need to allow our experiences and stomachs to settle. Let us each return to our rooms for cultivation and ensure we retire early, as we must maintain our energy for the rigorous 2 months ahead." "Understood, Teacher Qin," the group replied in unison, dispersing swiftly to their respective rooms. In the grueling training of the Great Soul Arena, more than a month swiftly passed. On this particular day, Tang Yuan stood on the one-on-one combat platform, delivering a decisive kick that sent his opponent flying off the stage. As he regained his balance, the corners of his black attire billowed in the wind, his expression concealed beneath a mask, revealing little emotion. At that moment, the audience erupted in fervent excitement, their cheers and applause echoing endlessly. The host, equally exhilarated, proclaimed, "This is a moment to witness a miracle. The Death King has once again triumphed over his opponent. Let us cheer for him." The crowd responded with an uproarious crescendo, chanting, "Death King, Death King, I love you. Death King, you are so handsome. You are my idol. Death King." Initially, the audience for the one-on-one battles was modest. But since Tang Yuan's consecutive victories had garnered him fame, his fan base expanded exponentially. Whenever he engaged in combat, whether in one-on-one bouts, two-on-two skirmishes, or as part of the Imperial fighting team, seats were always filled to capacity. While one-on-one and two-on-two matches drew decent crowds, team battles often saw tickets selling out, as other members of the Imperial fighting team, including Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan, also attracted considerable attention. However, aside from Yu Tianhing, none of the other members boasted as large a following as Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan wore a mask, the contours of his face could not be concealed. Coupled with his graceful figure during the soul battle and his clean-cut victories, he captivated many spectators profoundly. On the other hand, Yu Tianheng, possessing formidable strength and standing at the pinnacle of soul respect, boasted over 100 consecutive victories without a single defeat. With his handsome appearance and extraordinary charisma, he was also a prominent member of the renowned Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, which naturally won him the admiration of numerous female fans. Consequently, the gathering of their 7 admirers rendered it impossible for them to be accommodated in the Soul Arena, leading to many protests from the audience. With the intervention of Yu Wuran, as the Royal Battle Team advanced to the Bronze Soul Battle Team, the majority of their battles were arranged in the Grand Soul Arena, an imposing spectacle unmatched by any except for a few established teams. Over the course of more than a month, Tang Yuan and his companions in the Royal Battle Team endured countless soul battles, engaging in one-on-one duels, two-on-two skirmishes, and team battles daily, totaling 3 matches each day. This rigorous regimen exhausted the Royal Battle Team, subjecting them to a relentless cycle of mechanical combat and training. Chapter 61. Invitation Tournament of the 5 Element Academies. Under such intense training pressure, each member of the Royal Battle Team experienced substantial improvements. Starting with Tang Yuan, his soul power level surged by 2 ranks in just over a month, reaching level 35. Given his prior accumulation of strength, this advancement was not unexpected. As for the others, however, there were no notable enhancements. The Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique remained at the perfected 4th level, and it would not elevate until the acquisition of the 4th soul ring. As for the judge's death sword, it had not been touched since the commencement of the 2nd phase of training. Apart from soul power, the only other advancement came from the Wuchang pursuit step. However, as Tang Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, this technique became increasingly challenging to enhance through external means. After breaking through to a minor realm and attaining the major success of the 5th level over the past month, he felt that the heavy armor he wore had minimal impact on his progress. Adding hundreds or even thousands of pounds would yield little benefit. From the 5th level of the Wuchang realm onwards, the influence of external forces became negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean. At this stage, a deeper understanding of nature and the essence of all things was required for further advancement. Tang Yuan has yet to reach such a level, however. During this 2nd phase of training, his combat prowess has significantly improved. His fighting skills have become second nature, and his ability to adapt on the battlefield has led him to faintly grasp the threshold of a new realm, one that he can attain with the passage of time. Over the past month, at the Great Soul Arena, Tang Yuan has achieved remarkable success, boasting a record of 117 victories and 5 defeats. Those 5 losses were to opponents who were peak soul masters at level 39, predominantly skilled in agile and defensive techniques. At that time, Tang Yuan was still at level 33, and his opponents possessed extensive practical experience, ultimately exhausting his soul power and forcing him to concede. Of course, his adversaries were not without their struggles, as they too were nearly depleted of soul power. Had it not been for Qin Ming's prohibition on using the Judge's deadly sword, which limited his offensive capabilities, Tang Yuan's strength would have rendered the soul master level insufficient against him. With his formidable swordsmanship, he would have remained invincible. Since breaking through to level 34, he has not suffered another defeat, and upon reaching level 35, his strength has become even more formidable. This impressive record of 117 victories has earned him 3,985 points, allowing him to complete the second phase of training ahead of schedule and attain the Silver Soul badge. However, Tang Yuan is not the first to achieve the Silver Soul rank. That honor belongs to Yu Tianheng. With a soul master strength of level 39 and the unparalleled beast martial soul of the strongest attack type, Yu Tianheng has swept through the Great Soul Arena's competitions without a single loss, effortlessly ascending to the Silver Soul rank after 93 victories. Due to Yu Tianheng's accomplishments, the Royal Battle Team has also been elevated to the Silver Soul Team. Although the other members have yet to reach that rank, their strengths have all improved. The current levels of the Royal Battle Team members are as follows. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, level 39 attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Douluo Yin, Martial Soul, Emerald Python, level 38 control type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, level 38 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, level 37 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Windbell Bird, level 36 agile attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Yilingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, level 35 support type tool Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Tang Yuan, Martial Soul, Book of Life and Death, level 35 control type tool Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple. Everyone has progressed, but the most significant improvement lies in their practical experience. After another half-month, the 2-month intensive training period concluded, and every member of the Royal Battle Team received the Silver Soul badge without exception. Qin Ming granted them a few days off, and without hesitation, Tang Yuan vanished early the next morning. His objective was simple: to explore the entirety of Heaven Do City in search of food. On the first night, Tang Yuan returned, rosy-cheeked and inebriated, well past midnight. While everyone else slumbered, Yu Tianheng happened to awaken and noticed Tang Yuan stealthily climbing over the wall, reeking of alcohol. Filled with curiosity, Yu Tianheng quietly concealed himself in the shadows before springing out to confront Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer as Yu Tianheng, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "Tianheng, you nearly frightened me to death." Yu Tianheng glanced around to ensure the coast was clear before whispering, "What have you been up to? Why do you reek of alcohol?" Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "I haven't done much, just wandered around, and when I stumbled upon delightful food and drink, I couldn't resist indulging a little." Yu Tianheng's expression darkened, and he replied, "I must say, you are rather inconsiderate." Tang Yuan stuck out his tongue and said, "All right, I shall return earlier next time. I simply lost track of time while enjoying my drink." Yu Tianheng shook his head and replied, That is not what I meant. You went out for drinks without inviting me. That is rather inconsiderate." Tang Yuan was taken aback for a moment and then said, "All right, I will go out again tomorrow. Will you join me?" Yu Tianheng replied, "Of course. How could I not? However, it shall be just the two of us, without anyone else. I know a place in the north of the city that serves roasted soul beast meat. The flavor is quite delightful." Tang Yuan Dao, "Shall it be just the two of us? What if they inquire about it?" Yu Tianheng surveyed the surroundings once more before responding. "Let us simply say that we are returning to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to retrieve some items. It is imperative that Yin Yin remains oblivious to our plans. Otherwise, I would face dire consequences." Moreover, the others are not to be trusted. Yu Feng has a loose tongue. The Shiao brothers are excessively reticent, and Ling Ling would certainly never accompany us. Thus, it is far more prudent for the two of us to embark on this journey alone. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, but if this matter comes to light, do not tell Sister Yin that I was the one who brought you. For I cannot withstand her venomous wrath. Rest assured." Yu Tianheng playfully punched Tang Yuan, sensing something amiss, and inquired, "Where is your heavy armor? Why are you not wearing it today?" Tang Yuan shrugged and remarked, "Having reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, this item is of little use. I shall simply remove it and store it in the soul guiding device." Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement and replied, "All right, let us return. With the stench of alcohol clinging to you, it is best not to let them discover it. Otherwise, our plans for tomorrow may encounter obstacles." Tang Yuan let out a tipsy hiccup and said, "Do not worry." A few days later, every night without fail, two shadowy figures would scale the wall, both reeking of alcohol. It was none other than Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng. For the past few days, they had ventured out early in search of delectable treats, only to return in the dead of night. What was initially intended as a one-day excursion had spiraled into an escapade. As both gentlemen became disoriented the moment they indulged in spirits, days slipped by like fleeting moments, and their nightly revelries became merely a minor interlude. One morning, as everyone was enjoying breakfast, Zhou Kong entered and addressed Yu Tianheng, saying, "Young Master Tianheng, there is someone outside who has delivered an envelope, claiming it to be an invitation." "An invitation?" Yu Tianheng set down his bowl and took the envelope from Zhou Kong. All eyes turned to the envelope in Yu Tianheng's hand. As he began to open it, he mumbled, "What invitation could this be? Those noble young lords from Tiando City are unaware of my residence here." Zhou Kong explained, "The individual mentioned that he could not find you at the academy, but happened to see you at the Welcoming Tavern last night and followed you back." Du Guyan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "The Welcoming Tavern? What is this Welcoming Tavern?" Yu Tianheng suddenly chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Chi, what did you do at the Welcoming Tavern yesterday?" Tang Yuan was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. And he awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, is that so? Ah, I see. I was suddenly overcome by hunger yesterday and happened to buy some food along the way." Du Guyan glanced at Yu Tianheng, her brows furrowing slightly. "Is that the case?" Yu Tianheng replied gravely, "Indeed." Upon witnessing the precarious situation, Tang Yuan immediately exclaimed, "Tianheng, what invitation is this? Open it and take a look." Yu Tianheng hastily replied, "Ah, yes, I shall open it right away. Haha. Who would send an invitation so early in the morning?" After speaking, Yu Tianheng glanced at Du Guyan, noticing her focus entirely on the envelope, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. As he opened the envelope, Yu Tianheng extracted the letter, which indeed turned out to be an invitation, prominently featuring the embossed golden characters, "Friendship Invitation Tournament of the Five-Element Academy." The mention of the Five-Element Academy's Friendship Invitation Tournament left Du Guyan momentarily taken aback. Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered that Feng Xiaotian mentioned there would be a friendly invitation competition among the 5 major elemental academies in 2 months, and he wanted to challenge us." Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, I recall it too. Teacher Qin, what are your thoughts on this?" Qin Ming replied, "Initially, I intended to take you to another main city for the soul battle, but with this invitation competition on the horizon, it would be prudent to participate in that first. Afterward, we can proceed to the other main city." "Participating in a soul battle in another main city?" Yu Feng inquired, puzzled. Qin Ming affirmed, "Indeed. We shall embark on our journey in 7 days. The invitation competition among the 5 major elemental academies is just the day after tomorrow. Let us complete that first, and then we can venture to the other main city for the soul battle. The main goal is to expose you to the formidable warriors of the outside world." Yu Feng further questioned, "But Teacher Qin, if we are to consider strength, shouldn't our Heavendo city have more powerful warriors than the other main cities? Why must we venture out?" Qin Ming shook his head. "It is not the same. There are always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond our realm. Many formidable warriors, who remain obscure, conceal themselves in smaller cities, remaining unassuming and absent from the imperial capital." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "I believe it is a good idea." Yu Tianheng added, "All right, let us first participate in this so-called 5 Elements Invitation Tournament, and then we shall set off. It is rather stifling in Tiando City. It would be nice to go out and explore." After this statement, the Imperial battle team unanimously agreed. Chapter 62, Extreme Attributes and Balanced Attributes 2 days later. Qin Ming led the Imperial battle team, fully prepared for departure. Yu Tianheng inquired, Teacher Qin, has the academy been informed? Qin Ming nodded and replied, yes. I reported to the education committee on the day I received the invitation. Chief Dream Machine will also be attending today to observe. Yu Tianheng expressed his astonishment. What? Elder Meng is going too? This is merely a minor exchange competition. How could it attract such high-ranking officials from our academy? Qin Ming shook his head with a smile and explained, the Five Elements Academy extended an invitation to Elder Meng as well. It is not just him. I have also heard that His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, will be present to witness the event. You all must perform splendidly and uphold the prestige of our academy. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng was even more astonished, exclaiming, the Crown Prince is attending too? The Five Elements Academy certainly wields considerable influence. Tang Yuan inquired, Brother Tianheng, what kind of person is the Crown Prince? I have never heard any news about him before. Yu Tianheng replied, You, the fervent cultivator, how many people do you truly know? Aside from us present here, you are only acquainted with Feng Xiaodian. Tang Yuan curled his lips in disdain and remarked, Aren't I acquainted with that candy seller Old Li, the pastry vendor Aunt Zhang, and the roasted meat seller Sun Erling? Listening to Tang Yuan enumerate a long list of names, it seemed they were all engaged in the sale of various edibles. Yu Tianheng sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. You, with such lack of ambition, what else can you do besides indulge in food? Tang Yuan gazed innocently at Yu Tianheng and remarked, Cultivation. Yu Tianheng's lips twitched slightly as he turned his head away, choosing to ignore him. Tang Yuan turned to Qin Ming and inquired, Teacher Qin, what is the situation with the Crown Prince? Qin Ming replied, His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, is the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire. He has chosen Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as his mentor. His martial soul is that of a swan, a noble lineage within the imperial heritage of the Tiando Empire. However, this Crown Prince is remarkably discreet, rarely leaving the palace, and in recent years, he has not been seen utilizing his martial soul. It is indeed peculiar that he would attend such a modest exchange competition among the 5 great elemental academies. Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, I see. I have been studying at the Royal Academy of Tiando for over 5 years, and yet I have never heard any information regarding this Crown Prince. Yu Tianheng added, Oh, you ought to venture outside more often. Every day is either spent in cultivation or dining. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan grew anxious and exclaimed, You are the one to speak. Just as he began to voice his thoughts, he felt a large hand cover his mouth, rendering him speechless in an instant. Yu Tianheng firmly clasped Tang Yuan's lips and remarked, You see, Xiao Qi, eating is indeed a good thing. You've been so diligent in your cultivation that it pains me, haha. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Tangg Yuan, who was preoccupied with her soul guide device, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Qin Ming observed Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan with a bemused shake of his head, smiling as he said, All right, enough of the antics. We are almost there. So I urge you to remain vigilant. This year's 5-Element Academy is replete with prodigies. If all proceeds as expected, both the Xinyun Academy and the Qihua Academy are likely to secure spots in the top 5 of the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies. We must not underestimate our opponents. Our primary purpose for attending this invitational tournament is to gain insight into our rival strengths. Knowing ourselves and knowing our enemies is the key to victory. At this moment, Yu Tianheng released his grip on Tang Yuan, disregarding the fierce glare he received, and inquired, Teacher Qin, is it truly as extraordinary as you say? I think Feng Xiaodian is quite capable, but can anyone else compare to him? Qin Ming replied, Indeed, few can match Feng Xiaodian's prowess. However, each individual possesses unique strengths. In certain aspects of teamwork or personal combat, others may not necessarily fall short of him. Ultimately, the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies primarily emphasizes team battles. Yu Tianheng nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. Tang Yuan inquired, Teacher Qin, what is the situation of the 5 Elements Academy? Could you share some insights with me? Qin Ming smiled and nodded, responding, Tianheng mentioned that you are a fervent cultivator, and it seems there is some truth to it. It appears that you are the only one here who is unaware of the true essence of the 5 Elements Academy. Tang Yuan nodded awkwardly and said, I don't know much. Qin Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, All right, let me explain. Thus, Qin Ming began to elaborate. Within the Tiando Empire, 5 prestigious Soul Master Academies stood out: Thunder, Blazing Fire, Divine Wind, Heavenly Water, and Elephant Armor. Each of these academies specializes in one of the 5 major elements. The Thunder Academy focuses on lightning, the Blazing Fire Academy on flames, the Divine Wind Academy on wind, the Heavenly Water Academy on water, and the Elephant Armor Academy on earth. These 5 elements sustain the 5 academies, which is why they are collectively referred to as the 5 element academies. In earlier times, theories regarding extreme attributes and balanced attributes were proposed. Tang Yuan had come across a book on this subject in the library of the Tiando Royal Academy, wherein the significance of both extreme and balanced attributes was effectively discussed, outlining their respective advantages and disadvantages. The book also documented that various factions on the continent held differing views on this matter. Some advocated that soul masters should focus on mastering a single attribute to its utmost potential. The 5 element academies indeed represent this perspective, as each academy maximizes the potential of its chosen element. Conversely, others argued that soul masters should cultivate a balanced array of attributes to minimize weaknesses. However, many who adhered to this ideology ultimately faced failure, as among them, true geniuses were exceedingly rare. Even the gifted found it challenging to master all attributes without leaving any vulnerabilities. Ordinary soul masters were even less capable. Consequently, this approach not only failed to reduce weaknesses but also inadvertently created significant flaws, as every attribute harbored its own weaknesses, making them easily suppressed. On the other hand, individuals who chose to refine a single attribute to its extreme, while also possessing their own vulnerabilities, could harness the strength of that dominant attribute to shield the weaknesses of the others. Thus, as long as the extreme attribute was sufficiently powerful, it could, to some extent, enable one to become a formidable soul master. Beyond these 2 theories, there exists a faction that emphasizes personal excellence while advocating for team balance. This faction is the Spirit Hall, which, notably, is also the current ethos of the Royal Combat Team. After Qin Ming finished explaining, Tang Yuan gained a fundamental understanding of the 5 element academies. Soon, the Royal Combat Team and others arrived at the entrance of the 5 element academies. Tang Yuan gazed in awe at the magnificent expanse of architecture before him, exclaiming, "Wow! I never realized that the 5 Elements Academy was all situated together. I had assumed they were spread far apart. Yet, I had previously overlooked this grand complex." Just then, a figure emerged from the entrance of the academy, clad in a dark blue outfit with short silver hair. It was none other than Feng Xiaotian. He leaned casually against a pillar, arms crossed. Upon noticing the arrival of the Dao Emperor battle team, Feng Xiaotian approached with a menacing smile curling at the corners of his mouth, remarking, "I thought you all might lack the courage to show up." Yu Tianheng retorted with a cold smirk, "If we hadn't come, it would have been quite embarrassing for you to wait here." At this moment, Tang Yuan wore a cheerful expression as he approached, greeting, "Senior Feng, it's good to see you well." Feng Xiaotian, deliberately ignoring Yu Tianheng, was taken aback by Tang Yuan's clean demeanor and sunny smile, stirring a surge of irritation within him. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what had prompted such a change in the lad's disposition today. The last time they met before the tavern, he had been far from this amiable and warm. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yuan had been inebriated during their previous encounter, his drunken state compelling him to provoke anyone in sight, a misfortune that Feng Xiaotian had to endure. Feng Xiaotian remarked, "What schemes are you concocting this time, you rascal?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a wry smile gracing his face as he remarked, "What ideas could I possibly have? I merely came to greet you." Feng Xiaotian, however, remained unconvinced. With a dismissive snort, he disregarded the members of the Huang Do team and approached Qin Ming directly, saying, "Teacher Qin, everything is ready. Please follow me." Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement and led the Huang Do team alongside Feng Xiaotian into the academy. They arrived before an exceedingly spacious and imposing edifice. Tang Yuan gazed upward, estimating that this structure surpassed even the branch arena of the Great Fighting Soul Arena in size, although it could not compare to the main arena. Feng Xiaotian guided the Huang Do team into the building, navigating through its corridors for some time before arriving at a door adorned with a card that read, "Lounge of the Tiando Royal Academy." Yu Tianheng smirked, thinking to himself, "Well prepared, aren't we? Were they not so eager to teach us a lesson? Why all this courtesy?" Yet, Yu Tianheng failed to grasp that this was merely a matter of maintaining appearances. After all, it was a prestigious academy, and a certain level of hospitality was expected for guests, even if they might soon engage in a life-and-death struggle. In fact, the Tiando Royal Academy placed even greater emphasis on such formalities than the 5 elemental academies. However, Yu Tianheng seldom involved himself in academy affairs. Aside from training with the Huangdo team, he spent most of his time in the company of Douluo Yin, being a few years younger than Feng Xiaotian. His experiences were naturally fewer. Qin Ming pushed the door open, only to find the room empty. Sensing Qin Ming's confusion, Feng Xiaotian smiled and explained, "Teacher Qin, Elder Ming from your esteemed academy has an urgent matter and cannot attend. He entrusted us to you for handling the affairs of the Tiando Royal Academy in his absence." Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging the information. Feng Xiaotian continued with a slight smile. "In half an hour, we kindly ask you to proceed to the viewing platform in the arena, where seats have been arranged for the Tiando Royal Academy." "Understood. Thank you," Qin Ming replied. Feng Xiaotian offered a farewell and departed, but before leaving, he shot a glare at Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, leaving the two utterly speechless. Tang Yuan Dao. "Tianheng, this little white-haired fellow has quite the temper." Yu Tianheng snorted coldly. "Indeed, just wait and see how I'll pull his white fur out." Tang Yuan's gaze was resolute as he nodded firmly, exclaiming, "Yes." Chapter 63. The Prince's Invitation. Meanwhile, in another lounge, a refined middle-aged man clad in white and a remarkably handsome young man were present. Outside the lounge, two guards stood, suggesting that the individuals within were of considerable stature. The middle-aged man spoke. "Qinghe, it has been a while since you left the palace. Is it appropriate for you to attend the invitation tournament of the Five Elements Academy?" The handsome young man replied with a smile, "Uncle Ning, it is nothing to worry about. As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, I must familiarize myself with the rising talents within our realm. For the future of the empire relies on them." The middle-aged man nodded. "That is indeed true, but bringing two guards along may not be entirely safe." The young man reassured him, "No worries, for you are with us, are you not?" The middle-aged man chuckled in resignation, saying, "As a sole sage of the support system, what assistance can I truly provide?" The young man countered, "Your presence is invaluable, and I believe that both Senior Bone and Senior Jian are nearby, correct?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, but smiled wryly. "It seems nothing escapes your notice." These two individuals were not ordinary. The elegant middle-aged man was Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects on the Douluo Continent. The handsome young man was Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Qinghe inquired, "Uncle Ning, I heard that the battle team from the Tiando Royal Academy has also arrived?" Ning Fengji affirmed, "Yes, led by Qin Ming from the Tiando Royal Academy." Qinghe remarked, "Qin Ming? I have heard of him. He is known as the second youngest sole emperor in history. It is indeed a pity for him to be a teacher." Ning Fengji responded, "Indeed. I have heard that you attempted to recruit him, but he declined." Qinghe laughed, "Yes, but it wasn't a complete refusal. His dream is to educate others. And as long as he remains at the Tiando Royal Academy, it is no different from being at the royal palace." Ning Fengji gazed at Qinghe, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. "Indeed, Qinghe, your mindset has matured significantly." Qinghe maintained a serene smile, a calm expression akin to the gentle sunlight of spring. However, unlike Tang Yuan's warm and radiant smile, Qinghe's was more subdued, yet equally illuminating. "Uncle Ning, why not invite the students from the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team to meet us?" Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I heard from Elder Ming of the Tiando Royal Academy that they have discovered an extraordinary talent who entered school as an 18th rank soul master at the age of 6. Qinghe's interest was piqued. "Really? Such a prodigy exists?" Ning Fengji chuckled. "Yes. The initial reaction was far more incredulous than yours. An 18th rank at 6 years old, how could that be? However, it turns out the child is indeed genuine, which is astonishing." Qinghe's eyes sparkled momentarily, lost in thought. After a while, he asked, "Is it true that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's Yu Tianheng and the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo are also in this battle team?" Ning Fengji nodded. "Indeed, that young man from the Yu family is the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team, and the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo, named Douluo Yin, serves as the vice-captain." Qinghe inquired, "What is the name of the 6-year-old 18th rank student?" Ning Fengji considered before replying, "Oh, his name is Tang Yuan." "Tang Yuan?" Qinghe mused, "I have not heard of him, but if Yu Tianheng encounters the Thunder Academy in this invitation tournament, it will indeed be a spectacle." After their conversation, they decided to invite a few members of the royal battle team to meet them, summoning the guards outside to fetch Qin Ming and others. At this moment, in the lounge of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yufeng exclaimed, "What? Boss? Your cousin is at the Thunder Academy?" Yu Tianheng covered his ears, responding, "What is so surprising?" The Thunder Academy has always been supported by our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Feng sighed. This is big news. Boss, what is your cousin like? Yu Tianheng shrugged. His name is Yu Tianxin. I haven't been in contact with him for quite some time. Beyond that, I am not sure. I heard he is the captain of the Thunder Academy's battle team now. Before Yu Feng could continue, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Qin Ming rose to open it and found a guard clad in armor. Good day. May I assist you? Qin Ming inquired. The guard performed a standard knightly salute, stating, Esteemed members of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Crown Prince requests your presence. The Crown Prince? The members of the Royal Battle Team exchanged glances. Puzzled by the reason for the Crown Prince's summons, Qin Ming quickly regained his composure, smiling at the guard. Very well, we shall go at once. The guard gestured, please. Qin Ming led the Royal Battle Team, following the guard to the lounge where Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji awaited. Upon entering the lounge, they immediately sensed that it was significantly larger than their prior one. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji, they were momentarily taken aback. Qin Ming bowed respectfully, Your Highness. Master Ning. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. Xue Qinghe greeted warmly. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Qin. Please, everyone, take a seat. I merely wish to meet the future pillars of our Tiando Empire, so there is no need for formality. Upon hearing this, the group obediently found their places to sit. Tang Yuan discreetly observed Xue Qinghe. It was his first encounter with Xue Qinghe, and aside from his handsome and refined appearance, which subtly emanated an air of nobility, he bore little distinction from the common populace. Moreover, he perpetually wore a warm smile that made him remarkably approachable. While Tang Yuan scrutinized Xue Qinghe, the latter was likewise assessing the members of the Royal Battle Team. Xue Qinghe nodded and remarked with a smile, Truly, you are the elite of the Tiando Royal Academy. To achieve such accomplishments at a young age is indeed commendable. Qin Ming responded, Your Highness, you flatter us. Xue Qinghe replied with a grin, This is but the truth, not flattery. Teacher Qin, please do not be overly modest. Qin Ming, smiling helplessly, said, Indeed. Xue Qinghe then inquired, May I ask which one of you is Tang Yuan? At this, everyone turned their gaze toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how this prince had heard of his name. As he noticed the collective gaze of the crowd resting upon him, Xue Qinghe also redirected his attention. Upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily stunned. Earlier, Xue Qinghe had overlooked the striking youth before him. But now he beheld a young man of exceptional grace and extraordinary charm. His starry eyes sparkled brilliantly, and within his azure pupils lay the essence of the cosmos, both resplendent and gentle. A sapphire-like mane adorned his head, accentuated by a crimson ribbon, emanating an air of unrestrained elegance. At that moment, Tang Yuan's eyes met Xue Qinghe's, and he remained oblivious to the latter's astonishment. Instead, he offered a gentle smile. And in that fleeting instant, Xue Qinghe felt as though a warm, soothing breeze had enveloped him. Regaining his composure, Xue Qinghe returned the smile and remarked, It seems you must be Tang Yuan, am I correct? Tang Yuan nodded and said, Indeed, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe smiled and remarked, as Elder Ming predicted, He is truly a remarkable figure, possessing extraordinary talent. Tang Yuan was taken aback. It turned out that it was the Dream Machine Grandpa who had spoken to him. He replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. Xue Qinghe shook his head and said, There is no need for modesty. In my eyes, all 7 of you are undoubtedly gifted individuals. To achieve the rank of Soul Master at such a young age is a clear indication of your boundless potential. You should consider participating in the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy 2 years hence, correct? As the team captain, Yu Tianheng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he replied. Xue Qinghe continued, After participating in the elite competition, despite your youth, your extraordinary abilities will surely lead to your graduation, won't they? Yu Tianheng glanced at Qin Ming before responding, Yes, once we reach the rank of Soul Sect, we will be able to graduate from the academy. Xue Qinghe scanned the 7 individuals and inquired, After graduation, would you be interested in serving the Empire? What? Both the members of the Royal Combat Team and Qin Ming were taken aback. To solicit them so openly upon their first meeting, Ning Fengji felt a pang in his heart. Alas, he was a step behind, as he too wished to express that his 7-treasure glazed tile school also needed talents like them. Yu Tianheng replied, I apologize, Your Highness, but I am from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and must return to my family after graduation. However, you should ask the others for their opinions. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, That is only natural. The Tiando Empire shall always be good friends with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Dugu Yin spoke up, Your Highness. I cannot decide on this matter myself. I must consult my grandfather. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly and remarked, the renowned poison Douluo is well known. Having such a grandparent is indeed a blessing, and it is wise to heed the teachings of one's elders. At this juncture, Xue Qinghe turned to Yufeng and the Shijiao brothers, asking, what about you two? Upon hearing this, Yufeng glanced at Qin Ming, who smiled gently, signaling him to relax. Thus, Yufeng replied, Your Highness, after graduation, I plan to return to the academy to teach, just like teacher Qin. Qin Ming was taken aback, but then shook his head helplessly. Xue Qinghe responded with a smile, Is that so? That's truly wonderful. Becoming a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy is also a form of service to the empire, considering the principal is my father. I have high hopes for you. As for the Shijiao brothers, their family was already part of the empire's nobility. It was only natural for them to serve the empire after returning to their family. Finally, it was Tang Yuan's turn. Xue Qinghe looked at him, but hesitated to meet his gaze, asking, And you, Tang Yuan? Tang Yuan chuckled, Your Highness, I shall pass. I am still quite young and plan to travel across the continent after graduation. I believe it will be several years before I consider such matters. Xue Qinghe smiled and replied, That is perfectly fine. I shall wait for you. Chapter 64. The Reputation of Nobility. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning of the words spoken to him. Was he expected to act? Was the refusal so blatant that it could not be perceived? Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe recognized the ambiguity in his own statement, though this was merely his personal interpretation. Those present would hardly find any issue with two grown men expressing sentiments such as I await you. At that moment, the door to the lounge creaked open, and an elder entered the room, addressing Xue Qinghe, Your Highness, the time is drawing near. Please proceed to the viewing platform. Xue Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Qin Ming and the members of the royal combat team, suggesting, Shall we all go together? Qin Ming bowed respectfully, responding, It would be my honor to comply. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly and led the way, with Ning Fingji following closely beside him, while Qin Ming and the others trailed closely behind. As they made their way to the battle arena, they passed through a corridor bustling with students from the Five Element Academy. Upon spotting Xue Qinghe and his entourage, many bowed respectfully, while whispers erupted among them upon seeing Tang Yuan and the others. Who are those people? Why are they following the crown prince? Judging by their attire, they must be from the Royal Academy of Tiando. Is it possible that students from the Royal Academy of Tiando are here? Don't you know? For this invitation tournament organized by the Five Element Academy, we have also invited the Royal Academy of Tiando to participate. In total, there are 6 teams competing. What? Why invite them to our Five Element Academies tournament? It was Feng Xiaoyan from Shifeng Academy who insisted on sparring with noble science. Who knows what his true intentions are? But the committee approved it. A bunch of pleasure-seeking aristocrats cannot possibly compare to us. They are probably here just to be humiliated in this competition. Indeed. With their privileged backgrounds, they are likely to play the role of mere supporting characters. As the chatter continued, the onlookers increasingly looked down on the Royal Academy of Tiando. Anger surged within Yufeng, who could no longer contain himself and was about to confront them, but De Guyan, quicker on her feet, stepped forward and shouted at the 2 most insolent speakers, What are you saying? Would you like to test our strength right now? The 2 young men were startled by the sudden appearance of a strikingly beautiful girl, hands on her hips, radiating anger. One of them scoffed, If your strength is lacking, should we be silent? Frankly speaking, you should return from whence you came. After all, you are nobility. If you cannot fight, at least someone will spare you a glance. But if you choose to come out and seek your own humiliation, then you have no one to blame. The other added with a cold laugh, Exactly. Enjoy your noble life. Why make things difficult for yourselves? Other than resting on your laurels, what capabilities do you possess? At this, the corridor erupted in laughter. De Guyan, incensed, retorted, You. She was about to step forward to teach them a lesson when Yu Tianhing restrained her, whispering, Let it go, Yin Yin. The crown prince is present. We should avoid conflict with them. Besides, we can simply defeat these self-important fools in the upcoming match. De Guyan glared at Yu Tianheng, her frustration palpable, before ultimately settling for a resentful glare at the 2 instigators. Xue Qinghe, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to observe the spectacle with keen interest. After all, in this era, the extravagant lifestyles of the aristocracy were often criticized by the masses. The Royal Academy of Tiando, as a hub for noble offspring, faced considerable condemnation for indulging in pleasures and relying on ancestral favor, rendering their students largely ineffectual. Indeed, they were not entirely wrong. The majority of students from the Royal Academy of Tiando fell short in comparison to the Five-Element Academy, a prestigious institution of advanced soul masters in Tiando City. Aside from a select few, such as those in the Royal Combat Team, most were indeed, as the public claimed, ineffectual. The noble students seemed unfazed, continuing to indulge in their luxuries without concern. To them, the criticisms from society were merely the bitter words of envious commoners. At that juncture, as the disparaging remarks were voiced openly before the 7 outstanding representatives of the Royal Academy of Tiando, Xiao Qi found it quite agreeable. In his view, more such words would only serve to fortify his perspective. Just moments before, during the altercation between Douluo Yin and the 2 students from the Five-Element Academy, Xiao Qi had unconsciously cast several glances at Tang Yuan. Among the group, Tang Yuan was the youngest, and one might expect him to be fuming with indignation even if he refrained from arguing. Yet, to Xiao Qi's surprise, Tang Yuan displayed an air of calmness, standing quietly to the side. If one were to claim he was timid, that would be a misjudgment. After all, a 6-year-old with an 18th-level spirit and an 11-year-old spirit master was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. It was inconceivable that he would lack pride. And even with a tranquil disposition, one could hardly endure such humiliation. Xiao Qi found Tang Yuan perplexing. However, in reality, Tang Yuan simply thought to himself, I am not a noble. Let them talk. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I am not like the waste they speak of. I could easily take on 10 of them. I truly do not understand why Sister Yin is so upset. Tang Yuan was unaware of Dong Yuan's thoughts as she engaged in lively conversation with Ning Fengxi ahead. Meanwhile, Dong Yuan wore a grim expression, visibly angered. While Yu Tianheng gently consoled her, asserting that he would teach the members of the Five Elements Academy a lesson when it was their turn, leaving no one unscathed. This brought some relief to Dong Yuan, who retorted, Humph, at worst, I'll unleash my third soul skill and let them see my prowess. Hearing this, Qinming quickly interjected, Yin, that won't do. You know your third soul skill is highly toxic, and you can't even resolve it yourself yet. If the members of the Five Elements Academy truly get poisoned, it would be catastrophic. Dong Yuan pouted, reluctantly replying, Well, I could just have my grandfather detoxify them. They brought this upon themselves by speaking ill of us. I want them to understand the consequences. Qinming shook his head helplessly, saying, The poison Douluo is currently unaccounted for. If he doesn't arrive in time, it would be dire. Listen to your teacher and refrain from using your third soul skill. Though Dong Yuan was reluctant, she did not wish to go against Qinming's wishes, so she sulked and replied, Fine. She was well aware of the potency of her third soul skill, the azure scale purple poison, which could inflict severe toxicity upon her enemies. Since acquiring it, she had seldom used it as its effects were beyond her current capability to unravel. Only her grandfather, Dong Gubo, could neutralize it. Thus, anyone poisoned by it, unless vastly superior in rank, would likely face death. This was precisely why she refrained from employing it. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Tang Yuan and his companions found the venue reminiscent of the Great Soul Arena, surrounded by spectator seating with a central ring and a raised platform for distinguished guests. Qinming, Xiao Qi, and Ning Fengxi were to occupy the guest area. Although Qinming lacked the qualifications to sit there, he was representing the Tiando Royal Academy in place of Meng Xinji, granting him access. Soon, representatives from the Five Elements Academy arrived to escort them to the guest platform. Xiao Qi took the helm, with Ning Fengxi seated next to him, while Qinming and the Five Elements Academy representative occupied the lower seats. The 7 members of the Royal Fighting Team, led by Yu Tianheng, proceeded to the competitors' area near the arena to await their turn. In the competitors' area, they encountered 5 teams already seated, including Feng Xiaotian, who was situated in the Shun Feng Academy section. He was flanked by several individuals clad in green attire, the members of Shun Feng Academy. However, Feng Xiaotian was oblivious to Tang Yuan and the others, as he was meditating in preparation for the upcoming match. Aside from Feng Xiaotian, Tang Yuan also spotted Hua Wu, who was adorned in a flowing red dress, accompanied by a group of similarly dressed individuals, presumably the Qihua Academy team. There were 3 other teams present. One was the Xiangjia Academy team, composed entirely of muscular men, each robust enough to rival the Shi brothers. The other team starkly contrasted with Xiangjia Academy, consisting solely of young women dressed in blue dresses, each possessing a unique demeanor, some cold and aloof, others lively and spirited, and yet others gentle and serene, leaving Yufeng utterly captivated. The final team belonged to the Lei Ting Academy. Among them, A golden-haired youth rose from the forefront and approached the royal fighting team. The members of the royal fighting team looked on in confusion, unsure of his identity. However, Xiao Han recognized him, and as the golden-haired youth drew closer, he respectfully addressed him, cousin. This revelation dawned on the rest of the royal fighting team. This was Xiao Han's cousin, known as one of the twin stars of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Xiao Xin. The other half of the twin stars was, of course, Xiao Han. Xiao Xin nodded and inquired, "Are you the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy team?" Xiao Han affirmed, "Yes." Xiao Xin nodded again, his expression inscrutable, and remarked, "Well, we shall meet on the battlefield shortly and see how much you have progressed." Without waiting for Xiao Han's response, Xiao Xin returned to his position within the Leiting Academy team. At that moment, the members of the Five Elements Academy turned their attention to the royal fighting team. Their expressions varied, each lost in their own thoughts. With a wry smile, Xiao Han led the royal fighting team to their designated spots, each settling in their respective seats. Before long, the spectator stands filled with onlookers, primarily students from the Five Elements Academy. As the commencement time arrived, an elder seated with Qin Ming and the others on the guest platform stood up. Dressed in attire befitting an elder of the Five Elements Academy, he proclaimed, "Thank you all for attending our annual invitation exchange competition hosted by the Five Elements Academy. Today, we are honored to welcome His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu. Let us give them a warm welcome." Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji rose to acknowledge the crowd, which erupted into thunderous applause. The elder continued, "Furthermore, this year, we are privileged to have the representative of the Tiando Royal Academy, Teacher Qin Ming, and the members of their team. They will compete against the 5 teams from the Five Elements Academy to vie for supremacy and showcase their talents." Upon this announcement, a sparse round of applause ensued, quickly fading into silence. The elder, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily added, "Now, let us invite His Highness the Crown Prince to say a few words." With a gentle smile, Shui Qinghe amplified his voice using soul power, addressing the audience, "Greetings, fellow students. I am Shui Qinghe. You are all talented young individuals and the hope of our empire." As he eloquently spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Tang Yuan, who was caught stifling a yawn and appearing drowsy. Amused, Shui Qinghe decided to conclude his speech, stating, "Let us eagerly await to see which of these 6 teams will emerge victorious today. I promise that the winning team will each receive a soul beast under 5,000 years from the Imperial Soul Beast Forest. We shall do our utmost to accommodate any attribute requests." This declaration sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a stir of excitement over the prospect of 5,000-year soul beasts. That represents the maximum age limit for the 4th spirit ring. In other words, the victorious team members will each receive a spirit beast that aligns with their attributes and age, which they can absorb as they break through to the rank of Soul Master at level 40. The members of the 5 elemental academies feel a surge of excitement. Should they emerge victorious, they will no longer have to worry about their 4th spirit ring and can even specify their desired attributes. While obtaining a spirit ring from a spirit beast perfectly suited to one's individual needs is a matter of chance, the spirit beast forest is under the Empire's control. And with diligent efforts, there is a substantial likelihood of finding a spirit beast that meets the requirements of the respective soul masters, particularly for the captains of the 5 esteemed teams, who are currently at the pinnacle of soul master rank. Victory would soon allow them to advance to level 40 and immediately acquire a spirit ring that is well suited to them. This prospect is, undoubtedly, a compelling temptation. Consequently, the members of the 5 major teams display expressions of joy, eagerly anticipating the challenge ahead, casting glances at the other teams that are tinged with a hint of hostility. After all, with many wolves and little prey, one must compete fiercely to secure an opportunity. Meanwhile, the Royal Combat team is equally poised and enthusiastic. Although they each have elders at home assisting them in acquiring the appropriate level spirit rings, the options that truly meet their needs are rather scarce. Thus, when the opportunity arises for the Empire to aid in hunting, who would refuse such assistance? Tang Yuan, rising to his feet, proclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, if our battle team emerges victorious, might I be granted a soul beast of 10,000 years or less?" The moment those words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Shui Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. 10,000 years? Were you not a soul master? What need would one have for a soul beast of such age upon breaking through to the 40th level of soul master? It would be beyond one's capacity to absorb. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered as voices erupted in fervent discussion. Is this member of the Imperial battle team out of his mind? Wishing for a 10,000-year soul beast, who does he think he is, aiming to ascend from Soul Master to Soul King? Ridiculous. Just look at him. He likely hasn't even reached the rank of Soul Master yet. Such youthful arrogance. Setting aside whether it be 10,000 or 5,000 years. Do you truly believe these noble scions stand a chance of victory? This is nothing short of a grand jest. Tang Yuan paid no heed to the murmurs of doubt echoing around him. He awaited Xueqing's response. He was acutely aware that with the presence of the Death Register Martial Soul, the age of his fourth soul ring would undoubtedly surpass 5,000 years. Should Xueqing assert that it fell below this threshold, it would bear no relevance to him, hence his inquiry. Coming back to his senses, Xueqing chuckled, stating, "There are scarcely any soul beasts under 10,000 years in the Empire's soul beast forest. Here's a proposition. If you emerge victorious and do not require a soul beast under 5,000 years, I shall represent the Empire and grant you a reasonable request. What say you?" This declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy. How could His Highness, the Crown Prince, retract his promise? If the Tiando Royal Academy team truly triumphed, this would be a foregone conclusion, despite the audience's skepticism about their chances. Your Highness, this is unacceptable. This fellow is clearly seeking an advantage. Indeed, Your Highness, he is deceiving you. Do not place your trust in him. Numerous loyal subjects of the Empire endeavored to expose Tang Yuan's ruse, anxious to shield their esteemed crown prince from being misled and forced into a concession. Yet, Tang Yuan remained unfazed, feeling quite satisfied, after all. Securing a promise from a prince was not insignificant, even if he had yet to formulate a specific request. At this moment, the arena had descended into chaos due to Tang Yuan's antics. An elder from the Five Great Elements Academy stepped forward, proclaiming, "Silence. I now declare the commencement of the Five Great Elements Academy Invitation Exchange Competition. Teams, please take the stage." The format of the Five Great Elements Academy Invitation Tournament predominantly featured team battles. In previous years, this invitation would summon teams from other academies to participate, gathering 6 teams to engage in duels. The 3 victorious teams would see one team receive a bye, while the remaining 2 would continue to clash. The team awarded a bye would then be challenged by one of the defeated teams drawn by lot, granting the victor a chance to reclaim their place in the championship contention if they succeeded. This year was no exception. The Five Great Elements Academy invited the Tiando Royal Academy, thus assembling the requisite 6 teams for the competition. The entire contest would unfold within a single day, testing the team's synergy and control over their spirit power, essential for enduring until the final match. In the opening match, as anticipated, the Shinfeng Academy faced off against the Tiando Royal Academy. As both sides ascended the arena, Feng Xiaotian caught sight of Tang Yuan